Chapter 1. Back to a month before the apocalypse. Pain, 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 pain. Chen Qing looked down at the knife tip protruding from his chest, staring at the familiar, yet grotesque faces before him. Unable to comprehend, unable to believe. These are the neighbors and friends he vowed to protect. How could they turn the knife against him? Why? Chen Qing stumbled, leaning against the wall as he slowly sat down. Why? Chen Qing sneered. You had a house full of food, claiming it was for unified distribution, but most of it went into your mouth. He was wearing Chen Qing's paper armor, holding Chen Qing's paper knife. In a world of 100 ghosts, this was supposed to be Chen Qing's greatest reliance. How did it appear on him? It was Chen Qi. She had insisted on sleeping with Chen Qing tonight, personally removing the paper armor that Chen Qing had never taken off. Chen Qi. Chen Qing struggled to turn his head and saw her among the crowd. When their eyes met, she panicked a bit but still stubbornly said, I told you long ago to give the paper armor to my brother. I only have this one brother. Why are you forcing me? Saying this, she began to cry. I begged you so many times to allocate more food to us, and you always said there wasn't any. It's you. You pushed me to this point. Don't waste your breath with him. Search him. Let's divide it among everyone. Familiar faces rushed into the room, eager to find something. There's nothing. Nothing here either. Only 2 boxes of instant noodles and half a bag of potatoes left. Where the hell is it hidden? Chen Qing, where did you hide the stuff? Chen Qing smiled. Food. Already eaten. If it weren't for his strict distribution, how could they have lasted until today? Speak up, or well, fry your brother alive. Lu Yanhong grabbed a chubby boy's hair, threatening fiercely. This was Chen Man Chen Qing's brother, his only family. Chen Qing, does it hurt? Chen Man looked expressionlessly at the knife in Chen Qing's chest. The naturally soul-deficient chubby boy never understood crying, never understood laughing. Let go, I'll talk. Lu Yanhong rejoiced and released the chubby boy. Chen Qing gently hugged him, softly said, Xiao Man, they won't let you go. Don't blame your brother. Saying this, he pressed him against the knife tip protruding from his chest. Chen Man looked down at the knife tip embedded in his heart, but just held Chen Qing tightly. Child. A blind person stumbled in, crying. After bumping around several times, he finally found Chen Qing's position. A handful of warm blood. Damn you all. Damn you all. The blind man cried out in despair. Do you have any conscience left? Half of the other neighborhoods are dead. We are the only ones who haven't lost anyone. How can you treat him like this? Get out of the way. Someone kicked the blind man away. The blind man staggered and wailed, mixed with the terrifying ghost howls outside. Chen Qing's strength was rapidly fading. He used his last strength to look at each face. Each face, remembered clearly. His good brother Monkey's figure was not among them, but his knife was held by Yu Yangfeng. It seemed he had also met with misfortune. All the stuff is... Chen Qing spoke intermittently. Chen Qing hurriedly leaned in, but heard Chen Qing whisper coldly in his ear. You are still so stupid. Chen Qing was stunned. Chen Qing's voice raised slightly. Those things can last another month, don't waste them. Saying this, he fell completely silent. Chen Qing was stunned. What did that mean? What things can last a month? But a scarred face nearby immediately shouted, Where are those things? I heard it too. They can last a month. We can survive now. Chen Qing finally understood. In the apocalypse, Chen Qing had already sentenced him to death. His face twisted. He slammed a heavy punch on Chen Qing's face. Chen Qing seemed to have lost all sensation. In the last moment, Chen Qing saw Chen Man's blood energy ignite. He was awakening. Become a fierce ghost. Please, let me become a fierce ghost. Xiao Man. I'm sorry, brother. Chen Qing, what are you saying? The 6-year-old chubby boy stood by the bed, expressionlessly handing over a cup of hot water and a pill. Chen Qing had a fever. He stared blankly at everything familiar, asking, What's the date today? Don't know. Bring me the phone. Chen Man brought over a worn-out phone, looking at the time. July 16th, 2055. 29 days before the blood moon descends. Reborn. Stammering for a while, Chen Qing gritted his teeth. Good. Heaven has eyes. With a month left until the blood moon descends, if he cannot seize this month well, then all the time spent in the apocalypse would be in vain. There are 2 ghost tides. The first one occurred 30 years ago, erupting in the south, leaving 9 out of 10 houses empty. It also marked the beginning of humanity's era of controlling ghosts, opening the path of cultivation. Comparatively, the north was more stable. Ghostly beings exist, but the impact is not significant, of course. There are still sporadic ghostly beings from time to time. Rumors spread about a family hanging themselves in the east of the city, the sugar factory boss dying in a tragic manner, etc., but this calm would soon be shattered, because the second ghost tide is about to descend. That would be a disaster even more terrifying than the ghost tide in the south 30 years ago. On the night of August 15th, the blood moon descends, and the 100 ghost apocalypse begins. In just the first night, at least half of the people will die. The blood-colored moon will last for half a month. Then there will be half a month of daytime, repeating in cycles. The most terrifying part is that each time after the blood moon, the ghost tide is twice as strong as the last. Without those awakened ancient artifacts, humanity would have long been extinct. The so-called ancient artifacts refer to cultural relics and antiques. When the blood moon descends, the ghostly energy awakens, and most ancient artifact awaken but a piece of ancient square-hold currency from a previous dynasty, a scholar's share, and a family genealogy. All of these are possible. Someone has summarized the pattern. Roughly speaking, it seems that the older the object, the stronger it is, especially the old objects that have been worshipped by many people. Chen Qing's goal is the 7 Treasures Demon Suppression Tower and the Zhong Kui Demon Suppression Map. The former has the strongest attack in Shiming City, capable of suppressing and controlling 12 ghosts within the tower. The top-tier ghost tamers can only control 5 ghosts at most. The latter possesses the strongest defense in Shiming City. The Wu family, which owns this map, claims to be indestructible and has gathered many people to serve them. As long as he obtains these 2 items, he will have the capital to move freely in the world of 100 ghosts. He writes down the famous ancient objects in his memory, trying hard to recall their current locations. The 7 Treasures Demon Suppression Tower is in the Ghostless Temple of the Ghostless Tower. This is something almost everyone knows. The Zhong Kui Demon Suppression Map should still be with the Wu family. In the Ghost Tide, the half of the city that can be seen is the statue of Zhong Kui, which leaves an indelible impression on the entire Shiming City. Chen Qing wants to set out right now, but he feels groggy and can barely sit up. "Don't move," Chen Man said expressionlessly. "Take the medicine first." Chen Qing looked at the chubby boy who was born with a missing soul, his eyes feeling a bit sore. He could even feel Chen Man's warm blood on his chest. "Sorry, I didn't take good care of you in the last life." "It's okay," Chen Man replied expressionlessly, putting away the cup and going to do his homework. Chen Man doesn't understand why Chen Qing is apologizing, but Chen Qing has taught him that when someone says sorry, he should say it's okay. Chen Qing watches back for a while before pulling his thoughts back. He wants both super ancient objects. In addition, he needs to stock up on enough supplies. If you haven't experienced the apocalypse, you won't understand the satisfaction of a morsel of food sliding down your throat when you're extremely hungry. But right now, money is very scarce. Where to get money? The first thought is to sell the house that, in no matter when, most of the wealth of the people in the Tang dynasty is tied up in real estate. But how to maximize the money? After thinking for a moment, the answer came immediately: usury. Get a few more property certificates and take out usury loans a few more times. Xiaoman, go copy down the phone numbers for usury in the corridor for me. Never mind, come here, take a picture with your phone. This is a 6-story-old community, and on the walls of such communities, you can almost find all the contact information for illegal activities. Yellow and fat? That's the lightest. Chen Man quickly returned. Chen Qing opened the album, and before he could look, a strange voice suddenly rang out. "Gold cannot be exchanged. Gold cannot be exchanged. Gold cannot be exchanged. Gold cannot be exchanged." Suddenly, a half-meter tall, thin and scruffy ghost appeared in the room, carrying a huge bag with a diameter of at least 1 meter. That huge bag was filled with gold ingots, and given the density of gold, the weight of that bag must be measured in tons. "Gold cannot be exchanged. Gold cannot be exchanged. Gold cannot be exchanged. Gold cannot be exchanged." The ghost was still jumping around, and with a clanging sound, 2 gold ingots fell out of the huge bag. "Gold cannot be exchanged. Gold cannot be exchanged." The ghost kept jumping and suddenly jumped onto the dining table, landing on a whole roasted duck, and abruptly disappeared. It was as if it had jumped into the roasted duck. Chen Qing stared at that roasted duck, his eyes wide. The roasted duck turned into a golden duck. "Chen Qing, you can't eat the duck anymore," Chen Man said calmly, expressionless as he tapped the golden duck. Chen Qing was stunned. This is Jinbu Huan in evil ghost level. Wandering souls, evil ghosts, malevolent spirits. Evil ghost is a noun, a level above wandering soul, and it doesn't mean Jinbu Huan is evil. Chen Qing's thoughts stirred, feeling somewhat shocked. Ghosts can be categorized as good or evil, and Jinbu Huan is the most mysterious of the benevolent ghosts. According to legend, if someone dies with a strong sense of unfulfilled gratitude, this obsession can turn them into a wandering, soul-level debt ghost, also known as gratitude ghost. Jinbu Huan is a promotion of the debt ghost, appearing around those who have helped him, turning random objects near him into gold, just like the golden duck in front of him. But who would owe him a great debt? If it were from the last life, it would be understandable. Chen Qing asked himself if he saved half the neighborhood. But in this life, he is just an ordinary high school student. If the debts from the last life are being repaid in this life, that concept is a bit terrifying. It means Jinbu Huan can traverse time and space. He supported the past and waited. It was at least 40 or 50 pounds. Chen Qing immediately opened his mouth wide, which means it could be sold for around 10 million. The biggest highlight of this book is the record of 100 ghosts. The book has designed a total of 100 types of ghosts with guaranteed quality, plus nearly 700 forms, including promotion forms, absolutely satisfying after writing up to 200 chapters. I apologize for going back on my word. There are already more than 100 types, and with promotion forms and branches, it has exceeded 1,000 types. Mysterious ones like Jinbu Huan, Bone Bodhisattva, Earthly Branch Warrior, Blood Droplet Plum Blossom, etc. High-intensity ones like Azura, Rakshasa, Butcher, Martial Champion, emperor, etc. Strange ones like painted skin, big red robe, fat doll, coroner, floral waist bride, embalmer, everlasting lamp. Each of the 100 types of ghosts has its own evolution path. For example, the most common drowning ghost can upgrade to water monkey or Kappa. There will be more later, not spoiling. For example, the grievance ghost can upgrade to sleepless person or big red robe. There will be more later, not spoiling. Ghost upgrades require spiritual guides. Spiritual guides can be certain objects. For example, the bone spirit can upgrade to dragon bone skeleton with a dragon bone. Of course, it can also upgrade to Buddha bone skeleton, divine skeleton, etc. Spiritual guides can also be certain conditions. A drowning ghost can upgrade to water monkey after drowning 9 people. A stitching girl can upgrade to floral waist bride if she sews a wedding dress with human skin and wears it. Why not guess what the spiritual guide for the lustful ghost is? Combat does not follow the routine of higher level means stronger. Different types of ghosts have strong counter effects against each other. For example, the child ghost is extremely strange, but if found, it shatters at a touch. For example, the everlasting lamp can easily slaughter a city, but once the rules are seen through, it can also be easily killed. Lastly, Chinese mythology and folklore are countless, and there is no end to them. All the ghosts and monsters in this book come from China. Absolutely no foreign ghosts like vampires or Shiji. Dear reader, if this is what you want to see, feel free to add it to your bookshelf. Thank you for your business. Chapter 2, When the Ghosts from Legends Appear Before You. In the Blood Moon, there are countless strange ghost stories, such as painted skin, coroner, butcher. It is said that there are 100 types of ghosts, but in reality, humans have seen less than 30%. Jinbu Huan is one of the most mysterious existences in these strange legends. Originally, it was just thought to be a legend. Didn't expect it to be real, but this roasted duck was originally meant to celebrate Chen Qing's coming-of-age ceremony, costing 18 yuan and unexpectedly appreciated 500,000 times in an instant. His mood was urgent, but he was currently running a fever, so he could only wait until tomorrow. The next day, Chen Qing's health improved. He packed the golden duck into his mountaineering bag and went out. The largest gold shop in the city is called Baifu Jewelry. I want to sell 10 gold bars. The counter lady was taken aback. Such a big client was rare. She sized up Chen Qing, who was young and dressed in clothes worth no more than 50 yuan, naturally skeptical. Of course, in the service industry, they wouldn't be foolish enough to show their displeasure. Chen Qing was invited to the VIP room. Struggling to take out the golden duck, the lobby manager was momentarily stunned. His first reaction was that it was fake. His second reaction was also that it was fake. A golden duck, and a roast duck at that. It was too lifelike. Every bump on the duck's skin was clearly visible. Even the half-plucked duck wing and the unplucked down were vividly realistic. My family used to run a chain of roast duck shops. This is the treasure of the store. Hearing Chen Qing say this, the lobby manager began to believe, albeit slightly. He called someone to bring a spectrometer. Everyone had dealt with gold their whole lives, but this golden duck was truly a first, especially one this large. As a result, many curious onlookers crowded into the VIP room, and even a few counter ladies came by in shifts to take a look. With the spectrometer in hand, it showed a 100. This proved that the gold content was at least 99.9. It was exceedingly outrageous. Sir, if you want to sell this, it needs to be cut. Go ahead. A few security guards brought out a 0.5% high hydraulic cutter. They had forgotten how long it had been since they last used such a treasure. Struggling to cut off a piece of the duck wing, they took it to a more precise desktop spectrometer for testing. It was still a 100. This meant the purity was at least 99.999. It was exceedingly outrageous. They tested the density next, which was 19.32 GCM, textbook standard. Then they used a blowtorch to meld it into gold liquid, and it was still the most standard gold. This is a bit unbelievable. Exceedingly outrageous. Ridiculous. Opening the door for ridiculousness. It's gone home. Such a large golden duck was worth as much as the total gold recovery of a jewelry store in 6 months, and soon, a higher-ranking manager from the gold shop arrived. To be cautious, they cut the golden duck into about 20 pieces. Only then did they discover that even the ribs were intricately carved out in places that were not visible on the inside. Was it necessary? In total, it weighed 21,259.33 grams. At today's recovery price of 440, it totaled 9,354,105.2 yuan. 9.3 million. The manager of the gold shop was grinning from ear to ear. For recovery, they naturally bought low and sold high. This single duck would at least earn them $1 million. If you added the labor costs, it would be even more. 9 million will be transferred. The rest needs to be in cash. Not a problem. Soon, 9 million was credited, and the cash was placed in a delicate wooden box, which was also brought to Chen Qing. When Chen Qing got home, he pulled out the golden silk lining from the wooden box and wrapped it around the outside. He also placed some ropes and a hammer inside. They might be needed when climbing the ghostless tower. Chen Man had been watching. Chen Qing, are you selling the house? Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. Had he guessed since he made Chen Man take pictures of the loan shark? Weren't you the one who said you shouldn't sell this house no matter how poor you are? When saying this, Chen Man had a blank expression. Do you trust me? Chen Qing squatted down. I do. Chen Man nodded, then shook his head. But if we sell the house, Chen Shan and Chen Quan won't be able to find us when they come back. Chen Shan is their father. Chen Quan is the older brother. Both mysteriously disappeared. But in the last life, before the blood moon, Chen Quan had returned. He also left behind the paper armor and paper knife that allowed Chen Qing and Chen Man to survive until the third blood moon. However, Chen Qing and Chen Man weren't home that day and did not get to meet. Don't worry, they will call. Chen Qing comforted him for a while, didn't cook, and ordered takeout instead. After reminding Chen Man to close the door and sleep, he came to the Ghostless Temple in the evening light. The Ghostless Temple. It wasn't large, but it had a long history. There was a simple pavilion at the entrance with a sign that read, Adults 15 yuan, children 10 yuan, children under 110 centimeters free. Most ordinary tourist spots were closed at this hour, but the Ghostless Temple was special, and there were still a few incense offerings. Chen Qing bought a ticket, entered the temple, and went directly to find the abbot. When he found him, he was wearing reading glasses and scrolling through short videos. What brings you here, benefactor? I'm here to repay a vow, Chen Qing said sincerely, pointing to the box wrapped in yellow brocade beside him. My grandfather almost went bankrupt during his lifetime, but then he came to this temple to what's it called? The Ghostless Tower? The Ghostless Tower. Oh, right, to the Ghostless Tower to worship. And then his business became very smooth, and he lived a long life. So today, I specifically came to repay the vow at the Ghostless Tower. Chen Qing spoke nonsense. Recently, my family hasn't been very fortunate either, so while repaying the vow, I would also like to spend a night here to wash off the bad luck. Benefactor, the abbot said awkwardly, the Ghostless Tower has long been in disrepair and is already locked. Chen Qing pushed two thick envelopes forward. Master, please be accommodating. Although these things are mundane, they are a small gesture of respect from a Buddhist. Please repair the temple door or something. The abbot's eyes lit up. It had been years since he had encountered such a charitable benefactor. He smiled broadly. Such filial piety, we must fulfill it. Well, forget it, benefactor, I'll take you there. Saying this, he naturally accepted the two envelopes and led Chen Qing around to the back of the temple. The front of the temple was well developed, but the back half was still quite primitive. The entire path was filled with deep weeds. The abbot turned on his phone flashlight. Finally, Chen Qing saw the Ghostless Tower. 7 stories high, it was indeed in disrepair, with every level almost covered in cobwebs. After a clatter, he finally unlocked the door. Immediately, a musty smell and dust rushed in. There was also the sound of scurrying, likely startling some mice. Benefactor, it has indeed been a very long time since anyone has taken care of this place. The abbot said a bit awkwardly. Chen Qing shook his head. It's fine. He didn't pick and choose, kneeling directly on the dusty mat. He was as sincere as could be. Goodness. The abbot joined his hands and slowly backed out. Abbot, please lock the door. The abbot was momentarily taken aback, but complied and locked the door. Chen Qing was worried they wouldn't feel secure if they came to check at night. It would be disastrous. Surveying the environment. It was full of moldy smells, dust everywhere, and the ghost statues were fierce looking, with mice occasionally darting by. Having mixed with the ghost tide, it was not terrifying here. The Ghostless Temple quieted down around 9 o'clock at night. By midnight, there was not a sound, and Chen Qing, who had been sitting for a long time and was sore all over, moved his body and slowly stood up. Half of Shiming City knew that the 7 Treasures Town Demon Tower came from the Ghostless Temple, the 7th level. Chen Qing lightened his footsteps, turned on the flashlight, and stepped slowly upwards. Creak. The floorboards were very unstable, creaking with each step. He slowly reached the 2nd floor. There's a sculpture inside, depicting a ghost nailed to the ground, howling ferociously. The 3rd floor also has a sculpture, depicting a ghost tightly bound with ropes. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors all have sculptures. Chen Qing furrowed his brows. The stairs to the 7th floor are broken. Chen Qing was prepared with a rope, but had no grappling hook or similar tools. He gently lifted a loose brick from the window and tied it to the end of the rope, then softly threw it towards the hallway entrance. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Dust instantly poured down like a waterfall from the cracks in the floor. With a tug, the brick was smoothly pulled down. Chen Qing caught the falling brick and frowned. This temple isn't too big or too small. The noise probably wouldn't reach the front temple. But what if it did? Thinking this, he wrapped the brick with a thick circle of rope and threw it up again. Bang! Another muffled sound. Chen Qing shook the rope frantically, hoping it would catch on something. But once again, it ended in failure. Then, he tried for the 3rd time, the 4th time. About 20 attempts. Finally, as Chen Qing swung the rope again, the soft rope suddenly tightened. It was caught on something. Chen Qing was overjoyed. He tugged a few times to test it. It was very secure. Immediately, he stepped on the rope to make a loop and climbed up to the 7th floor. Shining his flashlight, Chen Qing was instantly startled. One end of the rope was being held by a ghost with a green face and sharp teeth, and it was winking at him. Chapter 3. The first artifact in hand. Chen Qing was horrified. He almost fell down, quickly rolled aside, and grabbed the hammer at his waist. But That ghost was merely a ghost sculpture. The rope happened to be hanging from its hand. Looking at the sculpture, he still felt a lingering fear. Having experienced the ghost tide, he did not think this was just his imagination. Cautiously, he struck down heavily on it with the hammer. Dong! A dull sound. It didn't sound like a stone sculpture, but rather like hard leather or jerky. His heart felt a bit uneasy, but regardless of whether it was real or not, there was no turning back now. Even if there were ghosts in the tower, he would press on. There were many ghost sculptures on the 7th floor, but they were all in a state of decay, suppressed by a tower. Talismans for suppressing spirits and copper gore charms were generally placed on beams. The space on the 7th floor wasn't high. Besides the very center, Chen Qing could reach it on tiptoe. However, he touched the first beam and found nothing. The second beam, nothing. The third beam. Soon, Chen Qing was covered in dust, but had found nothing. How could this be? Chen Qing was slightly lost in thought and once again searched all 8 main beams. Still nothing. Then, he carefully searched every wall and inch of the floor, yet still found nothing. Could it be a prank by the tower's owner? Chen Qing gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he looked at the sculpture on the 7th floor. A tower, suppressing a group of ghosts, with the ghosts in a state of decay. Is it in this sculpture? Chen Qing would not allow himself to return empty-handed, even if he had to dismantle the entire 7th floor. Crush it. If it wasn't on the 7th floor, then it had to be on the 6th, 5th, 4th. He had the hammer without hesitation. He struck down heavily from the tip of the tower in the sculpture. Ka! Stones flew everywhere, sparks flying. Chen Qing's heart sank. This was carved from a solid block of stone. The tower couldn't possibly be inside. If it were clay, it might be hidden inside. But how could a solid block possibly contain anything? Yet at this moment, Chen Qing seemed to go mad, continuously smashing away. Crackling sounds filled the air. Ding! Suddenly, a clear metallic sound rang out. Chen Qing, already somewhat frenzied, paused slightly and looked again. From the middle of the stone sculpture, a small tower's tip actually emerged. I found it. Chen Qing was overjoyed. A quarter of an hour later, the entire small tower was revealed. Chen Qing grabbed the tower body, pulling and tugging, but suddenly let go. Bang! Chen Qing, holding the demon suppressing tower, fell to the ground at the same time. From the hollow where the demon suppressing tower was located, a chilling aura suddenly erupted. Hisses, whoosh, whispers passed by. It seemed like someone was blowing wind in Chen Qing's ear. These ghostly auras were filled with ghostly figures, most of which were somewhat illusory and difficult to see clearly. But among them, one ghostly figure was particularly solid, knocking on a bamboo tube as it passed through walls. Each knock felt as if it was striking deep into Chen Qing's soul. Chen Qing's hair stood on end, tightly gripping the demon-suppressing tower against his chest. All evils retreat. All evils retreat. All evils retreat. All evils retreat. Thank you, young master, for saving me. A sweet voice circled around Chen Qing. It was an ancient woman holding a flower umbrella. Her face was somewhat illusory and unclear, but Chen Qing's intuition told him she was an extraordinary beauty. A ghost holding an umbrella? Chen Qing's heart raced, but there didn't seem to be such a figure in his memory. After a while, the commotion finally subsided, falling silent. However, some ghosts on the 7th floor of the ghostless tower seemed unable to escape in time, dazed and confused. These were the lowest-level wandering souls, also known as newborns, basically shattering upon contact, posing almost no threat to humans that of course. Chen Qing wouldn't provoke them and immediately retreated. Taking a deep breath, he arrived at the 1st floor, finally feeling relieved. A small tower made of iron, about the size of a mineral water bottle, with excellent craftsmanship, the small windows clearly visible. This is the Demon Suppressing Tower. 7 Treasures Demon Suppressing Tower. One of the 2 major ancient artifacts of Ximing City. With this item, Chen Qing and his companions could be considered safe. However, looking at the tower covered in footprints, Chen Qing frowned. Time flew by. Soon, the sky began to lighten slightly. A little monk ran to the abbot's bedroom. Master, the ghostless tower made some noise last night. Noise? The abbot furrowed his brow. He naturally knew that it was because someone was inside, casually saying, "Oh, a devotee with a single-minded devotion to Buddha." He requested to stay. Inside for night, Dado. The little monk was about to leave, but turned back and said, "But the sounds I heard were coming from the 4th and 5th floors." Oh, the abbot could no longer sit still. Without even putting on his robe, he directly took the keys and hurried with the little monk towards the ghostless tower. Quickly opening the door, a thick cloud of dust rushed out. It was like smoke. The entire tower was filled with dust, causing the abbot to cough several times. "Devotee, devotee." After calling several times, Chen Qing's voice came from upstairs. In the next moment, a dust-covered Chen Qing, whose original appearance was no longer visible, appeared on the 1st floor. "You, devotee, what happened to you?" The abbot was taken aback. "Oh, I saw the dust was so thick, so I just tidied up a bit." Chen Qing blew off the dust on his body and said, "Master, do you have a basin? Many sculptures are covered in dust and need a good cleaning." Oh, by the way, I accidentally stepped on a hole. I don't know how to compensate. Chen Qing's footprints were everywhere in the tower, impossible to hide. He simply pretended to clean up and concealed all traces of his journey to the top of the tower, and oh no, 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 the abbot said, greatly moved but still wave his hands repeatedly. Amitba, safety is paramount. This tower has been neglected for far too long. You must not go back there. He added, having Buddha in your heart is enough. There's no need to be fixated on appearances. Chen Qing insisted a few more times, but the abbot refused each time. After a while, a little monk ran out. Master, this benefactor has already cleaned up to the 4th floor. The abbot felt ashamed and said, we chant here every day, yet we are not as diligent as you, a worldly person. Not all. Benefactor, please move into the temple for a meal. It was very polite, but it also carried a meaning. Please, just stop. Chen Qing turned back and took out the urn, and the little monk immediately locked the door, adding another lock. Holding the urn that contained the magic tower, Chen Qing felt very satisfied. Nowadays, temples are somewhat tinged with commercialism, but the dining aspect remains quite strict. Steamed buns, porridge, and stir-fried greens. No meat in sight. While eating, Chen Qing thought of something and asked, Master, do you have the Vajra subduing demons technique? I might not remember it correctly, but it is something like that. Do you need it, benefactor? My grandfather mentioned it once. He said this technique can strengthen the body, especially for those who believe in Buddha. Practicing this technique is even better. Well, we do have it. Chen Qing quickly pushed over a thick envelope. Master, please grant it to me, given that I've cleaned 4 floors of the tower. I genuinely have my heart set on Buddha. The abbot took a bite of the steam bun with the greens and ultimately nodded. Chen Qing was overjoyed. He never expected to have such an unexpected gain. This body refining technique is a top-tier method. Physical cultivators have many advantages during the blood moon, the greatest being their rich vitality, which can burn and scorch ghostly entities that a physical cultivator's fist is like a burning iron for ghostly beings. Among the well-known body refining techniques, Chen Qing only knew of this one he had asked casually, not expecting it to be right here. There was hope for Chen Man's technique. In his previous life, at the last moment, Chen Man erupted with a blinding bloodlight. That was the innate state of vitality. After they finished eating, they went to a study. Tall shelves were filled with books. Most were modern publications, while a few older ones might be 40 to 50 years old. The abbot pulled out a copy of the Vajra subduing demons technique and handed it to Chen Qing. Chen Qing was momentarily speechless. It was a printed edition. There was even a price tag of 22.8 yuan on the back. You want to sell it to me for 50,000? Is that reasonable? Chen Qing smiled and shook his head, not accepting it, only saying, I have this one home too. The abbot felt a bit embarrassed and said, it's already quite worn out, I'm afraid. Chen Qing pushed another envelope over. Master, even if it's the original, I'm afraid its market price isn't even 5,000, but my grandfather is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha, so please do me this favor. Since he knew, he wouldn't let it slip away. After all, money would soon become a pile of waste paper. Even if he took out all his 100,000, it wouldn't matter. The abbot was all smiles, holding 2 envelopes, and went to his safe. There's even a safe. Chen Qing
Chapter for the strongest defensive
with a clicking
artifact
sound,
acquired.
the abbot
My
handed
heart
a
is filled
very
with
worn
joy.
ancient book
200,000.
to Chen Qing.
I
It
obtained
was
the Ghost
titled
Suppressing
Jinggang
Tower
Fu
and
Mogong in
unexpectedly got the
traditional
Vajra
characters.
subduing
Chen
demons
Qing
technique.
was overjoyed.
The abbot is
Although it looked
naturally
like it would
also
fall
delighted.
apart upon
It has been a
opening
long
after the blood
time since he
moon,
encountered
it probably
such a
wouldn't even
generous
be penetrated
benefactor.
by a bullet.
The second target is the Zhong Kui ghost catching picture. Unlike the Ghost Suppressing Tower, the Wu family knows the value of the ghost capturing picture. In this era, there are wandering souls outside the city at all times. Even if the strange aspects are not yet apparent, just hanging such an old painting in the house brings a sense of security. Therefore, Chen Qing is unsure of how much this thing will cost. 100,000, 1 million, or even more. When he returned home, Chen Man had already gone to school. An idea struck Chen Qing, and he searched for loan apps in the App Store. Indeed, there were, lending on hand. At the same time, there was a long list of similar lending platforms below. Money lenders are here. Chen Qing was overjoyed and clicked to download one by one. In a moment, his phone was filled with 5 pages of loan apps. Clicking on the first one, he could only borrow 3,000. Chen Qing was immediately disappointed. He rummaged through the app and found an asset verification option. He took a photo of the property deed, filled in various information, and returned to the homepage, where the limit had risen to 120,000. Comfortable. He agreed to all the terms without skipping a single one. All the clauses stating not to use it for buying houses or trading stocks were also all agreed to. Then came the live verification with mouth open and eyes closed. Identity verification, and finally, the entire 120,000 was credited. Chen Shan had almost left the house to Chen Qing and Chen Man. He and Chen Man always tried to stretch a single dollar into 2, but now looking at the long string of numbers in the account, they felt nothing. This pile of money would eventually become useless. Sighing, he clicked on the second app. After some operations, he borrowed 50,000 this time. Then, the next one, the next one, the next one. After staying up all night, he originally planned to have a good sleep, but ended up busy until noon. At this point, his account had increased by 8 million, bringing the total to 10. 8 million. That should be enough, right? The largest expense, of course, is the Zhong Kui ghost capturing picture. The price of this item is uncertain and depends on how much the owner values it. It could be 200,000 to 300,000, or it could be tens of millions. Chen Qing needed to be fully prepared. In addition, Chen Qing planned to renovate his house. 2 super artifacts are for ghost defense, but he also needs something for human defense. Before the ghost tide, the concept of a safe house for the apocalypse was extremely niche. But now it has become a business not much different from real estate. Most of it is reinforced against ghosts, such as silver talismans filling the entire house, entire houses built of peach wood, and walls layered with black dog blood, glutinous rice, and so on. In addition, food and clothing is also a big expense. It wouldn't feel secure without spending thousands of tons just for display. The Ghost Suppressing Tower has storage capabilities, but it hasn't awakened yet. It's just an ordinary artifact with some background. Awakening will wait until the blood moon. And after the blood moon, items cannot be bought. It's a dead cycle. Chen Qing thought for a moment and remembered there was an ancient tomb outside the city, which later became a major source of the ghost tide. Borrowing some ghost energy from inside should be able to activate the Ghost Suppressing Tower. Chen Qing, I'm back. Chen Qing's family is on the 6th floor, and the only one who can call him back from the 1st floor is Chen Man. I'm hungry. As soon as Chen Man entered the house and saw Chen Qing not cooking, she said nothing more. She went to the kitchen, stood on a small stool, washed and rinsed, and cooked rice in the rice cooker. Then she went to the already very worn-out small table, opened her books, and did her homework. Of course, as expected, she called out after the first question, Chen Qing, I can't do the first one. The same for the second. Chen Qing, I can't do the second one. Chen Qing had long been used to it and patiently taught her. Chen Man was very sensible, but also very slow. The next day, Chen Qing bought himself a new phone, a new outfit, and got himself tidied up at the hair salon. Looking at himself in the mirror, with a slick-back hairstyle, suit, and briefcase, he looked 5 or 6 years older. After checking some information about the Wu family, he finally had some confidence. The Wu family had been wealthy, with a glorious ancestry, but the descendants had to make do. In recent years, they lost a lot of money in the safe house sector after a major fire and still had several lawsuits hanging over them. Finally, he arrived at the Wu family villa. It wasn't top tier, but close enough. He knocked on the door. A young man came out, looking at Chen Qing with confusion. Who are you? I'm Li Qing, here on behalf of an elderly overseas Chinese gentleman to discuss a business deal. Saying this, Chen Qing handed over a bag of fresh fruits. This circle is neither too big nor too small. A few questions from locals can easily expose one. Huh, a business deal? The young man looked a bit puzzled, but still welcomed Chen Qing inside. Soon, a middle-aged man came down from the 2nd floor, and Chen Qing immediately stood up. I'm Wu Xiaoman, nice to meet you. The two sat down. I apologize for the intrusion. It's because an elderly gentleman has taken a liking to your Zhong Kui ghost capturing picture. Chen Qing smiled and said, this gentleman has moved abroad for business, but has always loved everything related to Zhong Kui, and asked me to inquire if you would consider parting with it. Overseas Chinese? Wu Xiaoman frowned but shook his head. This picture is ancestral. It's not for sale. Not even asking for a price before refusing makes things difficult. Yes, I completely understand. The Wu family is considered a wealthy household in Ximing City, surely not short of this little money. Chen Qing tried to find the right words. But this gentleman indeed has a deep affection for Tang Dynasty culture, especially Zhong Kui and the ghost culture it represents, which is his favorite. He should have some understanding of you. He said he respects you very much and your family's glorious history and is willing to exchange anything he can offer. Wu Xiaoman smiled. Perhaps everyone has their point of pride, and what Wu Xiaoman is proud of is his ancestors' glory. I would really like to meet this friend. I wonder if you could introduce him? Wu Xiaoman smiled. It might not be possible in the short term. Chen Qing shook his head and redirected the topic back to the picture. Uncle, I believe with your family's glory, there must be more than just this ancestral treasure. This gentleman truly loves it to the core, so please consider parting with it. Wu Xiaoman peeled an orange Chen Qing brought and stuffed 2 segments into his mouth without speaking. It was time to make an offer. Chen Qing thought to himself. This picture must be obtained. Even if he had to clean out his account, he could do it. Would he offer 1 million? A middle-aged woman's voice came over. Yes, of course. Chen Qing's heart leaped with joy. He looked up and saw a plump middle-aged woman. This is my wife, Wu Xiaoman said. Hello, Mrs. Wu. Chen Qing slightly bowed and said, I'll make a phone call. Saying this, he went to the yard and casually dialed his brother Chen Quan's number. Of course, it was already a disconnected number. He pretended to report for quite a while before returning, smiling. That gentleman said this price is acceptable. He also said he would be very welcome for Mr. Wu to visit. Wu Xiaoman and Mrs. Wu were both stunned, because this picture is not very old. According to the market price, it might be less by a 0. Suddenly, Mrs. Wu stood up and said, oh no, not 1 million. 200 no? 3 to 5 million. 5 million. As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Chen Qing. Young man, you're the agent. The higher the transaction price, the higher your commission. If it's convenient for you, please say more. If it's 5 million, I'll give you a big red envelope. Cut my own price. Chen Qing was speechless and shook his head. Mrs. Wu, based on my understanding of that gentleman, I'm afraid this price is unlikely. I estimate it could go a bit higher, but limited. No problem, just say it. For the portion over 1 million, I'll give you a 20 commission. Chen Qing agreed verbally, but in his heart, he was already overjoyed. Over 1 million, and it could be secured? It was practically free. He pretended to make another phone call. This one was especially long. Finally, he returned and said, this gentleman offered 6 million. Wu Xiaoman frowned. He actually didn't intend to sell. The ghost tide had a limited impact on the north, but even in peacetime, people still sought deities and prayed. In this ghostly world, having an ancient painting of Zhong Kui hanging in the house would bring a lot of peace of mind. Mrs. Wu seemed to see through his thoughts, elbowed him, and whispered, they've been coming to collect debts these days. Now, just hearing the knock on the door makes me anxious. Don't you still have several ghost-catching paintings? Last time, someone appraised them and said they were worth only over 100,000. What are you hesitating for? Wu Xiaoman finally nodded. Mrs. Wu then looked at Chen Qing and happily said, how do we transfer the money? Draft the contract, you can transfer the money now. Thereupon, Mrs. Wu and Chen Qing chatted and laughed as they drafted the contract. Soon, Chen Qing transferred 6 million to Mrs. Wu's account. Mrs. Wu cheerfully took out a painting. She also pushed over an envelope. Chen Qing had just sent out 200,000 yesterday and could tell that the thickness was at most 50,000 to 60,000. It was far from the 200,000 that Mrs. Wu promised, just 120,000. Chen Qing's expression turned somewhat ugly. He was, of course, pretending when being bargained with. He had to act as if he was in immense pain. Only then would the payer feel that they had gained a benefit. Oh, young man, that's enough. Don't be greedy. Mrs. Wu patted Chen Qing's knee. You earn 50,000 in an hour. That's pretty good. And that overseas Chinese will definitely pay you a commission as well. Chen Qing snorted through his nostrils and unfolded the painting. The ugly-faced Zhong Kui was catching 2 little ghosts, with a pile of little ghost corpses at his feet. It was vividly lifelike. No need to verify its authenticity anymore. This was the one. Chen Qing remembered that fierce appearance clearly, visible throughout half the city. The Zhong Kui painting was in hand. Chapter 5. You're called Huaxia, right? After leaving the Wu family, Chen Qing was almost jumping with joy. Mrs. Wu, you really helped me out. It was evident that Wu Xiaoman didn't want to sell. And if he had set the price, it might have been much higher, making it difficult to negotiate. Yet Mrs. Wu's operation to gain an advantage had instead given herself a tremendous benefit. Happily returning to the community, he saw a group of children circling around Chen Man. Wild child. Wild child, someone was born, but no one cares. Wild child, picking buns from the garbage heap. I don't pick buns. Chen Man seemed to have been punched a few times, and his nose was bleeding. I only pick bottles to exchange for money to buy buns. Ha. The other children laughed heartily. The biggest child, about 10 years old, was named Huaxia, a neighbor's child. He grabbed Chen Man's cheek and twisted it hard a few times, saying, see, this little trash. He doesn't dodge when hit, and he doesn't retort when scolded. A born punching bag. Ha. Chen Qing gritted his teeth, rushed over, and grabbed Huaxia's hand, making it crack. It hurts. It hurts. Huaxia's face changed, and tears immediately welled up. Chen Qing, are you crazy? Hitting a child. A woman rushed out from a nearby shop and pushed hard against Chen Qing. Chen Qing's body swayed but didn't let go, coldly staring at the woman. Lu Yanhong, owner of the snack shop in Jiangpan community. She was one of those who had attacked his brother. When he hit my brother, you didn't care in the shop. And now you say he is just a child? Let go, or I'll tear you apart. Lu Yanhong shouted loudly. Her dry, sharp nails dug into Chen Qing's hand, tearing open a wound. Blood flowed onto his hand. But Chen Qing still didn't let go. He tightened his grip even more. Huaxia cried loudly. Lu Yanhong became more frantic. Let go. I'll tear you apart. Do you believe it? At that moment, she suddenly let go of Chen Qing's hand, and her fingers lunged at Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing dodged to the side, avoiding her claws. Good. He smiled and turned to leave with Chen Man. Chen Man was dragging a large bag that clinked with many empty bottles. Chen Qing squatted down, patted his head, full of heartache. Xiao Man, you don't need to pick bottles anymore. But Chen Shan's money is almost used up. But I've earned a lot of money. Chen Qing opened the envelope that Mrs. Wu gave him. It was filled with red bills. Look, I sent it a lot. Chen Man leaned forward to take a serious look and shook his head. I can't count that much. Anyway, you don't have to pick bottles anymore. Do you understand? Chen Man still had a serious expression. Okay. The two of them were struggling, using every penny carefully while trying hard to earn every cent they could. As long as it could be exchanged for a bun or an eraser, it was worth picking. Dignity? Only children held in the palm of someone's hand have the confidence to make a fuss. The two of them had always been sensible. From now on, no matter who hits you, tell me, okay? I know. You go home first. Okay. Chen Man went back. Chen Qing walked to the trash can, where 3 homeless children were rummaging through things. The ghost tide in the north was lighter, but many people still died, and many homeless children lived like rats. The 3 children were covered in dirt and smelled bad, watching Chen Qing warily. Chen Qing pulled out a red bill and gave it to one of the homeless children. Pointing to Lu Yanhong's shop, go cause some trouble at that snack shop. The homeless child was overjoyed. Chen Qing pulled out 2 more red bills and handed them to the other 2 children, pointing at Huaxia. who was pretending to do something. Go beat him up. This is yours. The three were ecstatic. One of them picked up a brick and cautiously approached the entrance of Yanhong's snack shop. The oil pot was bubbling, and occasionally the splattering oil would hurt people. The homeless child slammed the brick into the pot, then turned and ran. Bang! Splash! Hot oil splattered everywhere. Lu Yanhong, who was frying potatoes, let out a piercing scream. She trembled all over from the pain, spewing a stream of curses involving parents and genitals, screaming as she chased after them. But how could a greasy middle-aged woman catch up with the slippery homeless children? Huang didn't he know what was happening and looked at his mother, who was screaming and running toward the street, puzzled. Slap. A heavy slap stunned him. Huang staggered back and saw a similarly sized, filthy homeless child. Yu. Huang covered his face, instinctively stepping back. He had always been afraid of these plague-like children. Slap. Another slap. At the same time, another homeless child punched him in the face. You're called Huang Can, right? Huang Can's eyes were filled with stars, and blood suddenly gushed out. Dazed, he waved his hands to push the two away but tripped over something and fell to the ground. The two homeless children pounced on him, raining down blows. Huang curled up and cried loudly. The two homeless kids, seeing many adults looking over, grabbed his face and pulled it hard. Then they punched him in the mouth, taking advantage of the gaps exposed by his hands, before fleeing like mad. Huang Can's nose and mouth were smeared with blood, and he cried out. Shuchong. Chen Qing watched all of this with indifference. Compared to his own and Xiaomon's lives, what was this? It wasn't even worth mentioning. He had to protect this group of people, gradually whittling them down in the tide of ghosts. With this thought, Chen Qing entered the bank and took out an envelope, deposit money. He deposited 75 million. However, the counter clerk asked Chen Qing to wait a moment and then chased after him. Hello, sir. She solemnly handed him a card. Sir, your deposit has reached the bank's silver card standard. She listed a bunch of benefits. This included discounts on gas, half-price movie tickets, free car washes, and free services at designated barbershops, among others. Chen Qing was speechless. Normally, these benefits should be given to the poor who only deposit a few hundred, right? He already had a silver card. What was the point of this? Why were all the good things given to the rich? Understood. He casually took the silver card and was about to leave when the counter clerk blocked his way again. This time she was promoting insurance, funds, and promised returns of 8, possibly even 12. Not to mention 12. He wouldn't even consider 1,200. Chen Qing was getting a bit impatient, and the counter clerk noticed this. Mechanically, she flipped open a booklet and said, there's also the construction of safe houses. When she got to this point, she didn't want to continue the introduction. Put away the booklet and smiled politely. Sorry to have disturbed you for so long. What did you say? Safe house. Chen Qing became interested. The bank had this business? The counter clerk was delighted and gestured for him to follow. Sir, please to the VIP room upstairs. As the two walked to the second floor. In the lobby on the first floor, 3 tall and attractive girls were handling business. One of them, the most outstanding in both figure and appearance, looked at Chen Qing's back in surprise. If Chen Qing had seen her, he would have immediately recognized that she was number 1 on the assassination list. Chen Cixi thought of something, went to the spot where Chen Qing had just deposited, and picked up the discarded empty envelope to take a glance. On the back were the small golden letters of Shiming Securities. Her gaze suddenly shrank. She was always thinking about getting close to the rich and naturally knew that securities places were ranked. The ordinary envelope from Shiming Securities was red-lettered. The silver letters represented total assets of 5 million. The golden letters represented 50 million. Chen Qing was actually this wealthy? She wouldn't know that this envelope came from the Wu family, and Chen Qing didn't even know where Shiming Securities was. Golden letters. Next to Chen Cixi. Fuya looked towards the second floor and said, did I see that wrong? Wasn't that the one who seemed to be pursuing you, Chen Qing? Chen Cixi smiled sweetly, emphasizing, he didn't just pursue me, he's still pursuing me now. Chapter 6. The most cost-effective food in the apocalypse turns out to be this. Before the ghost tide, safe houses were a niche topic. Most people concerned about safe houses were those who were obsessed with apocalypse novels, brainwashed by cults, or were super cautious about their lives. After the outbreak of the ghost tide, along with the surge in crime rates, safe houses were no longer a pseudo-topic. From a small alloy door to apocalypse material storage, to fully customized houses. At the beginning of the ghost tide, safe houses became extremely popular and prices skyrocketed. Decades ago, when the ghost tide erupted in the south, 9 out of 10 houses were empty. Even the north, which didn't have ghost tides, saw a surge in interest for safe houses. In recent years, people have discovered that the ghost tide isn't that frightening, especially in the north, where there are only sporadic ghosts and the probability of encountering them is very low. Additionally, new safe house companies open every day, leading to a drop in prices again. The manager receiving Chen Qing was called Manager Jean. The Dongfang Bupo Safe House Company focuses on ghost prevention. They have several layers of black dog blood, glutinous rice, black donkey hooves, and other materials in a whole wall, along with talismans blessed by masters. The 300 Guardians Company focuses on human defense, using materials like aluminum alloy, titanium alloy, chromoly steel, tungsten steel, with hardness ranging from 35 to 70, and providing facilities like cameras, generators, diesel storage, weapons, and pharmaceuticals. In any chaotic era, weapons grow wildly like seedlings after a long drought. In today's world, firearms are semi-legal, and special bullets are effective against ordinary ghosts. Chen Qing inquired clearly about everything. With the Zhong Kui map, what he found most frightening were humans. Thus, a few ghost prevention materials would suffice. But the alloy walls and firearms for human defense were essential. Moreover, items like pepper spray, electric batons, and tear gas were needed. The more, the better. Tungsten steel has a hardness of 70, but chrome moly steel of 65 is recommended. Should we call the 300 Guardians Company to discuss? Yes. Chen Qing nodded. Soon, the people from the 300 Guardians Company arrived. They were much more professional than Manager Jean. Hello, Mr. Chen. My surname is Yang. Here is my business card. Mr. Chen, have you considered a small farm? If your room is large enough, you can build a small farm. This is a 3D farm plan, using our recommended crops. Each square meter can produce about 3 kilograms of vegetables per week. For staple foods, we recommend potatoes, such as Qing Shu number 9. If the temperature and humidity are well controlled, the yield can reach 90 kilograms in 80 days. The fertilizer in the soil is specially configured by us, paired with biological fertilizer, which is human waste, and can generally be recycled about 300 times. Even with high-intensity planting, it can last for 50 years. There is also a rainwater collection area. Just leave a hole, extend the collection rod outside, and it can collect about a liter of water daily. If it rains or is cloudy, it will collect even more. The medical room will be equipped with common medicines. Minor ailments will be no problem. And it will also have a decentralized intravenous set that is foolproof. Just stick it on to administer 4 fluids. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs can basically cure all ailments. There is also an entertainment room with 200 novels and comics, approximately 900 billion words of novels, about 100,000 web novels of 5 million words each, and 60,000 anime, covering almost all genres including action, fighting, romance, and adult content. The total size of games is 19, with around 5,000 large games and approximately 200,000 mini-games. The gaming console uses very mature models for chips, graphics cards, and memory, with powerful performance, generally lasting for a decade or more. And we have spare parts ready. The video storage space is about 31. If using 1080p, it can store about 6 million hours of video, including movies, TV series, and variety shows, which can be allocated according to your preferences. There is also a gym equipped with silicone dolls, and key parts can be replaced. After years of development, safe houses are now very complete, offering everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment. Whatever Chen Qing thought of, others already had extremely professional plans. The biggest problem now is that the house isn't big enough to hold all these facilities. Moving, high-rise buildings are the first to be excluded. There are too many flying ghosts. The 6-story community seems to have limited options. Jiangpan community is by the water. Aside from drowning ghosts, ghosts generally fear water, which is very good. The community is perfectly situated with streets on all 4 sides, like a wall, and my home is in the middle position, which is also very good. The area is several hundred square meters and must receive sunlight. How much would a house meeting these conditions cost? Either a villa or a manor. Small 3-story villas in the Western Villa area are generally around 7 million. The usable area is about 300 square meters, with a garden of about 70 square meters. I can definitely afford it. Chen Qing was greatly tempted. How much would it cost to turn a villa into a safe house? It might be a bit expensive. 300 square meters is already not small. Plus, the family farm on the first floor requires a fully enclosed protective structure. The price is around 46 million. Since villas need to be fully customized, the construction period would take about 3 months. Chen Qing was speechless. He finally understood why it is said that villas are easy to buy, but difficult to renovate. Most importantly, 3 months is enough to die several times. He did a quick mental calculation. Given the villa's area, it wouldn't be cheap no matter how you do it. The family farm is a must. Usually, I wouldn't spare a glance at cabbages or tomatoes, but in the apocalypse, just craving a bite of vegetables could drive someone crazy. Dear audience, don't worry. Building on the rooftop is considered for 3 reasons. First, no money, can't afford a bigger one, and can't afford renovations even if I could buy one. Second, no time, can't waste it. Third, need a family farm, which takes up a lot of space and needs sunlight. I really don't like spoilers. But since many readers say this is a weak point, I'll reveal a little. There will be an incredibly powerful safe house later on. My home is on the top floor. Can these things be expanded to the rooftop? Mr. Chen, you should know that in the Tang Dynasty, the design strength of buildings exceeds the mandatory standard by at least 30, generally around 40 to 60. Our old community uses sturdier materials, so the load-bearing capacity is not an issue. Moreover, we will reinforce the structure during construction. There is no problem at all. Chen Qing was delighted and immediately asked, what if the first floor is blown up? Manager Yang was taken aback and said, the regulation of explosives is very strict. Ordinary people cannot obtain them. If someone could get explosives, for them, a safe house on the first floor or the 6th floor would be the same. Because when the yield is sufficient, even if the safe house can withstand it, it could still kill the people inside with the shockwave. Then I'll choose the 6th floor. At least I can grow vegetables on the rooftop. After hesitating for a while, Manager Yang expressed his concern. The top floor is an excellent choice, but it is an illegal structure. Although the regulations are currently quite loose. If someone reports it and it gets discovered, it will be ordered to be demolished. No problem. If someone really reports it, with the efficiency of the Tang government, several departments will push each other around for a while, and by the time the blood moon arrives, it will be too late. But Manager Yang thought of another layer. This young man clearly has government connections. He can handle many issues. With this in mind, he naturally paid more attention to Chen Qing. Next comes the price discussion. Chen Qing invited Manager Yang and Manager Jean from the bank to his home. Manager Yang was very straightforward, even listing the market price of chromium molybdenum steel, and then quickly estimated the price based on the blueprints. The price was very fair. According to what the other party said, they were only making about 5 profit. However, as everything was added up, Chen Qing started to feel the pinch. The medical room must be equipped. What about medicine? That costs money too. Cold medicine, painkillers, and the like must be stocked up. Glucose, anti-inflammatories, antibiotics, and painkillers must also be sufficiently stocked. Plus, some rare medicines. When he calculated it all up, it came to 850,000. The entertainment room was even more expensive. Skipping over it, he thought the storage space for units sounded very appealing. But when put together, each item was close to 100,000. Adding various gaming equipment and spare parts, the expenses for the entertainment room shot up to 1.3 million. As for food, he simply decided not to go to the supermarket and directly ordered 125 cubic meters of various canned goods. There were so many that they could only be placed on the rooftop. The power generation equipment included not only a diesel engine but also solar panels covering the entire building, wind turbines, and hand-crank generators, each equipped with spare parts. And the family super farm, which is just soil, but surprisingly sold by the kilogram. Adding everything up, the price reached 14 million. That's over budget. Manager Jean smiled at the right moment. Mr. Chen, how would you like to pay? What is the minimum down payment? Usually it's 40. But as a silver card user, you can go down to 20. Great. Chen Qing was delighted. To him, this was equivalent to a 20 clearance sale. A real tearful clearance. It's already more than enough. He also bought some firearms and ammunition, which only cost around 3 million. The three of them were very happy. Chen Qing bought the safe house at a bargain price. Manager Yang closed a deal worth 14 million, and Manager Jean secured a loan in the tens of millions. If it weren't for the lack of preparation at home, it would have been worth a toast. After thinking for a while, Chen Qing asked, Manager Yang, you are an expert. What is the most cost-effective option if the standard is just to survive? In the apocalypse, every bite of food is priceless. Food is the hard currency in the apocalypse. As long as there is food, you can buy anything you can think of. Both he and Chen Man would definitely want to eat delicacies. But food used as a trading chip just needs to be edible. The more, the better. Manager Yang smiled and gave Chen Qing an unexpected answer. Pig feed. Huh. Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. Pig feed is generally made from the oil residue of soybeans, peanuts, sesame, and corn from oil factories, which is the residue left after oil extraction. High in carbohydrates, high in protein, low in fat, all natural, and specially formulated with vitamins. To be honest, not to mention the apocalypse, even now, it's healthier than most people. 6. Chen Qing pondered this issue. He was thinking of directly buying wheat, corn, and other raw materials and seeing if he could process them later. He never expected that with a shift in thinking, everything became clear. How is pig feed usually sold? If the quantity is small, it's generally around 2 yuan per pound. If the quantity is large, it can be obtained for just over a yuan per pound. Okay, this is it. Stock up on pig feed and use it as money in the apocalypse. Chapter 7. No. Is this top-ranked brother really that awesome? Confirming that nothing was overlooked, both parties finalized the contract. Regarding the completion date, Chen Qing set a strict limit, within 20 days. This was still because an additional layer was added to the rooftop. Otherwise, for modular customized homes, they could be assembled in 2 or 3 days. Chen Qing moved into a hotel with Chen Man, staying in a presidential suite for 4,999 a day. Having money is indeed very enjoyable. This suite is at least over 200 square meters, and all the furniture exudes luxury. What Chen Qing liked the most was a large safe. He locked the Zhong Kui painting in the safe and heard Chen Man say, Chen Qing, this is bigger than our home. Inside, there was also a children's room full of toys, but Chen Man wasn't really interested in toys. She just found a wildlife documentary and started watching it with great interest. Recalling his thoughts, Chen Qing's most important task now is to activate the Demon Suppression Tower. He needs to store a massive amount of food. The Demon Suppression Tower has a storage function, but it has not yet experienced ghost energy and has not awakened, for now. It is just an ancient artifact with a bit of age. By the time of the blood moon, it would be too late. Fortunately, Chen Qing knows that there is an ancient tomb in the east of the city, which has a significant background and is said to possibly be a princess's tomb. After the blood moon, it became a major source of ghost tides. There should be enough ghost energy there to activate the Demon Suppression Tower, right? Just as he was thinking about this, Chen Man finished washing up and moved to sleep beside Chen Qing. Good night, Chen Qing. Good night. The next day, Chen Qing received a phone call early in the morning. It was from his homeroom teacher, Lu Shi, nicknamed Shi Lang. Chen Qing, How long do you plan to have that cold? Chen Qing suddenly remembered that he had taken leave a few days ago and hadn't attended class for almost a week. This time it's a bit serious. Hurry up. The talent test is tomorrow. If you can pass, there will be plenty of people eager to pay your college tuition. Got it. Thanks, Brother Shi. After hanging up, Chen Qing remembered that tomorrow was July 24th, the day the Ghost Suppression team would come to test talents. But in his previous life, for some reason, he didn't go. After the blood moon descended, Chen Qing fought desperately to survive and joined the Ghost Suppression Army Reserve, only to discover that he actually had the talent for Ghost Suppression. But by then, it was already too late. Talent must be tested. Only those who pass can join the Ghost Suppression team, the Demon Extermination team, or university, and learn the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique. The Black Prison Contract Ghost technique is crucial for controlling the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower has 12 positions that can suppress 12 ghosts. Once it is full, a Ghost King will be summoned. During the first blood moon, half of Shiming City suffered casualties, but in reality, the high-end combat power was not significantly damaged. Although it felt like the end of the world for ordinary people, overall, order had not collapsed. However, during the second blood moon, the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower went berserk, and with internal and external collusion, Shiming City truly fell. Chen Qing survived to the third blood moon, but upon seeing the scale of the third, everyone had already lost hope. If anyone was likely to survive, it would probably be the Wu family, who possessed the Zhong Kui diagram. With his thoughts wandering, Chen Qing pressed the service bell. After all, it was a presidential suite. And soon 2 attendants pushed in a food cart, ceremoniously delivering breakfast. Everything was laid out: fried ham, fried eggs, fried bacon, cured meat, youtiao, bread, sandwiches, porridge, soy milk, orange juice, along with several side dishes, totaling 15 varieties. Being wealthy is truly enjoyable. After quickly finishing breakfast, Chen Qing said, "Xiao man, don't run around today. If you want anything, just press this service bell. Someone will bring it to you. Today is Saturday, and there are no classes at school." Chen Man nodded and spread out her homework. Chen Qing, who should I ask if I don't understand a problem? Just press this service bell. Those older brothers and sisters will explain it to you. Today, I have to play the role of a tomb raider. Just as he was thinking about where to buy a shovel, he saw a familiar face in the lobby. Chen Shi. What bad luck. Chen Qing had important matters to attend to and didn't want to deal with her, so he directly exited the lobby. Chen Shi had seen Chen Qing at the bank yesterday and had gone to great lengths to track him down to this place. She had indeed done her homework, even finding out Chen Qing's room number. A presidential suite. Now, she had finally confirmed Chen Qing's identity. A low-key rich second-generation, Shiming Security's top-tier user. Building a safe house worth at least 10 million. Someone who could afford a presidential suite. She secretly resented her lack of insight for treating Chen Qing as just a backup. But when it came to dealing with men, she had her ways. So she waited here today, pretending to bump into him. When Chen Qing got close, she would pretend to twist her ankle and fall into his arms. And he would naturally let her sit for a while. As for what came next, hitting a home run today was too fast. It would make him look down on her. She planned to give him a little sweetness first, slowing down the home run to second or third base. However, she never expected that Chen Qing would just walk away. He just walked away? Didn't he see me? Having always been confident in her appearance and figure. This was a heavy blow. Chen Qing, who was about to go to the hardware store to buy tools, saw a camping store and felt a spark of inspiration. Turning in. Inside, military camouflage styles occupied more than half the space. Climbing boots, backpacks, windproof lights, thermal blankets, etc. Chen Qing had a clear goal: a military shovel. After picking up a military shovel, the store owner immediately approached with excitement, pointing to a military shovel hanging on the wall. This one is made of tungsten steel. Can be used as a hoe for digging, as a shovel, or even as a mountain axe for chopping and cutting, and after cleaning. It can serve as a small pot. Oh, and the handle has needles, thread, matches, and a compass. I'll take the most expensive one. The most expensive one was priced at $34.99 with no negotiation. Swipe the card. The store owner was taken aback, realizing he had a big client. He immediately started promoting. Handsome, do you need a phone? Chen Qing was about to shake his head when he caught sight of a huge, thick phone. The store owner, being quite skilled, without saying a word, smashed the phone hard onto the ground. When he picked it up, it was completely fine. Shockproof, dustproof, shockproof, waterproof, dropproof. Under normal use for a week, the power-saving mode could last a month. Plus, it had a distress signal module and satellite calling. This thing is perfect for the apocalypse. Chen Qing immediately nodded. I'll take 4 of them. 3 of them you'll deliver to the presidential suite at the Aria Hotel. Oh, and add 2 more military shovels. The store owner was overjoyed and began promoting other items. One of them was something Chen Qing really needed. A compact flashlight that included a compass, a small knife, a windproof lighter, etc. Feeling intrigued, he asked, do you have anything for dealing with ghosts? Yes. This spray can make ghosts visible. This peachwood knife is made from aged peachwood soaked in black dog blood for 100 days. This radio wave device emits a frequency that makes ghosts very uncomfortable. With one in hand, you won't be troubled by ghosts. Do such things really exist? Even after spending 3 months in the ghost tide, I haven't heard of anything like this. Moreover, with just 1 wire, It could turn into a radio station. I'll buy it. Just like that, he spent nearly 300,000 in this store. After all, he still had 75 million, so he could spend freely. The store owner was so happy he could jump for joy. He upgraded Chen Qing to a lifetime Supreme membership. Perhaps he never expected that the top customer would be so formidable. Even the highest level diamond card couldn't match Chen Qing's aura. After flipping through for a long time, he finally found a diamond card numbered 888, which at least highlighted Chen Qing's uniqueness. Originally meant to be delivered to the hotel, but he was too lazy to move it again after bringing it back home. He said, "My house is still under renovation. Deliver it to this address in 20 days. The store owner was overjoyed and repeatedly said yes. Chapter 8. I'm just playing around with my boyfriend, and you all betrayed me for 3 years. Carrying the military shovel, Chen Qing entered the subway. There is only one subway line in Ximing City. It was crowded, and Chen Qing was busy transferring data from his old phone to the new one. Humph. A girl stomped her foot in front of him, not knowing whether she was being cute or angry, but Chen Qing paid no attention. But the girl was furious. Wasn't she the one who used to want to lick the soles of her own shoes? Why is she ignoring him now that he's right in front of her? She was naturally Chen Qi. She was not someone who easily gave up, especially after determining that Chen Qing was a super high-performing stock. Chen Qing, I've got you locked down. Even Jesus couldn't hold on to him. I'm telling you. Chen Qing didn't look up, focused on moving data. The next stop arrived. Chen Qing still didn't look up. After all, it was his final destination. Suddenly, Chen Qi snatched the phone and dashed outside the subway. Chen Qing was about to chase after her, but her timing was just right. The subway doors closed, separating the two. Chen Qi stood with her feet together, leaning slightly. One hand behind her back, the other shaking the phone, smiling brightly. She chuckled, "Tomorrow, I'll be here, and I'll return your phone." Inside the subway, several boys gasped. With her looks and figure, she was stunning. Who could resist? They looked at Chen Qing with envy. More questions arose. What kind of person could attract such a girl? Chen Qing sneered. He dialed the police. At Changhu Station, a thief stole my new phone. Value? A 14,999 yuan satellite phone. Yes, contact this number. After saying that, Chen Qing ignored it. Act cute? Haha, maybe in the last life. I was blinded by nonsense to fall for this kind of person. Go charm the police now. Everyone in the subway was bewildered. What? This was beyond what a typical guy could describe. This was like a transformer. This obvious beauty was interested in you, and you called the police? The surveillance in the Great Tang is world-renowned. Soon, the police pinpointed the suspect. The criminal facts were crystal clear. In just a moment, the police found Chen Qi, who was waiting for the bus. She was confused. Please come with us. Officer, you must have the wrong person. No mistake, you stole his phone. The surveillance shows it clearly. Isn't this in your hand? This. Chen Qi was speechless. Utterly speechless. How dare he? How could he do this? That scene earlier was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a carefully rehearsed scenario in her mind. The girliness, the vitality. She didn't believe she couldn't win over Chen Qing. Even if he was angry, wasn't it just a matter of acting cute? Grabbing his arm. Pretending to accidentally brush against his chest. If one didn't work, then two. Among countless possible outcomes, she never anticipated this scenario. Let us go. Chen Qi was truly bewildered as the police held her arm. She suddenly broke free from the officer's grip, her eyes reddening. We were just joking. Chen Qing is my friend. No, he is my boyfriend. Don't believe me? I have his number. We chat. I have that too. Please come with us. The police were unyielding, cleaning up the nightlife. They had seen too many tricks like this. There were those who touched themselves while being held, and those who stripped and begged to be let go. What was this level? They were numb to it. If she wanted to explain, she could do so at the station. Chen Qi was truly panicking, being taken to the police car, tears filling her eyes. Wronged. Really wronged. Once at the station, she pulled out Chen Qing's number and dialed. She really wanted to ask, what was going on? Was it really necessary? But it was turned off. He really is my boyfriend. We were just playing around. While making her statement, she cried. Let us not even discuss whether he is your boyfriend, even if he is. This is still a crime. Another officer glanced at her. This phone is worth 15,000. Robbery carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Buzz. Chen Qi froze. 3 years. Tears streamed down her face, her hands trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had already arrived in the eastern part of the city. The atmosphere was heavy. It felt like wearing a thin garment on an autumn morning or suddenly having the blanket pulled off in winter. Having experienced ghost tides, he knew well that even during the day, one could encounter ghosts, though the chances were very slim. At the beginning of the Blood Moon ghost tide, the city's bigwigs had planned a counterattack, including this princess's tomb, so Chen Qing was very familiar with the route. Nowadays, most people had moved into the city, but there were still many villages outside, and many people. There was no choice. They couldn't afford houses in the city. They couldn't sleep on the streets. Could they? After walking straight for half an hour, Chen Qing arrived at an abandoned village. Not far from the village was a mound with a huge dead locust tree on top. Beneath this mound was the princess's tomb. Please, just let me borrow a bit of ghost energy, Chen Qing thought to himself, folding his military shovel into a hoe shape and starting to dig. The top layer of loose soil was easy to dig, but the deeper he went, the firmer the soil became. Each shovel hit with a clang, as if striking stone. The graves of significant figures were usually deep, and Chen Qing had prepared to work for several days. This continued until noon. After another shovel, his hand suddenly loosened. Had he hit a void? Quickly clearing the soil, Chen Qing discovered a slanted passage that could fit a person. A chill emanated from the hole, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. This was ghost energy, a theft tunnel. This tomb had clearly been visited by someone skilled. If it were a proper tomb raider, they would be crying by now, but Chen Qing was filled with joy. What would have taken at least 3 to 4 days of work was now completed in an instant. There had been 2 ghost tides, one in the south and one during the blood moon. Ancient artifacts awakened during the blood moon ghost tide. When the southern ghost tide erupted, the ancient artifacts had not awakened. The arrival of the blood moon was when the artifacts began to awaken. Now, with the blood moon monitoring, the ghost energy at various ghost tide points could also awaken ancient artifacts. This was later confirmed by people. Looking at the ghost energy from this ancient tomb, it should be enough to awaken the Demon Suppression Tower. At that moment, he placed the Demon Suppression Tower at the entrance of the theft tunnel and leisurely began to eat compressed biscuits. Go down. He didn't dare. Right now, he was just an ordinary person inside and out. Judging by this ghost energy, there were definitely many wandering souls inside, and there might even be evil spirits. Wandering souls and evil spirits. Wandering souls, especially those at the first level, could be seen as newborns of ghosts, chaotic and confused, acting on instinct, rarely harming people. Evil spirits, compared to wandering souls, had significantly enhanced strength and stronger intelligence, beginning to hunt humans with purpose because this was their way of advancement. For example, a baby that dies becomes a wandering soul-level child ghost, and once certain conditions are met, it evolves into an evil spirit-level night wailing child. They love to eat children. There must be many wandering souls in this tomb, and the tomb owner was likely an evil spirit. Just as Chen Qing was thinking this, he suddenly saw a middle-aged woman not far away, staring at him intently, carrying a basket on her back and holding a hoe. She must have just returned from foraging for wild vegetables. She glanced at Chen Qing for a long time, but still left. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. With no signal on his phone, he grew bored and dozed off, only to be stirred by a commotion. When Chen Qing looked over, he saw a middle-aged woman leading a group of people, marching aggressively towards him. Yes, right here. I saw it clearly. Is this the tomb raider? How dare you come to steal our things? Are you tired of living? More than a dozen people, most wielding hoes, were filled with righteous anger. Chen Qing thought it was bad news, but he stood up calmly, not panicking at all. Having experienced the apocalypse, he understood a crucial truth. If you show even a hint of weakness, your opponent will grow tenfold stronger. He quietly concealed the Demon Suppression Tower, maintaining a neutral expression as he looked at them. Is there something you need? Chapter 9. Good words can't advise a damned ghost. The leading man, with a face full of flesh, shouted angrily, dare to steal from our village. Are you tired of living? Don't waste time talking to him. Beat him to death. Damn it, beat him to death. The crowd was furious. More people kept eyeing the tomb behind Chen Qing, their eyes burning with intensity. Now, Chen Qing was just an ordinary person. He couldn't possibly take on even one of these burly men. His mind raced, and he boldly stepped aside, revealing the opening of the tomb. A chilling aura spread out, giving him goosebumps even in the middle of the day. I'm from the city Ghost Control Army. We've discovered many evil spirits here. If you want to live, leave quickly. Oh, fear flashed across several faces. Ghosts. If it were before, such things were just used to scare children, but now they were real. Who are you trying to scare in broad daylight? And the Ghost Control Army, what a joke. One person sneered. When the ghost tide started, I was outside the city. I've lived for decades and seen plenty of ghosts, but none have ever touched a hair on me. Right. You haven't even grown hair yet, pretending to be from the Ghost Control Army here. It's broad daylight. Even if there are ghosts, what kind of trouble could they cause? You're just a tomb raider. Get out of the way. The things inside are from our village. Chen Qing frowned tightly. It's already been emptied, and going in there means death. Enough of your nonsense. A girl who looked like a high school student kept filming Chen Qing with her phone, now smirking coldly. You were just pretending to be from the Ghost Control Army. Now pretending to be kind? How amusing. What are you guarding here for? Watching out for ghosts? The old woman who had been foraging for wild vegetables angrily said, Young man, we've shown you enough courtesy by not hitting you. Move aside quickly. We'll pretend this tomb raiding incident never happened. If you don't move, do you believe we'll tie you up and take you to the police station? Good words can't advise a damned ghost. Chen Qing shook his head. Unfazed, he picked up the Demon Suppression Tower, the military shovel, biscuits, bottled water, and stepped aside. The Demon Suppression Tower probably hadn't awakened yet, so he couldn't leave. What are you still standing here for? What? Still thinking about the things inside? I've been digging all morning and am tired, so I'll rest a bit and leave. Brother Nyo, I think this kid is up to no good. He might want to sneak something away. Keep an eye on him. Don't worry, if he manages to steal anything today, I'll take his surname. The burly man walked up to Chen Qing, deliberately bumping into him twice, and coldly laughed. Very interesting. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know there were treasures under our feet. Another person added, You've helped us dig for so long. How about we give you a few dozen bucks as a reward? At this moment, a bolder person had already turned on the rear light of his phone and was the first to crawl inside. Chen Qing thought it was bad. These idiots would wake up whatever was inside ahead of time. The girl who had been filming immediately pointed her camera at him. What do you want to do? Be honest. Article 328, paragraph 1. The crime of excavating ancient cultural sites and tombs refers to the act of excavating ancient cultural sites and tombs that have historical, artistic, and scientific value. Depending on the severity of the circumstances, penalties range from less than 3 years to more than 10 years, or even life imprisonment. I'm going to be a lawyer. Chen Qing wanted to say, aren't you just defining the crime for what you're doing now? But he remained silent, secretly praying for the Demon Suppression Tower to awaken quickly. Damn, so many things. The first person to enter suddenly cheered. The sound echoed in the tomb and the excavation hole, buzzing and rumbling, sounding extremely eerie. All the villagers were suddenly overjoyed. They cheered collectively. Several people fought to squeeze into the narrow excavation hole. I've hit the jackpot. Damn, moving to the city is hope now. Soon. The second person who entered also shouted in excitement. Gold. Jade. Wow. So much gold. I'm rich. Hurry, get the bags. I'm rich. I'm rich. The girl filming coldly laughed. Didn't you just say it had been emptied? Now what? Have you ever thought about why there's an excavation hole, but still so many things left inside? Chen Qing asked calmly. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Right. An excavation hole proves that tomb raiders have been inside. Why would they leave so many things behind? She couldn't figure it out, but stubbornly retorted. What is it to you? Are you jealous because you can't get anything? Kid, have you rested enough? Get lost. The burly man said as well. The noise from inside the hole grew louder. Don't push. Don't push. Everyone be honest. No matter how much there is, it will be shared equally. Don't push. Damn, I'm rich. This ring is definitely worth a lot. This bracelet, wasn't it just flying? Only about 10 people had crawled into the hole, but the noise was equivalent to dozens of people. They were indeed very excited. There's a coffin. Come on. Everyone pushed together. With this shout, a wave of ghostly energy, several times more intense than before, spread out, making everyone shiver. The Demon Suppression Tower trembled slightly. Black mist began to envelop it. It was starting to awaken. In the previous life, the paper armor and paper knife given by Chen Qing had awakened before. So Chen Qing was no stranger to this. To be safe, Chen Qing didn't touch the Demon Suppression Tower, but was ready to flee at any moment. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out. Damn it, you scared me. What happened? It moved just now? What the hell? It really moved. Damn it. Ghost. Ghost. Several screams. Everyone's faces changed drastically. The Demon Suppression Tower finally began to change. The girl who had been filming Chen Qing was suddenly dragged into the hole by something, her hands desperately clinging to the opening at the last moment. Looking at Chen Qing, help me, help me. Chen Qing smiled faintly, dropped the military shovel and other messy items, and fled madly. Buzz. The entire ground shook violently. It felt as if a massive beast was about to emerge from the ground. Chen Qing was jolted up half a foot, nearly stumbling. As he staggered away in a panic. The screams continued. The few people outside were also terrified, and the burly man ran away frantically. Meanwhile, the girl who had been filming suddenly crawled out of the excavation hole leisurely, her complexion strange, eyes bloodshot, looking at Chen Qing's back, stiffly waving. Come back, little brother. Come back, little brother. Inside and outside the hole, about 10 voices spoke in unison, faintly forming a female voice. Chen Qing didn't dare look back and ran for his life. At that moment, all the screams suddenly ceased. The blazing sun was calm. The earth was windless. Only Chen Qing was gasping for breath, desperately holding onto the Demon Suppression Tower, running like a madman. He ran until his lungs felt like they were tearing apart, his throat nearly smoking, before finally collapsing to the ground, breathing heavily. It was definitely at a ghostly level. The people killed by it would probably turn into ghosts themselves. After a while, Chen Qing finally caught his breath. Having run far enough, almost to the city, he looked toward the Demon Suppression Tower. He took out the flashlight he had just bought, pressed it against his fingertip to make a small cut, and smeared blood on it. Instantly, he felt something strange. He weighed the Demon Suppression Tower in his hand, small. With that exclamation, the size of the tower, which was as big as a mineral water bottle, immediately shrank by half. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Small. The tower had now shrunk to the size of a number 5 battery. Looking at a large rock by the roadside, he focused his mind and said, collect. The large rock immediately disappeared, absorbed into the tower, truly worthy of being one of the 2 super ancient artifacts. Chen Qing's heart stirred. He gently threw it out while also thinking, large. The next moment, an iron tower, tall enough to be a person, crashed heavily to the ground. Like a giant hammer striking down, sparks flew, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the cement floor. Chapter 10. I'm sorry, but I'm the bastard. Kind words are useless against a damned ghost. The lives of these people had nothing to do with Chen Qing. On the way back to the hotel, Chen Qing once again arrived at the outdoor camping store. The shopkeeper welcomed him as if he were the god of wealth. He asked if there were any necklaces or other items that could carry half a cigarette. Chen Qing showed half a cigarette for comparison. He didn't take out the shrunk Demon Suppression Tower. Even though no one would recognize it, it was better to be safe than sorry. In the apocalypse, people's hearts were terrifying. It had to be sturdy, cut-resistant, water-resistant, and fire-resistant. Yes, the shopkeeper immediately found a woven rope. This is a type of super-strong polyethylene fiber. 15 times stronger than steel, even stronger than aramid fibers. Don't be fooled by its thinness. It can pull a 5-ton car without a problem. He then took out a finger-sized mummy. Pressing the bottom, it twisted open counterclockwise. Inside, there was a groove big enough to hold half a cigarette. This was called a life-threatening necklace. It was said to have been worn by spies in the past, containing deadly poison that could kill or allow for suicide. Now it was said that extreme enthusiasts would put adrenaline inside. It could save lives at critical moments. Chen Qing examined it. It was just enough to hold the shrunk Demon Suppression Tower. He then asked the shopkeeper to help him wear it around his neck, welding it on. Handsome. Think it over. If it's fixed on, it might take several days without professional tools to remove it. Everything is in order. How much? You are the supreme customer of this store. It's nothing. Chen Qing didn't press the issue and left directly. Downstairs at the hotel, Chen Qing received a call. It was from Chen Qing. As soon as he answered, Chen Qing's frantic voice came through. Chen Qing, what do you mean? Well, will you bastard? Still daring to curse? Chen Qing sneered coldly in his heart and hung up directly. The phone rang again. Chen Qing, don't hang up. Please don't hang up. Chen Qing's voice was already breaking. I'm begging you. I was wrong. You come explain. Chen Qing pretended to be confused. What do you mean? Another voice came through the phone. Today, you reported that someone robbed your phone, but this young lady said you were boyfriend and girlfriend, just playing around. Please come to the station. Otherwise, this young lady would be facing a minimum of 3 years. After hanging up, Chen Qing was somewhat surprised. He truly hadn't expected it to be this serious. He thought it would only be a 15-day detention, but 3 years? Wouldn't that be equivalent to letting her die inside? Wouldn't that be benefiting her? Among the grim faces from his past life, only Chen Qing and Chen Qing couldn't easily die. Moreover, this woman was useful to Chen Qing, very useful. Absolutely. He couldn't let her die in the police station. Damn it. What bad luck. Arriving at the station, Chen Qing saw Chen Qing, who had already cried her eyes red and her makeup was a mess. Looking as dirty as grime. Upon seeing Chen Qing, she lunged at him. Chen Qing suddenly dodged to the side, pushing her hard against a nearby table, shouting, "What the hell?" Chen Qing's hip bone hit the edge of the table, causing her face to twitch in pain. Chen Qing, it's me. Chen Qing forced out a smile, but it looked worse than crying. Huh, Chen Qing, is your family in such trouble that you've resorted to stealing? Chen Qing's expression showed disdain. Robbery too? It's a misunderstanding. Chen Qing winced in pain. At that moment, a middle-aged woman just came out of the restroom and upon seeing Chen Qing, immediately erupted in anger. Ah, it's you, the heartless bastard. The middle-aged woman screamed and lunged to scratch Chen Qing. You're the one who got Shaoxi locked up? You heartless bastard. She was immediately restrained. Chen Qing didn't say a word, turned, and walked away. Chen Qing was anxious. The middle-aged woman was also anxious. Stop. The police also stopped Chen Qing. What is going on? Chen Qing frowned. You reported the robbery. This young lady says you were friends, just playing around. Robbery charges, 3 years. Let us proceed with that. I'm just annoyed by this woman. Chen Qing pointed at the middle-aged woman who was throwing a tantrum, too lazy to argue, and stepped away. You just want to extort money, right? We'll pay. Chen Qing quickly stopped her. Mom, don't make things worse. They're not short of money. I originally wanted to come and explain, but now I don't want to. Chen Qing sneered. The facts are clear. The evidence is conclusive. Let us go with 3 years. The middle-aged woman was furious, her finger trembling as she pointed at Chen Qing. You say one more word, and I'll turn around and leave. Chen Qing smiled at the middle-aged woman. Please apologize for your behavior just now. Apologize? Not a chance. You bastard who caused your parents' deaths. Chen Qing turned around and walked away again. Come back. Give me back. Chen Qing didn't indulge them. He directly turned off his phone and returned to the hotel. Chen Qing, you're back, Chen Man said expressionlessly. He was gnawing on a chicken leg while doing homework, with a tutor sitting beside him. A servant looked at Chen Qing with a bitter smile, finding that tutoring Chen Man was more exhausting than working 2 night shifts. You've worked hard. You can go now. Chen Qing casually took out 200 yuan bills. The servant took them, beaming with joy as he left. Before Chen Qing could say a few words to Chen Man, there was a knock on the door. Chen Qing looked, and it was 2 police officers. One old and one young. Young man, don't be so impulsive. The old policeman said amiably, if we can mediate, let us mediate. Would you feel comfortable locking up a young girl for a few years? Chen Qing thought seriously for a moment. I would feel very comfortable. Is that so? The old policeman was momentarily taken aback. That one sentence disrupted all his subsequent words. The tried and true rhetoric surfaced. The atmosphere became awkward. The young policeman took over the conversation. How do you wish to resolve this? Chen Qing noticed someone hiding in the corridor not far away. Of course, an apology. A daughter committing robbery, a mother hitting and scolding people. What kind of family upbringing produces such uncultured individuals? The figure not far away trembled with rage, unable to contain themselves. Chen Qing felt more at ease. Did you see how that menopausal woman looked today? She was so fierce it scared me to death. I thought a ghost had come. My female cat in heat isn't even that intense. The shadow trembled even more violently. Cough, cough. The police officer awkwardly cleared his throat and waved his hands. All right. Stop with the nonsense. He waved to the back. Yujinsi, come over and apologize. Sure enough, it was the middle-aged woman. Her face was red and her hands were shaking. She said heavily, I'm sorry. Chen Qing directly closed the door. Hey. The young police officer blocked the door with his foot, frowning. What do you mean? Didn't you see how she apologized? Chen Qing sneered. Who the hell is she trying to put on a show for? The old police officer looked dissatisfied, glanced at Chen Qing. Then at the middle-aged woman. If this mediation fails, I won't be responsible anymore, and your daughter will really go in. The middle-aged woman's expression changed at these words. She took a few deep breaths, gritted her teeth. I'm sorry. Chen Qing was cleaning the dirt that had gotten under his nails while digging, without even looking at her. Not sincere enough. The middle-aged woman was shaking with anger. Took a few deep breaths. What happened today was my fault. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. What about insulting my parents? Chen Qing flicked off some black dirt. Are you saying I'm the worthless piece of shit who caused my parents' deaths? The woman paused slightly, took a deep breath, trembling. Her voice turning teary. I am the worthless piece of shit. I am the one who caused my parents' deaths. Is that enough? She tried to calm herself and looked at Chen Qing, her eyes reddening. Chen Qing smiled. No, I mean, when your family apologizes. Do you all look like you want to kill someone? The woman clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She wiped her face vigorously. I'm sorry. I have a foul mouth. I said things I shouldn't have today. Please forgive me. Slap. As she spoke, the woman actually slapped herself hard. Slap. Slap. Chen Qing watched calmly, indifferent. Is that enough? The old police officer frowned. Let us just go with it. Chen Qing smiled and said, I'm more satisfied with this. Let us wrap it up. Chapter 11. We are friends and lip service. The case was dropped. Chen Qing signed a mediation document. Chen Man's eyes were red and swollen. Her makeup a mess. Yujinsi also had red eyes and swollen cheeks. Chen Qing felt not a shred of pity. Compared to his own life and that of Chen Man, this was nothing. Not even worth the interest. But that didn't stop him from feeling great about today. He hummed a tune back to the hotel. Tomorrow, July 24th, he would be testing his talent. He needed to rest early today. On the 24th, Chen Qing felt like he had forgotten something. He couldn't remember what it was, so he let it go. After dinner, he took Chen Man out for a stroll. The streets were bustling, warm with life. Various shops were brightly lit, neon lights dazzling, and street vendors' calls filled the air. What a common scene, but in a month, such sights would completely vanish from this land. Right now, even a rotten piece of orange in the trash was something someone would fight over. Would anyone want the bright white cash, the luxurious clothes in the windows, when the time comes? Looking at the little chubby boy beside him, he realized he hadn't enjoyed a single day of luxury. He was both clumsy and sensible. He had always worked so hard, but just couldn't do many things well because of his slow wits. Sometimes when life was too hard, Chen Qing would scold Chen Shan and Chen Quan for abandoning the two of them. But Chen Man had never blamed anyone. He never blamed Chen Shan when he picked up bottles. He would obediently cook when no one else did. When there was no food at home, he would find ways to collect things to sell. Then he would buy steamed buns to eat. If the money was enough, one for him and one for Chen Qing. If not, they would split it. Even in his previous life, when Chen Qing pressed him onto the knife to die together, he never complained. He just held on to Chen Qing tightly. Now that they had two super ancient artifacts in hand, with a weight lifted off his heart, Chen Qing wanted to enjoy the last days of prosperity with him. Chen Qing squatted down and hugged him. Little man, what do you want? What do you want to eat? What do you want to play? Just tell me. Pancake rolls, with an extra egg. We can eat better food. Do you like KFC? What about ice cream? Too expensive. Have you forgotten I have a super lot of money now? Alright then. Chen Qing didn't mention steak or anything. He knew Chen Man wouldn't like it. That night, Chen Qing felt very relaxed. He picked out several sets of clothes for Chen Man in the most expensive mall. The fabric was soft, without any chemical smell. He bought Chen Man the most expensive children's watch. It could make calls and play games. He bought Chen Man a small bicycle, even though he needed training wheels to ride it steadily. He bought Chen Man the softest, cleanest socks. He bought the brightest shoes and the biggest balloons. Looking at the clean, bright-faced little chubby boy, Chen Qing also smiled. He should have been living like this a long time ago. How should a child of this age live? Chen Man never had a reference answer. So he never corrected the trajectory of his life. Thus, his small world was always empty bottles, always cooking, occasionally some cartoons or animal shows. He wouldn't speak up when beaten, wouldn't retaliate when scolded, just worked hard on his homework. Chen Qing, carrying bags filled with Chen Man's things, felt so satisfied at this moment. Passing by the lottery shop, Chen Qing suddenly froze. He remembered what he had forgotten. The lottery. The 24th lottery. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. Except for the last one, the first 6 numbers were consecutive. At that time, he even complained about how neat the numbers were. It must have been man-made. So he remembered very clearly. Right then, Chen Qing bought 5 tickets. He didn't want to be greedy. TSK, 25 million. Just like that? What a strange world. He sighed and took Chen Man back to the hotel. Chen Man's little belly was round from eating. For the first time in his life, he ate so well and so much. So full. Chen Qing, I'm sleepy. Good night, Chen Qing. Good night, little man. Taking out the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing began to experiment. The Demon Suppression Tower had a storage function that was unquestionable. What Chen Qing wanted to confirm was the flow of time inside. He took a mechanical timer, set the pointer to 0, and put in a cup of boiling water along with the timer. After waiting for 10 minutes, he took the things out. There was no change at all. Not right. There was. The pointer seemed to have moved just a little bit. After thinking for a moment, he reset the timer to 0 and put it back into the space. He would check again tomorrow. If time inside the tower is frozen, then that's best. Find some big hotels and book 100 or 80 tables, so that Chen Man can enjoy the delicious meals customized by top chefs for decades. If time isn't frozen, then considerations for canned food and seeds will have to be made. Everything will be clear by tomorrow. The next day, as soon as Chen Qing woke up, he opened his necklace and took out the timer from the Demon Suppression Tower. The hand pointed to about 4 seconds. After excluding the time spent putting it in and taking it out, the real time might be less than 2 seconds. He had slept for over 8 hours. And if calculated as 2 seconds, that means a time difference of nearly 15,000 times. This implies that hot dishes kept inside could stay warm for about 300 days. If we consider the freshness level, 30 years could still be considered fresh. According to the flow of time, 40 years had just passed in a single day. Very comfortable. He needed to get more of the pancake rolls and Western fast food that Chen Man liked. Having confirmed the functions of the Demon Suppression Tower, the next step was to stock up. He still had 7 million in hand and needed to exchange as much money for goods as possible. For example, pig feed. However, he had to go test his talent in the morning first. He must master the contract ghost technique. Today was Sunday, but the school was very lively. With spiritual power talent, one could enter the ghost army, the ghost extermination team, or even martial arts schools. Regardless of which, it was a step toward success. In his previous life, Chen Qing had given up on testing. First, he thought that if he left, Chen Man would have no one to take care of her. Second, it was due to his inferiority complex. A child without parents, no matter how tough the exterior seemed, hid a broken heart inside. In fact, Chen Qing's confidence was built thanks to the apocalypse. It was through countless life and death battles that he gradually stood firm and gained confidence. Chen Qing, I thought something happened to you. A sturdy boy approached. Ho Tianyi, Monkey, his brother. Monkey? Chen Qing was stunned. His childhood best friend, who had been covered in blood when those people came in that day, was likely killed by them. Chen Qing tightly hugged Monkey. Good brother. Damn. So disgusting. Let go. I'm straight. We're just friends. Let go. After a while, Monkey said, why not give it a try? Chen Qing shivered and finally let go. At this moment, the person on the flag-raising platform began to speak. Today, the person testing your talents is the captain of the Ghost Army's 5th team, Han Yuan. A burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood on the platform. Chen Qing was stunned. It was the captain? In his previous life, Chen Qing had followed Han Yuan. He survived the 3rd Blood Moon Ghost Tide, while Han Yuan died during the 2nd Tide because his ghost betrayed him. That terrifying existence was at the level of a malevolent spirit, and this ghost came from the Demon Suppression Tower. Han Yuan was the previous master of the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 12. Energy level on the flag-raising platform. Han Yuan spoke confidently, in the same weight class. You can hardly find a more fragile species than humans. Not to mention the terrifying ghosts. The reason humans have been able to resist ghosts for so many years is because of their powerful souls. Soul movement, essence spirit, ghost spring. But the premise of cultivation is that you must have this talent. As long as your talent reaches level 1, you can become a reserve member of the Ghost Army and the Ghost Extermination Team, with an additional 50 points on the college entrance exam. If your talent reaches level 2, you can become a formal member of the Ghost Army and the Ghost Extermination Team, with an additional 100 points on the college entrance exam. If you reach level 3, believe me, it will definitely exceed your imagination. Han Yuan smiled mysteriously and stopped speaking. The crowd became restless. Many had heard of what he said to some extent, but when a captain of the Ghost Army said these words in person, the feeling was naturally different. Now let's begin. The test is simple. Just place your hand on the huge ghost pearl on the platform. The ghost pearl was translucent, with grayish-black mist swirling slowly inside. One student went up to test, but there was no change. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. At the 4th, the mist seemed to be blown away, slightly dispersing. Wait, the staff waved their hands. Do it again. The student, filled with excitement, reached out again. No matter where he touched, the gray-black mist was pushed away, as if avoiding his hand. This was a sign of spiritual power leakage. Han Yuan said loudly, only in this way can you cultivate. His energy level was only level 1, but that didn't mean his future would be poor. Just like IQ. A high IQ person might learn more easily, but it didn't mean they would come first. Energy levels can be improved. Those with lower levels shouldn't feel disheartened. Next, one after another, people went up. The proportion of those with talent was about 20, but most were level 1. Occasionally, someone would get a level 2, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. At that moment, another person went up. As soon as he placed his hand on it, the mist in the ghost pearl swirled rapidly as if blown by the wind. Energy level. The crowd immediately exclaimed, wow, a big shot has arrived. This is impressive. Others seem to be blowing lightly, but he acts like he turned on a fan. Another person went up, and Chen Qing frowned. It was Chen Qing, the brother of Chen Shi, the second on the assassination list. That knife was the one he stabbed into Chen Qing's chest. Chen Qing naturally remembered that his energy level was level 1. However, temperament and circumstances would determine future heights. In his previous life, Chen Qing started off arrogant. But after losing a ghost pet, he lost all courage to face ghosts and instead sought protection behind others. Let alone this life. No matter how many levels you have. I will definitely live to flay you alive. Literally, flay you alive. Chen Qing was a bit nervous, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on the pearl. The ghost pearl trembled slightly, and the mist began to swirl wildly. What the hell? Is this stuck? No way, no way, this is another level 2. The crowd gasped in surprise, and Chen Qing was also taken aback, but it quickly turned into joy. Han Yuan was also somewhat surprised and exclaimed, "There's actually a level 2. Hearing it was level 2, everyone was shocked. Teacher, is level 2 the highest level? How rare is this? Is it considered a once-in-a-million talent? Don't mind that." Han Yuan waved his hand. A high talent will definitely speed up cultivation. But it's not the only condition, nor does it determine that his future achievements will be higher than others. Although he said this, everyone was cheering. They had seen this kind of plot too many times. It often said in novels that such people can cultivate in one day to match others' several days of effort. Damn it, what bad luck. Monkey spat. As he didn't get along with Chen Qing. After cursing a few times, it was his turn. Monkey casually placed his hand on the ghost pearl. The ghost pearl lightly rolled. Energy level. Next. Monkey was slightly stunned, then overjoyed. I'm going to bring glory to my ancestors. The next one was Chen Qing. Chen Qing knew he had talent. So in his previous life, when Han Yuan from the Ghost Army attacked the Zhongpan community, he gave Chen Qing an introductory cultivation method and promised to provide more advanced techniques once he mastered it. But by then, it was too late. Chen Qing could only squeeze out a little time to cultivate amidst the overwhelming pressure. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing and nodded. Chen Qing placed his hands on the ghost orb. Whoosh. It was as if a hairdryer had been turned on, and the mist inside the ghost orb swirled up. Wow. Here it comes again. Another one appeared. The big shot is here. Han Yuan and several staff members were somewhat surprised. It's still a level. Level 6, Xiao Qingzi. The monkey immediately ran over to congratulate him. Does the big shot still take younger brothers? Chen Qing, you are awesome. The homeroom teacher, Shi Zhilang, also came over. He patted Chen Qing heavily on the shoulder, saying, "See, that's why I let you participate in the test." Chen Qing. Suddenly, Chen Qing walked over. Looking coldly at Chen Qing, his eyes almost bursting with flames. You're the one who hurt my mom and sister, right? I didn't hit them. Chen Qing sincerely shook his head. Your mom was the one who hit herself while apologizing to me, slapping herself left and right. Oh right, she not only hit herself, but she also said I was a dog thing slap. You're an adult, slap. Chen Qing vividly described the scene. He looked at him calmly. Chen Qing was already furious. Clenching his fists, he charged forward. I'll fuck your mom. Chen Qing lifted his leg and kicked hard at his thigh. Chen Qing staggered back a few steps, clutching his thigh, wincing in pain. Is there really no one to teach you and your family? Chen Qing frowned. Your sister steals things at the slightest disagreement. Your mom makes a scene at the police station, and you curse at others' moms without hesitation. Can't you have some upbringing? I'll teach your mom some manners. Chen Qing was so angry he was a bit dazed, limping forward again. Slap. Chen Qing slapped him on the nose. The nose is fragile and connected to the tear ducts, and tears burst out of Chen Qing's eyes. Afraid of being seen, he quickly covered his face and squatted down. Chen Qing held his hands, slowly prying them apart. The sight of his tear-streaked face appeared before everyone. Don't cry. This is so pointless. Chen Qing comforted him. All right. I won't hit you anymore, okay? It was like a parent soothing a child. You. Chen Qing angrily wiped his face with his sleeve, pointing at Chen Qing, gritting his teeth. Chen Qing raised a hand, pretending to strike. Chen Qing instinctively stepped back. Look, you can't even win a fight. And you're scared like a dog, yet you're here yelling at your mom. Chen Qing cursed under his breath. He waved his hand, turned around, and ignored him. Shi Zhilang and the monkey looked on in shock. What happened to Chen Qing? The once silent, timid boy who would swallow everything suddenly transformed like this? Arrogant and unrestrained, as if cloaked in the wind, rustling with energy. Are you okay? The monkey looked at Chen Qing in surprise and asked cautiously. Chen Qing remained silent. Okay, how could that be? Who doesn't have a pile of hardships behind a drastic change in temperament? But he wasn't someone who liked to bare his heart. He just shook his head. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Chen Qing, Chen Qing, Yang Xingxue, Huaxia. The staff called out a long list of names. Please come to the stage. Chen Qing. Shi Zhilang immediately shouted, they probably want to pull you into the Ghost Army. Don't rush to agree. Wait a few days and see if the martial arts school can offer better conditions. Martial arts school? Chen Qing wouldn't consider that. By the time he entered the martial arts school, the Blood Moon would have already arrived. The few of them went up on stage. At this moment, Chen Qing particularly didn't want to be with Chen Qing, deliberately lagging a few steps behind. Just as Shi Zhilang had said, Han Yuan wanted to pull them into the Ghost Army. All the students were shaking their heads. Like Shi Zhilang said, they saw themselves as commodities, waiting for a price. But Chen Qing was very firm. I only have one condition. Oh, Han Yuan looked over. I want to choose any technique from the ghost army. That's a must. Techniques? Aren't those meant to be taught to others? Hello, boss. Chen Qing punched his chest in salute. Han Yuan was surprised that Chen Qing knew the ghost army's salute, but quickly returned the gesture. Welcome to the team. The others also stood up, saluting in unison. Welcome to the team. Everyone exchanged smiles, laughing even harder. This feeling was wonderful. It was like crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. Unexpectedly meeting an old friend. Chapter 13. That blind man Shi Zhilang watched from a distance, somewhat lost in thought. Chen Qing was not an easy student to deal with. An orphan, right? No one taught him how to use chopsticks. No one taught him that spicy snacks are junk food, and no one taught him how to mend his pants when they tore, while others were learning to speak. Being taught to call adults uncle and aunt. Orphans spend a long time learning these basic things from the disdainful looks of others. So Chen Qing was not a worry-free student. Sensitive, insecure, and full of various problems. But often, the one most loved by parents is also the one with the most shortcomings and problems. So Shi Zhilang's protection of Chen Qing was almost out in the open. As long as he was around, no one could bully Chen Qing. But now, looking at that arrogant and unrestrained boy on stage, he suddenly smiled slightly. This guy, who had lost both parents and still had to take care of his younger brother, seemed like he wouldn't need his concern anymore. On the way back, Chen Qing called out to the monkey. Monkey, do you trust me? The monkey was taken aback, grinning widely. First tell me what it is, and then I'll decide if I trust you. Stock up on more food, instant noodles, canned goods, anything that can last longer. No problem. The monkey nodded. This little matter is approved. If conditions allow, we can consider building a safe house at home. Safe house. The monkey frowned. That was no small project. Do you have some inside information? Not really, but this time it might be difficult. Chen Qing didn't elaborate, as it was too far-fetched. The monkey nodded. I'll go convince them. Chen Qing also sent a text message to Shi Zhilang, asking him to stock up on food as well. Without specifying the reason, Shi Zhilang replied with one word. Okay. The monkey's family also lived in the Jiangpan community, but since Chen Qing was staying at a hotel, they didn't go together and parted ways at the intersection. While still on the road, Chen Qing called Manager Yang. Manager Yang. Do you have any reliable pig feed manufacturers on your side? Are you really going to buy? No. I'm just curious and want to stock up a little. You know, I have a bit of paranoia. There are some. Soon, Manager Yang sent over a document. It was inconvenient to look at it in detail while on the road, but a quick glance revealed over 10 pig feed manufacturers. When he returned to the hotel, a luxurious lunch was already laid out in front of Chen Qing, who was eating with grease all over his mouth. Chen Qing also sat down, casually grabbing a battle-axe steak and starting to munch while looking around. Among these manufacturers, 2 are quite suitable, local, with reasonable prices and appropriate scales. I called one of them and asked about the price. How much do you want? 1,000 tons. 3 million then. What if we add meat to it? The person paused slightly, sounding a bit impatient. Are you adding meat to pig feed? Are you bored? I'm not joking. I'm Manager Yang from Sambai Wailer who referred me. Oh, not adding commercial meat, but adding zombie meat. You know, those aged frozen fish and frozen meat. If you have connections, we can also use scraps from processing plants. It's really strange that someone is adding meat to pig feed these days. This customer service is a bit arrogant. All right. We'll discuss it and get back to you by tomorrow. After hanging up, Chen Qing let out a long breath. Without meat for a long time, one can feel weak. If you eat sparingly, 10 adults would consume 1 ton a year, and 1,000 tons would be enough to support a community. The vitality of a person is the foundation of everything. Without it, even the strongest formation will collapse. In places where people's vitality is strong enough, evil spirits dare not approach, like military camps or schools. But the money is not enough. I still need to find a loan shark to raise some funds. Just as Chen Qing was about to make the second call, the necklace on his chest suddenly vibrated gently. Chen Qing was startled, and his heart tightened. There is a ghost. There is a ghost here. A strange voice, filled with joy, echoed. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan. Suddenly, a ghost about half a meter tall, thin and small, with tattered clothes and carrying a huge bag with a diameter of at least 1 meter, appeared in the room. Is it Jinbu Huan? Chen Qing was slightly stunned. Jinbu Huan. He shouted, but there was no response. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan. As Jinbu Huan spoke, he jumped high and landed in a flip-flop, disappearing from sight. The flip-flop naturally turned into a pure gold one. Weighing it, the gold flip-flop was about 10 pounds. Gold has a high density, and this flip-flop has a thick sole. If given the chance to sell it, it could be exchanged for some supplies. So he casually placed it into the Demon Suppression Tower. Chen Qing arrived at Jiangpan Community. The construction of his safe house was in full swing, with promising progress. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qing turned into the northeast corner of the community, where the electric bike shed was located. Behind the electric bike shed, he saw a familiar figure, Uncle Xia, who was blind. In this apocalypse, there were only 2 people who did not betray Chen Qing, the monkey and Uncle Xia. In Jiangpan Community, there was also Chen Qing's relative, his aunt. When Chen Qing was 13, there was a time when they truly ran out of food. Chen Qing, with a thick face, begged his aunt for 200 yuan, using the last bit of his dignity. But all he received was humiliation. Especially when Chen Qing was hiding in the hallway, he heard his aunt laughing at home. Each word was deeply etched in his mind. That little brat has always targeted me. Everything is better than him. Look. Now her little bastard has come to my door. That winter, Chen Qing once thought he and Chen Man would die. It was at this moment that Uncle Xia gave him a bunch of dirty, smelly small change, totaling 48. 5 yuan. Among them were even 2 toy bills. So, when the blood moon arrived, Uncle Xia was full, and Chen Qing could eat. If it weren't for Uncle Xia's constant refusal, he would have taken him home long ago. At this moment, Uncle Xia was cooking. A blind man living alone would definitely have poor hygiene. The water in the pot was murky, and he fumbled to place the small pot on a stove made of 3 bricks, taking a long time to light the wood underneath with a lighter. Those woods were likely construction scraps. During this process, the lighter even burned his hand, but perhaps he was already used to it. He just shook his hand and ignored it. When the water in the pot started to bubble, Uncle Xia tore open a wrinkled instant noodle package, feeling around to place the noodle cake in, then added the seasoning packets one by one. He shook the crumbs from the instant noodle bag into his hand and ate them, licking the seasoning packets clean. After a while, Uncle Xia took out a wooden board, pushed the ashes over to extinguish the fire, and then took a pair of disposable chopsticks from a large bag beside him. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly frowned. Who? Chen Qing took a deep breath, put on a smile, and said, Uncle Xia, it's me, Chen Qing. Uncle Xia immediately greeted him. Come. Do you want some noodles? Chen Qing went over, sat on a dark, worn brown sofa, and smiled. How have you been lately? It was messy here. But Chen Qing knew that nothing could be moved. Uncle Xia had long memorized the positions of everything. Even moving a little would cause trouble. Chen Qing thought about how to give him money. Unlike other struggling people, Uncle Xia was a strong and stubborn man. Even Chen Qing was full of inferiority. But Uncle Xia, even though he was blind, he was still a standout wherever he went, like a flag planted in a pile of garbage. You haven't been here for a while. Chen Man came by a few days ago and gave me a pancake. Chen Qing was a bit surprised. Don't look at this kid as if he's missing a screw. He will definitely become a big shot when he grows up. Uncle Xia laughed. What about you? You must have tested your talent. How did it turn out? I passed. Talent level, very outstanding, right? Really? Uncle Xia was overjoyed. See, after adversity comes prosperity. Chen Qing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Uncle Xia, it's like this. After passing the talent test, they will send shopping cards. But the shopping cards are about to expire. I bought a lot of things, some I can't finish. If you can't finish them, give them to me. You little brat, get more milk or something. Okay, I'll send it over right away. Immediately, Chen Qing went to the supermarket, not picking expensive items, but selecting things like biscuits, instant noodles, bread, ham sausages, self-heating rice, and so on. When 2 big bags were delivered to Uncle Xia, he was overjoyed. After some small talk, Chen Qing then said goodbye and left. Uncle Xia faced the direction Chen Qing left, feeling the 2 big bags of goods, silent. After a long time, he sighed. Where is there a ghost army that sends shopping cards, and even expired shopping cards? I'm just blind, my heart is not blind. Saying this, he bowed to a broken statue of Buddha in the corner. The world is not peaceful. I hope the 2 kids are safe and healthy. The following content is unrelated to the main text. If it does not meet 1,000 words, it cannot be published alone and can only be added here. Readers can skip this. The childhood of fireworks was very hard. I picked up garbage, collected livestock dung, and picked up leftover vegetables and rotten leaves after the market closed. The most embarrassing moment was wearing a pair of high heels I found at class, squeezing my feet to death, afraid my classmates would see. I lingered for half an hour after school, only daring to go home after everyone had left. Every semester's tuition was delayed again, and every day in class. I couldn't dare to look my homeroom teacher in the eye. In middle school, after a home visit from the teacher, they said I was too sinful. Then they called on the whole class to donate money to me, which I accepted, and then inferiority accompanied me throughout my middle school years. To be honest, it took a long time and a long road for fireworks to be able to tell this experience as a joke to everyone. In Chapter 9, the mention of 48 blocks of 5 refers to the tuition fee for Yinhua's first year, a number and a hardship that will never be forgotten. Even during college, the monthly living expenses were only 400. To be honest, I have never heard of a lower amount than Yinhua's throughout middle school, and it was only with the support of a retired lady, Zhang Yun, that Yinhua was able to finish school. Therefore, after this book started to gain some traction, Yinhua chose to sponsor a child. In fact, it's like sponsoring 1.5, because for the second child, she only gives 200 a month and didn't have the heart to mention it. Yinhua is very aware of the difficulties these children face. Now, wanting to help the second child, Yinhua dares to ask the readers to consider contributing a bit for free to Power Love. Yinhua has calculated that if just 1% of the readers contribute, it would approximately support this girl until she reaches adulthood. If it's not enough, Yinhua will make up the difference. If there's any surplus, it will help a 3rd child, 4th child, 5th child. Sponsors will be acknowledged as, my ghost pet is Zhong Kui readers. How cool is that, my friends? Just by contributing once, it counts as sponsoring a child. Just thinking about it makes us feel so awesome. It's simply heartwarming. We are the conscience of the world. The kind of passionate force that can burn through everything. By the way, to clarify the situation, this girl is an orphan, and she has a younger sister, both of whom are not doing well academically. I have visited her small house, seen her household registration book, and talked to the village secretary to ensure that the situation is real. Let us use this winter break to gather some love-written living expenses for her. Cheers. Supplement on August 27, 2025. The older girl has already started her internship, while the younger one is still being sponsored. I never expected that what started as a plan to sponsor two sisters would grow so much. The number of sponsored children has reached 599, and on September 12th, about 360 more will be sponsored. Yenhua has also taken on an advertisement for a certain app, and the revenue from the ads will also go into the scholarship fund. This year, it should surpass 1,000 children. Chapter 14. Don't think too much, don't ask too many questions, don't be curious. After all, it's a blind spot, and I can't give too much money, fearing being targeted. Let us keep it like this until the blood moon approaches. I'll have to bring him home by then. With this thought, the feed factory called. We can do it, according to your needs. With a meat content of around 8, it will cost an additional 320 yuan per ton. So little? Chen Qing was taken aback. Originally, 1 ton was sold for 3,000 yuan, and with the added meat, it surprisingly only increased by 10. But upon further reflection, it wasn't that strange. First, the meat content was low, and second, the meat used was not good quality. Let's settle on 300, and start with 1,000 tons. Please send over your account number. The other side was slightly taken aback. It was their first time encountering such a business deal. But they immediately sent over the account number. 3 million was promptly transferred. Soon, the phone rang again, and this time the tone was much more polite. Sir, how should I address you? At this point, he also found it absurd, not even knowing the surname, yet directly transferring 3 million. Weren't they afraid we were scammers? Chun, time was a bit tight. So please arrange the production quickly and just let me know when it's ready. Sure, I will give you a 24-hour operating number. You can communicate any instructions with me. After hanging up, Chen Qing called Manager Yang again. Manager Yang, do you have any empty warehouse I can borrow? At most for a week. Yes, there are 3 empty warehouses in the North City high-tech zone. You can go anytime, and I'll give you a heads up. Thank you. No problem. Without wasting time, he took a taxi directly to the high-tech zone. Before the ghost tide, this place was almost running 24 hours nonstop. Although the influence of the ghost tide in the north was minimal, one could tell from the current vacancy rate of the warehouses that it had already affected various aspects. All 3 warehouses were quite large, over 10,000 square meters, and what Chen Qing liked most was the conveyor belt. It connected directly from the back door of the warehouse to the front door. The best part was that the conveyor belt passed through 2 security inspection machines, and the entire warehouse was divided into 3 areas by the 2 machines. The 3 areas could not see each other. In short, he would just need to have them pack the vegetables and place them on the conveyor belt. Chen Qing pulled out a phone number. I'm card number 527. Do you have any discounts for booking at your hotel? Yes, sir. As long as it's within the city, if you book a full table, we can package it for delivery, with a penalty for exceeding the time. If you book more than 50 tables, we also have a mobile catering service that can cook on site. Chen Qing knew about this, so he asked, how much for 1 table? There are 5 tiers of dishes, ranging from 688 to 4,888. The standard for 688 is I'll take the 4,888 option. The 4,888 yuan table includes 18 dishes, exquisite 8 cold dishes, garlic Australian lobster, poached prawns, wine-infused fresh fish, Huaxia treasure crab, special sauce beef head, scallion oil Dalian abalone, lotus leaf stewed turtle, absolutely exquisite delicacies. But it all sounded too extravagant. He asked about other tiers. The 688 option included home-style dishes like sweet and sour ribs, twice-cooked pork, and meatball soup. Surprisingly, it was more to his taste. Is this the fate of the poor? Book 100 tables at 4,888, 500 tables at 1,288, and 1,000 tables at 688. Sir, are you sure? The other side was momentarily stunned. 100 tables is already quite a large booking. I've never heard of a scale of 1,600 tables. Moreover, it was a big taboo for banquet tables to have different tiers. If there's no money, it's better to have the menu and drop 2 tiers than to have some tables better than others. So they took Chen Qing for a prank call or a scam. Of course, in the service industry, they could only smile along. Then come to the high-tech zone warehouse area, warehouse 211. I'm sorry, sir, but because your order quantity is a bit exaggerated, we need to charge a deposit before we can come. Oh, how much? The total price is 182 million, and we need a 20 deposit, which is 364,000. What is your account number? The operator reported the account number, secretly laughing. This type of scam was really too glitch. They would probably say something about freezing the bank card soon, followed by a bunch of old tricks like clicking on links in text messages or something. Damn. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly a voice shouted, "There's a big order of 1,600 tables in the warehouse area? Are they planning to treat the whole city?" The operator was stunned. What? Isn't this clearly a scam? How could it be real? Quick, everyone get moving. The chefs in Group 1 rushed to bring ingredients for 100 tables of home-style dishes, and the rest quickly went to procure materials. They called all suppliers to ensure this order. The operator hesitated slightly. Is this a scam? The deposit has already been transferred. Damn it. The entire hotel became busy. Everyone was astonished. 1,600 tables. Were they really planning to treat the whole city? The hotel moved quickly, and the mobile catering service arrived at the warehouse area soon. But the chefs were a bit dumbfounded. Where's everyone? Just one? Where are all the guests eating? Mr. Chen, where are the people eating? This is an urgent task. Just ignore it, pack everything, and put it on the conveyor belt. Someone will take it away from the back of the warehouse. You are only allowed in the front unloading area, strictly prohibited from going to the back. Don't overthink. Don't ask too many questions. Don't be curious. The chef's heart skipped a beat, and many guesses immediately filled his mind. His gaze towards Chen Qing had already changed significantly. Could it be the Ghost Army? This young man, at such a young age, must already be a prominent figure in the Ghost Army. He was curious in his heart, but held back from inquiring, just signaling his companions to start arranging things. This was a semi-trailer truck. After starting the switch, the doors on both sides opened, and with a rumbling sound, it gradually unfolded into a space of about 7 by 7 meters. The chefs moved quickly and soon became busy. The sound of chopping vegetables quickly filled the air. The conveyor belts in the warehouse were covered with plastic sheets, and once lifted, they looked brand new. Moreover, the meals were all pre-packaged, so even if there was dust, it wouldn't matter. Whoosh! The fire was on. With strong heat, the speed of serving dishes was also fast. And soon the first dish rolled over half the warehouse and arrived in front of Chen Qing. Opening it revealed stir-fried pork slices, steaming and fragrant. Chen Qing was very satisfied and stored it in the Demon Suppression Tower, with a 15,000 times time flow rate difference. This meant that even if it was taken out 10 or 20 years later, the dish would still be hot. Chen Man could comfortably spend the rest of his life. Then came the second, third, 100th, and 200th dishes. 2 hours later, the speed of serving suddenly doubled. It should be that the second batch of people had arrived. In such a rush, it soon became evening. After calling Chen Man, telling him to eat and sleep by himself, Chen Qing casually grabbed 2 boxes and got back to work. This was using mental power to collect dishes. At this moment, Chen Qing was already extremely tired, but it seemed that his mental power was subtly growing stronger. Could this also be considered a form of cultivation? Chapter 15. Don't inquire too much about Jianghu matters like Chen Qing. The chefs in the food truck had already soaked several layers of clothing with sweat. Everyone was exhausted. Clap, clap, clap. The manager appeared, suddenly wearing a smile. Everyone, perk up your ears and listen. Hey, keep working, listen up. The chairman knows about this order. He has said that if this order is done well, each person will get a bonus of 10,000. Wow. What? 10,000? Awesome. Long live the chairman. Damn it, I'm going to die on this food truck today. Let us work harder, brothers. Everyone was ecstatic. The head chef seemed to think of something and leaned over to ask softly. That young man is quite influential, right? Chances are he is from the Ghost Army. The manager whispered. Recently, the Ghost Army has been very active, probably planning something big. I bet all these are for the Ghost Army. Then why not go to the military directly? Wouldn't it be better to do it on-site now? What do you think? If we could do it on-site, would I be asking you? The manager rolled his eyes at him. Don't inquire too much about Jianghu matters. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from the chairman. Even though he couldn't see it, the manager naturally shrank down a bit when answering the phone. Xiao, this matter must be handled well. Do you understand? Yes, chairman. Rest assured, I guarantee it with my head. I wish I could run over myself. But they didn't go through official channels, so I can't show up. In short, remember, if this order is done well, we might be able to connect with them. Understood. Absolutely, we'll handle it. The chairman was still not at ease and reminded. Recently, there have been many Ghost Army members in the city. According to several big figures, the Ghost Army may take over Shiming City. In any case, whatever that young man says, follow it unconditionally. Don't ask. Don't be curious. Just focus on doing your job. That's better than flattering 1,000 times. Understood. Understood. The manager hung up the phone and dove back into the food truck, emphasizing, wear your hats tightly. I know everyone is hot, but we must maintain hygiene. Not a single hair should fall. You, go, get 10 more cans of gas, and also 20 gene of green onions, 200 gene of potatoes. You pick the best ones yourself. Xiao, make the meat cubes a bit finer. Just as Chen Qing was about to yawn, he suddenly slapped his forehead. While collecting the dishes, he opened his phone. Chen Man loved KFC the most, and he had forgotten to order it. So, he ordered 100 family buckets from each of the 21 stores in the city. He also called the manager to help put it on the conveyor belt. The manager's attitude was explosively good. One could almost hear him bowing over the phone. Chen Qing was puzzled. Is the service industry this competitive now? But soon, a call came in. Sorry, sir, we don't have enough family buckets in our store. Please cancel or order 50 instead. Similar calls were received several times. But in the end, over 1,600 buckets were still ordered. Chen Qing thought for a moment and casually ordered a mix based on the takeout list. Everything from skewers, marinated dishes, fried chicken, ice cream, milk tea, fried rice, pastries, massive quantities. At the entrance of the northern square, 8 delivery riders were a bit curious. Are you also from the warehouse area? You too? Amazing. Is it popular to eat KFC at a banquet now? Let us go take a look. The more they walked, the more surprised they became, because more and more delivery riders joined this crowd. Soon, it formed a massive army of electric vehicles. Warehouse area? You too? The closer they got to the high-tech zone, the more shocked everyone was. Later, they didn't even need to ask anything anymore. When I was in elementary school, I wrote a novel with a rich man to highlight his wealth. I said he ate 100 family buckets every day. Damn. I actually saw this happen in my lifetime. When they arrived at the warehouse area, the crowd of electric vehicles was already jammed together. The manager had to start directing traffic and also guiding everyone to put things on the conveyor belt. Almost everyone was asking who this Chen person who placed the order was. But the manager just frowned and said, "Don't inquire about Jianghu matters. Don't inquire about Jianghu matters. Don't inquire about Jianghu matters." At 9 o'clock in the evening, a batch of helpers was brought in from other hotels. The speed increased significantly. Finally, at 2 in the morning, everything was completed. Everyone was exhausted, including Chen Qing. After a day of intense mental exertion, his brain felt itchy, as if something was about to grow. The manager's voice was hoarse, but he still dialed Chen Qing's number. "Mr. Chen, the order has been fully completed. Can you sign for it?" Chen Qing quickly arrived in front of the warehouse, but saw dozens of chefs, and they were not in uniform, clearly from different hotels. He couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Goodness, I didn't expect the hotel industry to be this united. When one is in trouble, 8 come to help. Without any hesitation, he signed. "Oh, I'll transfer the money now." No rush, it can be done anytime. The hotel industry has become this competitive? They're not even in a hurry to collect the money. At this moment, Chen Qing felt that his mind was flawed. Although he didn't understand, he was very willing. It would be even better if he could pay in installments. The manager and the head chef directed everyone to start cleaning up the mess on the floor. They worked quickly and soon left with a cart full of garbage. Once everything calmed down, a delivery electric scooter slowly arrived, continuously comparing addresses, and inquired with confusion, "Who is Chen something? I have your delivery. Oh no, your takeout. Enjoy your meal." Chen Qing took the milk tea and handed it to the delivery guy. "Hey buddy, could you give me a ride back? I'll treat you to milk tea. And you can have some skewers too. The spicy ones are yours as well." The delivery guy was a bit dazed. He had encountered the most bizarre night of his career. After dropping Chen Qing off at the hotel, he took 2 sips of milk tea and mumbled, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." When Chen Man returned to the hotel, he woke up groggily. "Good night, Chen Qing. Good night." Chen Man fell asleep immediately, snoring loudly. Chen Qing suddenly thought of something and took out the lottery ticket. 25 million. I'm going to be rich. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. This was the winning number drawn on the 24th, starting with 24. No need to check, I must have won. This set of numbers is too special. I can't forget it even if I try. I seem to have heard that taxes need to be paid. Is it 20? Should I wear a helmet when claiming the prize? Chen Qing mumbled to himself and casually searched for the winning numbers. Then he froze. 4, 6, 9, 18, 24, 27, 32. Did he read it wrong? He carefully checked the numbers again. Then he checked the date, July 24th. That was correct. So where did the problem lie? 6. It's really 6. He ripped the lottery ticket to shreds and fell asleep holding Chen Man. Chapter 16. Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. Perhaps it was because he needed to think more. Chen Qing slept until noon. Chen Man had already gone to school by himself. After eating, he went to report to the 5th Brigade of the Ghost Guard Army. "Chen Qing, welcome." Han Yuan punched his left chest with his right fist and saluted. Chen Qing returned the salute. "You might already know, but let me introduce our brigade. The Ghost Guard Army, the Demon Slayer team, and the Martial Arts School constitute the 3 major cultivation systems today. Among them, the Ghost Guard Army is mainly responsible for guarding, with the largest number, forming the foundation of the entire Tang dynasty. The Demon Slayer team is more dangerous. They belong to the mobile forces, responsible for decapitation and exploration, akin to special forces, representing the most advanced combat power. The martial arts school gathers most of the talented individuals who are not accustomed to killing, focusing on technique improvement, weapon development, etc. For example, the standard weapon in the army, the Kunwa knife, was developed by the martial arts school. Chen Qing naturally knew this. The best treatment goes to the Demon Slayer team, but Chen Qing had to take care of Chen Man, making it impossible for him to fight in wars. "You seem to know quite a bit about the Ghost Guard Army. Do you know what 3 types of weapons we have? Kunwa knife, Kunlun crossbow, and guns?" Chen Qing answered without hesitation. "I choose the Kunwa knife. Once a weapon is chosen, it essentially determines the subsequent position allocation. I know. The Kunwa knife is for close combat. The Kunlun crossbow is auxiliary, for medium to short-range sniping. Guns are auxiliary, for long-range sniping." Han Yuan nodded. "Let's formally test your talent, then collect your equipment. Generally, those who reach a certain level of talent have their own opportunities, so they are not forced to stay in the brigade. What about you? I want to stay in the brigade to learn for a few days first. The contract ghost technique must be learned, especially the black prison contract ghost technique. Yichang, take Chen Qing to test his talent." Soon, a sturdy man approached. He was very talkative and immediately began chatting with Chen Qing. "My name is Yichang, and I love fishing. My family used to slaughter pigs. Have you ever slaughtered a pig? I heard the captain say you have level talent. It's a pity you won't join the Demon Slayer team with this level of talent. What does level talent feel like? They talked all the way to a place that resembled a hospital's radiology department. There was a wall with a large glass panel, and two people in white coats were watching with Han Yuan. In the middle was something resembling an electric chair with hand-shaped depressions on the armrests. Once seated, you place your hands inside. They also clamped many wired clips on your hands and feet and put on a helmet connected to a bunch of wires. It's been a long time since a level new recruit came to the brigade. If there are any, they have been snatched by the Demon Slayer team. I hope this level can stay here. He-chan confirmed everything was in order and made a gesture behind the glass. Grinning. Are you ready for your soul to leave your body? Chen Qing nodded. Buzz. A gentle sound. His whole body shuddered, especially his head, which felt as if being pulled from a distance. It really felt like his soul was about to leave his body. The computer display panel showed values fluctuating wildly before suddenly stopping. At the end of a series of values, there was a line of small text, talent level. The doctor gaped, double level. Level. You're at the same level as the captain. Han Yuan's mouth also fell open, suddenly whispering, there's an error. Change it back to level. Huh. You want me to change it? I still need a deputy captain. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Alright. They naturally knew why this was. If the Demon Slayer team found out, they would definitely want to take him away. But captain, there will be records in the machine. By the time they find out. With my charisma, Chen Qing won't be able to be driven away. He-chan and Chen Qing quickly saw the result. Indeed, it was genuine. Congratulations, Chen Qing. Compared to last time, you've improved a bit. Han Yuan smiled. The two doctors exchanged glances, remaining silent. Chen Qing thought to himself that he had indeed increased a bit. He felt it when he used the Demon Suppression Tower to collect takeout. After thinking for a moment, he asked Han Yuan, Captain, my head has been very itchy these days. How should I describe it? It feels like I'm about to grow a brain. Is this a normal phenomenon? Upon hearing this, Han Yuan, the two doctors, and He-chan were all stunned. Congratulations. He-chan's words were cut off as Han Yuan suddenly kicked him away. He-chan was kicked a short distance and shut his mouth. Han Yuan said solemnly, the new brother's brain probably has a disease. Do you still want to play tricks? Chen Qing, wait here for a moment. Han Yuan said as he pulled the three into the glass room. Is he about to awaken? Boss, is he about to awaken? Shut up. Han Yuan rubbed his hair, his face resembling a mask of pain. It's hard to find a good seedling, and he is about to awaken. He is going to leave. After struggling for a while, he angrily said, change it. Change it to. Huh, boss, that is a bit dark. That is not fair. His treatment will be reduced by more than half. Shut up. Do you think I'll let him suffer? I'll make it double. No, quadruple. 8 times to make it up to him. Change it. Do you believe I'll beat you? TSK, from now on, we'll call you the Black Captain. You're lawless. He-chan still wanted to say something sarcastic, but got kicked away again. You are useless if I become glorious. Wouldn't it be a slap in the face if a captain is parachuted in? Han Yuan said angrily. We need a substitute captain, understand? When Han Yuan returned to Chen Qing, his expression was somewhat heavy. You have a thought tumor in your mind, which is absorbing your thought power. So your correct energy level is. Thought tumor? This thing will slowly be digested as you cultivate. No need to worry. Chen Qing was taken aback. The situation felt strange, but the need to be cautious was indeed real. It might really have an impact. Let's go. First choose a cultivation method. What do you want? As soon as this was mentioned, Chen Qing immediately shifted his thoughts. Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. This is a must-have, but I can't say it out loud. Because this thing is confidential, I can't explain how I know it exists. Originally, the next journey was supposed to be led by He-chan, but Han Yuan seemed very enthusiastic and personally led the way. They arrived at the library, or at least that is what it should be called. In fact, it was a heavily secured room with many locked black boxes. Some black boxes were particularly long, some were very heavy, and some were very small. The cultivation methods were also placed in these black boxes. You are at level X, and can choose 2 level X items, pick freely. Each black box had a metal plate on it, which described the items inside. Item name, Contract Ghost Technique Category, Cultivation Method, Level, X, Danger Level, None. Note, can contract ghosts, a must for ghost masters. Item name, High Precision Tactical Rifle, Silver Bullets, Category, Weapon, Level, X, Danger Level, None. Note, can load special bullets. Long Range Kill Ghost Leaders. Item name, Blood Red Robe. Category, Antiquity, Level, X, Danger Level, None. Note, left behind after killing a female ghost. Has extremely strong defensive power against ghosts. Chen Qing looked through the items one by one, and the levels of the antiquities were all very high, mostly above level X. Of course, his Demon Suppression Tower and Zhong Kui picture were definitely level X. If capped at 10, then there are 10. If capped at 100, then there are 100. That is how it is. What a pity. If it were level X, I could choose this blood red robe. He-chan and the two doctors looked at Han Yuan. Their disdain was unmistakable. Ahem. Han Yuan coughed twice. In the spirit of taking care of newcomers. You can choose another level X item, and I'll deduct the contribution points from my account. Contribution points? Earned upon completing tasks, can be exchanged for money. Can be exchanged for rewards, and if what you want isn't here, you can apply to the upper warehouse. Oh, Chen Qing nodded and looked further. Item name, Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. Category, Cultivation Method. Level, X, Danger Level. Note, an advanced version of the Contract Ghost technique. Using it will confine the ghost in the soul domain. It can only be released when there is only one kind of soul fluctuation left. Note, one side dies. Only one side remains. Or the ghost submits to the human. Both soul fluctuations unify. Note 2. This cultivation method is extremely overbearing. It's a life or death method. Please choose carefully. Captain, I want this. Han Yuan's face changed. Chapter 17, his talent can't be just. This won't do. Han Yuan shook his head. Choose something else. Yichang also advised. Brother, you should pick something else. Chen Qing looked at the two. Look at this danger level. Han Yuan's expression was serious. As long as those 4 words are present, even if it's just 1 star, it's very dangerous. Generally speaking, items with a danger level of 2 stars will not appear here. These are managed by a very mysterious organization at headquarters called the Tianji Pavilion. Anything with these 4 words, whether it's an antiquity or a cultivation method, is extremely dangerous. The reason it's still here is that it hasn't been submitted yet. Yichang also advised. Brother, look at the notes above. It means that if you confine the ghost into this black prison, there are only 3 outcomes. You die. It dies, or the contract succeeds. The success rate of contracting a ghost is very low. It might be less than 1 in 10. This is almost pushing yourself into a dead end. As long as you don't die, you can always contract the next one. Why bother? Chen Qing naturally knew this. This was precisely the reason he chose this cultivation method. Just this one. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing, frowning, gritting his teeth. Change to another one. Switch to level X. Count it as mine. But Chen Qing was very firm. Thank you, Captain. You also said that those who can reach level X have their own opportunities, and my opportunity just happens to need this. Han Yuan sighed. Then he took a very strange key to open the box. Inside was a very thin ancient book. It had many acupuncture point markings, with annotations on how to control the spiritual energy to flow in the empty spaces. After choosing this, he also selected a ghost energy level detector. This thing looked like a watch and also had the function of telling time. It integrated some common functions like a compass. And most importantly, it can detect the energy levels of ghost entities, wandering souls, evil spirits, wicked spirits. For example, 1st level wandering souls, 9th level wandering souls, 3rd level evil spirits, and so on. There was one more slot, but Chen Qing couldn't think of what to take. If there's nothing you like, you can choose next time. Good. Next, he received a standard Kunwa knife, resembling a tang knife, with blood-red patterns on the surface, very heavy and substantial. Following that were the team uniform, identification, etc. The room number assigned to you is 527. No key needed, facial recognition. The Demon Extermination Team and Ghost Master Army need to undergo intensive training. And you are no exception, but as long as you complete the daily training quota, you can go back. Report tomorrow, and formal training starts the day after. You came 2 days early, so you can go back first. Boss, is there a teacher for cultivation? I want to learn right now. We VE invited martial arts school experts to be your theoretical teachers. They should arrive in about 2 days. They already arrived this morning, Yichang said beside him. Oh, then you can go find him. Chen Qing quickly found the teacher's dormitory. The teacher's surname was Wukong. He seemed to have just finished tidying up and was writing on his laptop. The topic was the essence of soul movement, is thought movement, spirit movement. Chen Qing stated his intention, and Wukong was somewhat surprised. But he still nodded in approval. I like eager learners. What is your talent level? Level X, wow. Rare. Wukong was even more surprised. The dormitory conditions were limited, so he welcomed Chen Qing in. He placed a cup of water on the stool and surrounded it with his hands about an inch apart. Just imagine there is an electric current between your palms. Try to move them, just like this. After speaking, the water in the cup began to tremble gently, clearly without contact. This is the realm of soul movement, in essence. Soul movement is thought movement, spirit movement, intention movement. Just like some people are born able to move their nostrils or ears, while others cannot no matter what. The realm of soul movement is just like that. If you can do it, you can. If you can't, you can't. Although it is the simplest and most basic realm, without talent, working hard for 100 years is in vain. Generally speaking, it takes 1 day to a month. Your talent really is only. Yes, confirmed by the captain himself. Wukong was puzzled, but still nodded. Congratulations, you've reached the soul movement realm. Really? Chen Qing was delighted. However, Wukong also mentioned that this was the simplest and most basic realm, so it wasn't too surprising that he could reach it. Wukong took out a large card, which was a folded hard card. When unfolded, it formed a chart of acupuncture points the size of a sheet of paper. Come on, take off your clothes. Chen Qing immediately complied. Wukong pulled out something resembling a handgun, with a thumb-sized jade at the tip and a ghost orb embedded in the back. Your talent level is 1, which means you already have quite a bit of spiritual energy in your body. Wukong placed the gun's tip against the area below Chen Qing's throat, known as the Tian 2 point, saying, I'll mark it with the guiding gun. Try to control your spiritual power to this point. As he spoke, the gun's tip emitted a slight coolness, along with a tingling sensation. Chen Qing had never felt the spiritual energy within him before, but with this guidance, he truly felt the presence of spiritual energy throughout his body. He made an effort to try. He could indeed control it, but it was quite difficult. It felt a bit like the first time using a mouse. He could move it, but controlling it took a lot of effort. After a while, Chen Qing gradually figured out the trick and, with great effort, directed the spiritual energy toward the position indicated by the guiding gun. The ghost orb on the back of the guiding gun gradually lit up. Wukong's mouth fell open in shock. You succeeded on your first try? What kind of monster is this? Teacher, is this how it works? Chen Qing wanted to control more spiritual energy, but as the waves push against the shore, only a small amount could remain at the Tian-2 point. That's good, Wukong said, still stunned. He pointed to a red line on the acupuncture point chart, explaining. This circle of acupuncture points is called the Zhou Tian. Controlling the spiritual energy to move in a circle is one complete Zhou Tian. If you have time, remember to control the spiritual energy to circulate through the Zhou Tian. This will form something akin to a force field, attracting more spiritual energy into your body. You can go back now, take this. Chen Qing received a large, thin book. There are no shortcuts to cultivation. You must practice more. Understood, thank you, teacher. After Chen Qing left, Wukong remained in a daze. After a moment's thought, he called Han Yuan. Captain Han. There might have been an error in Chen Qing's talent test. It can't just be one. Han Yuan was silent but stubbornly replied, that's right, I tested it myself. He then asked, what's wrong? He's in the soul movement realm, and he's already learned to control spiritual energy slowly. A spluttering sound came from the other end of the line. Chapter 18. I'll give you 10,000. What? Han Yuan was genuinely surprised. Generally, it takes a week to a month to achieve the soul movement realm, but he succeeded all at once. Then, to control the spiritual energy. Chen Qing succeeded on his first try with the guiding gun, which was only set to the first gear. Normally, the guiding gun needs to be set to the fourth or fifth gear to be effective. And some people even need to stay in the guiding instrument for several days to barely learn how to control spiritual energy. This talent is terrifying. There's absolutely no way he only has a level 1 talent. It's likely that he has level 2 or even 3. If that's the case, then he's no longer your student. Han Yuan said helplessly. In an instant, Wukong understood everything. Usually gentle, he also exclaimed, what the hell? What the hell? Han Yuan retorted angrily, what? Is there something I can't teach? Or is there some equipment I don't have? No matter what, I'll give him 4 times. And he didn't even want to join the ghost extermination team. Perfect. Cultivate the next team captain. Wukong was stunned. Anyway he is. Do you understand? He opened a necklace and put the Kunwu sword and equipment into the Demon Suppression Tower. Chen Qing began to concentrate on running the Zhou Tian with the guiding gun. It felt like lighting a lighthouse in the dark. As long as he poured his energy there, it would work. However, it became chaotic again, and everything had to be slowly explored. Referring to the acupuncture point chart, Chen Qing controlled the spiritual energy to flow slowly. Chen Qing, I'm back. Chen Man shouted as he entered. Seeing Chen Qing practicing, although he didn't know what he was doing, he didn't ask. He helped himself to some food and began doing homework. Chen Qing, I can't do the first question. Chen Qing waved his hand and rang the bell. Then he sank back into meditation. Chen Man pressed the service bell, and the attendant began the painful tutoring again. By the time they had dinner, Chen Qing hadn't moved. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Man yawned. Suddenly, Chen Qing opened his eyes. Cleared the level. The first Zhou Tian is complete. Chen Qing, good night. Chen Man brushed his teeth and quickly fell asleep. Chen Qing hurriedly ate and began to run the Zhou Tian again. This time it was noticeably faster. When he completed the second circle, it was pitch black, and he didn't know what time it was. Chen Qing then tried to start the second Zhou Tian. The acupuncture points for the second Zhou Tian were harder to find, and the path was more complicated. Chen Qing's speed slowed down significantly. By the time Chen Man finished breakfast and left, Chen Qing was still in the midst of his cultivation. Perhaps it had a calming effect. Even after staying up all night, he wasn't tired. When he opened his eyes again, it was already when Chen Man returned from school. No wonder closed-door training can take years. Time really flies. Just as he was having dinner with Chen Man, the hotel doorbell rang. Chen Man opened the door, and a voice that was somewhat familiar yet somewhat strange rang out. Chen Man, you've grown so much. You're really becoming more and more likable. 3 people walked in. One middle-aged woman, holding a box of milk in one hand and a bag of fruit in the other, was somewhat thin, with long eyes and bright red lipstick. A middle-aged man in business attire, with a big, heavy belly, his leather shoes shining, and a girl about Chen Qing's age, chewing gum, inherited the woman's long eyes. Chen Qing frowned. The middle-aged woman was Chen Qing's aunt, named Huang Shui, the uncle, Hong Jian, and the cousin, Hong Ya. They also lived in the riverside community and were Chen Qing's only relatives now, but they hadn't been in touch for 6 or 7 years. When Chen Qing was at his hardest, out of food, he had gone to ask them for help. Chen Qing would never forget that when he was 13. He knocked on their door in the cold winter, just asking for 200 yuan. 200. What is 200 to a family with dual incomes? Yet that 200 could save him and Chen Man. He tried his best to please them, using the most humble tone and posture. But what did he get in return? His aunt sighed deeply and even managed to find a few rotten apples to feign poverty. But the plates beneath the apples were clearly made of silver. When Chen Qing walked out the door, heartbroken, he sat at the entrance for a long time, hearing the unforgettable laughter for the rest of his life. That bitch has always targeted me since childhood. Everything is better than me. Ha! Look! Now her bastard is begging at my doorstep. How piercing. Chen Qing had never imagined that his relatives, who could be considered close, would watch him struggle in the mud with a smile, while it was that lonely, blind old man who had pulled him up. He had pulled out a bunch of dirty small change from his filthy pocket, saving him and Chen Man in that cold winter. Since then, although they lived in the same community, Chen Qing had no further contact with them. They hadn't greeted each other when they met. Ah, Chen Qing, you've grown into such a handsome young man. Auntie is really fond of you. Saying this, she began to look around. Huang Shui sat down on her own and sighed. Your parents left early, leaving you two all alone and miserable. Whenever I think about it, it really doesn't feel good. As she said this, her eyes turned red. Chen Qing remained silent, but at that moment, his eyelids suddenly twitched. A surge of unnamed anger rushed to his head. Doesn't feel good. We live in the same community. For 7 years. Have you ever come to see us even once? At this point, Huang Shui's tone was full of reproach. You two are giving up this room today. You're still young and don't understand how to save. In the past, 200 yuan was like a star in the sky to me, and now 5,000 a night seems like pocket change. Chen Qing stared straight into Huang Shui's eyes. Auntie, is the milk and fruit you brought today worth 200 yuan? Huang Shui's expression became somewhat unnatural, and she forced a smile. What are you talking about, kid? Huh? Chen Qing, you're still counting old matters. Hongya chewed gum and rolled her eyes at Chen Qing. It's just 200. Are you going to remember it for a lifetime? Do you have to be so petty? Chen Qing's eyelids twitched slightly. His hand involuntarily pressed on the necklace. Seeing that Chen Qing's emotions were off, Hong Jian waved his hand and looked at Hongya. Say less. It's not that we don't want to see you. There have been too many things in these years. I've been busy, and your aunt has been busy too. After pondering for a moment, he pushed the milk and fruit bag forward. Didn't I come to see you? These are good milk and fresh fruit. Chen Man brought over a large plate of fruit at the right time, eating while watching cartoons, frowning and picking out the durian. Throwing it into the trash can beside him. Hong Jian's face looked a bit awkward. Chen Qing didn't even glance at the fruit. Over the years, he had become picky and generally wouldn't eat fruit under 200 yuan. Let us just say it directly. Why are you here? It's like this, Xiao Qing. Huang Shui began. Just call Chen Qing. Chen Qing frowned. Not everyone can call me Xiao Qing. How do you speak like that? This is my mom. She is also your elder. Hongya was displeased, staring at Chen Qing. You little brat, watch how you talk. All right. Hong Jian frowned and interrupted, slowly saying, yesterday, I heard Chen Qing say that your talent test has reached the level, and Xiaoya didn't perform well in her test, so I have someone internally. You can swap with her. Don't you want to join the Yuguijin? The Yuguijin doesn't require that high of a talent. I want to let you help for free. Hong Jian solemnly took out a stack of red bills. This is 10,000 yuan, and when you swap your talent, I'll give you another 5,000. Chapter 19 is 20,000 a lot. Looking at this whole 10,000. Chen Qing was stunned. Ha ha. Chen Qing laughed wildly. Ha. The three of them were startled. After a while, Chen Qing finally stopped laughing, his tone very serious. 10,000? A full 10,000. Huang Shui was stunned, finally realizing a bit of correctness. I know you're a bit more well off now. 10,000 is not much, but it's not little either. And Chen Qing, we are always blood relatives. Once your sister achieves something in the future, you will benefit too. Benefits? Chen Qing sneered. Level talent joining a martial school has at least 100,000 in scholarships. And you give me 10,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Huang Shui and Hong Jian were taken aback. They had discussed how much to give Chen Qing many times and finally settled on 10,000. The additional 5,000 was a last-minute addition by Hong Jian, because they were sure that Chen Qing, being an orphan, wouldn't understand scholarships, just like many foolish college students who, under their parents' arrangements, take all their credits, pave the way, and graduate as selected students, while he doesn't even know what that is. It's the same reasoning. They could make a big profit off the scholarship and also help Hongya get into a good school, killing two birds with one stone. They never expected that Chen Qing actually understood martial schools. You're not going anyway, so it doesn't matter. With Xiaoya's intelligence, once she enters a martial school, she will definitely become a big shot, and it will be easy to find a job for you then. Huang Shui tried to persuade Chen Qing. Xiao Qing, we are always blood relatives. This bloodline cannot be severed. Huang Shui added, how about another 10,000? That's 20,000. That's a lot. Chen Qing looked coldly at the three of them. Seeing Chen Qing moved, Huang Shui's face showed joy. Chen Qing went to the bedside and pressed the service bell. Bring me 10 bottles of mineral water, and I want 10 people to deliver it. Huh. The operator was taken aback. The presidential suite has a refrigerator, not to mention mineral water and drinks. There's even red wine. Can you do it? Oh, yes. The operator cursed inwardly, but still agreed. The waiters were all cursing, but they had no choice, each carrying a bottle of mineral water upstairs. Damn. They don't treat people like people at all. Just full and idle. Maybe they think they can get back a bit of the room fee this way. It's simply absurd. All right. Say less. The demands of the presidential suite must be met as much as possible. 10 people lined up, each holding mineral water with both hands, And when they saw the door open, with 3 more people inside, they were puzzled but still smiled and knocked. Mr. Chen, your mineral water has arrived. Chen Qing beckoned and took it over. The first waiter handed it over with both hands. Chen Qing casually took it, gave him 2 yuan for the water. The waiter was stunned, just about to say it was free. Chen Qing handed over 2 stacks of red bills. This is the tip. The waiter was dumbfounded. Huang Shui was dumbfounded. Hong Jian was dumbfounded. Hong Yu was dumbfounded. Chen. This, sir. The waiter's tone trembled a bit, his hands shaking a bit. Finally coming back to his senses, accepted the 2 stacks of red bills. His face flushed with excitement. Thank you, sir. The waiters behind were all stunned. The orderly line had become a bit chaotic. Chen Qing glanced coldly at Huang Shui. Is 20,000 a lot? The second waiter suppressed his excitement, holding the mineral water, and walked up to Chen Qing. Chen Qing took out 2 yuan for the water. He then went to the safe and took out 20,000. This is the tip for you. Chen Qing looked at Huang Shui again. In the past, when I had no food to eat, borrowing 200 from you was life-saving money for me and Xiao Man. Chen Qing sneered. Now, 20,000, is that a lot? The third waiter also approached tremblingly. Chen Qing again gave him 202 yuan. Now, do you want to buy my level talent for 20,000? Your money is like gold notes, right? Are you crazy? Huang Shui's expression had changed, and she suddenly stood up. Chen Qing, little brat, what do you mean? Oh, and you, cousin? You really are something else. What do I mean? My meaning is, even if I give my level talent to a dog, I want to give it to you. All the waiters understood now. This is the real-life version of don't bully the young and poor. Hong Jian snorted coldly. Chen Qing, don't say things too absolutely. He stared hard at Chen Qing. Don't make things irreparable. Irreparable? Who is it that makes things irreparable? Always calling each other relatives? Bah, don't disgust me. I'll remember that time your little bastard came knocking on my door for a lifetime. 2 old bastards plus a little bastard. Today, you actually have the face to see me? Just carrying this few dozen yuan worth of milk. Chen Qing kicked the milk hard, and with a bang, the milk exploded, splattering everywhere, especially the Hong family, who got drenched all over. Huang Shui was already furious. You are disobedient. You are unfilial. I'm filial to your mom. Chen Qing was even angrier. Have you raised me or given birth to me? Even if you gave me and Xiao Man a corn stick, I would still recognize you as an elder. Filial? I wouldn't be filial to a dog. I'll tear you apart. Hong Yu couldn't hold back anymore and rushed up, but she was held back by several waiters. Let me go? This is harassment. Rape? Hong Yu shouted, but was still firmly held down. A female waiter suddenly slapped her hard across the face. Shut up. You hit me? Hong Yu was dumbfounded. Chen Qing was also shocked by the slap. Then he laughed and directly threw 2 stacks of money over. Skill work. Reward. Hong Jian and Huang Shui pushed away several waiters and gasped heavily. Chen Qing, we will see about this. They wanted to leave, but the waiters had already blocked the door. The 3 of them suddenly felt panicked. What do you want to do? Don't just stand there, sit and watch. Chen Qing coldly looked at the 3 of them. Chen Qing, you're still young. Don't be impulsive. Huang Shui was already panicking. We are sorry for you. Just pretend we never came. Let us go. Let us go. Chen Qing's hand touched the necklace, but ultimately he put it down. He just laughed heartily. Ha ha, ha ha. Look at that once high and mighty family of scum. See, today they came begging at my door. Chen Qing laughed wildly again, coldly sneering. The term scum is officially returned to you today. Saying that, he loudly declared, let the 3 scums go. The 3 of them were pale but truly didn't dare to say anything more. They left in anger. A waiter suddenly chased after them, loudly saying, sorry. The elevator is out of order today. Please take the stairs. You are too much. Please take the stairs. This is the 30th floor. Please take the stairs. Chen Qing listened to the commotion outside and threw another 20,000, laughing heartily. Skill work. Reward. Chapter 20. Struck luck. A top-notch girl. In 10 minutes, Chen Qing spent nearly 300,000, but it felt extremely refreshing. Besides the group of people he dealt with, the ones Chen Qing hated the most were the Huang Shui family. The other 2 were Chen Shan and Chen Quan. They mysteriously disappeared 6 years ago. However, in his previous life, 3 days before the blood moon, Chen Quan actually came home. He left behind 2 paper knives and 2 pieces of paper armor. It was precisely with this set of equipment that Chen Qing and Chen Man were able to survive until the 3rd blood moon. Unfortunately, that day, both Chen Qing and Chen Man were not at home, missing their chance. They didn't even get to see each other. They might have their reasons, but leaving the 2 behind for 6 years. When they left, Chen Qing was just an elementary school student. Raising Chen Man alone, the hardships involved can be imagined. Chen Qing hated that Chen Quan didn't even see him once, hated that they didn't give any explanation. Even if he just said he had his reasons, it would have been fine, but not even a word, not even a meeting. Thoughts stirred. Once the waiters cleaned up the room, Chen Qing looked towards the Demon Suppression Tower. He didn't take it from the safe just now, but directly from the Demon Suppression Tower. Having reached the soul motion realm, spiritual energy can overflow, allowing him to retrieve items from a distance. Not caring about this, Chen Qing immersed himself in cultivation again. He needed to learn the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique as soon as possible. On the other side, Chen Qing was filled with hope as she walked towards the Arya Hotel. She was carrying a basket of fruits, which was carefully decorated, with 9 strange little flowers inside. These were Soma flowers, the holy flowers of the people, symbolizing restrained love, always belonging to you. This was after she chose from hundreds of flowers. It was niche enough, wouldn't be too common, and the flower language was very fitting. Originally, after the incident at the police station, she was somewhat inclined to give up, but she heard 2 pieces of news. Chen Qing's renovation cost was probably close to 10 million. Chen Qing got it during his talent test. Once she learned these 2 pieces of news, Chen Qing could no longer sit still. A potential stock, a super potential stock, must be secured. After careful calculation, in her impression, her interactions with Chen Qing had been quite harmonious, except for the misunderstanding about the subway. But good things take time. This made their relationship seem extraordinary. Just like in an idol drama, experiencing misunderstandings and hardships makes the feeling stronger. For example, now, she could naturally come to apologize and then use some tactics. Tonight, she could stay here. When giving up her first time, how should she appear? In pain? Afraid? Although she had already experienced it many times, the pain of a patch-up breaking again still stung a bit. Men, deep down, they all hide a beast. The most conquering feeling for him should be this layer of membrane, right? She wore a shawl that was half drooping, not too revealing, but would fall off with a touch. The ultra-short skirt revealed a pair of straight legs. The elevator slowly ascended. Facing the bright elevator wall, she made a little adjustment. When exiting the elevator, Chen Qing changed to another expression, a bit timid, a bit joyful, with 2 layers of lipstick perfectly applied, slightly transparent and dripping. She pressed the doorbell. After a moment, Chen Man peeked out. Seeing Chen Qing, he turned back and shouted, "Chen Qing, someone is looking for you." "Say I'm not here." Chen Man seriously closed the door. "Chen Qing is not here." Bang. The door slammed shut. Chen Qing was stunned. None of the countless developments she had rehearsed in her mind came true. Is this toxic? This must be toxic. Taking a long breath, Chen Qing sent a voice message to Chen Qing. "Chen Qing, open the door. It's me." Chen Qing didn't respond. He was busy running through his meridians. Chen Qing adjusted her standing posture at the door. She brought her toes together, lowered her head to look at her toes, making sure to appear timid yet somewhat expectant. When Chen Qing opened the door, she slowly raised her head, rapidly rehearsing the upcoming scene in her mind, even adding background music and special effects. However, 5 minutes passed. There was no movement at all. Didn't he see? Chen Qing gradually lost her patience and sent another message. "Chen Qing, open the door. I'm here to apologize." Another 5 minutes passed. Her heels were starting to hurt. Still, there was no movement at all. Damn. Chen Qing gritted her teeth and pressed the doorbell again. Chen Man looked at her through the door crack, not lowering the security chain. "Chen Qing," she asked back. "No matter who it is, don't open the door." Chen Qing replied impatiently. "In this day and age, there are too many flashy bitches. Many of them are just trash. Don't pay attention to them." Chen Qing's cheeks flushed red. So rude. For a while, I indeed spent a bit too much. Did he find out? Chen Man was about to close the door again, but Chen Qing propped her foot against it and shouted inside. "Chen Qing, it's me, Xiaoxi. Please open the door." "What do you want?" Chen Qing replied. Chen Qing's eyes were a bit red. "I just wanted to apologize." She started to sob lightly, looking down at her toes. "About the subway incident. It was my fault. I know it upset you. Look, I brought you some fruit." "Damn it, more fruit." Chen Qing cursed. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? At this moment, Chen Qing was just at a critical point in his training, and still hadn't fully dissipated the residual energy from Huang Shui's family, so he really had no time to deal with her. "Brother Chen Qing, can you let me in, okay? I've been standing here for a long time." "Come in." "Why?" Chen Qing frowned. Chen Qing paused slightly. "Why? Isn't it obvious why I'm dressed like this?" But she couldn't just act like a delivery person, right? Suddenly out of ideas, she stomped her foot and cried, You are bullying me." Saying this, she covered her face and ran away, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Once she entered the elevator, Chen Qing's brows furrowed. She felt wronged. Really very wronged. She was confident she hadn't done anything wrong, so why did every development go beyond her control? Taking a deep breath, she recalled her actions and tone from just now. She felt that things were still under her control. Unless something unexpected happened, Chen Qing's message would come soon. The phone rang. Sure enough, Chen Qing's heart leaped with joy, but the caller ID showed it was Chen Qing. How could it be him? "Sister, where are you?" "I'm at Arya." As soon as Chen Qing spoke, she slapped her forehead. "Of course," Chen Qing said angrily. "Did you go find that bastard Chen Qing? Are you shameless?" Chen Qing felt wronged in her heart, almost in tears. "Do you have a conscience? Who am I doing this for? Isn't it all for you? And you still say that to me?" Chen Qing was silent for a moment and said, "All right, I shouldn't have said that. But sister, you have to meet someone." "Who?" "A man whose family background, looks, and potential surpass Chen Qing by 100 times. Chen Qing's tone was a bit excited. "His name is Ji Luo. Both of his parents are big shots. I'm telling you, he has top-notch talent. He's already reached the soul movement realm. I heard that soon every community will be organized into battle zones, and his family has inside information, so he specifically came to Ximing City. If you can connect with him, Chen Qing is nothing." Chen Qing immediately understood. This was the young master here to make a name for himself. He might even have some ideas about accumulating military merits. Chen Qing was greatly tempted. Where is he? We're together, and I'll come to pick you up soon. Don't come to the hotel. Come to the entrance of the Dahua bookstore to pick me up. Soon, a big car stopped at the bookstore entrance. Chen Qing held a copy of Jane Eyre, stood with her feet together, and smiled, seemingly not noticing the car, but looking in another direction. Is she your sister? Ji Luo's voice carried a hint of amazement. He came from a noble family, but had been in a semi-closed environment, always either practicing martial arts or studying. So he hadn't seen many girls his age. Ji Luo hurriedly got out of the car, a little excited, and extended his hand. Are you Chen Qing? I'm Ji Luo. Chen Qing reached out her hand, but it was tightly grasped, and her face instantly turned red, her voice as soft as a mosquito. See, could you please let go? Ji Luo quickly let go, and seeing the book in her hand, he liked her even more. You also like Jane Eyre? I especially like Mr. Rochester. He has the masculine charm I admire. Ji Luo's heart was racing. This was hitting the jackpot. On his first outing, he encountered such an exceptional girl. Beautiful. With a great figure, well-read, and a calm personality, perfect for being a wife. Chapter 21. Ghost of the First Level. Pooping ghost Chen Qing sat back down on the carpet to train. Thinking of Chen, she made him feel a wave of nausea. What kind of crap was he thinking in his past life to be interested in someone like her? But right now, training was more important. He focused his mind and sat cross-legged again. Training couldn't be rushed, but with the blood moon approaching, and after learning the black prison contract ghost technique, there were still many things to do, so he had to speed up. Chen Qing, can you go out with me today? Chen Man leaned over. Chen Qing thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, why don't you let those brothers accompany you? Saying this, he pressed the service bell. Chen Qing also wanted to enjoy this fleeting comfort, but he couldn't. Then I won't go. Chen Man had a blank expression, shaking her head. It was hard to tell if she was disappointed. Time passed quickly, and it was midnight. Chen Qing slowly stood up and pointed at a teapot. Black prison. A wave of black energy suddenly enveloped Chen Qing and the teapot. The next moment, they appeared in a black space. The space was circular, with no walls. Enveloped by something that looked like mist or tentacles, hazy and extremely unreal. The teapot lay quietly at his feet. He kicked it casually, and it rolled around. Once trapped with a ghost in the black prison, either one had to die, or the ghost had to submit. Only then could the black prison be. The scariest part was that the black prison contract ghost technique seemed to apply to entities beyond just ghosts. This was Chen Qing's ultimate move against the Ghost King of the Demon Suppression Tower. Force it to choose. Either kill itself, while he, as the owner of the Demon Suppression Tower, would essentially take them both down together, or submit to him. In his previous life, during the second blood moon, the Ghost King suddenly betrayed him, and the order of the entire city collapsed at that moment. Chen Qing certainly wouldn't sit by and let that happen again. So, he had to gamble. Gamble that this Ghost King would submit to him. Now, there was only one living being in the black prison, so he could at any time. With a thought, Chen Qing the black prison. Suddenly, the necklace moved. Jean Buhin, Jean Buhin, Jean Buhin. The voice of Jean Buhin suddenly came out. Jean Buhin, Jean Buhin, Jean Buhin. A thin, ragged figure, Jean Buhin, appeared in the room, carrying a huge bag. The ghost detector in Chen Qing's hand trembled violently, and the data fluctuated wildly. Ghost of the first level, ghost of the second level, ghost of the fourth level. In an instant, the data jumped to ghost of the fifth level, ghost of the seventh level, ghost of the 10th level, evil ghost of the first level, evil ghost of the third level. Jean Buhin, Jean Buhin, Jean Buhin. Jean Buhin suddenly jumped onto the teapot that had just fallen to the ground. It seemed to jump into water, and its figure disappeared. The teapot had already transformed into a golden pot. Chen Qing was speechless. Could you pick a cabinet or a TV or something? Why did you pick a teapot? How much could such a small thing sell for? Jean Buhin was a gratitude ghost. In his past life, Chen Qing had indeed been kind to many people. But in this life, he really couldn't guess who he had been kind to. After pondering for a moment without an answer, he decided not to think about it anymore. He picked up the kunwa knife and went downstairs. He could finally go collect ghosts. It was now 2 a.m, and there were not many taxis. Chen Qing hailed one, and an hour later, he arrived in the suburbs north of the city. He could faintly hear ghosts wailing, and the air was filled with a sinister aura, making his hair stand on end even in the summer. Chen Qing took a deep breath, unsheathed his knife, and slowly moved forward. 10 minutes, half an hour, and soon Chen Qing frowned. There were too few ghosts. Unlike the multitude of ghosts after the blood moon, the current density and strength of ghosts were too low. After walking for a long time, he hadn't encountered a single one. He glanced at the ghost meter, which was a ghost energy level detector. The surrounding concentrations varied slightly. Chen Qing decided to abandon the main path and use the ghost meter as a compass. Slowly heading towards areas with higher concentrations of energy, he jumped over a ditch, crossed a patch of wild grass, and circled around a fish pond. In the distance, he spotted a small house. The necklace trembled slightly. Here it comes. He tightened his grip on the knife. Chen Qing looked at the small house. It was very small, about 4 meters in length and width, with a flat roof. It was likely used for storing agricultural tools like hand tractors. Rusty hoes and shovels hung on the wall, staining it a rusty red. Chen Qing slowly moved to the front. There he saw a figure squatting inside the house, using a sickle to cut a flip-flop. The ghost meter trembled slightly. A number appeared, 6, a first-level wandering soul, the weakest type of ghost. It posed almost no threat to humans. A first-level wandering soul generally acted on instinct, muddled, and confused. Such a ghost was useless to ghost masters, but was perfect for Chen Qing. The strength of the Ghost King was directly related to the 12 ghosts he suppressed. The weaker the 12 ghosts, the weaker the Ghost King, and the greater the chance of forming a contract. Once he contracted the Ghost King, he could exchange these weak ghosts later. Chen Qing had no idea how to bring a ghost into the tower, so he could only try. Collect. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clattering sounds rang out as a pile of hoes and shovels were drawn into the Demon Suppressing Tower. But the ghost remained still. The ghost sensed the movement and stood up. Its skin was pale blue, and its body was thin. It wore a striped shirt that read Shiming Psychiatric Hospital. Red underwear. Yes, no outer pants. One foot was clad in 2 socks, while the other had none. It wore only one flip-flop. The other had already been killed by it. One eye stood guard while the other kept watch, looking in different directions. This was a mad ghost. Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, he tried again. Collect. Still no success. The mad ghost tilted its head, one eye sizing up Chen Qing while the other observed the ground. After a moment of thought, Chen Qing focused his mind and threw the Demon Suppressing Tower. Big. The half-cigarette-sized tower suddenly grew to 5 meters tall. With a loud crash, it crushed the small house and the ghost together. Dust flew everywhere. Chen Qing stepped back a few paces and smiled. He could feel that the mad ghost had been drawn into the Demon Suppressing Tower. Come out. The mad ghost appeared before Chen Qing. There was no difference from before. One eye looked at the sky while the other looked at Chen Qing. Kneel. The mad ghost knelt down. Jump. The mad ghost jumped. Run. The mad ghost began to run. He tested its strength. It was extremely weak. Its size was similar to an ordinary person, but its strength was probably only comparable to Chen Man. He had dealt with the first one. At that moment, Chen Qing looked at the ghost meter again and slowly moved towards an area with even higher concentrations of Yin energy. About 10 minutes later, the necklace trembled slightly. Snort. 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 It sounded like a pig eating. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the knife and slowly approached the stinking ditch. This was a foul-smelling ditch that had been stagnant for several years. Something was stirring inside, causing the foul odor to rise up and sting his eyes. Finally, Chen Qing saw the ghost. It had a body similar to a dog, a human head on a dog's body, covered in sores. Digging through the black mud at the bottom of the stinking ditch and shoving it into its mouth. A first-level wandering soul. Also known as a toilet ghost or a shit-eating ghost. Originally, ghosts were classified by levels, but many readers found it hard to remember. So it was changed to first level to 10th level. It took an entire afternoon to revise everything, and if there were any oversights, please let me know. I've been trying to think it through, but there are always gaps, so the earlier content in this book has been continuously updated, and I will read everyone's opinions. Chapter 22. Legends say there are 100 kinds of ghosts. Chen Qing did not smash the Demon Suppressing Tower down. If he did, he would only bring back a tower full of mud, which would be disgusting, right? The ghost meter showed this was also a first-level wandering soul, indicating almost no danger. The ditch was only about a meter deep, and standing above it was perfectly fine. Chen Qing lightened his footsteps and approached the toilet ghost, swinging his knife down. The bloodstains on the blade suddenly gleamed, and with a thud, the human head fell off. The dog body froze suddenly, but its feet and butt were still stuck in the mud, remaining seated. Only the human head and dog body abruptly transformed into a swirl of black mist, rapidly merging into the Demon Suppressing Tower. Chen Qing seemed to realize something. With a thought, both the toilet ghost and mad ghost appeared before him. The toilet ghost's body was intact. After a moment of contemplation, he wondered if all the ghosts he killed would be drawn into the Demon Suppressing Tower. In other words, the mad ghost wasn't actually collected but was crushed to death by the tower and then drawn inside. Looking at the mad ghost, Chen Qing's brow furrowed slightly. This was his first time seeing a mad ghost, and even the name was something he randomly came up with, so there was no question of its advancement sequence. However, he did know the evolution sequence of the toilet ghost. First-level wandering soul called toilet ghost or shit-eating ghost. Second-level ghost called filth eater. The sequence for the evil spirit level was unclear. Legends say there are 100 ghosts. Each type of ghost has its own path to advance to the Ghost King. And once advanced, both form and ability will significantly improve. Advancing requires a spirit guide. The spirit guide could be a mixture of certain spiritual herbs, ghostly items, or ancient artifacts, or it could involve conditions like killing 100 people. Chen Qing knew the complete advancement spirit guide for the child ghost and the drowned ghost to evolve into evil spirits. That is, the complete knowledge of how child ghosts and drowned ghosts evolve into evil spirits. Child ghosts are crying babies, and drowned ghosts are water monkeys or Kappa. As long as the conditions are sufficient, Chen Qing could upgrade them to the evil spirit level. At the same time, he also knew the incomplete route for the vengeful ghost to evolve into an evil spirit. Vengeful ghosts are sleepless people in red robes. However, he only knew the name and not the spirit guide. Vengeful ghosts are a very powerful type of ghost, especially the evil spirit level red robe, which is a bizarre existence that makes people shudder. If he knew the advancement spirit guide, Chen Qing would definitely look for an opportunity to obtain one. However, the mad ghost was something Chen Qing had never heard of. Even the name was something he just came up with, and considering its ridiculous appearance, it was quite fitting. What would be its evil ghost level and evil spirit level names? Crazy Dog? Heartless One? As he walked and thought, the necklace trembled again. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the knife, but found nothing around. After searching again, he still found nothing. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked up at the tree. There, at the top of the tree, sat a figure. Its lower body was smoke-like, and its upper body resembled a withered woman, so thin that her ribs were visible, and her breasts were shriveled, like two water bags that were only half filled. At this moment, its two nostrils were flaring wider than its mouth, gulping in air. Glutton. Looking at the ghost meter, it was a level 1 wandering spirit. The tree was about 7 or 8 meters tall, and Chen Qing didn't want to take the risk of climbing it. So, he suddenly threw the magic suppression tower up high. Buzz. The magic suppression tower grew larger, pushing aside a circle of air, towering even higher than the tree, and came crashing down heavily. Crack, crack, crack. A series of fine explosive sounds echoed as branches flew everywhere. The magic suppression tower slammed onto the ground, sending mud flying and creating a deep pit. If not for the pile of broken branches and leaves at the base of the tower, it would truly seem like it had grown there. Sensing something, the glutton also appeared within the tower. Chen Qing looked at the magic suppression tower, curious to see how tall it could get. Big. The magic suppression tower expanded again, reaching about 20 meters high, forcefully pushing the soil aside, as if a muffled thunder had erupted from below. It was as tall as a 6-story building, and Chen Qing looked up in shock. Big. The magic suppression tower grew even larger. Chen Qing couldn't estimate it, but felt it was probably as high as a 10-story building. Big. It grew even larger. By now, the magic suppression tower was far taller than the ghost tower that had originally held it. The door on the tower was also about 2 meters high. At this size, Chen Qing finally saw that the details of the iron-cast tower were rich enough, with clear patterns on the doors, windows, and columns. He felt a stir in his heart and pushed open the tower door. It opened smoothly, without a sound. Inside was a billow of gray mist. And Chen Qing did not step inside. It wasn't because he feared danger, but because he was afraid of the 15,000-fold difference in the flow of time. Under such a terrifying time flow difference, even if he entered and immediately exited, several months might have passed outside. This place wasn't too far from the city, and he feared attracting a powerful presence, so he stored the magic suppression tower away. Continuing to follow the ghost meter, it soon vibrated again. He gripped the kunwa knife and slowly approached. By the small river, the grass was rustling. He looked at the ghost meter, but it hadn't reacted yet. This device's detection range and speed were much weaker than the magic suppression towers. As he crept closer, he finally saw the ghost. It blended almost seamlessly with the water's surface in the darkness, roughly humanoid in shape, but with large palms, webbing between its fingers, and scales on its back. It seemed to be evolving towards a water otter or water lizard. A drowned ghost. Chen Qing had the complete evolution sequence of a drowned ghost. However, he frowned. This drowned ghost had a very complete appearance. Its level was likely not low. The ghost meter shook. Sure enough, after a quick fluctuation, it stopped at 32. Level 3 Wandering Spirit. The regular values had 6 levels, with a complex formula. But the conversion was troublesome, so it gradually changed to levels 1 to 10. And the ghost meter excluded letters, using 1 to 10 instead. At the Wandering Spirit level, 110 was the newborn stage, extremely weak. 1120 was level 1. Increasing by 1 level for every 10 points. 2130, level 2. 3140, level 3. 4150, level 4. In simple terms, dozens corresponded to several levels. The cap was level 10. The 3 levels beyond 10 were called transcendent levels, with many names, but they couldn't be measured conventionally. They were also referred to as numerical monsters. At this level, they had the strength to fight beyond their rank. A level 1 wandering spirit's strength far surpassed that of low-level evil spirits. The information stated 4 words: extremely dangerous. This drowned ghost was particularly suitable for Chen Qing, especially since he knew its complete sequence. But precisely because of its high level, he couldn't choose it. The Ghost King's attributes were directly related to the 12 ghosts. The weaker, the better. So, Chen Qing lightened his steps and slowly retreated. Before long, he encountered the 5th ghost, the toilet ghost. Level 1. However, this ghost was soaking in a dry toilet, covered in filth and enjoying itself. And Chen Qing struggled repeatedly, but couldn't bring himself to act. He slipped away. Before dawn, Chen Qing encountered the 6th ghost, the glutton, level 1 wandering spirit. He captured it. This time, his haul was quite substantial. 1 mad ghost, 1 toilet ghost, and 2 gluttons. Soon, the sky began to brighten. The ghosts had mostly vanished. With the blood moon not yet arrived, the ghosts encountered were all the most common types. Low level, low strength. Once the blood moon arrived, all sorts of bizarre and overpowered ghosts would be everywhere. Just thinking about it was chilling. While he was lost in thought, Hichan's phone call came through. Chen Qing. Training has started. Understood. Compared to other newcomers, Chen Qing had a bit more freedom. But the premise was that he had to complete the training requirements. Today was the first day of training, so he naturally had to be present. Chapter 23. Training begins on the way back. The scene outside the car window was bustling. Various renovation teams were entering different neighborhoods, working hard on construction. After a moment's thought, he opened the neighborhood's WeChat group. So annoying. What community defense are they doing? Ghosts have never entered the city. Who are we defending against? Yeah, the cars can only park outside. Who will pay for the parking fees? Scrolling up. There were supporters and those complaining. Chen Qing's brows gradually furrowed. Community defense? This was something that hadn't been done in his previous life. Did the Tang dynasty officials foresee that the blood moon was approaching? Such a thought was quite bizarre, but if he could be reborn, others could too. Handsome. Are you with the Ghost Suppression Army? While his thoughts were drifting, the taxi driver kept glancing at Chen Qing in the rearview mirror. At that moment, Chen Qing was wearing the Ghost Suppression Army's dark green uniform. Yes, Chen Qing nodded. Ah, what an honor. The Ghost Suppression Army, you're really doing great. Wasn't there a talent test the day before yesterday? My son wasn't selected, and now I can't even enjoy my meals. He dreams of joining the Ghost Suppression Army. But unfortunately, he just doesn't have the talent. What was your talent test score? The driver was quite talkative, chattering away. They soon arrived at the Ghost Suppression Army headquarters. Just as Chen Qing was about to pay, the driver waved his hands repeatedly. No. How can I charge the Ghost Suppression Army for the fare? I will never charge you in this lifetime. Chen Qing nodded, letting it be. There were already many newcomers here, all dressed in Ghost Suppression Army uniforms, chatting in groups. The monkey was already here, and upon seeing Chen Qing arrive, he immediately came over. Chen Qing, do you know any insider information? What? As soon as you mentioned stockpiling supplies, I urged my parents to buy a lot of things. Rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, canned food, filling the entire storage room. But they disagreed about the safe house. It was just too expensive. However, the community defense renovations started yesterday. So my dad asked me to ask you if something really is going to happen. The monkey was a brother, and in his previous life, he should have died because of himself. He definitely wanted to repay him. Yes, Chen Qing said seriously, if the money isn't used, it will be of no value. If you truly have none, I can lend you some. He added, don't tell others that your family is stockpiling a lot of supplies. The monkey paused slightly, pondering a bit. Not telling? Are you afraid others will rob? The situation could get serious enough for people to fight over food. Thinking of this, the monkey nodded seriously. I understand. Chen Qing. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind. Chen Qing turned around. It was Huaxia, dressed in the uniform of the Ghost Control Army. Huaxia looked coldly at Chen Qing. I was originally going to the martial arts school, but now I've changed my mind. Wherever you are, I will be there. I want 10-fold, 100-fold return for everything you've given me. Don't think your talent is something impressive. Even though I'm only at level, I can still hold up this sky. I will trample you underfoot and crush everything about you. Chen Qing was speechless. This heavy dose of middle schooler attitude. How many books of Don't Underestimate the Young has this girl read? He waved his hand. Oh. He looked at the monkey and whispered. The safe house type should ideally accommodate both ghost and human defenses. The monkey nodded and quietly asked, what about weapons? It's best to have a bit of everything. Huaxia was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere had built up to this point. She thought there would be some confrontation, but Chen Qing just said oh? She didn't know what to say. It was supposed to build up to a climax, but now it was stuck in limbo. So annoying. She simply huffed heavily and turned to leave. Damn. The monkey looked at her back and cursed. How did these people get together? Chen Qing turned to look. He saw Huaxia, Chen Qing, and a handsome young man standing together, talking and glancing over at Chen Qing. Did you see the person with Chen Qing? The monkey's tone was serious. You must be careful. I haven't seen him before. Chen Qing was quite certain. His name is Ji Luo. He should be the strongest of our batch. His talent test reached level, and I heard he even reached the soul movement stage. Is soul movement difficult? Chen Qing was a bit curious. Besides him, there's also a girl who is said to have a fake ghost. At this, Chen Qing was genuinely taken aback. A fake ghost. Ghosts and humans are mortal enemies, but a fake ghost is born to be extraordinarily close to someone, almost achieving a state of unity of mind and spirit. A fake ghost does not take up the ghost pet space of a ghost master and will never betray at any time. The most terrifying part is that it can share part of its abilities with its master. It is the rarest type of ghost pet. Far more important than a super ghost pet. It's actually a fake ghost, but I don't know what kind of fake ghost it is. If it's a powerful ghost species, that would be even scarier. Quiet. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed throughout the venue. He-Chong coldly surveyed the crowd. When this guy doesn't talk much, he has quite an intimidating presence. Everyone in the venue instantly fell silent. There are 118 people entering the team this time, with 9 achieving level and above in talent, and even newcomers with fake ghosts. The quantity and quality are the highest in history. Although it's impossible, I still hope you can all get your own Kunwa sword. Kunwa sword? ISNT that issued with the military uniform? Chen Qing was slightly taken aback and immediately understood. He had received the qualification for direct admission. The Ghost Control Army bears heavy responsibilities. At the front, they must support the back of the Ghost Extinction Team. At the back, they must protect the countless citizens. In the next 20 days, you will go through high-intensity training. Pass the test, and you will get the Kunwa sword. If you fail, you go back where you came from. Saying this, Han Yuan pounded his chest and saluted before leaving. Yichang stepped forward. Now, follow my command. All of you, run 10 laps, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Reports say, unfair. Hong Yi stood straight. The physiological structure of males and females is different. The training volume shouldn't be the same. Ghost 1T go easy on you just because you're a woman. Yichang coldly looked at her. The door has always been open. You can leave anytime. Hong Yi gritted her teeth, wanting to storm off, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Run. Chen Qing didn't dare to say anything and began to run. Physical strength is the foundation of everything. Just in the first lap, the gap appeared. Most girls fell behind due to their natural physiological differences. Chen Qing didn't run fast or slow and naturally found himself among the top 10 in the group. But to Chen Qing's surprise, the fastest runner wasn't Ji Luo, but a girl. Her movements were smooth as if she was conserving her strength. Ji Luo was desperately chasing after her, but there was always a considerable distance between them. It's worth noting that Ji Luo's physical fitness was comparable to that of veterans with several years of military experience, and he felt a bit embarrassed, running for his life. In this chase, the two quickly opened a considerable gap from the others. Meanwhile, Yichang stood like a flagpole, hands behind his back, motionless. Watching everyone, time slowly passed, and after about 5 laps, the first girl collapsed. She suddenly knelt on the ground and began to vomit. Yuan Shanshan out. Yichang announced loudly, marking a line on the form in his hand. Soon, 2 soldiers came over to help her up and escorted her out the door. Many people watched this scene with their hearts racing. It's for real, not even a second chance. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. But physical endurance is affected very little by subjective will, especially since this is 10 laps. There are really not many normal people who can run this far in one go. If you can't run, you can't run. The second, third, and fourth people to be eliminated appeared one after another. At this point, the girl who had been in the lead had already stopped. She had completed the entire distance. Chapter 24, Ghost Master, Body Cultivator, Spirit Cultivator. Ji Luo reached the finish line about half a lap behind her. Soon, Chen Qing and the others arrived one after another. At this point, those who were out of breath had extremely strained running postures. People kept collapsing. Soon, the majority of the group arrived, including the monkey and others. Once they crossed the line, they all collapsed on the ground. After a moment, Yichang began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Everyone close to the finish line was giving it their all. Several people crossed the line one after another. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the last moment, a chubby kid jumped up recklessly and landed heavily on the ground. His head hit the ground hard, and he was bleeding out. No, this is unfair. We are just ordinary students. This is the first time running. Out. Yichang said coldly again. The faces of the people behind all showed despair. Damn. I want to accept this. I want to accept this either. This is unfair. Let's go. We'll complain. The Ghost Control Army isn't something you can dictate. Yichang showed no signs of wavering, calling over many Ghost Control soldiers to gradually drive everyone out of the camp. See, girls are no worse than boys. Hong Ye's voice carried a hint of excitement. The first place is a girl. This proves it. Is this girl crazy? The monkey frowned. He knew how Hong Ye's family felt about Chen Qing and found her extremely displeasing. Yichang spoke again. You have 10 minutes of rest time. Then go to the underground training ground. Just this round eliminated 28 people, leaving 90 remaining. This is brutal. The monkey panted heavily. I haven't heard that the Ghost Control Army was this extreme before. This is already on par with the training intensity of the Ghost Extinction Team. The chubby boy, bruised and battered, also spoke, a hint of despair in his voice. Is this really unbearable? Yichang sneered. Listen carefully. For the next 20 days, you will increase the number of laps by 1 each day. And the time limit will still be 20 minutes. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in shock. So on the last day, we have to run 30 laps in 20 minutes? How is that possible? That is almost the 100-meter record. Running each lap as if it were a 100-meter sprint. Chen Qing was also a bit surprised. Is that even achievable? Time for a break is over. Yichang picked up the stopwatch again, reached the underground training ground within 2 minutes. Everyone was stunned and hurriedly struggled to get up, running recklessly towards the underground training ground. This time, 3 more people were eliminated. There were still 87 people left. The underground training ground was very large, even bigger than a standard basketball court. It was dark, illuminated only by a few dim green lights. A chill swept through, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. But Chen Qing furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't the cold air, it was the presence of something ominous. Wukong stood in the shadows, his glasses reflecting a faint light. When everyone had gathered, Wukong said loudly, "Has anyone seen a ghost?" A few people in the crowd hesitantly raised their hands. Seeing someone raise their hand, Chen Qing raised his as well. As a ghost master, it would truly be a joke if one had never seen a ghost. Look closely. A gust of wind blew through, bringing with it a terrifying aura. At that moment, everyone stiffened. Suddenly, someone shrieked, "A ghost! A ghost!" In the air above the training ground, there was a massive figure, somewhat resembling a toad, with a large mouth that looked a bit like a catfish. Its lower body was misty, and it was sucking in the air greedily. Chen Qing's ghost detector trembled slightly, with the reading stopping at 164. a first-level evil ghost. This is called Wind Swallower, Wukong said slowly. The form of a ghost that has evolved from a wandering spirit-level feeding ghost. Feel what an evil ghost is like. As he spoke, Wind Swallower slowly turned its head. An indescribable pressure instantly filled the entire area. A piercing scream broke out. One person collapsed straight down. Wind Swallower suddenly opened its mouth wide and sucked in deeply. It was as if a soul was being drawn away. Chen Qing quickly activated his energy to stabilize his spirit. Bang! Thud, thud. The sound of people falling echoed continuously, one after another. Hiss! A baboon suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of the first girl, looking up and roaring at Wind Swallower. The girl seemed to say something to it, and the baboon disappeared again. Wukong raised a hand, and Wind Swallower finally stopped. Only 4 people remained standing among the newcomers. The first-ranked girl, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing. The first 3 were steady on their feet, while Chen Qing was a bit wobbly. Wukong nodded at the 4 to show his approval. When everyone woke up one by one, Wukong's voice was calm. Wind Swallower did not exert its full power. If it had, at such a close distance, all of you would have died. Wukong's eyes slowly scanned everyone. I won't eliminate any of you, but you are now adults. Think carefully. The things you will face in the future include ghosts like Wind Swallower, or even more terrifying ones. Please make your choice. Everyone fell silent. I'm sorry. A girl still looked fearful. I withdraw. I also withdraw. I never thought being a ghost master would be this dangerous. More and more people raised their hands and quietly walked out of the training ground. After a while, the crowd finally calmed down. There were 72 people left. Now, class officially begins. First, you need to determine your specialty. Ghost masters mainly strengthen their soul strength. The stronger the soul, the more powerful ghost pets they can control. Body cultivators mainly train their vitality and can be seen as frontline tanks or assassins, essentially human cannonballs. Spirit cultivators mainly cultivate spiritual energy, akin to cultivators or mages in novels. We do not have a teacher for this in our squad. If you want to become a spirit cultivator, you can only apply to transfer to the ghost extermination team. I suggest those with high talent should choose Ghost Master. In the second selection, most people stayed here. Only 6 chose Body Cultivator, led away by a muscular man. Now, class officially begins. The first lesson is the basic concepts of Ghost Masters. Wukong pointed to the ghost detector in his hand, aimed it at Wind Swallower, and the reading quickly jumped, stopping at 165. This 165 is measured in ghost energy value, also known as soul power. It can basically be regarded as combat power. As Wukong spoke, he aimed the ghost detector at himself, and the reading fluctuated before stopping at 318. This is my soul power value, 318. Remember, the Master's soul power value must exceed the ghost pet's ghost energy value. If the soul power value falls below the ghost pet's ghost energy value, the ghost pet will betray you. Never think that your contract with the ghost pet is stable. This is determined by the contract ghost technique and is not subject to human will. Considering the impact of battle injuries on soul power, you should reserve around 50. The minimum should be at least 70. For example, if your soul power value is 100, it's best to contract a ghost pet with a ghost energy value of 50. The maximum cannot exceed 70. Chen Qing listened, feeling a slight stir in his heart. The Black Prison Contract Ghost technique seems to have no such restrictions. He needs to find an opportunity to ask the captain. The strength of the soul power brings many benefits. 1. You can contract stronger ghost pets. 2. The greater the soul power gap, the higher the success rate of the contract. When the difference between soul power and ghost energy is more than 10 times, you can almost forcibly contract any ghost pet. 3. You can contract more ghost pets. In the spirit movement realm, you can contract 2 ghost pets. In the essence spirit realm, you can contract 3 ghost pets. In the ghost spring realm, you can contract 4 ghost pets. Chen Qing suddenly thought of the Demon Suppression Tower. He could contract 12 ghost pets through the Demon Suppression Tower. That was invincible. Chapter 25, Clearing the Ghostless Temple. Finally, let's talk about the levels of ghost entities. Whether it's wandering spirits, evil ghosts, or evil spirits, they were originally divided into 5 levels, which were standardized to 1st through 10th levels a few years ago. Below 10 is called the initial stage. In the initial stage, wandering spirits will disperse when injured, and evil ghosts will fall to the wandering spirit realm when injured. Above 10, the numbers represent levels. For example, 12 is 1st level, and over 20 is 2nd level. For the wandering spirit level, the numbers represent levels. Over 30 is 3rd level, and over 40 is 4th level. The same applies to the evil ghost level. Hundreds represent levels, and reaching 1000 is the 10th level. In the case of 99, it will be stuck here unless a spirit guide is found to raise the realm. The evil spirit level is the same, divided into 1st to 10th levels. Someone asked, "Teacher, didn't you say there are also dual levels and triple levels?" Yes. These 3 levels are collectively referred to as transcendence levels, which are existences that transcend common sense. A level wandering spirit can easily defeat a lower level evil ghost, which is extremely dangerous. Do not attempt to contract them. To contract a level ghost pet, your soul power must be at least several times its value, or even more than 10 times. Everyone remembered this firmly. Now, We will begin the Soul Movement course. Students who reach the Soul Movement realm can leave. Once you reach the Soul Movement realm, you can receive your Kunmo Blade. At the same time, you can apply to participate in tonight's mission. A mission? Chen Qing was taken aback. The ghostless temple has erupted with a small ghost tide, and no one in the temple survived. Tonight, the captain will lead the team to clean up. The captain? Chen Qing suddenly understood. In his previous life, Han Yuan probably obtained the Demon Suppression Tower during this mission. He still needed 8 more ghosts, and there were too few ghosts in the wild. He didn't dare to provoke places like the Princess Tomb. Following the captain to pick up the scraps was the best choice. Luo Gu, you don't need to waste time here. You have already reached the Soul Movement realm, far surpassing us. Chen Qing flattered him. Ji Luo nodded. I'll leave first. With that, he got up and left. The girl ranked first also got up and left. Chen Qing said to the monkey, I'll withdraw first. After saying that, he also got up and left. For the first 2, no one seemed surprised, but when Chen Qing stood up, everyone was taken aback. Especially Huaxia, Chen Qing, and the monkey. All 3 looked at Chen Qing in disbelief. After the 3 left, Huaxia said in a daze, Old teacher, has Chen Qing also reached the Soul Movement realm? Wukong nodded. He originally wanted to add that Chen Qing took an afternoon, or more accurately, just a few minutes, to reach the Soul Movement realm. But he remained silent. This generation had 3 prodigies come in at once, which was enough of a blow. If he hit them again, they might lose their motivation to study. He had originally had high hopes for Chen Qing. If it weren't for Zhou Yangqiao. In Han Yuan's office, Zhou Yangqiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing arrived one after another. Are you 3 signing up? Sure. Gather at the playground at 6 tonight. After the 3 walked out of the office, Han Yuan immediately smiled. See, this is charisma. In previous years, everyone would thank the heavens and earth. But this year, there are 3 double talents. He-Chang rolled his eyes. Right. The next moment, He-Chang was kicked out, not wanting to go back and forth. Chen Qing called the hotel to ensure they took good care of Chen Man. He stayed at the base to practice hard. The others were fine. But running 30 laps in the last 20 minutes was quite challenging. He calculated the time on the playground, running at full speed, and by 20 minutes. He had run 19 laps. They couldn't set an impossible task. Was there any trick? For example, could soul power strengthen the body? All afternoon, Chen Qing meditated in the dormitory while pondering this question. As 6 approached, the monkey's voice came. I'm exhausted. How can I reach the Soul Movement realm? That cup of water hasn't moved at all afternoon. Some of them moved slightly, but we still have to work hard. We have to continue tonight. But right now I just want to sleep. 2 voices discussed as they approached. The monkey, a chubby boy, and a very cold young man. The cold young man checked the dorm number and directly lay down on the bed. The monkey pointed at the chubby boy. Chen Qing, I'm applying to share a room with you. This chubby boy and I get along quite well, and he is applying to move in with us too. By the way, his name is He Runxing. Hello, great deity. He Runxing immediately extended both hands for a handshake. Hello. Chen Qing looked at him. Your family is a super rich family, right? The chubby boy was taken aback and shook his head. No. Bro, what is your name? The monkey looked at the cold young man lying on the bed. Gu Xinggu? Who has that surname? The monkey didn't dwell on it, and instead started to complain with the chubby boy. Great deity, can I ask how you reached the Soul Movement realm? That bowl of water 1T moved no matter what. Chen Qing thought for a moment. I just did what Teacher Wu said. And it moved after I put in some effort. He really had no experience to share. He Runxing was stunned and sighed, as expected. The great deity is a great deity. By the way, Chen Qing, how many times did you try? The monkey asked. Chen Qing didn't hide it. Once. What the hell? Is that true? No way, great deity. Once. Just once. The monkey was stunned for a while. Then suddenly laughed. Chen Qing's cup of water moved, but he spent the whole afternoon on it. He has been tangled up with Huaxia today, saying he wants to make you look good. I'm curious how they plan to make you look good. What is up? Do you have a grudge? The monkey recounted how Huaxia's family treated Chen Qing, and the chubby boy frowned. That's not right. Chen Qing checked the time and decided to head to the playground. Be careful. Great deity, take care. 5 armored military vehicles had long been waiting on the playground. After a while, everyone gathered, including Chen Qing and the 3 newcomers. There were a total of 30 people. Han Yuan said, let us use the old tactics. He-Chang, free up 3 spots in the vehicle for the newcomers. He-Chang will explain the tactics to them in the vehicle. Let us go. Everyone quickly got into the vehicle and soon drove away from the base with a rumble. The 3 sat in the back row, Zhou Yangqiao on the left, Chen Qing in the middle, and Ji Luo on the right. It actually felt pretty good, Chen Qing thought, sitting slightly further away. He-Chang began explaining the tactics. Have you heard of the 3-3 tactic? When dealing with ghosts, we generally use the 3-3 tactic. 3 people form a small team. Arranged in a triangular formation, 3 small teams make a combat class, still in a triangle. 3 combat classes form a combat group, also in a triangle. A combat group has 27 people. Without you 3, we are exactly 27 people. You'd better observe how we fight today. If there are any small fish that slip through the net, you can practice on them. The vehicle quickly stopped, about a kilometer from the ghostless temple. If we get too close, some of them won't dare to come out. We'll wait for them to all show themselves before going in. Chen Qing thought of something and asked, Brother Chong, where do the ghosts hide during the day? No one knows. He-Chang laughed. This is the world's greatest unsolved mystery. So we have to wait for them to show up. No one knows. Chen Qing pondered. The evil ghosts have appeared. The intercom suddenly crackled, and Han Yuan's bold voice came through. Brothers, follow me. Chapter 26. Sixfold Evil Ghosts, The Watchmen. The 5 armored military vehicles charged up the mountain and soon reached the ghostless temple. Everyone was already very familiar with the formation, and as soon as they got off the vehicle, they immediately formed multiple small teams of 3. Most held Kunwu swords, while those with Kunlun crossbows took positions further back. One person was holding a sniper rifle, searching for a location. Han Yuan stood in the middle, suddenly drawing his Kunwu sword. A red light flashed, and the Kunwu sword erupted in blazing flames, enveloping half of Han Yuan's body. Charge! At the command, everyone rushed into the ghostless temple. Some through the door, and others climbing over the wall, all at great speed. Chen Qing gripped his Kunwu sword and followed closely. At this moment, a figure appeared ahead. Extremely thin, with an abnormally pale face and many festering sores on its body, it walked slowly while coughing violently. From the sound, it seemed like it would choke to death at any moment. A ghost control soldier rushed forward, and the light on his Kunwu sword flashed. With a slash, the ghost was cut in half at the waist. Cough, cough. The upper half of the ghost coughed violently while struggling to crawl forward. The soldier stepped forward and severed its head as well. Bang! A loud bang echoed, and Han Yuan jumped out of nowhere. The blazing Kunwu knife plunged into the corpse of the ghost. The flames quickly consumed the ghost's body. Han Yuan furrowed his brows. This is a deathly ghost. You withdraw from this mission and hurry back for disinfection and inspection. The soldier was taken aback, nodded immediately, and quickly ran out of the ghostless temple. A bit further ahead, the first 3 soldiers were entangled with a female ghost holding a child. The female ghost was mumbling something. There was a huge wound on her abdomen, and a child was sucking its thumb, calmly looking outside. The female ghost moved extremely quickly. Each step like an arrow shot out. The 3 had surrounded the female ghost. As soon as she attacked one person, the other 2's Kunwu knives would swiftly strike. Whoosh! The female ghost moved again. Her claws reached for the soldier's face, and the soldier was startled. He quickly fell backward in a bridge pose. The 2 beside him swung their knives together, one cutting at her neck and the other stabbing her belly. Clang! Clang! 2 crisp sounds rang out as both knives were caught. One knife was grabbed by the female ghost, and the other was held by the fetus in her abdomen. The baby in the female ghost's arms suddenly lunged toward the soldier on the ground, while one of her claws swept toward the 2 soldiers. Bang! A silver bullet exploded in front of the female ghost's chest. Her body flew out as if struck by a heavy truck. The 2 soldiers seized the opportunity, one on the left and one on the right, and cut the female ghost into 3 pieces. The baby fell out from the ghost's belly, letting out a piercing scream. Still struggling to reach the female ghost, clinging tightly to her and crying loudly. Soon after, its body began to dissolve slowly. Is this the legendary birthing ghost? The soldier felt a lingering fear. This was just a wandering soul level. Damn ridiculous. If it had advanced to the evil ghost level, it might have taken several lives. The soldier on the ground stood up, touching the wound on his neck. This thing can't be poisonous, right? I've never heard of that. Chen Qing observed everything, his heart racing. He had seen this scene once again. Spitting to the side, a voice came from nearby. Not bad for courage. Huh. Chen Qing was taken aback. It was the first time he saw such a scene, his mouth dry, with saliva. Not bad. At this moment, the 2 were standing on a bell tower, able to see everything around them. Han Yuan did not participate in the battle anymore, just watching the fight around. The average strength of the ghost control army seemed to have a certain gap with the ghosts, but everyone cooperated very well. Although there were injuries, they were not serious. The number of ghosts was rapidly decreasing. Chen Qing suddenly asked, Captain, the Black Prison Contract ghost technique should not have to follow the rule that the ghost chi value must only be half of one's own, right? If the ghost chi value is about the same as mine, or slightly higher, can I contract it? Han Yuan frowned and said, contracting a ghost with only half your chi value is very unprofitable. Everyone knows that. But have you ever thought about why this rule became a hard law in the end? Chen Qing fell silent. Do you know what happened to the previous practitioners of the Black Prison Contract ghost technique? None of them were not exceptionally talented. Their talents exceeded your imagination. And without exception, they all died. You might very well be the only one who knows this technique now. The ferocity of the ghosts far exceeds your imagination. Locking yourself and the ghosts in the Black Prison is actually forcing yourself into a desperate situation. Han Yuan was not a talkative person, but he spoke a lot this time. Yet, he also answered Chen Qing's question. The number of ghosts in the temple was sharply decreasing. Bang! Suddenly, a light knocking sound rang out. It sounded like it was knocking on a bamboo tube. Everyone's movements froze. The scene in front of Chen Qing turned black and white. His consciousness was in chaos. Bang! The knocking sound rang again. A strange voice stretched out. The weather is dry. Be careful with fire. With the sound, flames suddenly erupted from the bodies of all those who were frozen. Han Yuan also froze. The flames rising from his body quickly burned him. Black smoke began to rise. Flames erupted from Chen Qing's body as well, but the Demon Suppression Tower gently trembled, instantly extinguishing them. The black and white scene before him shattered, restoring to the normal world. Chen Qing could move, but but he didn't know what to do. He didn't even know where the enemy was. He suddenly shook Han Yuan beside him. "Captain, wake up." Gritting his teeth, he stabbed the kunwa knife into Han Yuan's arm. Han Yuan suddenly woke up, and the kunwa knife in his hand burst into flames, his body shooting out like a cannonball. Bang! Another sound. Han Yuan's body stiffened in midair. But the momentum did not decrease, and he heavily crashed to the ground. The strange voice stretched again. "Close the doors and windows. Prevent theft and robbery." A wooden lattice window quickly closed in Chen Qing's eyes, while his body seemed to be locked by something, unable to move. The Demon Suppression Tower trembled again. The window in front shattered. Chen Qing disregarded everything and rushed toward Han Yuan, stabbing again. In this situation, only he could save the day. The kunwa knife had the effect of breaking evil, and Han Yuan instantly woke up, his body shooting out like a cannonball. The ghost still wanted to cast some spell, but Han Yuan's body approached in an instant. One knife, peaceful and silent. The sound stopped abruptly. Everyone regained their ability to move, quickly taking off their burning clothes. All hissing in pain, Chen Qing rushed over to see a ghost corpse pinned to the ground by Han Yuan's kunwa knife, rapidly burning. It could vaguely be identified as an ancient farmer's outfit, with a bamboo tube hanging from its waist. 6th level evil ghost, the Night Watchman. Han Yuan frowned and took out a few portable hemostatic band-aids to cover his wounds. "I actually encountered this thing." Chen Qing was stunned. This Night Watchman was one of the ones he had released after taking out the Demon Suppression Tower, right? Could it be that the ghost tied in the ghostless temple was caused by himself? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing comforted himself. Anyway, with the blood moon coming, there would be a ghost tied here too, and by that time, the number of deaths would probably multiply by hundreds. He Chong ran over at this moment. His neck already burned off a few layers of skin, but he nodded at Chen Qing. "Chen Qing, you did a great job this time." Saying this, He Chong's expression turned serious. "Boss, it seems there is still one evil ghost left." "One more? It seems to be possessing something." Han Yuan's expression showed excitement. "Possessing? What is it possessing? Not clear. Let's go." As Han Yuan walked, he said, "Chen Qing, you can practice a bit too. Be careful. Target the weak points." Chapter 27 The Ghost King is coming. Possessing is not a verb, but a noun. This type of ghost is relatively common. Known as an infatuated ghost at the wandering soul level. It is the transformation of those who were obsessed with something after death. For example, drunkards, gamblers, miserly ghosts, and philanderers, etc. At the evil ghost level, they generally attach to an object that they cannot let go of. For example, if He Chong and the team died and became an evil ghost, he might turn into a fishing rod. The human obsession and infatuation are incredibly bizarre, and the attachments will also be extraordinarily strange. For example, a drunkard, when promoted to a spirit, might turn into a bottle of wine, or a certain pervert, when promoted to a spirit, might turn into black stockings. If a modern person becomes a ghost, it would probably be quite lively. A mobile phone, a keyboard, a camera, a figurine, a basketball, overalls, nothing would be surprising. Chen Qing retracted his thoughts and slowly walked towards the back half of the ghostless temple. A fast-paced, mumbling voice came from somewhere. "I heard that guy is just a hopeless gambler. He had an affair with the butcher's wife and was caught and killed by the butcher. Old Qing hasn't returned for 2 years. They say he was arrested for salt smuggling, and I heard he was violated by the prison bully." Listening further, the voice continued to ramble on. Chen Qing turned around the corner and finally saw 2 female ghosts. Their mouths were rapidly opening and closing, their tongues extremely long, hanging down about a foot, splattering saliva everywhere as they spoke. Long-tongued ghosts. The 2 female ghosts clearly had different levels of cultivation. One spoke at an incredible speed, and it was hard to catch what she said without careful listening. The other was slightly sluggish, her words unclear. Checking the ghost meter, one was level 1, the other was level 3. Both were very weak, but to be safe, Chen Qing targeted the level 1 ghost and swiftly struck it with a knife. Decapitation. Unsurprisingly, the long-tongued ghost turned into black mist and was quickly absorbed by the Demon Suppressing Tower. The level 3 long-tongued ghost was momentarily stunned. Then her tongue transformed into a sword-like whip and swiftly slashed at Chen Qing. Chen Qing no longer hesitated and quickly escaped, searching for the next ghost. There were plenty of ghosts here, and soon Chen Qing found a starving ghost in the temple cafeteria. It was frantically eating a bag of already rotten cabbage. Its body was extremely thin, but its stomach was large and round from eating. A quick measurement revealed it was a newly born wandering soul. He swiftly beheaded it. The starving ghost quickly transformed into a gust of black mist and was absorbed into the Demon Suppressing Tower. There were still whispering sounds in the cafeteria. Chen Qing lightened his footsteps and was suddenly filled with joy. 3 ghosts. They were fighting over a piece of already rotten, maggot-infested pork in the cafeteria kitchen. Checking the ghost meter, they were all level 1 wandering souls. Chen Qing threw out the Demon Suppressing Tower. Boom. With a heavy thud, the 3 ghosts were instantly crushed. He quickly retracted the tower and continued searching elsewhere. The next 2 ghosts he encountered were one level 1 and one level 3, and Chen Qing turned and walked away. When he reached the accommodation area, his pace slowed down. A strange sound came. His heart stirred, and he discerned the direction. Gripping his kunwa knife tightly, he cautiously approached. Next, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Zhou Yanxiao's fate ghost was indeed. This shocked me for an entire year. Chen Qing immediately recognized that this baboon was Zhou Yanxiao's fate ghost. Looking around, he saw Zhou Yanxiao standing in a corner, her face flushed red. She also saw Chen Qing, raised a finger, and made a shushing gesture. She quietly approached him and pulled Chen Qing outside. Chen Qing was unsure how to start. Zhou Yanxiao, with a red face, said, "My fate ghost is a lust ghost. This is the only way to promote." A lust ghost. The sounds coming from inside were too seductive. Zhou Yanxiao's face remained red as she said, "That female ghost and my baboon are from the same lineage. Only by assisting each other can we promote. I have to seize this opportunity." The evil ghost level of a lust ghost is actually a baboon or ape. Chen Qing was a bit stunned and instinctively asked, "Then what is the evil spirit level of the lust ghost?" "I don't know. That makes sense. The blood moon hasn't arrived yet, and most of the ghosts we can see now are common types. Today, we can see a ghost like this because it has been suppressed here since ancient times." While he was speaking, it seemed that they had reached the peak of the mountain. Even describing 1/10 of the commotion would require sealing the book. Incredible. Come on. Chen Qing suddenly found himself temporarily speechless. He quickly escaped. After thinking for a moment, he walked towards the former abbot's room. There was a decayed corpse, but it had not turned into a ghost. Chen Qing vaguely recognized it as the abbot, sighed, and turned to search other areas. At this moment, Chen Qing felt a wave of Yin energy. Looking around, he saw no ghosts. However, his steps became heavier. It felt as if air conditioning was blowing on his thighs, bringing an indescribable chill. Chen Qing's heart sank. He looked down. There was nothing on his feet, but the pant legs were gently swaying. Chen Qing understood what this was. A hanging boot ghost, also known as a follower. This thing moves too fast. No matter how you look at it, it can hide in your blind spot. If you feel something blowing on your neck while walking at night, it's most likely this. Fortunately, this thing has limited strength. At most, it causes a cold or fever. Barely considered a benevolent ghost. At this moment, a cool breeze was blowing at the back of his neck. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be hanging on his neck right now. Chen Qing did not turn around, but used the ghost meter to shine behind his neck. Level 7. Newly born wandering soul. Chen Qing understood, stopped, and threw the demon suppressing tower behind him. Boom. The tower, over 3 or 4 meters high, fell heavily behind Chen Qing. He did not see this follower, but he already felt a new ghost being absorbed into the tower. Just 2 more to go. Soon, Chen Qing found his target. A thin figure was embracing a large pile of dice. The dice kept falling, and he kept picking them up, only for them to drop again. The ghost's face showed anxiety, but he was obsessively collecting these dice, seemingly unwilling to let go of any. A foolish ghost. There are many types of foolish ghosts, and this one was clearly a gambling fool. 3 warriors suddenly rushed over, ready to attack. Chen Qing quickly stopped them. "Leave this to me." The 3 warriors nodded, said no more, and moved on to other areas. This gambling ghost seemed confused, likely at the newly born level. Sure enough, the ghost meter showed a 5. 1 strike ended the gambling ghost. The demon suppressing tower was just 1 ghost short. Perhaps good things come to those who wait. The next few ghosts he encountered weren't just level 1 or 2, and with the demon suppressing warriors quickly reducing their numbers, it became increasingly difficult to find another. Chen Qing felt a bit anxious and, after a moment of thought, headed to the back of the ghostless tower. The ghostless tower had already been thoroughly cleared as a focus area. However, there was a dry toilet in the corner of the surrounding wall. There might be a toilet ghost. Sure enough, a level 1 toilet ghost was happily munching away. Ignoring the disgust, Chen Qing swiftly struck. The toilet ghost's corpse transformed into black mist and was absorbed into the tower. The demon suppressing tower began to tremble. At first, it was a slight tremor, but then the shaking grew stronger and stronger, and soon, the tower, along with the necklace on Chen Qing's chest, was bouncing around as if it were a small fish just caught. Finally, the commotion from the tower stopped, and Chen Qing felt that he had gained the 13th ghost. The Ghost King has come. Chapter 28. If I die, take good care of my brother. Reflecting on the terrifying figure from the second blood moon in his past life, Chen Qing's heart raced. He had gathered these 12 useless ghosts solely to obtain this Ghost King. He practiced the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique just to control this Ghost King. Under normal circumstances, using the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique would lead to the ghost resisting, resulting in a life and death situation. But Chen Qing was different. He was the master of the Demon Suppression Tower. Based on this fact, Chen Qing could make some arrangements. For example, he could swim into the sea or come to the cliff. This way, as long as he died, the Demon Suppression Tower would fall and would likely never be retrieved, essentially equivalent to an eternal seal. In other words, the ghost would have 2 choices, either submit or perish together. That should work, right? Chen Qing felt uncertain. But only by obtaining this Ghost King could he have the confidence to survive the Blood Moon with a 100 guarantee. As he pondered silently, the commotion inside the ghostless temple had gradually diminished. Aside from the terrifying watchman, the Ghost Control Army also dealt with a few troublesome tenfold wandering souls, leaving 1 person severely injured. The battle was gradually coming to an end. Finally, the portable intercom transmitted the signal to regroup. Everyone walked towards the temple door. and Chen Qing bumped into Zhou Yanqiao. Chen Qing smiled and asked, "Did it go smoothly?" Zhou Yanqiao's face flushed, and she mumbled a vague reply. It was at this moment that Chen Qing noticed Zhou Yanqiao was quite attractive. Her nose, eyes, and lips were all delicate and just right. "Don't tell anyone about my fake ghost." Zhou Yanqiao leaned closer, staring into Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing wasn't someone who liked to discuss others. But he deliberately hesitated and said, "Consider it a favor I owe you." "Deal." Chen Qing smiled. He then quietly asked, "Has your baboon made significant progress this time?" Zhou Yanqiao's face turned even redder. "Pretty significant." Seeing that Chen Qing wanted to ask more, she frowned and said, "Can we not talk about this?" Chen Qing noticed she was genuinely anxious and decided not to discuss the topic further. One armored military vehicle was missing. It should have been taken by the soldier who killed the sick ghost. Han Yuan said, although everyone got burned pretty badly this time, the mission was a complete success. Other comrades will be sent over for the cleanup work. Thank you all for your hard work. With one vehicle missing, should everyone squeeze in or wait for another vehicle to be sent over? Squeeze. It'll just take a few minutes. Let's get it done. Han Yuan called 3 newcomers to sit in his vehicle, and soon 2 more squeezed in. One was He Chong, and the other was a round-faced soldier, Zhang Minyuan. Nicknamed Egg. "Damn it, Egg, don't squeeze me. This vehicle is so small. I don't want to squeeze you either." The 2 squeezed for a while, and ultimately decided that He Chong would hold Egg to sit. The vehicle started. "Chen Qing, you should take the lead today," Han Yuan said. "Where would I be without the captain's brilliant command?" Chen Qing replied. "What? Have you learned to flatter in just a few days?" Han Yuan was displeased with Chen Qing's tone. Chen Qing smiled and asked, "Is there a reward?" "Yes." Han Yuan laughed. "But I plan to collectively report to the combat team that we can defend against special attacks. Otherwise, if a ghost with special abilities shows up like today, who knows how it would end?" Chen Qing wanted to ask if they had found the spirit that possessed them, but he held back. Ji Luo did well too. "Did the haunted ghost you were working on succeed?" "It did." Ji Luo's face lit up with excitement at the mention of this. Han Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "Is the complete sequence of the haunted ghost for sale?" With Han Yuan's astuteness, he naturally knew that Ji Luo's excitement over contracting a first-tier ghost was because his family was aware of the complete promotion route. Ji Luo fell silent, but did not deny it. After a while, he bitterly smiled and said, "Maybe my dad won't agree." "All right." Han Yuan did not press further. The complete sequence was too precious. Each complete sequence was earned with the lives of countless people in the Southern Ghost Tide. "Captain, isn't it the task of the ghost extermination team to clear out ghostly entities? They haven't been able to spare any hands lately." Han Yuan's tone became somewhat serious. "A princess from an unknown dynasty has awakened. It's a bit tricky." Chen Qing was taken aback. He realized it was the one he had awakened. But in fact, Chen Qing had done a great favor because once the blood moon arrived, this ghost would probably become several times stronger, and the losses then would be even more terrifying. He pondered whether to disclose the several ghost strongholds he knew about. Chen Qing fell into thought. "He Chong, can you be normal for once?" Suddenly, Egg cursed. "What the hell is this hard thing?" Everyone's eyes widened. "Knife, knife, knife. This is definitely a knife." He Chong cursed. "Even if I were to date, I'd only go for a captain type of heroic and handsome man. You're just an egg." Han Yuan scolded. "Get lost." After a while, Han Yuan pulled down the makeup mirror, stroked his chin and neck, and nodded. "But what you said about being heroic and handsome is indeed quite apartment." The 4 vehicles sped swiftly and soon entered the urban area. Chen Qing asked, "Captain, can I get out of the car?" "Sure." Han Yuan asked, "Are you injured?" "If you are, it's best to go to the base for treatment." "No, then you can go." After getting out of the car, Chen Qing glanced at the time. 4:30. At this time, taxis were already quite rare. Chen Qing opened the ride-hailing app, set the destination, and offered 1,000 yuan. Ding. Instantly, the order was snatched up. Soon, a car stopped in front of Chen Qing. "Hello, Mr. Chen." The driver looked delighted. "Are you headed to Shizhu Peak?" Running a car at this hour definitely meant trying to earn a little extra. A single ride for 1,000 yuan was simply fantastic. Yes. Shizhu Peak is a famous scenic spot in Ximing City, extremely steep, with the rushing Ximing River below. The 2 got in the car and quickly drove off. The driver was still excitedly chatting with Chen Qing, but Chen Qing's mind was filled with thoughts of the Ghost King, so he didn't engage much. The driver focused on driving. After a while, they arrived at the scenic area, and the driver specifically dropped Chen Qing at a place where the car couldn't go further. Some popular attractions operate 24 hours, but this place was already closed. Chen Qing turned on the flashlight, took a winding path, and, with his much better stamina than an average person, reached the steep cliff without stopping. He found a steep spot near the cliff. The slope was so steep that a person could barely stand, but if he died, the body would surely fall into the river below. The river wind blew fiercely. Chen Qing calmed down, wrote a message. On August 15th, the moon will turn into a blood moon, and the apocalypse will come, with ghosts multiplying by hundreds and thousands. Evil ghosts will be everywhere. You must take Xiao Man and Uncle Xia into my safe house, stock up on food as much as possible, and absolutely, do not trust anyone. My bank card is under the big pine tree at Shizhu Peak, covered by 2 stones, and the password is 371896. After writing, he He set it to send at a scheduled time and placed the bank card under the 2 stones. If he couldn't survive to return, the monkey would receive this message by noon the next day. Taking a deep breath, he controlled his wildly beating heart. One thought. The Ghost King in the Demon Suppression Tower appeared before him. The figure was somewhat thin, squatting on the ground with its back to Chen Qing. Unable to take a closer look, Chen Qing spoke each word clearly. Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. Chapter 29, Ghost King? The words obey the law. Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. Something that resembled tentacles and black mist quickly enveloped the two. Chen Qing's heart raced. He said in a deep voice, "You saw the environment we were just in, on the edge of a cliff. A person can stand, but if I die, my body will fall off the cliff. Since you are locked in the tower, there is no way you can take it yourself. Either you kill me, and my body along with the necklace might sink in the river for decades. You have no other choice. Either submit to me and become my contracted ghost pet, or we die together. Since you dared to enter here, I am fully prepared. Now, please tell me your answer." The Ghost King remained squatting. There was no response at all. The plot seemed a bit off. Chen Qing frowned and shouted again, "Stand up." The Ghost King slowly stood up. Then Chen Qing was stunned. The beard was wild, resembling Zhong Fei, but the eyes were slanted, one watching the post, the other on lookout. One foot wore 2 socks, while the other had none. It tilted its head to examine Chen Qing. "Where are my socks?" Chen Qing was taken aback, although it had grown a circle of beard. Wasn't this the crazy ghost he had first captured? Ghost King? This thing is the Ghost King? In Chen Qing's anticipated plot, there were heroic and tragic scenes, as well as the desolate ending of his corpse in the river, but there was no bizarre picture of being in the same room with a lunatic. For a moment, he was a bit dazed, not knowing what to do. After thinking for a moment, he took off his socks and gave them to it. The Ghost King chuckled, drooling as it wiped its face with its hand, and sat down to put on the socks. If given a choice, Chen Qing definitely wouldn't have chosen this thing. But unfortunately, he was now trapped in the black prison. While it was putting on socks, a thought occurred to him, and a black ring of spiritual energy emerged from Chen Qing's mind, slowly wrapping around the Ghost King's head, tightening more and more, until it was absorbed into its head. The Ghost King seemed to sense something and scratched its head, but the thing had already entered its head. After scratching a couple of times and seeing no reaction, it sat down to continue putting on socks. Done. Is this the feeling of a contracted ghost pet? Unlike controlling it with the Demon Suppression Tower, he could feel the Ghost King's breathing and sensed everything about it clearly. So ghosts also need to breathe? Chen Qing focused his mind and dismissed the black prison. Is it done? This is too unexpected. He pointed the ghost meter at the Ghost King. 3, 4, 7, 9, 13, 18, 23, 35. It stopped at 35, then 36, 35, 39, 34. For some unknown reason, its value remained unstable, constantly changing. It hovered around 38. 38, threefold wandering soul. It completely didn't match the title of Ghost King, but he knew that this was because he specifically contracted a weak newborn wandering soul. If he replaced all 12 ghosts with higher level ones, the Ghost King would likely reach a transcendental level. Just imagine having a high-level ghost pet. His heart couldn't help but flutter, but his mind wasn't very sharp. This is a big problem. He didn't know if changing the ghost would solve it. With a thought, he summoned the crazy ghost. The two stood together, almost closer than brothers. The 4 freely moving eyeballs were comparable to a 360-degree panoramic camera, able to see everything in all directions. Fortunately, the Ghost King had a beard like Zhong Fei, so he wouldn't mistake it. Chen Qing sighed. A famous saying from a celebrity flashed in his mind. What a sin. By this time, the sky was getting bright, and the crazy ghost was obviously a bit weak. However, the Ghost King showed no reaction at all. Its eyes wandered around. Chen Qing put away the crazy ghost, wanting to see the Ghost King's limit, and waited quietly. The sky got brighter and brighter. The first ray of sunlight hit the peak, slowly moving down. If it were a wandering soul at this moment, it would probably turn to ash instantly. But the Ghost King still showed no reaction. As the sunlight gradually moved down, it finally reached above their heads. At this moment, the Ghost King still showed no reaction. Using the ghost meter to check, the ghost energy value was still hovering around 38. The sunlight finally hit the Ghost King's face. The imagined scene of roasting ghost meat did not occur. The Ghost King showed no reaction. It even turned around to face the sun and yawned. Chen Qing was stunned. Even though he had experienced 3 waves of blood moon ghost tides, he had never heard of any ghost that was not afraid of the sun. This is a ghost. The thing above is the sun. What went wrong? The Ghost King yawned and sat on a stone, looking somewhat bored. Chen Qing then remembered the bank card under the stone, took it out, and deleted the scheduled message for the monkey. Checking the time, he recalled the Ghost King. He hailed a taxi and returned to the hotel. Chen Man was not there. He didn't mind, had breakfast, and began to circulate his energy. At noon, the hotel phone rang. The other party did not speak. Chen Qing saw a note pressed under the hotel phone. Mr. Chen Man is in our hands. If you don't want him to come to harm, please prepare 6 million and bring it to the abandoned brick factory on Taiping Road. Chen Qing was stunned. A chill and anger surged in his heart. Chen Man was his only relative, the only one. Chen Qing wanted to solve this matter through the ghost army. But Chen Man could not be in any danger. Not daring to be careless, he went to the bank and withdrew 6 million. A lot. It filled 3 boxes, each weighing around 70 pounds. The security guard helped carry the boxes to the door, and just then a taxi came by, which he flagged down and loaded them in. Taiping Road, abandoned brick factory. Alright, this was a very obscure location. At least Chen Qing had never heard of it. But the driver took many twists and turns, leading Chen Qing through alleys. As long as you don't harm my brother, money is not a problem, Chen Qing suddenly said. The driver was slightly taken aback and smiled. Mr. Chen is a smart man. Then please wear this eye mask. Don't worry, we seek wealth, not lives. Chen Qing complied and put it on. Perhaps because the location was remote, or perhaps deliberately taking a detour, the driver drove for a long time. Halfway through, someone got into the car, and a sharp object pressed against Chen Qing's neck, tying him up tightly with a rope. Soon, the car stopped. Chen Qing was pushed out, staggering, and after a moment, finally stopped. The eye mask was pulled down. The sudden light made Chen Qing squint, and after a moment, he saw clearly. It was an abandoned factory, with broken bricks and dried feces everywhere. In front were 6 people. Now Chen Qing had a strong memory. He remembered clearly even after seeing someone just once. One was a hotel employee, another was a gold shop employee, and there was one that surprised Chen Qing. Li Ba, a resident from the same community, a social person, one of the people who killed Chen Qing in his previous life. Chen Qing suddenly understood. He had been showing off. He had thrown money like a tip in the hotel, amounting to 300,000. He had sold gold ducks worth nearly 10 million in the gold shop. He had spent nearly 10 million on the renovation of his community. No wonder he was being targeted. Where's my brother? Li Ba, wearing a big gold chain and a gold watch, did not answer but instead said, the price has gone up. You need to give another 10 million. Chen Qing only had 1 million left in his account. But Chen Qing did not hesitate. Money was not an issue as long as he could see his brother. Moments later, Chen Man was dragged out, his hands bound behind his back, his face bruised and battered, having suffered a lot. Chen Qing's anxious heart finally settled. I only have 1 million on my card. Can I give it all to you? 120,000 each is enough. But the boss wants 5 million. And the 5 of us brothers need at least 2 million, right? Understood. Chen Qing just needed to confirm that all of them were present. A thought crossed his mind. The Demon Suppressing Tower shook slightly, and 13 ghosts suddenly appeared. Crazy Ghost, 2 Toilet Ghosts, 2 Food-Consuming Ghosts, 4 Starving Ghosts, Long-Tongue Ghost, and a Follow-Me Bug. They were all bizarre and terrifying. Everyone was horrified. What is this? Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. Everyone panicked. But what Chen Qing did not expect was that the Ghost King stood tall, while the other ghosts knelt on the ground, trembling. Except for the Crazy Ghost, who seemed oblivious to the Ghost King's terror and stood upright. Chen Qing did not anticipate the ghosts behaving this way. With a thought, kill them. The ghosts struggled to rise and charged at the crowd. However, they were too weak, especially since it was still daytime. One by one, they moved extremely slowly. The Ghost King rushed forward first, with his toes pointed outward, in an awkward posture, shouting, tear them apart, tear them apart. Suddenly, a person's body was ripped into 8 pieces. With a crash, the intestines spilled all over the ground. The Ghost King rushed over but did not expect this person to suddenly split open in front of him. He paused briefly and turned to another person, still shouting, burn them alive. Boom. The person who was fleeing suddenly became engulfed in raging flames. The temperature was terrifying, and in a moment, he was reduced to a charred state. Chen Qing was stunned. Was this a manifestation of his words? His hands moved faster, and a portable tool knife cut open the ropes. He threw out the Demon Suppressing Tower. A 6 or 7 meter tall iron tower suddenly appeared, smashing one person into mush. Chen Qing held the kunwa knife in hand, and with one stroke, he directly stabbed into the taxi driver's brain, pulling sideways. He split the head in 2 and charged forward again. Meanwhile, the remaining ghosts were already tearing at the gold shop employees. The employee was so scared that he could only scream, help, help. I was wrong, 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 wrong. Li Ba had been cornered, and the long-tongued ghost slapped him, but it felt like a child lightly hitting him. Li Ba was stunned. These ghosts are very weak, right? Chen Qing's face turned cold as he approached Li Ba. That's right. They are all fragile spirits that shatter upon contact. A flash of a knife. Li Ba's left arm was severed at the root. Li Ba screamed, don't kill me. We are neighbors. So what? Li Ba was stunned. He never expected Chen Qing to know him. However, there was no time to think. Another knife. His right arm was severed at the root. Blood gushed from the stumps of his arms. Li Ba's body convulsed and trembled. No, I will buy my life. I have money. Chen Qing showed no reaction and raised the knife again. Jin Buhuan. I have news about Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan. Li Ba suddenly yelled desperately, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Chen Qing paused. His brows furrowed. How did he know about Jin Buhuan? Li Ba's lips had turned pale, and he was drenched in cold sweat, but he still shouted, Jin Buhuan. Someone wants your Jin Buhuan. Chen Qing's brows furrowed even tighter. Li Ba saw that Chen Qing had stopped moving. The hotel's son, Lian, wants to mess with you guys. He secretly installed surveillance in the room. He captured the Jin Buhuan. Then the news spread, We were just the thugs. Let me go, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Suddenly, a strange voice came. Jin Buhuan appeared abruptly in front of them, still small, carrying an abnormally large bag filled with gold ingots. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan said, jumping a few steps to Li Ba's front. As if diving into water, directly jumping into Li Ba's belly. Li Ba's body quickly turned to gold, his eyes filled with fear, and the fear was forever frozen in his gaze. Chen Qing looked at this golden body, the true meaning of a golden body. Silent. Move, Chen Man, everyone should die. But until the person behind the scenes is found, he could not eat or sleep in peace. Chapter 30. There is a big black hand behind the scenes. This was Chen Qing's first time killing someone in both of his lives combined. Surprisingly, he felt no discomfort at all, terrifyingly calm. The newly born spirits were still too weak. If they had not appeared suddenly and frightened this group of people, there might have been danger. He commanded the ghosts to clean up the bodies, but one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Even though the factory had a roof, sunlight could not reach them. But it was still daytime. Except for the Ghost King, the others could not withstand it. Helpless, he recalled the ghosts and used the Demon Suppressing Tower to collect all the bodies. Li Ba's body had already turned to gold. What surprised Chen Qing was that Li Ba's phone had fallen to the ground, and his hands had been cut off before turning to gold, which should be usable for unlocking. He tried fingerprint unlocking, and it indeed unlocked. First, he checked the contacts and took pictures of the phone numbers contacted in the past week. Then he browsed through messages and WeChat. Li Ba was involved in the underworld, and his phone was particularly flashy. There was a group called Chaos of Demons, filled with many pictures and videos. Almost all could be posted in the bizarre category of adult websites. In this group, humans could lay eggs. The capacity was infinitely vast. The old woman was dressed up beautifully. Scrolling further up, there were photos of Chen Qing and Chen Man. It was obvious they were taken with a long lens, likely secretly captured from a car, documenting where Chen Qing went and what he did. Occasionally, there were one or two comments. Damn, this kid is really rich. He just spent hundreds of thousands at the camping store. There were also surveillance footage, especially during the conflict with his aunt's family, which received the most discussion. Today, in just a few minutes, he spent 280,000. Damn him. If we don't rob him, we would be letting ourselves down. When exactly will we make a move? It's in the next couple of days. Further down, that little brat has already been tied up. Have you seen where he is? I have been following him into the bank and will be coming out soon. Car, hurry up and get closer. He has gotten into Lao Wang's car. It's stable now. We're going to make a fortune. It's stable, it's stable. Li Ba replied. Don't be careless. Hold on for the last hour. Tonight we will have a celebration banquet. Everyone gets 3 thin horses. Just as I was watching, a WeChat message suddenly popped up. Did you succeed? Chen Qing scrolled up and gradually revealed a killing intent in his eyes. The message from 3 days ago had been deleted. But Li Ba had been continuously reporting the progress. It seems this is the person behind the scenes wanting to deal with Chen Qing. It was clear that this person was deliberately hiding, with a nickname made up of a jumble of letters and numbers, a blank avatar, and no introduction. But Li Ba had noted it as Yuzong. The surname Yu is not very common. Not rushing to reply, Chen Qing quickly skimmed through Li Ba's replies to others. Pondering his habitual tone, he replied, both have been tied up, damn it. The other side immediately replied, that's good, you guys hide for now. I will call you in a bit. He wanted to inquire further, but feared it would alert the snake, so he had to give up for now. 6 people disappearing together is too obvious. It will soon raise suspicion. He needs to quickly find out who is behind this. He looked at Li Ba's bank account, which had over 11 million in deposits. Truly wealthy. Chen Qing thought to himself, then looked at the recent transfers. There were 2 transactions, each for 5 million. The remittance account was named Jinhua. Is it you, Jinhua? But seeing how cautious he is on WeChat, the probability of using his real name for the remittance is low. Chen Qing, are they trying to rob us of our money? Chen Man has suffered quite a bit, with finger marks still on his face. If it were an ordinary child, seeing a ghost and such a bloody scene would have long caused a breakdown. But Chen Man was born without emotions, appearing very calm. So they all got killed. There were 4 mobile phones at the scene, and using the fingerprints on the severed limbs, 3 of them could be unlocked. But there was no valuable information. They probably didn't even know about Yuzong's existence. While thinking this, Li Ba's phone suddenly rang. Chen Qing pressed the recording button before answering. Neither side spoke. After 2 seconds, the other side hung up. Chen Qing thought to himself, not good. He called back, but it was turned off. This number probably will never be turned on again. Chen Qing squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of pressure. This hidden ghost, Jin Buhuan, is not something ordinary people can know. Moreover, he is generous, not someone short of money. His identity is definitely not simple. After properly storing the phones along with their corresponding fingers, Chen Qing walked back. He could no longer stay at the hotel. Simply put, Chen Man wouldn't go to school either, and after thinking it over, it seemed the only place to go before the house was completed was the base. He wondered if he could bring Chen Man along. He called He-chang to ask. He-chang was taken aback. Can children stay in the dormitory? There is no precedent for this. Chang-ge, please help. Recently, someone has been targeting my brother and me, and I can't watch him every day. If it really doesn't work, can I exchange the remaining opportunity to pick antiques for it? He-chang was silent for a while, and said, I'll ask the captain. After a while, a strange number called. As soon as Chen Qing answered, Han Yuan's hearty laughter came through. I told you my majestic personality could impress everyone. They didn't believe it. Look, now not only you, but you also brought your family to come to me. Given your great contributions, it's approved. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Thank you, Captain. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing arrived at the hotel. He wanted to see if there were any clues left here. The room was too big, making it hard to search. He summoned the Ghost King to help look. Of course, seeing the Ghost King's extraordinary appearance, Chen Qing didn't have much hope. Surveillance? Surveillance. Where are you, surveillance? The Ghost King shouted. Chen Qing's head was spinning. Just as he was about to stop him, suddenly, a screw fell from the central air conditioning with a clang. Looking up, he saw a slat swaying precariously, about to fall. He brought a chair to stand on, took apart the slat, and found a small camera. He took a deep glance at the Ghost King. This guy probably really had the bizarre ability to make things happen just by speaking. He took out the wireless surveillance camera, retrieved the memory card, and checked it on the computer, fast-forwarding to the beginning. In the footage, a face was nervously adjusting the position, then reassembling the slat before quickly leaving the room. Chen Qing recognized this person. It was the employee who had died at his hands today. The clue here was also cut off. Chen Qing muttered. Suddenly, he looked at the Ghost King. The initial stage wandering souls are muddled, and they can stabilize around the second stage wandering souls. At this point, most can communicate normally. Awakening abilities is a matter for evil spirits. But today, this third stage wandering soul Ghost King had awakened a power, shouting to dismember someone. The person was suddenly torn into 8 pieces. Shouting to burn him, the person was burned to death by a strange fire that appeared. Now he shouted, "Where is the surveillance?" And the surveillance really appeared. Could it be that what awakened was a power like making things happen just by speaking? This level of perversion is truly terrifying. Chen Qing frowned. Everything about the Ghost King cannot be judged by common logic. As a ghost, he is not afraid of sunlight. Just a third stage wandering soul, yet he has awakened a power. You, what is your name? Chen Qing asked, organizing his thoughts. The Ghost King looked at the bathroom with one eye and at the ceiling with the other. He appeared indifferent. Pretend I didn't say anything. Most of the things are from the hotel, nothing much to clean up. But when Chen Qing took out the Zhong Kui painting, the Ghost King walked over. He snatched the Zhong Kui painting and shook it open. Chen Qing was startled, his heart tightening, but curious about what he intended to do. He didn't stop him. The Ghost King looked at the Zhong Kui, catching Ghost's painting, tilting his head as if he couldn't understand it. You held it upside down. Chen Qing sighed and flipped the painting over. The Ghost King's eyes spun wildly, and he suddenly got angry. He threw the painting heavily on the ground, shouting and crazily stepping on it, alternating feet to stomp and jump. Chen Qing was astonished and pushed the Ghost King away. Are you crazy? This is a means of self-preservation after the blood moon. If this guy breaks even a little, Chen Qing would be heartbroken. The Ghost King was still not appeased, pointing at the painting and cursing. A torrent of words. What did this painting do to you? Chen Qing shouted angrily. Get away, get away. The Ghost King remained full of rage. Who painted me so ugly? Chen Qing's body stiffened, his heart already in turmoil. Pointing at the Zhong Kui in the painting. Are you saying this is you? The Ghost King did not answer Chen Qing, still pointing at the Zhong Kui painting and shouting. Chen Qing was genuinely shocked, but after thinking about it, it made sense. The Ghost King is not afraid of the sun, which is extremely abnormal. The only types of ghosts Chen Qing knows that aren't afraid of the sun seem to be 2 kinds. One is those possessing human bodies, and the other is called Maojiang. Apart from that, other ghosts are particularly afraid of the Ghost King. It's fear, not respect or submission. Perhaps only Zhong Kui has such influence. Lastly, this bizarre ability to speak and have the law follow clearly isn't something an ordinary wandering soul can possess. But why was he imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower? Just as Chen Qing was pondering this, he felt a chill in his heart. In his previous life, the Ghost King in Han Yuan's Demon Suppression Tower was definitely not Zhong Kui. So what is going on here? Chapter 31. I accept this disciple. He is the chief disciple of our sect. Could it be that they are not in the same Demon Suppression Tower? Chen Qing shook his head, denying this idea. After moving things to the base, Chen Qing took Chen Man to report to the captain's office. They had to meet face to face. This is your brother? He was beaten? Han Yuan paused slightly upon seeing Chen Man, and then his expression became somewhat serious. Chen Man is a natural blood energy realm. Something Chen Qing only learned when both brothers died together in the past. Could Han Yuan see it? Chen Qing, your brother. Han Yuan frowned. It shouldn't be. Saying this, he picked up the phone in the office, but then put it down. I'll take him myself. What's wrong? The level of blood energy is quite exaggerated. A natural talent for cultivating blood energy. Chen Qing was naturally aware of this. However, he didn't want Chen Man to learn low-level techniques. If he were to cultivate, it would be the Vajra suppression demon technique. With 2 divine artifacts by his side now, protecting Chen Man in the early stages wouldn't be a problem at all. Chen Qing, how about letting your brother become my disciple? Han Yuan said confidently. I won't say much, but in terms of blood energy, I can be considered a small master in Ximing City. Chen Qing hesitated. Han Yuan was powerful, having the Demon Suppression Tower in his past life, and he was among the top few in Ximing City. But Chen Qing didn't believe he could offer better techniques. Chen Man needed someone to guide him. And Chen Qing lacked experience in this area. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qing nodded seriously. Thank you, Captain. He then turned to Chen Man and said, Xiao Man, come and pay your respects to your master. Chen Man, expressionless, replied, I've already learned a lot. I don't want to learn anymore. This is martial arts. We won't study anymore in the future. All right then. Chen Man immediately knelt down and knocked his head 3 times. Master, I, disciple Chen Man, pay my respects. Where did you learn this? Chen Qing was speechless. Han Yuan, however, laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Then he winked at Chen Qing. Sometimes you really need to learn the captain's charisma. Helping Chen Man up, Han Yuan took him to the martial arts hall. Just like the ghost tamers, the physical cultivators also have their own learning space, but the number of people is relatively small. And with the 6 new recruits taken this year, there are only 12 in total. Captain, Captain, everyone training stopped. Among them was a muscular man who had taken the 6 new recruits who chose physical cultivation. You all continue your training, Han Yuan said. Muscle Tyrant, come here. The bald man, whose real name was Lin Tao, earned the nickname due to his exaggerated muscles. Boss, can you give me some face? My students are all here. I know, Muscle Tyrant. Han Yuan pointed at Chen Man. Give him a blood energy test. Muscle Tyrant was somewhat surprised, looked at Chen Man, and suddenly widened his eyes. What the hell? Not bad, right? Han Yuan said proudly, my newly accepted disciple. The 4 of them went to a room. Similar to when Chen Qing did the talent test last time. However, the testing equipment was designed for adult sizes, and Chen Man sat on it, looking very small. But at least it could be tested. Chen Man sat there expressionlessly, looking very serious. Buzz. It vibrated gently. Han Yuan immediately shouted, 3. Chen Qing went over to take a look, seeing a pile of complex values, with the last line written. Ha ha ha. The Tian Yuan sect has welcomed the strongest talent disciple. Han Yuan laughed heartily. Tian Yuan sect? Muscle Tyrant frowned. What is Tian Yuan sect? Just established. I am the founding master, and Chen Man is the chief disciple. So it's a 2-man show. All right, Chen Qing, you can go back. Han Yuan was very happy. From now on, Chen Man would live and eat with him. Muscle Tyrant frowned and said, Boss, the demon extermination team needs blood energy talents the most. What will they do if they need someone? 18 years old. He can only join the team when he turns 18. Chen Man is my disciple. Understand? He not from the army. Once a master, always a father. Who dares to snatch my son? Muscle Tyrant could only nod. A top-tier talent is extraordinary, not to mention the ghost tamers. Even the demon extermination team might not encounter one in a year. This is already top-level talent, a true numerical monster. Chen Qing knew Chen Man's talent was frightening, but he hadn't expected it. He roughly told Han Yuan that Chen Man was born with 1 less soul and wouldn't experience joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Han Yuan's expression became serious, and he sighed. I just noticed that. Perhaps this is the price of his abnormal talent. He added, Chen Qing, don't worry Han Yuan, guarantee that before Chen Man comes of age, he will become the strongest expert in Shiming. I can't wait 10 years. Chen Qing sighed inwardly and seriously thanked him. Then thank you, Ancestor Tian Yuan. Han Yuan was taken aback and then laughed heartily. Right, that title sounds good. Han Yuan was extremely fond of Chen Man. Chen Qing pondered for a while and finally had an idea, asking, Captain, can I apply to participate in the princess tomb? Han Yuan frowned and didn't ask much. He stepped outside to make a phone call, and when he returned, he nodded. Sure, just show your credentials when you arrive. What you want to do is none of my business, but don't overreach. Understood. Thank you, Captain. He had 2 reasons for going to the princess tomb. First, to replace ghost pets. Now that he had contracted Zhong Kui, those weak ghost pets in their infancy had to be replaced. These ghosts were too weak and had almost no effect except to scare people. Second, to awaken the Vajra suppression demon technique. Chen Man needed a good technique. Although Han Yuan was strong, he probably didn't have it. If he entrusted the awakening of this technique to Han Yuan, he could teach Chen Man better. When he returned to the dormitory, all 3 roommates were likely studying soul movement, and hadn't he returned. Chen Qing sat cross-legged and circulated his energy. After a while, the 3 returned to the dormitory. Gu Xing remained aloof, silently lying on the bed without a word. Monkey and Fatty continuously complained about how difficult soul movement was. Soul movement in 1 week, and within 2 weeks, we must have our own ghost pets. I really don't know how this can be achieved. I have no hope at all. Me too. I'll probably be eliminated after a week. The 2 sighed. After a moment, the 3 had dinner together. And then Chen Qing left the base. He took a taxi to the outskirts of the city, and by the time he arrived at the princess tomb, it was already dark. There were guards by the roadside, and Chen Qing showed his ghost tamer military ID to pass through. The buzzing sound was continuous, like the wind blowing through the treetops, but upon listening closely, it was mixed with faint whispers. It seemed like a woman was softly saying something from a distance. When he strained to listen, the voice vanished, only to occasionally ring in his ears. Looking at the ghost meter, the ghost energy concentration was still lacking. Hold on. You must hold on. At this moment, a demon extermination team member was carrying an injured soldier and running wildly. The injured soldier was covered in blood, with a bloody hole in his chest, and had long since lost consciousness. As the two passed by Chen Qing, the already unconscious warrior lifted his head, his eyes glowing red, grinning at Chen Qing. Chapter 32, Princess Huagu. In the instant when the two figures moved apart, Chen Qing somehow caught a glimpse of the woman's face. Chen Qing wanted to say something, but the person carrying the warrior seemed anxious, showing no sign of stopping, and quickly ran away. A chill gradually rose in Chen Qing's heart. Although he did not see the strange entity in the tomb that day, it had spoken through the mouths of others, saying, "Come back, little brother." The way that injured warrior looked at him made Chen Qing pause. But thinking that the main force of the ghost-slaying team was over by the tomb, and that he should be safe for now, he continued forward. Soon, Chen Qing saw the first ghost. A starving ghost, a second-level wandering soul. The upgrade was minor, so he skipped it. The closer he got to the princess's tomb, the denser the ghostly presence became. The number of encounters with ghosts increased at a visible rate. Chen Qing set his sights on wandering souls at levels 4 to 6. Any higher, and he might not be able to handle it. Of course, if he could encounter a drowned ghost or a child ghost, he could be a bit more lenient. After all, Chen Qing had mastered the complete sequence for these two types of ghosts to ascend to evil spirits. The necklace trembled lightly. Chen Qing immediately tightened his grip on the kunwa knife, faintly seeing a figure ahead. But it was moving quickly and soon ran far away. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Suddenly a voice came over, and Chen Qing's heart tightened. He turned around and saw a girl about his age. She had an injured shoulder wrapped in bandages and looked very weak. But her features were stunning, her figure tall, and every detail of her face seemed to be intricately carved by a master artist. Especially her large eyes, which seemed to hold the stars, clear and breathtaking. Chen Qing was momentarily distracted but quickly regained his composure. "Oh, I'm from the ghost-slaying army, here to participate in a mission." The girl looked at Chen Qing with suspicion, nodded, and asked again, "Have you seen my teammates? One is injured, and the other is carrying him. I just saw them, they went that way." Chen Qing pointed in the direction the two warriors had run. "That's good," the girl nodded, but her body suddenly stumbled, and she fell straight down. Chen Qing hurriedly stepped forward and caught her. The girl was extremely weak, but she still struggled and said, "Let go of me." Oh. Chen Qing was somewhat at a loss, helping her to the side of the road, resting her against a tree before finally releasing her. The girl panted heavily. Chen Qing glanced at her. "Are you okay? What do you think?" The girl shot him a glare. Chen Qing frowned. "That princess is too powerful. She scattered us all. Many brothers and sisters were seriously injured, and many died." Chen Qing was taken aback. He hadn't expected the princess to be so formidable. "How many of you came? Did you call for reinforcements?" Chen Qing quickly asked. The girl's face was pale as she leaned against the tree, just shaking her head slightly. Chen Qing stood up. He still had things to do. "Can you stay with me for a bit? I'm a little scared." The girl immediately tensed up. Chen Qing was in a bit of a dilemma. If he left, it would be fine if she didn't encounter any ghosts, but if she did, it would definitely be a dead end. He looked at the ghost gauge. The ghost energy density here was insufficient to awaken the Vajra subduing demons technique. However, he still took out the book, rolled it into a tube, placed it in the long bag that held his dagger, and tucked it into his belt. "I need to go to the princess's tomb. How about I take you with me?" The girl hesitated but eventually said softly, "Then I'll trouble you." At that, Chen Qing put one arm around her shoulder while not knowing where to place his other hand. "It's okay," the girl said quietly. "Thank you." Chen Qing nodded and finally secured his grip around her waist. He then slowly helped her toward the direction of the princess's tomb. The girl's brow gradually furrowed. "That place is very dangerous. Why are you going there?" "Just a little matter." Chen Qing did not answer, occasionally glancing at the ghost gauge and the Vajra subduing demons technique. After a moment, the girl seemed to catch on. "You want to use the energy to awaken this book?" Chen Qing was slightly taken aback and nodded, "Yes." "Oh." The girl's body seemed to grow weaker, and the weight he was supporting increased little by little. "Can you carry me?" Chen Qing squatted down, smiling. "I have a knife on my back. I'm afraid it will poke you. Just a moment." Saying this, he took out the kunwa knife, facing the girl, and asked, "What is your name?" "Gong Huagu." Gong Huagu smiled at Chen Qing. "Little brother, where are you going?" At this moment, Chen Qing faced Gong Huagu and slowly stepped back. Although he wore a smile, he was extremely vigilant. Gong Huagu's smile faded. Coldly staring at Chen Qing, she said, "Since you've figured it out, then die?" Her fingernails suddenly elongated. In an instant, they were a foot long. She lunged at him. Chen Qing swung the kunwa knife down heavily, slicing through the gap between her hands. He hit. Chen Qing unleashed all his strength with this strike, confident that even steel could be cut in half. But he couldn't inflict the slightest injury on her. He staggered back 2 steps, but Gong Huagu closely pursued, actually grabbing the blade with her bare hands. "Zhong Kui." Gong Huagu twisted to the side. A tremendous force surged through, and the kunwa knife flew out of his hand. Her claws aimed directly at Chen Qing's head and chest. Clang. A thin, bony arm suddenly shot out from the necklace on Chen Qing's chest, deflecting one of Gong Huagu's hands. But the other hand still plunged into Chen Qing's chest. Gong Huagu's legs kicked heavily against Chen Qing's chest, and with a backward leap, she landed firmly, fiercely staring at the thin shadow that emerged from the necklace. Her face full of vigilance. "I can't believe I encountered a painted skin here." "Painted skin?" This is an evil ghost-level painted skin. Chen Qing had 5 bloody holes in his chest, blood gushing out. He felt all his strength rapidly drain from the wounds. But he gently tugged at his military uniform to cover the wounds. Standing firm, he seemed unscathed, coldly gazing at the painted skin. Zhong Kui fell to the ground with a thud. Gong Huagu didn't see clearly, but every hair on her body stood on end. The thin shadow emanated a chilling aura. In the next moment, Gong Huagu seemed to remember something, let out a scream, and her body shot away like an arrow, exploding with terrifying speed to escape. Painted skin. Ah, painted skin. Zhong Kui shouted excitedly, taking big strides to chase after her, but the speed difference was too great. It seemed impossible to catch up. Don't go. Chen Qing, dazed, wanted to tell him not to chase and to protect himself, but Zhong Kui had already run far away. He pressed the distress button on the ghost gauge, quickly took out bandages from the Demon Suppressing Tower, layered them 10 times over the wound, and secured them. Chen Qing's vision started to darken. He used the last of his soul power to summon 2 ghosts to guard him, but he soon ran out of strength and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 33, Painted Skin. In a daze, Chen Qing seemed to hear the captain speaking. He struggled to open his eyes and saw 3 figures. The figures were somewhat blurry, not clearly visible, but soon, Chen Qing's hair stood on end. Gong Huagu. That painted skin, it's still here. Chen Qing wanted to shout, but there was still a tracheal tube in his mouth. As he moved slightly, he realized that his body was filled with tubes. There were also blood bags beside him. Looking around, he found nothing useful. With a thought, a dagger appeared in his hand. He cut through all the tubes in one stroke, using all his strength, and stabbed at Gong Huagu. By the time Gong Huagu sensed it, it was too late. He could only barely dodge to the side. Stop. Han Yuan also reached for Chen Qing. However, Chen Qing was in a daze and had little strength left. The stab only left a cut on Gong Huagu's arm. Blood quickly oozed out, and Gong Huagu frowned. Looking coldly at Chen Qing. Hiss. Chen Qing pointed at Gong Huagu ghost. Han Yuan, being very clever, immediately understood. That painted skin had turned into Captain Gong's form. Captain Gong, you stay in the team. Order. Captain Gong Huagu is at the Ghost Extermination Team's base and will not leave for the next few days. Anyone who sees a second Gong Huagu is to kill without mercy. Chen Qing must have been given anesthetics. His mind was foggy, but he still understood. Everything went black. And he fainted again. Doctor, doctor. Han Yuan quickly called for a doctor, who reinserted various tubes. He then picked up Chen Qing's dagger, deep in thought. He has collected all his things. Where did he get this knife? Mine. Han Yuan shook his head. Gong Huagu's expression was icy. Captain Han, since the painted skin has turned into my form, I can no longer show myself. I leave this matter to you. Understood. When Chen Qing woke up again, his hands and feet were tied with restraints. His consciousness was still somewhat hazy. The tracheal tube in his mouth had been removed, but his throat was still very sore. Especially his mouth, which was very dry. A small figure stood at the bedside, expressionless. Chen Man. He stared straight at Chen Qing. Chen Qing, are you going to die? Chen Qing had long been accustomed to Chen Man's unembellished tone, shook his head, and wanted to answer that he wouldn't, but his voice was hoarse and nearly silent. Chen Shan is gone. Chen Quan is also gone. You are all I have left. Please don't die, okay? Chen Man looked seriously at Chen Qing, still expressionless. But this little tough guy, who had never cried or smiled, was now full of tears. I will practice martial arts seriously to protect you. Please don't die. I won't die. Chen Qing struggled and finally managed to let out a bit of a hoarse voice. A sharp pain in his chest, but warmth in his heart. This little chubby boy was becoming more and more reliable. Just as he thought this, Gong Huagu walked in. Chen Qing's heart sank. Don't worry, I am human. Gong Huagu said calmly, what happened? Chen Qing looked at this perfect, flawless face and still felt oppressed. Water. The doctor said you can't drink water yet. Gong Huagu took out a cotton swab, dipped it in some glucose, and applied it around Chen Qing's lips. That painted skin. Chen Qing's voice was very small, but Gong Huagu could hear it clearly. He then recounted everything that happened with the painted skin and afterwards, only concealing the existence of Zhong Kui. As he spoke, he glanced at the gauze on Gong Huagu's hand. I'm sorry. It's a small matter. Gong Huagu frowned. So the painted skin itself is not weak? No wonder so many people were lost. This ability is indeed tricky. You should rest well. If you can run your circulation, you will recover faster. Gong Huagu said and left. A moment later, the doctor came over to give Chen Qing a refill on the medication and untied the restraints. Chen Qing felt a bit overwhelmed. The painted skin is at the evil ghost level. Although Zhong Kui has various strange powers, he is ultimately just a ghost at the 3rd level. It's uncertain what the outcome will be. But worrying now is useless. Chen Qing lay quietly in bed, running his circulation. As the cycles passed, his body felt much more relaxed. During this time lying in bed, Han Yuan came again and took Chen Man away. The capture of the painted skin had escalated to nearly the same level as the eradication of the princess's tomb. Although the painted skin is not particularly strong, its bizarre abilities are hard to defend against. Moreover, if it transforms into a human, especially a high-ranking one, it would be dangerous. The people capturing the painted skin would update a secret code every day, which temporarily could effectively prevent the painted skin from turning into a human beside them. Chen Qing lay in bed for 3 whole days before applying for discharge. Although his chest was still bandaged, it had basically healed. He retrieved his belongings, all intact, especially the Vajra subduing demons technique, which had indeed awakened. He immediately took a taxi to the outskirts of the city. Zhong Kui, I must find you. But finding a madman in the wilderness was not easy. Fortunately, they had a contract, and their souls were unified, so there was a faint connection. Chen Qing closed his eyes and sensed the connection was very weak. He could only discern a rough direction, but there was no other choice. Chen Qing silently walked westward. Every 10 minutes or so, he would stop to sense the direction. Repeating this, it was soon noon. He took out the warm braised pork with preserved vegetables from the tower and ate a whole bowl of rice. Then he set off again. After another hour, Chen Qing's sense became stronger. At that moment, he stopped to adjust his direction every 2 minutes. After another 10 minutes, he finally saw that figure. Zhong Kui. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Finally found you. Zhong Kui was taken aback and looked over. Haha, you're here, what should we do? What should we do? As soon as Zhong Kui saw Chen Qing, he was overjoyed, mumbling, Is there a way? Do you have a way? Chen Qing was already used to this madman's strange words and didn't mind. He carefully examined him. He must have walked quite a bit in the past 3 days. His slippers had already gone missing, and the 2 pairs of socks on his left foot were worn out, with the tops hanging around his ankles like wrist guards. There were plenty of clothes in the Demon Suppressing Tower, and Chen Qing took out new socks and shoes. He originally intended to guide him on the correct way to dress, but soon Chen Qing gave up. Wearing sneakers was a high-difficulty task not suited for him. So Zhong Kui returned to his old self. What to do? What to do? Zhong Kui anxiously paced back and forth, frowning tightly. What to do? Look. Zhong Kui pulled Chen Qing to a small creek. There was a 1-meter diameter cylindrical concrete pipe over the creek, serving as a small bridge. Zhong Kui jumped into the creek first, pushing aside the lush water plants, looking inside the concrete pipe, constantly frowning. What to do? What to do? What to do? Chen Qing found it strange, but jumped down as well. Upon reaching the inside of the concrete pipe, he instantly felt his hair stand on end. The creek flowed swiftly through the concrete pipe, and in the middle was a stone, under which lay a complete, white human skin that looked like plaster. This human skin gently swayed with the current, with long black hair flowing smoothly in the water. Chen Qing's scalp tingled as he looked at Zhong Kui. Is this the painted skin? Yes. The painted skin, it's the painted skin. Hiss, can't find the corpse oil. Hiss, what to do? Can't see the sun. What to do? Hiss. He mumbled things that Chen Qing couldn't understand, but they were enough to send chills down one's spine. Help. Suddenly, a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz came through. Save me, great immortal. Chen Qing's scalp was about to explode. The voice came from the human skin in the water. Chapter 34, The Second Ghost Pet, Painted Skin. Great immortal, save me. Chen Qing took out the kunwa knife, channeling his soul power, and the blood patterns on the blade emerged. He bent down in front of the human skin. The eyes and mouth of the human skin had holes, but they were empty inside. It was truly just a piece of skin. The mouth was opening and closing. Great immortal, save me. Great immortal, save me. The great deity Zhong Kui wants to turn me into clothing. You must save me. Save you? Why should I? Chen Qing sneered. 3 days ago, you wanted to kill me. Now you want me to save you? Great immortal, I can transform. Do you want a girl? A courtesan, a noble lady, from high-ranking nobles to old women and children. I can change into any of them. If you wear me as clothing, I can make you appear as anyone. Even gods and demons would not be able to tell. Painted skin desperately promoted itself. Outside, Zhong Kui was becoming increasingly agitated. Where's the corpse oil? Where's the corpse oil? Chen Qing frowned and asked. Zhong Kui wants to turn you into clothing. What kind of clothing? What use is it? Painted skin fell silent. Think slowly. Chen Qing was about to leave. I said, the cloud robe. He wants to turn me into a cloud robe. Painted skin's voice took on a crying tone. Cloud robe? What use is it? No ghost can discern it. No evil can invade. In other words, you will no longer be disturbed by ghostly beings, and they will treat you as one of their own. Chen Qing fell silent. It must be refined. In the blood moon, having such a piece of clothing would be priceless. As if seeing through Chen Qing's thoughts, Painted Skin urged, Great immortal. Great immortal. I can still serve you while alive. I can serve you for a lifetime. Maybe, but I feel more at ease refining it into a dead object. With a plan in mind, he exited the concrete tube. Seeing Zhong Kui still anxiously pacing, Chen Qing asked, Zhong Kui, what do you want the cloud robe for? Cloud robe? To go home. How can I go home without wearing the cloud robe? Go home. This time, Chen Qing was displeased. You are my ghost pet. I still need you during the blood moon. Great immortal, great immortal. Painted Skin called out anxiously again, please spare my life. I know many ghostly spiritual guides. I swear by King Dizong that I will serve you wholeheartedly. Chen Qing wavered. The cloud robe sounded very appealing, but first, Zhong Kui was very unreliable. He couldn't even put on shoes, and this sounded like a high-difficulty task. Secondly, what if he ran away after it was really refined? Just like this time. He crawled out of the Demon Suppression Tower without any command from Chen Qing. What if he just disappeared? Thinking of this, Chen Qing took out the Demon Suppression Tower. The blood patterns on the kunwa knife emerged, and with one slash. But there was no reaction. Painted skin was light and thin, feeling as if it could be torn in half effortlessly, yet even the Kunwan knife couldn't cut through it. Huh. Chen Qing was somewhat surprised. If my body weren't strong, I wouldn't be able to refine it into a cloud robe. Painted skin's tone shifted from pleading to becoming indifferent. Is that so? Chen Qing also sneered, glancing outside. I wonder what will happen if it's exposed to the sun. Painted skin was taken aback and immediately began to plead again. Great immortal. Great immortal. I was wrong. I was wrong. Chen Qing weighed the Demon Suppression Tower and thought, whatever I kill can be stored in the Demon Suppression Tower. But now the question arises. How do I kill you? No, no, no. Painted skin immediately resisted. Great immortal. Please take me as your ghost pet. I will definitely obey. Chen Qing shook his head. The black prison contract ghost technique was too dangerous. He couldn't risk everything with Zhong Kui. Moreover, if he died, Zhong Kui in the Demon Suppression Tower would naturally cease to exist. And Painted Skin didn't dare to take that risk. Do you have any concerns? Painted Skin asked quietly. Chen Qing directly explained the black prison contract ghost technique, and Painted Skin immediately said helplessly, Great immortal, how could I dare to harm you? If I harmed you, I would still have to come out of the black prison, and the great deity Zhong Kui is right outside. Just a finger could crush me to death. Chen Qing thought about it and agreed, but still felt it was unsafe. Moreover, Great Immortal, you should be able to summon the great deity Zhong Kui into the black prison. With him here, I wouldn't dare to harm you even if I had 10,000 guts. Chen Qing was taken aback. He then exited to the outside, and with one thought, summon Zhong Kui. Immediately, with a thought, he cast the black prison contract ghost technique on a stone. Both the stone and Chen Qing entered the black prison. Zhong Kui, with a thought, Zhong Kui really appeared before him. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Then this will be easy. With the Ghost King Zhong Kui protecting him, he could contract any ghost he wanted in the future. Not convinced, Zhong Kui attacked. Overjoyed, he summoned Zhong Kui again, crouching his body to enter the concrete tube. I'm about to cast the Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. Don't try any tricks. I wouldn't dare. Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. The next moment, black mist engulfed both of them. Painted Skin moved a bit, kneeling on the ground. I will follow the great immortal's orders. The attitude was good. Chen Qing was very satisfied and executed the Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. A strand of spiritual energy formed a black ring that floated from Chen Qing's head, slowly drifting towards Painted Skin. Chen Qing saw fear in Painted Skin's hollow eyes, but she remained kneeling, watching as the black ring settled on her head. The black ring tightened more and more, finally embedding itself into Painted Skin's head. Painted Skin's entire body tightened, and the next moment, she knelt again. I have seen my master. With a thought, Chen Qing released the Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. Now that he was in the soul motion realm, he could only contract two ghosts, one Zhong Kui and one Painted Skin, which was simply against the heavens. He moved the stone that was pressing down on her head, and only then did Painted Skin sit up. Chen Qing looked at the inconspicuous stone and asked, did Zhong Kui do something to this stone? The immobilization divine ability from the 72 transformations. Painted Skin's tone still held fear. The great deity Zhong Kui's methods are beyond the heavens. How could a small ghost like me withstand it? Right, beyond the heavens. Zhong Kui's voice emerged, and another head popped out from the necklace, grinning. You little ghost has low strength, but your vision is extraordinary. Go back. With a thought, Chen Qing summoned Zhong Kui back. Painted Skin watched, feeling both fear and joy in her heart. This person had low strength but could become Zhong Kui's master, possessing a chance beyond the heavens. Being taken as a ghost pet by him was probably a great fortune that one could not attain even in 1,000 years. Tell me, what abilities do you have? My greatest ability is transformation, which is to change my appearance, but I can only change the outer form. If I want to unify the inside and outside, I must possess a body. For example, if I possess a human, I become a real person, unless someone has fire eyes, golden eyes, or other types of divine sight. No one can recognize me. Chen Qing nodded. I think I've heard of this transformation before. It's the transformation technique from the 72 transformations. Painted Skin naturally learned it when she took shape. Of course, my transformation cannot be considered divine ability. At its peak, it can deceive heaven and earth, making even gods and demons indistinguishable. Chen Qing nodded again and asked, if you possess a ghost, they won't be able to recognize you. Is that what you mean? Yes. Painted Skin nodded again. Secondly, all of my cultivation is in this skin. It can be considered half indestructible. Half. The truly indestructible servant cannot be compared to others. But ordinary cultivators and ghosts indeed have no way to deal with the servant. Chen Qing felt a surge of joy in his heart and asked, then can I wear you during the day? Overcast weather is fine, but facing the sun directly is still beyond my capability. That's enough. Chapter 35 Dharma of the Diamond Conquering Demons. After putting the Painted Skin into the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing returned to the base. He was quite satisfied with his second ghost pet. The evil ghost was at the 5th level, and it was the legendary and mysterious Painted Skin, possessing a wealth of knowledge that greatly benefited Chen Qing. Additionally, there was the matter of the Painted Skin mentioning that Zhong Kui had 72 transformations, which Chen Qing was particularly interested in. The 72 transformations do not refer to 72 different changes, but rather 72 types of divine abilities. The various transformations that Sun Wukong used were merely illusions among the 72 divine abilities. Regardless of the type of ghost, as long as it could learn one divine ability, it would be considered remarkable. According to the Painted Skin's estimation, it was possible that Zhong Kui could master half of them. I just don't know what happened. Zhong Kui was trapped in the Demon Suppression Tower, still in a daze, possibly needing a stroke of luck to use his powers again. With that in mind, Chen Qing went to Han Yuan's office. The person wasn't there. Soon, he saw Han Yuan and Chun Man at the small training ground. Han Yuan was holding a target while Chun Man was wearing 2 small boxing gloves, making loud banging sounds as they practiced. Upon seeing Chen Qing, Han Yuan looked helpless and said, "Brother, come and talk some sense into your... What's wrong? Since you came back last time, you haven't rested for a minute except for eating and sleeping. You're going to go overboard." Chen Qing was taken aback, recalling what Chen Man had said about wanting to train hard to protect her, feeling warmth in her heart. "I'm not afraid of pain, nor am I afraid of exhaustion," Chen Man said earnestly, her face expressionless. Chen Qing crouched down to pat Chen Man's head and said, "Little man, you need to stay healthy in order to train even harder, understand? Take a break for a while and practice for a while, okay?" After much persuasion, Chen Man was willing to train a lot, resting very little. Han Yuan, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, showcased his robust physique and explosive muscles. This exaggerated build and muscle ranks second among the people Chen Qing knows. The first? It's Chen Quan. What do you think? Our captain has a hot body, right? You need to change it to a more impressive word, and then I'll agree. The two sat down to the side, watching Chun Man their practicing sand techniques. Han Yuan nodded and said, "It's a bit annoying, but this kid's talent is incredibly terrifying. He should be the most gifted person I've ever seen." Chen Qing nodded, took out the Vajra subduing demon technique, and said, "Boss, this is for you. Make sure you and Xiao Man practice it well." At this moment, the Vajra subduing demon technique had already awakened. Although it looked damaged, it could definitely block bullets without any problem. At the same time, the recorded techniques inside had also undergone some changes. Whether it was the images or the text, after looking at them for a while, they could start to move. "What is this?" Han Yuan casually took it and flipped through it. His expression became a bit more serious. His brows furrowed as he began to read the first page carefully. Then came the second page. His expression grew extremely solemn, and the speed at which he flipped through the pages slowed down. The third page. A powerful surge of energy and blood swept through. Chen Qing was pushed aside. It seemed that an invisible fire ignited within Han Yuan, distorting the air around him. This formless fire was mixed with strands of blood, pulsating like red threads. On the fourth page, Han Yuan's muscles bulged, as if resisting some powerful presence. Beads of sweat emerged on his body, and after a moment, those beads were stained with blood. The blood gradually spread, soaking his clothes and pants until they turned red, creating a chilling sight. Is he going out of control? Chen Qing was worried, but knowing that he couldn't be disturbed at this moment, he quietly stepped aside. Page 5. Han Yuan slowly stood up and suddenly threw a punch. Bang! A visible wave of air rippled outward. At the same time, a pillar on the stage suddenly exploded. Chen Qing was startled and hurriedly took Chen Man outside. "I want to learn that kind of skill too," Chen Man immediately said. He also recognized the extraordinary nature of that technique. "I'll let you both learn it." Chen Qing patted Chen Man's head. Bang! 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 The movements inside were more impressive than before, and the entire wall began to tremble slowly. The training ground was of varying sizes, with the larger one being as big as a basketball court, and the smaller ones, for in total, were arranged on the left and right. At this moment, everyone in the training ground felt something was off and turned their attention to the small training ground. What was happening? Is it the captain? The noise was too frightening. What was he doing? Muscle Tyrant became suspicious and was about to go in to take a look, but was stopped by Chen Qing. "We can't disturb him right now." Bang! 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 The vibrations grew stronger. The entire training ground began to tremble slightly. Small stones fell from the walls, bouncing lightly as they hit the ground. Muscle Tyrant's expression changed. "Let's go, everyone out." Everyone came outside. Suddenly, a wall in the roof of the training ground cracked open with a loud bang. A golden, wrathful Vajra soared into the sky, with 6 hands waving in a circle. 3 Buddha seals were formed. After a while, it slowly became transparent. Everyone was stunned. "Is this the Buddha? What is this? This is so terrifying." The noise gradually subsided. Chen Qing quickly walked in from between the collapsed walls and saw Han Yuan slowly retracting his gesture. He was covered in blood, but the blood droplets all over his body couldn't hide the golden hue of his skin. Yes, his skin color is actually golden now. As he finished his cultivation, the golden light quickly faded. Han Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. Seeing the collapsed training ground, he was momentarily stunned and even more delighted. "Chen Qing, do you know what level this technique is? With this kind of commotion, it can't be at the 3rd level, right? If it weren't capped at 3, I could rate it a 5. Han Yuan looked at the blood beads all over his body and exclaimed, "This is simply tailor-made for my master and me. TSK. It's incredibly powerful." In the end, I asked, "Chen Qing, besides Chun Man and me, can anyone else cultivate this technique?" Chen Qing thought for a moment. If it were the residents of the community, they would definitely not agree. But this is the Ghost Army, and no matter what, they are essential for survival in the apocalypse. Since he plans to survive in the apocalypse, these people can be considered half-teammates. He nodded and said, okay. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing seriously and said, thank you. At this moment, Muscle Tyrant and a group of body cultivators came in, all asking what this was. This skill, apart from Muscle Tyrant, you all shouldn't think about it. You could kill yourself with just a couple of punches. Can I learn it? The muscle man was instantly delighted. Hold on, I'll take some time to break it down these days. You should be able to train the 16 fists. 16 fists? Well, this martial art has 18 punches, which is quite terrifying, but the requirements for blood and energy are also quite daunting. You can almost cultivate the first 16 punches. After saying this, Han Yuan brought Chen Qing to the office and asked, Chen Qing, the value of this martial art is significant, but unfortunately, it has a ceiling. Is there anything you want? Our team hasn't requested it from above. They will definitely give it. Just keep it in mind for now. The drowned ghost and the child ghost need a lot of things to advance, so there's no need to rush right now. Chen Man should be able to practice the first punch now, but he shouldn't rush it. He should train for a week first to boost his vitality. Chen Qing smiled and said, you are his master, so it's up to you. As Chen Qing was joking, his body suddenly stiffened. He looked at the table in Han Yuan's room, where there was an iron tower the size of a mineral water bottle. It looked almost identical to his own Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 36, The Gathering at the Peak. Captain, what is that? Han Yuan turned around and said, oh, that's the second evil spirit we cleaned out at the Ghostless Temple that day. It's attached itself to this little iron tower. Chen Qing suddenly understood why there was no Ghost King in his Demon Suppression Tower. It wasn't the same tower at all. The Ghost King that erupted during the Blood Moon still existed, and he had just contracted a second ghost pet, making it impossible to contract a third one. Chen Qing's expression became extremely serious. Han Yuan was somewhat surprised and examined the Demon Suppression Tower, deep in thought, but did not interrupt. Captain. Chen Qing's tone became very serious. Is it convenient to talk here? Han Yuan's eyes narrowed. Follow me. Soon. The two arrived at a place as heavily guarded as a treasure vault. It looked like a dormitory, yet also like a prison. This is where evil people are held. Only the monitoring room can see it. I've cut off all the power to the monitoring room in this place. If I'm not mistaken, that little tower just now should be holding a Ghost King. Han Yuan frowned. A Ghost King? That's right. I read a book that recorded a prophecy. It said that the tower awakens by absorbing ghost energy, and it can hold 12 ghosts. The Ghost King is cunning and terrifying, and when the blood moon descends, it will be busy killing, leaving thousands of bones and rivers of blood. As Chen Qing said this, his eyes were focused on Han Yuan. He had always suspected that the authorities might already know about the impending blood moon, which is why they had made arrangements like community defenses. Sure enough, Han Yuan's eyes moved slightly when Chen Qing mentioned the blood moon. Chen Qing understood in his heart. The authorities probably learned about the blood moon through some means. Even if they hadn't experienced it personally like he had, they knew disaster was imminent. Han Yuan silently noted this. He certainly wouldn't doubt anything. He nodded, understood. I'll take this tower to the princess's tomb tonight to stir things up. If this tower awakens, I'll find a way to deal with that Ghost King. When they returned to the dormitory, only the fat guy Huaxia and the monkey were there. Chen Qing asked, where's Gusheng? He moved his soul. The fat guy looked grief-stricken, hugging the monkey and crying. Ah, it's just the two of us at the bottom. How unfair. The monkey pushed him a couple of times but couldn't get him to stop, saying, put in some effort. At least that bowl of water moved today. Chen Qing had been in bed for 3 days, and everyone else was making progress. Suddenly, the phone rang. The fat guy continued to lament. The treatment of the great god is different. He can use his phone and come out of the base whenever he wants. I'm so envious. Hello, Mr. Chun. The pig feed you ordered will be completed tonight. Oh, Chen Qing thought for a moment and went outside. Order another 1,000 tons. All right. They didn't ask for a deposit. After thinking, Chen Qing decided to order a batch of live pigs and live chickens. Some ghostly creatures needed fresh blood and flesh to advance. Even though he didn't have such ghostly creatures now, what if he had some in the future? He couldn't go around killing people, could he? He casually searched online, and at the current price of live pigs, 1 million could buy about 500 live pigs weighing 200 pounds. Not enough. Thinking this, he called the bank's manager Jean. A loan for live pigs? This. Manager Jean hesitated. I'm planning to set up a pig farm. The pig feed has already been bought, and now I need to order a batch of live pigs and piglets. Manager Jean clearly didn't believe him. I'm now part of the Ghost Army, and some purchases are inconvenient for the military to interfere. Manager Jean still didn't seem to believe it, thought for a moment, and said, Mr. Chun, could you please invite someone from the Ghost Army who can speak to dinner tonight? Chen Qing had no choice but to find Han Yuan, who had just taken a shower, and told him about this. Han Yuan said, do we have to go through all this trouble? Just turn on the video. Chen Qing opened the video, and Manager Jean answered. Is this Manager Jean? I'm Han Yuan, do you know me? Yes. Manager Jean even stood up in the video. Oh, it's like this, Chen Qing, my brother. Recently, he's in charge of procurement. Oh, no problem. Manager Jean nodded and bowed. This matter was thus resolved. A credit limit of 10 million was directly approved. As for which pig farm to choose, the bank would decide that later. They had to give some kickbacks. At night, Han Yuan's military vehicle drove out of the base. It was presumably heading to the princess's tomb. Chen Qing silently sat down, practicing the 7th heavenly cycle. There are 12 heavenly cycles in total. Once all are opened, he would be able to unlock the great heavenly cycle of Qingguang in his mind, achieving the Jingpa realm. At 10 o'clock, the monkey, fat guy, and Gu Xing returned together. The training intensity was too high. After a few minutes of chatting and joking, the whole dormitory was filled with snoring. He completed another heavenly cycle. Suddenly, the necklace moved. Chen Qing was instantly awakened. The next moment, he felt a tremendous pull coming from the necklace. What is this? It felt like a summoning. Chen Qing tried to refuse, but it seemed impossible. In a panic, Chen Qing thought, Huapai. The illusion instantly appeared and wrapped around Chen Qing in an instant, transforming him into another youthful figure. In that moment, the pull from the Demon Suppression Tower became irresistible, and Chen Qing instantly vanished from sight. It seemed to be at some peak. The surroundings were empty, with clouds and mist slowly rolling. At the peak, there was a huge round table with 12 seats arranged around it. The people sitting there varied. Some were slender and clearly women, while others had snake bodies and deer heads, looking extremely bizarre. More of them had their faces shrouded in mist, making it hard to see through. Chen Qing was now sitting in one of the seats, feeling uneasy. He didn't understand what was happening. The seat beside him was empty, and just as he was observing, a figure suddenly appeared in that seat. Han Yuan. Chen Qing almost shouted out. As soon as Han Yuan appeared, he looked warily at the others. All right. The 12 earthly branches tower has gathered again. It's worth celebrating. An old man spoke in a hoarse voice. It's still the same rule. Everyone can chat freely and trade. A woman with her face covered in black gauze asked, Blood Moon, what exactly is coming? Can someone give me an accurate time? I will pay a high price. It could be in the form of Tang coins, gold and silver, or spirit stones, ghost beads, anything. The crowd fell silent. The snake-bodied, deer-headed figure hissed, its voice grating like a saw. Do you think our ghost clan will reveal such secrets? Don't be arrogant. Don't think only your ghost clan has high-level figures. The woman in black gauze was furious. Chen Qing's heart raced, and he suddenly understood something. This woman was probably a top figure among humans. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qing asked softly, how do we trade? His voice was clear, but it was obviously not his own. The woman was overjoyed. This friend, please follow me. Chen Qing, curious in his heart, stood up and followed her. The serpent-bodied, deer-headed creature hissed, we don't know when the blood moon will arrive. Why would you trust a young kid? The woman in black gauze paused slightly, but perhaps adopting a dead horse as a live horse attitude, she walked to the side with Chen Qing. They were not far from the round table, but the voices of others inexplicably disappeared. The black gauze was not thick, but it covered the woman completely. For some reason, Chen Qing could feel her staring at him. Fellow Taoist, are you sure you know the exact time the blood moon will arrive? I know. The woman remained silent. Finally, she asked, how much do you want? Chen Qing was unsure how to price it. Such information should be worth billions. But how much exactly? 1 billion. Chen Qing said calmly, then added an equivalent value in gold, silver, spirit stones, and ghost pearls. The woman was somewhat surprised, suddenly bowing deeply. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Chapter 37. Gathering on the clouds. Seeing the woman's respectful demeanor, Chen Qing knew his price was likely too low. Very little, very little, very little, the woman thought. And with a thought, she handed over 4 bags. Chen Qing was a bit dazed, but in order not to show weakness, he calmly received them and said, August 15th. The woman stiffened slightly. This year? Why not? Chen Qing found it strange, but nodded firmly. Yes. It lasts for half a month, followed by half a month of sun. Repeating, the woman trembled slightly. She had her own channels, and Chen Qing's words likely confirmed some news. She asked tremulously, repeating? The two returned to their seats. Chen Qing initially wanted to put the 4 small bags into the Demon Suppression Tower, but unfortunately, the tower was ineffective. Or rather, everyone was likely currently in the Demon Suppression Tower, so he could only weigh the 4 bags and return to his seat. However, this action caused some misunderstandings among others present. The serpent-bodied, deer-headed creature looked at Chen Qing, pondering, this young man is so confident. He must be extraordinary. He might even be deliberately targeting my ghost clan, perhaps demonstrating his power. At this moment, unfortunately, Zhong Kui wanted to pop out again. Chen Qing's heart raced, and he quickly pulled him back with a thought. Chen Qing was quick, and Zhong Kui didn't even manage to poke out a finger. However, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. In an instant, they sensed at least dozens of divine powers emanating from this young man. The veiled woman was the first to rejoice. She was glad she hadn't doubted Chen Qing earlier, relieved that he was a powerful ally. She thought to herself, I wonder where this senior has been in seclusion. If only we could get him to come out, we could surely overcome this crisis. But then she thought, if he was reluctant to come out, the cost of obtaining the exact news about the blood moon must have been terrifying. For a moment, she was lost in thought. Others were also stirred. He has so many divine powers. I wonder which great figure he is. What a mixed bag of divine powers. To dare cultivate so many divine powers, this senior must have an extraordinary background. The elderly man who had spoken before raspily laughed. I thought you were just a kid with great fortune. I didn't expect you to be a hidden old senior. My apologies. Another person added. I wonder where your cave is. May I visit? Chen Qing naturally did not know who they were talking about. Fearing to expose his identity, he sat quietly, composed. The crowd's probing yielded no answers, so they didn't pursue it further. Among them, a short figure like a child sighed. Even the rat boss is not taken seriously. This senior must have a significant background. I need a beauty monument. I'm willing to pay a high price for it, another person said. The short child, still sighing, immediately brightened. I have one. They then went to the side to trade. A person enveloped in mist said, I need a Dao corpse level ghost servant. Does anyone here wish to part with one? The serpent-bodied, deer-headed creature sneered. Who dares to buy a ghost servant in front of me? What gives you the courage? The misty figure laughed. I'm buying this ghost servant for the purpose of killing and refining pills. What can you do about it, Brother Zhu? Good, good, good. The serpent-bodied, deer-headed creature sneered, but don't let me catch you. The woman in black gauze thought for a moment and said, I do have one, but I also have use for it. What price are you offering? They then left the round table area to trade. Meanwhile, Chen Qing was deep in thought. Dao corpse? What is that? From the tone of the person, it seemed to refer to a rank. Could it be that the rank above evil spirits is called Dao corpse? Han Yuan remained silent, observing without making a sound. I want to inquire about someone. They should be in the Yellow Springs Ghost Mansion, one person spoke up. Chen Qing's entire body trembled. That voice sounded so familiar. The person was shrouded in mist, but they were extremely tall, at least 2 meters. Could it be Chen Quan? The burly figure slowly said. His name is Huang Yi. Huang Yi, that's my mother's name. The last shred of doubt in Chen Qing vanished. This person was definitely his older brother, Chen Quan. Although he hadn't heard of it before, he was quite familiar with the area around the Yellow Springs Ghost Mansion. I wonder what price you offer. The figure curled up in the chair like a cat or a leopard. They both moved to the side to talk. After a moment, it seemed they had reached an agreement and returned to their seats. Chen Qing was shocked. His brother was looking for their mother. Wasn't he? It said that their mother ran off with a wild man. Could there be more to the story? Could his brother S and father S disappearance be related to this? Chen Qing's thoughts raced. The elder at the forefront then smiled. The time is almost up, everyone. Please return. I look forward to seeing you again in half a month. With that, the scene shifted. Chen Qing found himself back in bed, holding those 4 bags. Recalling everything that had just happened felt absurd. Thinking of Chen Quan, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He never expected to reunite with Chen Quan in such a place. He was looking for their mother. Had she gone missing? Or had she been kidnapped? Given that place name, it didn't sound like it was in the human world. Could it be in the underworld? He pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, there was no such place. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Hua Pai, do you know about the Yellow Springs Ghost Mansion? The Ghost Mansion is indeed an underworld location, but the underworld is vast, divided into countless ghost mansions. I haven't heard of the Yellow Springs Ghost Mansion, she replied. You can go back now. Chen Qing felt a bit awkward. For some reason, when Hua Pai possessed him, she was directly attached to his skin. There was a little hole that perfectly accommodated his member. It felt a bit strange. Hua Pai let out a light laugh and was pulled into the Demon Suppression Tower by Chen Qing. Based on today's observation, the Demon Suppression Tower should have a total of 12 towers. He didn't know what method could link them together. Han Yuan also appeared at the gathering. Clearly, the tower in his hand had been activated. This meant he would definitely take seriously what he said about the prophecy and find a way to deal with the Ghost King inside the tower. As for suppressing 12 ghosts before the Ghost King would appear, Chen Qing knew he didn't need to remind him. He was probably already hunting a few down during today's trip to the princess tomb. With these thoughts, he took out the cloth bag to take a look. It was pitch black inside. Reaching in to feel, he was momentarily taken aback. Looking at the palm-sized cloth bag, I was surprised that my entire arm could fit into it. When it was taken out again, there was already a slightly colorful transparent bead in hand. These beads are the size of glass marbles, but they contain immense spiritual energy. It smells so good. Give me one to eat. Give me one to eat. So hungry. So hungry. Zhong Kui's voice emerged again, and a hand reached out to grab. This feeling was truly strange, an adult's hand, the root buried in a necklace. As thin as a hair. There were plenty of beads anyway, so Chen Qing casually gave him a few. With something on his mind, he couldn't meditate or sleep in the second half of the night. About an hour later, Han Yuan's voice came from the door. Chen Qing, are you asleep? Chapter 38, Crazy Buying. Bye. Chen Qing arrived outside the door, and Han Yuan whispered to leave. When they reached the office, Han Yuan had a serious expression. Chen Qing, that prophecy was indeed correct. Huh? Chen Qing pretended not to know. Tonight I participated in the operation at the princess's tomb, and the tower has awakened. When I woke up, I found myself taken to a very distant place. It felt somewhat like an online meeting, filled with terrifying old monsters. Especially a young man next to me. Those old monsters treated him very politely and with reverence. Unfortunately, my cultivation level was too low to sense what was special about him. Chen Qing. It was only then that Chen Qing understood that the senior they had been referring to was actually himself. This young man's strength is terrifying. From what I saw today, he actually calculated the time of the disaster's arrival. So now the most important thing is to find him. Look, do you recognize him? Saying this, Han Yuan took out a piece of paper, on which was printed a portrait. It looked 90% like the appearance he had transformed into today. Fortunately, the painted-skinned Chen Qing felt relieved in his heart, looked at it carefully for a while, and shook his head, saying, I shouldn't recognize him. He looks unfamiliar. Han Yuan was not surprised and asked again, the reason I called you over is to ask if there are any other prophecies regarding this tower, especially the blood moon. Is there anything else to mention? That's all. Chen Qing shook his head. Han Yuanzheng nodded seriously and said, but since the prophecy has proven to be partially correct, it deserves to be taken seriously. I will go find the commander tonight to make some arrangements. Partially correct? Yes, but also no. Han Yuan nodded. Didn't the prophecy say it could contain 12 ghosts? But my tower can only hold 6 ghosts. At this moment, it was Chen Qing's turn to be stunned. Logically speaking, each of the 12 towers should be able to suppress 12 ghosts. So does this mean that each tower can hold a different number? There should be a total of 12 towers, and I estimate that each tower can hold a different number of ghosts. Han Yuan gave the same judgment as Chen Qing. He waved his hand and said, anyway, you have made a great contribution this time. I'm leaving. Moments later, Han Yuan drove out of the base in a military vehicle with his tower. Could it be that my tower is the Tower King? Naturally, Chen Qing speculated that the 12 towers suppressed ghosts in numbers from 1 to 12. Watching the departing military vehicle, Chen Qing sighed. If he were in Han Yuan's position, having obtained such a divine artifact, he would certainly not dare to make it public. 2 lifetimes are enough to see a person's true nature, and Han Yuan is undoubtedly a trustworthy person. If he were to be open and share information with him, he should be able to gather a lot of information about the magic-suppressing towers. However, after experiencing the blood moon, Chen Qing did not dare to do so. Human nature only exists when the social structure has not collapsed. Ghost orb. Give me a ghost orb. Zhong Kui's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Chen Qing. For bags, one contained 100 million, one held gold and silver worth 100 million, one was filled with valuable spirit stones, and one contained ghost pearls valued at 100 million. Chen Qing took out the last bag, reached in, and pulled out a ghost pearl. A finger bone. After experiencing the blood moon, Chen Qing naturally knew that although ghost pearls were called pearls, they came in various forms. However, he had only seen a handful before. None as numerous as these. He casually rummaged through them. Among the ghost pearls were blood pearls, gelatinous ones, bones, fruits, and beads. Zhong Kui grabbed the finger bone, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to crunch on it. He opened the first pocket, which contained 10 bank cards. After leaving the base, Chen Qing transformed into a construction worker in a hidden corner. He casually found an ATM, inserted the card, and the interface appeared without a password, directly showing the withdrawal and transfer page. 10 million. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to transfer it to his own account, so he put the card away, suddenly having 100 million, but surprisingly, he felt very calm. After thinking for a moment, he realized he needed to spend this money quickly. Even buying toilet paper would do. About 100 million, no matter what he bought, would count as a large transaction. He had no connections or experience in this area. He couldn't just pick an online store and fill in the quantity with hundreds of thousands, right? How should he spend it? Should he find Manager Yang at the safe house? It's also a choice. With this thought, a night passed. In the morning, Chen Qing's phone rang. It was Mrs. Wu. Chen Qing was taken aback. Could it be that she regretted it and wanted to get back the Zhong Kui painting? I got through on the phone. Hello, Li Qing. This is Mrs. Wu. Oh, hello, Mrs. Wu. It's like this, I still have a few old items in my hands. I wonder if your foreign friend from last time is still interested? Chen Qing was slightly taken aback, and then immediately overjoyed. I was just worried about not being able to spend the money. Let me ask. Wu Tai, please wait a moment. After thinking for a while, I asked Hua Pai, can you appraise ancient artifacts? Identification is not possible, but dating can be done. To add to this, through spiritual energy, one can make judgments. The so-called identification refers to stating the origin, background, function, etc. of an antique. On the other hand, dating is simply determining the dynasty. However, this is already sufficient for Chen Qing. At this moment, Chen Qing returned the call. Mr. Ruan happens to be in Ximing City, and he has some matters to attend to before leaving tomorrow. Mrs. Wu, it would be best for you to prepare more items. Chen Qing quietly added. He has successfully closed this business deal, and the cash flow is quite sufficient. Oh, Mrs. Wu's voice revealed her joy. All right. See you in the evening. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing casually booked a room and spent the day brushing up on antique knowledge with the help of the disguise. In the evening, the disguise transformed into a slender, capable middle-aged man. Chen Qing followed behind, carrying a briefcase. Soon, the two arrived at the agreed location. The shop was named Ancient Rhyme Fragrance, and it was decorated in a very old-fashioned style. Wu Xiaoman and Mrs. Wu were familiar to Chen Qing. And there was also an elderly man in a tang suit with long silver hair, clearly someone from the trade. Additionally, there was a very amiable chubby man. The disguise shook hands with everyone and directly asked, where are the items? Everyone was taken aback. Chen Qing smiled and said, Mr. Ruan is pressed for time and might leave tonight. If possible, everyone, please bring out your good items now. Upon hearing this, no one hesitated any longer. Mrs. Wu took out a painting. The old man with a crane, said to be from Tang Bohu of the Qing dynasty, was dismissed. The painter shook his head and said, Next item, please. At this moment, the four of them looked at each other in shock. It is not a great skill to determine it is from the Qing dynasty. But being able to make such a confident judgment with just a glance is something that others introspect and realize they cannot do. At that moment, the atmosphere became more serious. The silver-haired elder took out a jade ring, which is the Southern Song Dynasty Phoenix and peony pattern jade ring from the Yuan Dynasty. How much is it? Interrupted by the painted skin. The silver-haired old man said, 2 million. That's too expensive. Huapai shook his head. Next item. Everyone felt it was getting tricky. They had never encountered someone like this before. Huapai, somewhat dissatisfied, placed a bank card on the table and said, everyone, we'd better not waste time. I'm going to have a meal and we'll be back in 45 minutes. I hope you all will be ready by then. With that, he left. Chen Qing turned back, looking apologetic. I'm sorry everyone. Mr. Ruan has this kind of personality. His family has been in the antique business. So he is very familiar with the market. As long as the price is right, he will buy it. By the way, he particularly likes ghost culture and old items that aren't precious, but have some history. Wu Xiaoman nodded. Got it. Chapter 39. I want your entire warehouse. When they returned, the four had prepared quite a few things. The chubby middle-aged man took out an ancient jade that glowed with a bloody hue. This is blood-stained ancient jade, dug out from the mouth of a princess. It's been unsold due to its heavy yin energy. Huapi looked at it from side to side and nodded. How much? The market price is 50,000. All right, I'll accept it. Huapi directly placed the jade beside the table. The chubby middle-aged man was taken aback and laughed. Mr. Ruan is really generous. For people took turns bringing things up, and after showing those few items just now, no one dared to be arrogant anymore. The prices they asked for were quite reasonable. The plump middle-aged man took out a femur from a silver pouch, resembling a club. The silver-haired old man laughed and said, how did you manage to bring this out? The plump middle-aged man replied with a smile, this is a bone from a dead person. I believe you know what it is. 100,000. The chubby middle-aged man was taken aback and hesitated. This thing summons spirits. You can't control it. The chubby middle-aged man nodded and gave a thumbs up. You are indeed an expert. Fine. 100,000. These 9 relics came from the temple. And I dare not boast in front of experts. I can't be sure of their age either. The silver-haired old man smiled, seemingly wanting to test the painted skin. The painted skin furrowed his brows for a moment. They should come from the Duan family in Dali. The little old man was convinced. The silver-haired old man sighed. How much? The price of the relic has been fluctuating, maybe around 500,000. That's fine. Huapi nodded and placed the relic beside himself. The eyes of the four of them brightened. A chubby middle-aged man brought over a long wooden box. When he opened it, a smell of rust and fishiness wafted out. It was a bronze artifact, likely from the Warring States period. 12 million. Mr. Ruan must know that I did not make a random bid. Hiss. The three of them took a cold breath. This is the highest bid so far. If it were still buried in the ground, it wouldn't change for another 1,000 years. But now it has rusted, and in less than half a year, it will only be left with a pile of copper rust. The chubby middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. As he said, copper rust is like cancer for bronze artifacts. Once one spot rusts, it will deteriorate in 2 or 3 years. He handled it very cleanly. How did this person discover it? 1 million. The overweight middle-aged man frowned and said, since you know it's already rusty, why are you still offering 1 million? You don't need to worry about this. The chubby middle-aged man furrowed and then relaxed his brow, clearly wavering. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, add another 500,000. Okay. Half an hour later, the four people had finished looking at the items they brought. The painted skin collected 19 pieces, with a total price of less than 6 million. The plump middle-aged man immediately stood up and said, Mr. Ruan, I have a few items at home that are a bit large and inconvenient to bring over. May I invite you to come and take a look? Sure. Hu Pi said, turning to Chen Qing. Li Qing, put all this away. Okay. Chen Qing asked, gentlemen, should we transfer the money now or? Don't rush. Let's take a look again. The chubby middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. The silver-haired old man, however, directly handed over his phone, saying, transfer it to this card. There are too many scammers in this line of work. The man handed Chen Qing a card, saying, you go ahead and transfer it. At that moment, Chen Qing accompanied the silver-haired old man downstairs and transferred the money using the machine. Seeing the money arrive, the silver-haired old man finally felt relieved and said, Li Xiaoyu, you guys go to the Qin family and keep an eye on them. I'm going to prepare. Please be sure to come by and visit my humble home in a bit. All right, old sir. Chen Qing readily agreed. Before long, the three arrived at the home of the chubby middle-aged man. Located on the edge of the city, it was a large Chinese-style villa with a spacious courtyard. The chubby middle-aged man led the two into the garage and opened a hidden door, and a musty smell immediately wafted out. When the lights were turned on, 2 blood-red horses, each the height of an adult, appeared before them. One was standing, and the other had its front hooves raised, seemingly neighing. Most importantly, both horses had wings. Chen Qing was instantly excited. If both of these horses can awaken, it means I have 2 flying horses. This is a funerary object, which carries some negative energy. Those with a bit of power have some taboos about it, so this house has never been lived in. The chubby middle-aged man said it must be an old item, priced at 10 million per piece. It's expensive. The person with the painted face shook their head. Let's look at others. Why don't you bargain? The chubby middle-aged man said helplessly. How about this? 2 pieces for 10 million. 2 million for each. The overweight middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Deal? At that moment, the 3 of them walked forward and saw 2 stone sculptures sitting like dogs. One was hard to tell whether it was a lion or a dog, while the other had a human head and a lion's body. The tomb guardians, like the 2 horses, were heavy with negative energy and had not been sold. One was priced at 2 million. Together, the 2 were 1 million. Deal. The chubby middle-aged man looked amiable, but behind the scenes, he was likely the head of tomb raiders, with a warehouse full of items that could hardly see the light of day. After purchasing a few more items, the chubby middle-aged man led the 2 to a warehouse. On the shelves were many ancient artifacts that hadn't even been cleaned of dirt. Roughly estimated, there were probably thousands of items just in this warehouse. What stood out the most was the 20 pieces of armor displayed on the west wall shelf, along with matching long spears. However, both the armor and spears were heavily rusted. The spear shafts were made of high-quality steel but were covered in thick rust, making them feel like they would break at a touch. The armor was in slightly better condition, but the straps had long since corroded away, and the ones currently being worn were added later. Chen Qing's heart stirred. The painted skin naturally understands and asks, these 20 sets of armor and spears should have matching horses, right? Yes. The plump middle-aged man led the 2 people to another warehouse, and indeed, there were 20 warhorse figurines. However, their craftsmanship was far inferior to the 2 flying horses, and one of them had its head broken off, while another had a leg broken. How much are these 20 sets of armor, spears, and warhorses worth? The plump middle-aged man's face lit up with joy. These things are too tricky. I have been unable to find a buyer for a long time. And even though it has been placed here, I have been anxious every day. Now, I have finally found a buyer. Last year, the same type of armor auctioned by Dingjia Auction House sold for 8.36 million, which seems meaningless. Huapai shook his head, saying these things cannot be exposed to the light, and besides, no one else dares to consume them except for me. The plump middle-aged man fell silent for a moment. After a while, he said, a total of 50 million. 5 million. Mr. Yuan, your offer is excessive. The overweight middle-aged man frowned. This offer is not made at random. It is indeed based on your sincere intention to buy. Huapai thought for a moment and suddenly said, Mr. Qing, why don't you retire? I'll take over the entire warehouse. The plump middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. What? Everything in the entire warehouse, packaged for me. 20 million. Chapter 40. Blood Prophet. The plump middle-aged man paused slightly and shook his head. Mr. Yuan is joking. I'm serious, Huapai said clearly. The plump middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. 40 million. Firm price. Huapai frowned and thought for a while, then said, including what I mentioned earlier, a total of 30 million. This is my final offer. The plump middle-aged man became conflicted. The value of these items was naturally far greater than this price, but they couldn't be seen in the light. Each item was a hot potato. After a while, the plump middle-aged man made up his mind. All right, but it has to be cash transactions. Huapai handed him 3 bank cards. Anonymously, it's considered cash transactions. The plump middle-aged man paused slightly, showed the key in his hand, and said, let's go trade. If the transaction is successful, it's yours. Boss Qing, there won't be any cameras here, right? No. Using those things is asking for death. Soon, the transaction was completed. The 3 returned to the entrance, and the plump middle-aged man handed the key to Huapai with a smile. Mr. Yuan, why don't you buy this estate as well? Not much, just 10 million. No need. Huapai shook his head. If it were 10 days ago, he might have accepted. But now it was too late to upgrade this place into a safe house. All right, the key is yours. I'll come back in a month, and I will change all the locks. How you got it out? I want to ask or no. Chen Qing had a thought. Huapai immediately understood. Mr. Qing, I want to ask, where is this tomb? The plump middle-aged man frowned. It's already empty. Just consider it a favor I owe you. After a moment of silence, the plump middle-aged man wrote down an address. Then, he got into the driver's car and left. The driver asked, Big brother, why not? Don't have any crooked thoughts. As he said, I should retire too. Have the people watching the estate withdrawn? They have. The less you know, the safer it is. Chen Qing and Huapai returned to the warehouse. Master, how did this servant perform? In the warehouse, Huapai transformed into a beautiful young girl. Very good. Chen Qing looked at everything here and began to collect items with the Demon Suppressing Tower. The items here could almost open a small museum. Even if only half awakened, it could become a local power. After finishing the collection, a call came from the silver-haired old man. The 3 went to his house, which was also an estate but much smaller than Qing's. The silver-haired old man's collection mostly consisted of calligraphy and paintings, including many masterpieces, and they were all legitimate. But the asking price was too high, and they couldn't negotiate. The silver-haired old man took out a decree. This is a decree from the Song dynasty, bestowing this Li Baoyi as the martial champion. Chen Qing felt nothing, but Huapai asked, how much? The decree from Huazong is valued at 100 million. This one is worth less, but 20 million is a must. Decrees like this have a large circulation and aren't worth that much. Are there other decrees? Martial champion ones. I have 2 more. The silver-haired old man took out 2 more. However, one was in poor condition, and the other was from a too recent dynasty. The decrees couldn't reach 1 million in value, and the three together were worth 3 million. The silver-haired old man thought for a moment and agreed. With the warehouse full of items, the subsequent items were basically not worth looking at. Finally, this item Mr. Wan might like. The silver-haired old man led the two to a corner of the estate. There was a doghouse built there, but instead of a dog, there was a black panther with goat horns inside. Tomb-guarding beast. This thing has heavy evil energy. I don't dare keep it at home. But I'm reluctant to throw it away. You can name a price. 50,000. Deal. Then, the two paid, and Chen Qing carried the tomb-guarding beast out of there. This scene scared the silver-haired old man quite a bit. This tomb-guarding beast is not small. Outside, after putting everything into the Demon Suppressing Tower, Chen Qing asked, "Is the decree useful?" "Yes." Huapai smiled broadly. "What is the purpose of these 3 decrees?" Chen Qing thought for a moment. "To bestow?" As soon as he said it, he immediately understood. His face was full of shock. "Exactly. If all 3 can awaken, it means the master will have 3 martial champions under his command." However, Chen Qing had never heard of what level martial champions were. In the soul realm, they were called martial men. In the evil ghost realm, they were martial champions. This is one of the more prominent types of ghosts in the record of 100 ghosts. Evil ghosts. Directly bestowing evil ghosts. Chen Qing was somewhat stunned. Does the Emperor's decree have such power? It's just that the luck of the human race has declined. And the Emperor has also fallen. If the ancient human Emperor were still around, with just a word, he could bestow an evil spirit level directly. Chen Qing was somewhat dazed. Then how great must the power of these emperors be? Huapai, what other powerful existences do you know from the record of 100 ghosts? Speak them out. It's not that this servant is unwilling to say. Some existences can shorten one's lifespan just by hearing about them. As long as it reaches the evil spirit level or above, if you touch a bit of the formless, it doesn't mean you can't see it. Rather, if you hear it or see it, you are not worthy to remember it. So, it's possible that you saw such high-level beings just a moment ago. But in the blink of an eye, you already cannot remember. The good thing is, it just makes people unable to remember. If it's worse, just hearing the name would bring down divine punishment. Such existences are inherently defying the heavens. Chen Qing was lost in thought. Huapai solemnly warned, excessive exploration of the dark is a very dangerous thing. Even if it's just passively listening, it's also very dangerous. The strange existences in the dark will use all means to pull you into it. Understood, Chen Qing nodded, remembering it seriously. He calculated. This round of purchases totaled 38 million. Not to mention having bought a small museum. Even if only 1 horse awakened, it would be a huge profit. Especially with the 3 tomb-guarding beasts that were practically given for free. Tomb-guarding beasts have a strong deterrent effect on ghostly beings. Casually awakening one to keep at home means that even without a Zhong Kui painting, one would not be in danger. So refreshing. Chen Qing looked at Huapai with increasing fondness. "So, what reward do you want?" Upon hearing this, Huapai instantly became excited. "Master, can you grant this servant a ghost pearl?" Perhaps thinking she was being too greedy, she weakly added, "An evil ghost level is fine." "What kind of ghost pearl?" Huapai was full of anticipation. "Is there a ghost pearl that supports flower girls?" Supporting flowers means holding an umbrella. Chen Qing quickly found a palm-sized small umbrella. "This? That's it." Huapai was immediately overjoyed. Then she said, "This servant may need to go into seclusion for a few days. Master, please wait for me a few days." Saying this, Huapai disappeared. Chen Qing was taken aback and called for Huapai again. Huapai asked curiously, "What is wrong?" "The flow rate of time in the Demon Suppressing Tower is 15,000 times faster. Isn't it almost equivalent to time standing still? How do you cultivate?" "There's a second layer." Huapai was puzzled. "Doesn't the master know?" "I didn't know. Why didn't anyone tell me?" Huapai explained. "The great deity Zhong Kui originally resided on the 2nd level, and I, as a servant, was unable to go up. However, after the last peak gathering, the 2nd level is now accessible. The time inside is no different from reality." Chapter 41. Too much money, worries abound. Is there really a 2nd level? Does that mean there are also 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th levels? After the awakening of the demon subduing tower, Chen Qing did not delve deeper. But it seems that there are many secrets still hidden within the tower. Chen Qing thought, "Huapai, can you hear my voice?" "Yes, master." "Zhong Kui, Zhong Kui, Zhong Kui." After calling several times, Zhong Kui did not respond. "Master, the great deity Zhong Kui has entered the 3rd level." "3rd level? Where is it?" "I don't know. Only the great deity Zhong Kui can enter there." Huapai patiently explained. "The demon subduing tower is one with the master. As the master grows stronger, it can also grow. The current demon subduing tower can perhaps be seen as a small baby, and anything above the 3rd level might still be in a state of chaos. Will Zhong Kui be in danger?" "The great deity Zhong Kui already possesses divinity and numerous divine powers. Even if he is somewhat confused, there is likely nothing in this world that can harm him." "Who are you talking about?" Suddenly, a mystical voice echoed. "Great deity? What great deity?" The 2nd level of the demon subduing tower does not resemble the imagined tower interior. Instead, it is a vast, ethereal space filled with rolling mist. Huapai sat cross-legged, looking terrified. Zhong Kui's large face was almost pressed against Huapai's. his mustache poking into her face, and Huapai dared not resist, only whispering, "I have seen the great deity." Huapai is clearly a level 5 evil spirit. But in front of Zhong Kui, a level 3 wandering soul, she felt as vulnerable as a chick. Zhong Kui looked at the ground with one eye and at Huapai with the other, suddenly reaching out. Ghost pearl, ghost pearl, ghost pearl. I want to eat ghost pearls. His hand stretched out of the demon subduing tower, as if it had grown out of Chen Qing's chest. Chen Qing was startled and said, "You can have it, but don't scare Huapai. She needs to cultivate." Okay. Chen Qing then stuffed a ghost pearl resembling a leaf into Zhong Kui's hand. Zhong Kui seemed dissatisfied with this ghost pearl, pouting his lips, chewing, and walking into the mist. Chen Qing had originally planned to go to the princess's tomb to exchange the 12 wandering souls for stronger ones. But now that Huapai was in seclusion, that matter would have to wait a few days. Without Huapai, he hadn't felt it before. But now that she was around, he suddenly felt uncertain without her. He returned to the base and began to circulate his energy. In the following days, he trained vigorously during the day to improve his physical fitness and circulated his energy at night. The physical tests required an increase in laps every day. He was now running 17 laps in 20 minutes, and under this pressure, someone was eliminated every day. Correspondingly, everyone's improvement was also rapid. In the last 2 days of the 7-day deadline, the monkey and the fatty reached the soul movement realm one after the other. At this point, Chen Qing had opened 11 energy circuits and was just one step away from the essence realm. It was truly not easy. Qing was on the verge of tears. In just 7 days, Qing had lost nearly 20 pounds from being a little fatty. At this moment, calling him a fatty was no longer accurate. Don't relax yet. Think about how to get through tonight's challenge. The monkey frowned, having to learn the ghost contracting technique in one night. And tomorrow night, he needed to contract his first ghost pet. I really can't believe this, rushing like this. Why the rush? Yeah, our training intensity has far exceeded that of previous demon extermination teams, but I heard this year's demon extermination team training is also inhumane. Xing remained silent, quietly circulating his energy. Tonight was a major class. Everyone had to be present. Wukong was very pleased. Your growth rate surprises me. Based on my 10 years of teaching experience, reaching the soul movement realm takes at least a week, or at most a month. And all 41 of you who stayed here today have reached the soul movement realm in just a week. Congratulations. We are that impressive? Wow. Does that mean I'm a genius too? You wish. I reached the soul movement realm a day earlier than you, okay? Everyone instantly became excited. They had endured a lot during this week. The feeling of being recognized for the first time was simply moving. But a more severe challenge was coming. In the next 24 hours, you must learn the ghost contracting technique. Tomorrow night, we will head to the princess's tomb together. And each of you must have your own ghost pet. If this had been a week ago, it would have definitely caused chaos. But this time, although everyone felt it was absurd, they fell silent. Everyone was thinking about how to get through this challenge. Chen Qing had already learned the ghost contracting technique and the more advanced hell ghost contracting technique. It had no impact on him. This shouldn't be the case. Hongya stood up, not to mention how difficult it is to learn the ghost contracting technique in one day. But finding a suitable ghost pet within a day after learning, it is simply outrageous. With one voice of opposition, several others immediately echoed, especially among the girls. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Girls are inherently weaker than boys. Choosing a ghost pet is of utmost importance. If they make the wrong choice, their whole life could be ruined. So what do you think should be done? Girls should have at least 5 days to choose their ghost pets. No, a week. This is not my decision. Wukong shook his head. Class time. Chen Qing no longer needed to participate in the following classes. Huapai's seclusion time was almost over. She should be able to come out tomorrow. Phones were not allowed in class. Back in the dormitory, Chen Qing had 2 missed calls. Mr. Chen, the 3rd batch of pig feed has already gone into production. We brought samples, and they are at the entrance of the 5th base of the Ghost Army. Do you need to take a look? Oh, I'll be there right away. The 2nd call. Hey, Mr. Chen, the rice, soybeans, and potatoes have all been prepared. When will you come to collect them? In the next couple of days. Holding nearly 70 million in his hand, Chen Qing was quite worried these days. Daily necessities, hardware products, etc., cost nearly 6 million. 50 million was spent on the most stable types of food. In the apocalypse, having food and weapons means you won't panic. Arriving at the base entrance, a business vehicle was parked nearby. 3 men in suits were already waiting. One of them was Boss Zhu from the feed factory. Through their recent communications, Chen Qing understood that they wanted to connect with the Ghost Army. It seemed that his identity as a purchaser for the Ghost Army had leaked during the video call with Manager Jean that day. In any case, they were now very respectful towards Chen Qing. Chen Qing took a bag of pig feed samples, opened it, and frowned. There was a fishy smell. He frowned and tasted it. The texture was rough and powdery, and it left a mouthful of crumbs. Seeing Chen Qing's expression, Boss Zhu immediately explained, Mr. Chen, the taste is indeed a bit off. This is the improved version of the 3rd batch, with added starch. Chen Qing took another bite. There was improvement, but not much. Soaking it in warm water or cooking it would make it much better. Can the nutritional content be guaranteed? Absolutely. Definitely. Strictly regulated. Chen Qing nodded. Then there's no problem. Let us proceed with the production of this improved version. It might make me frown now, but in the apocalypse, this is a delicacy. Chapter 42. Welcome to the Princess Ghost Domain, cuties. As for how to receive the food, Chen Qing had already thought of a solution. After some negotiation, he secured a bunch of seals from Yichang. Arriving at the warehouse district in Binjiang, this area connects to the railway, has a dock, and is 12 kilometers from the highway exit. It is primarily a grain area. Upon entering, nearly 100 barrel-shaped silver metal containers stand tall, each about 7 or 8 stories high. Manager Tian enthusiastically introduces, "We have a total of 229 standard grain silos, all built according to the 3299 standard, with the smallest being 35 tons and the largest being the ones in front of us, which are 30 meters high, 15 meters in diameter, and have a capacity of 2,445 tons. Chen Qing invested 23 million in grain. Originally, this money could only buy about 10,000 tons of grain. But with a stroke of genius, he exchanged it for aged rice and beans. They are all about 6 years old, but guaranteed not spoiled. Suddenly, it went from 10,000 tons to 250,000 tons. Manager Tian took Chen Qing into the grain silo, where a relatively simple-looking computer continuously monitors the temperature and humidity inside. The interior resembles a grain silo that is 9/10 full, with a cross-shaped walkway that can be raised or lowered, lowering the walkway by 2 meters. Manager Tian bent down to scoop up some rice. The biggest problem with piled grain is heat, if left unchecked. So much grain together can spoil in a week at most, and we have 30 years of experience in temperature control. Although this rice is 6 years old, Mr. Chen can rest assured, the quality is slightly lacking, but there are absolutely no issues. Are there surveillance cameras? Yes, each silo has 3. Chen Qing ordered 5,000 tons of potatoes, 4,000 tons of rice, 4,000 tons of soybeans, and 6,000 tons of wheat, except for the potatoes stored in a regular warehouse. The rest are stored in barrel-shaped warehouses, which sounds like a lot, but there are actually only 8 barrels. Chen Qing directly signed for them and took the keys, sealing each of the 8 barrels with a seal outside the warehouse. Naturally, Manager Tian would not mind. Finding an excuse, he bid farewell to Manager Tian, returned to the warehouse, turned off the surveillance, and adjusted each camera to look at the sky before starting to collect the grain. After about 10 minutes, the first rice silo was completely emptied. Then came the second, third, and 8th. After everything was collected, seals were placed at the entrance. The potatoes were stored in a regular cold storage. The few-year-old potatoes were slightly shriveled, but it was not a big deal. The surveillance cameras were positioned quite high, so it took some effort to turn them all around. After sealing everything, it was finally done. By this time, it was already afternoon. As he walked out of the park, Manager Tian warmly saw him off. "Mr. Chen, I heard that you were purchasing such a large quantity of grain recently. Is there a reason?" "He mentioned you guys." Chen Qing remained calm. "Did other departments come to collect grain too?" "Yes. The government and military have sent several groups of people. Grain prices have risen by 6 points in the past few days. As a procurement officer, how would I know any news?" Chen Qing chuckled, but inwardly, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the government has taken action. The black-clad woman seen at the last summit must have some clout. When he returned to the base, a small group of people had already gathered on the playground. 10 military vehicles were ready to go. 4 were 5-seaters, and 6 were 13-seaters, including 1 medical vehicle. Soon, Han Yuan appeared with Chen Man. Han Yuan had a bruised face and looked quite disheveled. "Today, I'll take you to see the world. Don't get scared," he said. "Let us go." Chen Qing hurried to catch up. "Captain, why did you bring Xiao Man along?" "Him? Oh right, he broke through to the Blood Qi realm." "What?" Chen Qing was stunned. Han Yuan scratched his head. "I originally planned to hold him back, but this guy just broke through while training. It really couldn't be contained." Chen Qing felt a headache coming. It seemed he had to grow up again. "Wait, a 6-year-old in the Blood Qi realm? Are you kidding?" "Oh right. That expression is just right." Han Yuan laughed heartily. "I had that same expression. The commander had that expression too. That old guy insisted on competing with me for a disciple, and we even had a fight." "You're lying. It wasn't a fight. It was Grandpa Zhu beating you." Chen Man corrected seriously. "You little brat." Han Yuan scolded. "That guy isn't human, got it? Not human. Considering you still followed your master and didn't betray him, I'll let you go this time." Han Yuan said, waving to Chen Qing. "Come to my car? We'll talk slowly." As the vehicle started, Han Yuan recounted the events of the past few days. He mentioned the matter of the Demon Suppression Tower, which the commander took very seriously, inviting several top-tier figures to lend a hand. Han Yuan, Gong Huagu, and 4 super-strong individuals went to the princess tomb, casually slaughtering 6 ghosts and truly summoning the Ghost King. Subsequently, the 4 super-strong individuals forced the ghost head into a blood contract, a contract technique as perilous as the black prison contract technique. On the way back with the 2 captains and 4 super-strong individuals, an unexpected event occurred. Chen Man broke through to the Blood Qi realm. This caused a fierce competition akin to the sword discussion at Mount Hua. Han Yuan rolled up his sleeves and fought with the commander, ultimately winning custody rights. Of course, Chen Man's claim that Han Yuan was simply beaten is more reliable. "So, you got bruised because you were beaten by the commander?" Han Yuan emphasized. "I wasn't beaten. I lost the fight." Chen Man was about to refute, But Han Yuan angrily said, "Shut up." Chen Man stopped talking. Chen Qing looked at this guy, not surprised, but very surprised. Genius figures like Zhou Yanxiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing were nothing in front of a 6-year-old in the Blood Qi realm. Because of Chen Man and this tower, our 5th team might become lively. Han Yuan sighed. Gong Huagu will definitely come to our team. That makes sense. After all, the Ghost King in the Demon Suppression Tower is now her ghost pet. But if a few more old guys come, I'll be in trouble. Chen Qing frowned, suddenly thinking of a question. Wait, Captain, you, Captain Gong. And the 4 top-tier individuals went to the Princess Tomb. Why didn't you just take it down? Is the Princess Tomb that formidable? Formidable my ass. It's now a rookie village for the Ghost Army. This means the Princess Tomb was intentionally left for practice. Chen Qing felt it was ridiculous, yet strangely reasonable. Moments later, the 10 vehicles arrived about a kilometer from the Princess Tomb. At a command, everyone got out of the vehicles and quickly formed 2 lines. Just from the neatness of the formation, one could see the results of 7 days of training. The evil ghosts and above have almost been cleared out, and you will spend a long time here. Of course, there are some very terrifying entities at the Wandering Soul level, but if you can't even handle Wandering Souls, don't talk about defending the rear. You've learned a lot from the ghost science, and I believe you all have your favorite ghost pets now. Han Yuan snapped his fingers, and everything in front of him suddenly changed. The wilderness was suddenly filled with ghostly fog, the sky darkened instantly, the lush vegetation became bare, and the scattered houses became dilapidated. The water in the small river was pitch black, exuding a fishy smell, and everyone was taken aback. Han Yuan smiled. Welcome to the Princess Ghost Domain, my little cuties. Chapter 43, Soldier Ghost. Everyone shivered. Having seen the evil ghost level, Wind Eater, from Wukong, they were somewhat prepared, but at this moment, knowing that taking one more step could lead to encountering ghosts, many people hesitated. Zhou Yanxiao entered first, followed by Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and others. There seemed to be some kind of boundary. Once a step was taken inside, they could no longer see anyone. Ghost realm? Chen Qing frowned. Another new term. Or could it be what was referred to as the ghost world in his previous life? Chen Qing glanced at Han Yuan, a bit worried. Captain, you won't let Chen Man go in there too, right? Don't worry, I'm right behind you. Han Yuan waved his hand. Go catch your own ghost. Chen Qing was speechless. No matter how talented Chen Man was, he was still not even 7 years old. Even if he followed. But come, put this on. Han Yuan took out a pair of gloves that looked strange, covered in wood grain, as if carved from wood. He squatted down to help Chen Man put them on. After Chen Man put on the gloves, Han Yuan took out a wooden helmet. After much difficulty putting it on, there was also a wooden chest guard. You're so annoying. Chen Man had a blank expression, but his tone was dissatisfied. You little brat, I'm doing this to protect you. I'm very strong. I don't need your protection. You're strong my ass. I could knock you down with one finger. In 2 years, I could beat you up. Not even in 10 years. Watching the two bicker, Chen Qing inexplicably felt relieved. Chen Qing, let's form a team. The monkey came over. Damn it. It's my first time in the ghost realm. I'm a bit scared. Take me with you, great God. Please take me. He Runxing also came over. The Lone Star said nothing and directly entered the ghost realm. Chen Qing didn't care about the others, but he definitely had to take care of the monkey. Chen Qing nodded and entered the ghost realm. Here, it seemed like some means had been used. Taking one step felt like entering another time and space. It was cold, dark, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Fatty, how much soul power do you have? 41. How about you? I have 58. The monkey muttered. We definitely don't want newly born wandering souls. We can only contract with ones from the 1st to 3rd levels, or just reaching the 4th level. The monkey shook his head, saying there wasn't much room for choice. Don't you have more? He Runxing was almost in tears, looking at Chen Qing. Great God. How about you? I don't know, Chen Qing answered honestly. The great God must be afraid of scaring our underachievers' hearts with his closeness. Almost everyone has exchanged their opportunities to choose ancient objects for ghost contracts. They all wore them on their hands and moved forward slowly. Soon, the 3 saw the first ghost. It was eating mud in a dying pond. Toilet ghost. Measuring it with the device, it was 14. A 1st-level wandering soul. The monkey contracting this would definitely be a waste. With his 58 soul power, a 3rd-level wandering soul around 30 would be best. I don't want it either. He Runxing shook his head. If possible, I still want a 3rd or 4th level. But there is simply too little choice. Naturally, Chen Qing wouldn't choose either. He currently had 2 main pets. One was Zhong Kui, and the other was Hualing. For this level, Hualing was an extraordinary value monster. As for Zhong Kui, although it was just a 3rd-level wandering soul, considering its suppression ability over Hualing, one couldn't just look at surface data. This time, he only wanted to exchange as many newly born wandering souls in the Demon Suppression Tower as possible. The density of ghosts in the ghost realm was quite high, and they soon encountered the second one. However, the 3 were stunned. This ghost resembled an ancient person, wearing a helmet, chest armor, back armor, and skirt armor. It had a knife hanging at its waist and was fiercely striding forward. Chen Qing and the others hid behind a collapsed low wall, and the monkey pulled back his head. Ancient ghost? I've never learned about this. Everyone was still studying ghostology, but most of the content was about modern ghosts, such as food ghosts, toilet ghosts, and sick ghosts, which were common. Ancient ghosts were never covered. Soldier ghost? The three casually named it. And the ghost device aimed and measured, 61. A 6th level wandering soul. The monkey's soul power was 58, and according to the recommendation of 50, he should contract with a ghost around 29. It couldn't exceed 70, which was 41. He Rensheng had even less, at 41. Recommended to contract with a ghost of 20, and couldn't exceed 28. Clearly, they had both surpassed the limit. No good. Can't handle it. Let us go? However, Chen Qing stopped. The monkey was slightly taken aback, but immediately understood. Chen Qing, can you contract this? Chen Qing naturally couldn't reveal the existence of the Demon Suppression Tower, only vaguely stating, just right. Great God, you're almost at 100. He Rensheng was shocked. This is too godly. Chen Qing nodded, drawing out his kunwa knife, and with a surge of spiritual energy, blood shadows floated over the blade. With a light hum, Chen Qing had already jumped over the low wall, and the knife went straight for the soldier ghost. Swish. It was as if slicing through old leather. A large gash opened at the back of the soldier ghost's neck. The blade continued downward, but the back armor protected it, only creating a spark. Dark blue ghost blood slowly seeped out, dripping onto the ground. The soldier ghost reacted quickly, swinging back with a knife. Chen Qing raised his knife to block. Clang. Sparks flew. Before this, all the ghosts Chen Qing had faced, except for Hualing, were newly born wandering souls, which shattered upon contact. This was his first time fighting a ghost like this. Clang, clang, clang. The force was evenly matched, but in terms of technique, Chen Qing was far from the soldier ghost's opponent. After just a few exchanges, he had already been slashed once. Fortunately, he was wearing Hualing, which was least afraid of this type of ghost. Chen Qing had the thought of honing his combat techniques, staring intently at the soldier ghost's knife, trying to learn. Swish. A blade light came down directly at Chen Qing's face. Chen Qing suddenly sidestepped, and although his face was also protected by Hualing, he was still drenched in cold sweat. The monkey and he Rensheng were both tense watching. The monkey had already jumped out, charging into the fray with a knife. Don't come over, monkey. Chen Qing immediately shouted to stop him. With Hualing to protect him, he was in an invulnerable position, but the monkey could actually die. Damn it. I can't just watch you get killed. Its knife can't hurt me. Chen Qing shouted loudly. Retreat. The monkey hesitated, carefully observing the position where Chen Qing had just been slashed by the soldier ghost. The uniform was torn, but his body seemed to be fine. He stepped back a bit, but still kept an eye on the two, ready to support at any time. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of blades clashing rang out, sparking bursts in the air. Chen Qing had already been hit by around 10 knives, and finally, swish. A knife. Cut to the throat. If this knife had hit a human, blood would have sprayed out 2 to 3 meters. Although a lot of blood also flowed from the soldier ghost's wound, it was definitely not much. Clang, 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 clang. Another knife. Chen Qing seemed to grasp a bit of a pattern. The soldier ghost's knives were becoming increasingly difficult to land on him. I've comprehended, and I've grown stronger. Chen Qing was overjoyed. At a certain moment, he swung a knife, and the ghost's head flew off. The monkey clapped and shouted, damn. Awesome. He Rensheng was stunned for a while, then began to cheer. Cool. Chapter 44, Martial Artist, can be conferred as a martial champion. At this moment, however, Chen Qing was stunned. He could feel that within the Demon Suppression Tower, the soldier ghost was losing its position and its form was dissipating. Chen Qing's mind stirred, and a toilet ghost shattered, transforming into pure ghostly energy. The soldier ghost naturally filled this vacancy. In that instant when the soldier ghost took the place, Chen Qing felt that Zhong Kui had become much stronger. However, with the monkey and he Rensheng present, he couldn't summon it to take a closer look. Awesome, Xiao Qingzi. The monkey patted Chen Qing's shoulder vigorously. Strong. The great god is invincible. He Rensheng also praised, his eyes scanning Chen Qing. Cautiously he asked, Great God, did you wear some protective armor? Hualing had said that when she attached to a person, apart from the heavenly eye and the fiery eye, other abilities wouldn't be visible. Just now, Chen Qing had been slashed so many times yet remained unharmed, which both of them naturally noticed. Yeah, I received one earlier. Chen Qing didn't intend to elaborate. Let us go, we must get you both suitable ghost pets today. Both nodded emphatically. With Chen Qing around, and still unable to get suitable ghost pets, there would be even less hope in the future. This place used to have 3-dimensional agriculture, with many fish ponds, but since no one maintained them, most of the dikes between the ponds gradually eroded, merging into a cluster resembling candied hawthorn, while some became dry, turning into stagnant water ponds and muddy ponds. Along the way, they constantly saw toilet ghosts happily eating in these stagnant water ponds, but their natural aversion to feces made all 3 turn a blind eye. Chen Qing vaguely remembered that the toilet ghost's sequence name at the evil ghost level was Food Filth, with considerable combat power. Moreover, if one didn't mind the disgust, this thing was actually quite good for leveling up. The 3 walked along the winding fish ponds, where waves occasionally splashed up from the depths, unsure if they were fish or ghosts. Help! Suddenly, a scream came from afar. In the dim and silent night, everyone's hair stood on end. Sounds a bit like Yanxing Shui. The monkey became puzzled. Chen Qing suddenly remembered this name. This person was also a classmate who tested their talents together. Help! The cry for help came again, this time much closer, and both the monkey and he Runqing heard it clearly. It's Yang Xingshui. Hurry, let's go check. The cries for help echoed a few more times. During this period, he seemed to have been injured and let out a painful scream. Soon, the three saw Yang Xingshui. He had a deep gash on his head, blood gushing out, soaking his entire body. His arm was broken, and he appeared to have multiple injuries. In front of him, a Lone Star was fiercely battling a ghost. This ghost looked ordinary but was agile, wielding a black stick that struck fiercely against the Lone Star, leaving him with no means of defense. Master, this is Martial Man. If the Master accepts him, he can be conferred the title of Martial Champion with a holy decree. Hualing suddenly spoke up. Chen Qing nodded. No wonder he was so strong. A ghost appraisal revealed that the ghost's ghostly energy value was only 38. A triple wandering soul. Yet it could overpower the Lone Star completely. It should be noted that the Lone Star reached soul movement even earlier than the monkey, with at least 70 soul power. Yet was being beaten helplessly by this ghost, which was only half of his strength. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds followed. The Martial Man's black stick always managed to bypass the Kunwo blade, striking accurately at the Lone Star. The Lone Star remained silent as usual, only grunting but refusing to yield. Monkey, let's go. You step back a bit. The monkey was taken aback but nodded and followed. Clang. A stick struck the body of Chen Qing's Kunwo blade, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Bang. A stick hit Chen Qing's wrist, numbing his entire hand, almost making him lose grip on the Kunwo blade. Stronger than the soldier ghost, Chen Qing thought to himself. Relying on Hualing's protection, he swung the blade repeatedly, forcing the Martial Man back several steps. Lone Star, Fatso, get Yang Xingshui out of here. At this moment, Yang Xingshui was barely breathing, his face pale. The Lone Star staggered, clearly injured. If Chen Qing and the others hadn't arrived, both of them might have died at the hands of the Martial Man. Bang, bang, bang. Almost every stick from the Martial Man could hit Chen Qing. Even with Hualing protecting him, he was still beaten until his blood surged. Chen Qing had just learned a bit from the soldier ghost, but facing the Martial Man was completely inadequate. Although he desperately tried to dodge and block, 9 out of 10 sticks landed on him. Bang. The monkey let out a scream, falling to the ground. A large gash appeared on his brow bone, blood immediately covering his face. Don't worry, I'll go up again, Chen Qing urged, attacking once more. The Martial Man's stick technique was extremely intricate. The stick tip almost always darting close to Chen Qing's face. If he dodged, it would follow up with a stick to his chest or waist. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, Chen Qing felt like he was about to spit blood, not just physically but mentally as well. He couldn't comprehend how a ghost with a ghostly energy value of 38 could force him into such a state. If it weren't for Hualing's protection, he might have already lost his life. As the stick tip once again lunged toward his eye, Chen Qing's body suddenly leaned back. Then, he swung the Kunwu blade horizontally, covering a wide area. The Martial Man leaped suddenly, and Chen Qing instinctively thrust upward. The Martial Man's body was in the air, the long stick blocking the Kunwu blade. Chen Qing gritted his teeth and smashed his left fist down onto the long stick. Bang! The long stick tilted to the side, and the Kunwu blade pierced straight into the Martial Man's chest. Hiss! Chen Qing was slightly stunned. He quickly stepped forward, kicked the long stick away, and with both hands, grabbed the Martial Man's neck, trapping his arms with his legs, shouting, "Come quickly!" The monkey was momentarily stunned, ready to behead him with the Kunwu blade. Chen Qing shouted angrily, "Contract! Contract!" The monkey was momentarily dazed but quickly came to his senses, moving in front of the Martial Man to begin casting the ghost contract technique. The first attempt failed. Chen Qing shouted, "Don't stop, keep going." So, the second attempt, the third, the fourth. Soon, it reached 10 attempts, and each contract was rejected by the Martial Man. The monkey's face turned pale, gradually showing signs of exhaustion. 11th, 12th. Finally, the monkey's body stiffened slightly, and his face revealed a look of ecstatic joy. It worked. Ha! It worked. Hearing this, Chen Qing released the Martial Man. The Martial Man remained silent and walked behind the monkey. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The monkey sized up the Martial Man. With this guy, I can walk sideways in the base. Chen Qing, lacking emotional intelligence, couldn't let go of grudges, nor could he forget favors, always brooding over small and big matters. The monkey was his brother, who had died for him in his past life, so he would definitely protect him at all costs. And the Martial Man was just perfect. As long as it reached Blood Moon, he could use the holy decree to confer this Martial Man as Martial Champion. The monkey's combat power would rise to another level. The two exchanged a big laugh, lying down in a large character shape on the ground. The Martial Man went to pick up his long stick when suddenly a heavy muffled sound occurred, and his body was kicked back. The two were startled. Looking back, they saw a big man rushing over. He was burly and agile, wielding a long stick. It was yet another Martial Man. Chapter 45. Kneeling upon seeing Zhong Kui. Chen Qing's ghostly appraisal swept over this Martial Man. 88. Eightfold Wandering Soul. A stick swung down from above, powerful and terrifying. Chen Qing raised his hand to block. Clang. A heavy sound resounded. Chen Qing's arms went numb, and the Kunwen knife slipped from his hand. The long staff was extremely agile, and without using much force, it changed direction in midair and struck Chen Qing solidly on the shoulder. Bang! It was as if a car had run over him, and Chen Qing's body collapsed to the ground. Chen Qing, the monkey, was startled, drew his knife, and jumped up, using all his strength to chop at the warrior. The warrior seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and with a light kick, he swept through the air. Bang! The next moment, the monkey's body shot out like an arrow, crashing heavily to the ground and bouncing several times before landing in a muddy pond. Mud splattered everywhere. The monkey tasted blood in his mouth and spat out a mouthful, but struggled to get up and quickly crawled toward the shore. At this moment, the smaller warrior attacked the larger warrior. The two staffs clashed, but after just a few exchanges, the smaller warrior was already at a disadvantage. The larger warrior completely overpowered the smaller warrior, even in martial skills. There was no other choice. He had to use his trump card. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui." In the next moment, a thin figure dressed in a hospital gown appeared, one eye looking up at the sky and the other eye fixed on the warrior. The larger warrior's body suddenly trembled and slowly turned his head. Bang! The smaller warrior's long staff struck heavily on the head of the larger warrior, but his body also froze. In the larger warrior's eyes, he finally saw two eyes that could move freely. "Ah, warrior!" Both shouted simultaneously. The larger warrior's mind shattered, and he ran wildly into the distance, faster than the last time he escaped from the painted skin. Zhong Kui pursued him with a unique gait, his body bouncing high with every step. It seemed as if he had no weight, like the lunar gravity seen on television. The next moment, Chen Qing saw clearly. On Zhong Kui's right foot was a golden slipper, the very one transformed by Jin Buhuan. Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. This golden slipper had superpowers. Last time, Zhong Kui's speed couldn't keep up with the painted skin, but this time, wearing the golden slipper, his speed increased tremendously, and he quickly entered the mist. Chen Qing was anxious but prioritized the monkey. He turned back to see the monkey covered in mud and blood, wobbling as he crawled out of the pond. "You can't die. Hurry up and chase." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing rushed into the mist. Moments later, he saw Zhong Kui and the warrior. Zhong Kui was riding on the warrior's neck, grabbing his hair and grinning foolishly. With his mismatched eyes, he looked utterly silly. The warrior, with Zhong Kui on his head, was frozen, his body trembling as if it were in fifth gear. "Let you run." Slap. A resounding slap that didn't look heavy at all made the warrior stagger as if hit by a truck, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhong Kui was thrown off as well. Zhong Kui was furious. Master, hurry and tell Zhong Kui to stop." There was no time for questions. Chen Qing stood in front of Zhong Kui. "Stop. Step aside. I will skin this guy alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the warrior's skin split open, peeling away as if an invisible hand was stripping it off. The warrior let out a miserable cry but knelt on the ground, unable to move. "Zhong Kui, come back." Chen Qing hurriedly called Zhong Kui back. However, the warrior continued to scream, pieces of skin falling off until he became a pale, skinless corpse. With a thud, he fell to the ground, dead. The scene was too bizarre. Chen Qing shuddered. Once the warrior died, his body turned into a black mist and entered the Demon Suppressing Tower. With a thought, a starving ghost exploded into ghostly energy, taking the warrior's place. As this warrior entered the tower, Chen Qing felt Zhong Kui grow significantly stronger. With a thought, Zhong Kui appeared before him. The ghostly meter displayed 99, 98, 100, 296, fluctuating around 99. After changing two ghosts, it had already reached the peak of the 10th level of Wandering Souls. If he changed a few more, would he advance to the level of evil ghosts or remain at the Wandering Soul level? This was the legendary Transcendent level. Chen Qing was filled with shock. He now understood that Zhong Kui's value was not randomly increasing, but was around 50 of the total ghost energy value of 12 ghosts. Currently, there were 12 ghosts in the Demon Suppressing Tower, with the highest being the warrior at 88, followed by the soldier ghost at 61, plus 10 newly born Wandering Souls, totaling around 198. Exactly double Zhong Kui's value. This was very promising. Chen Qing was excited when he suddenly remembered the painted skin and asked, "Why did you just say to let Zhong Kui stop?" The painted skin smiled wryly. "Master, this is just a wandering soul. How could it withstand a few slaps from the great Zhong Kui? Didn't you notice?" After receiving that slap from Zhong Kui, the warrior's ghost energy value dropped by 7 or 8 points. Really? Chen Qing was taken aback, summoned the warrior, and measured with the ghost meter. Sure enough, it was only 81 now. "You dead, Zhong Kui. If it weren't for that slap just now, you'd either have advanced to the level of evil ghosts or reached the wandering soul level." The painted skin added, "Master, I've noticed that the stronger the great Zhong Kui becomes, the more divine powers he finds, and the stronger those powers are. He needs to keep working hard to improve." Chen Qing nodded. Nowadays, not to mention Zhong Kui and the painted skin, even without them, with the 9th level wandering soul warrior and the 6th level soldier ghost, he could walk confidently in this ghost realm. Alright, just to be safe, he should add another layer of assurance. After all, he had encountered a monster like the warrior in just 2 hours. Who knows what else could be out there? Let's go back. With a few thoughts. Zhong Kui either didn't understand or didn't want to listen. his two eyes spinning wildly, standing in front of him. One thought forcibly summoned him back. Zhong Kui quickly popped out again. Fine, I won't compete with him. He quickly returned to the monkey's side. The monkey was weakly leaning against a wall. Seeing Chen Qing return safely, he sighed in relief. He glanced at the dazed Zhong Kui beside Chen Qing. This? A ghost king. I can't tell what a ghost king looks like, but the ghostly appearance is quite obvious. The monkey was somewhat speechless. But recalling how this not-so-smart ghost king had just appeared and caused the monstrous warrior to flee, calling him a ghost king did seem fitting. You can't judge a book by its cover. The monkey sighed. You haven't been to class much. So you don't know the pressure Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo put on us. But today I realized that the one hiding the deepest is actually you. Chen Qing helped him up, not refuting. The warrior was indeed monstrous. He wondered if he could challenge Zhou Yangxiao's evil ghost level. Supporting the monkey to the ambulance. Several people were already lying inside, the most seriously injured being Yang Xingshui. The nurse skillfully assisted the monkey, immediately hanging up in four while taking out surgical instruments, likely to stitch up the monkey's wounds. Chen Qing turned and walked back toward the ghost realm. The monkey was stunned. Are you going again? Yes. Chen Qing nodded. Tonight. He had to make Zhong Kui reach 100. He really wanted to know whether Zhong Kui would advance to the evil ghost level or the wandering soul level. Chapter 46. It's smiling at me. Looking at Zhong Kui, the warrior, and the soldier ghost beside him, Chen Qing felt quite confident. As they walked, Zhong Kui exclaimed, Ghost beads. Where are the ghost beads? I want to eat ghost beads. Ever since he learned that Zhong Kui could freely enter all levels of the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing had taken out the bag containing the ghost beads. However, he and T brought them with him today. Not brought. Ghost beads. Ghost beads. Ghost beads. Ghost beads. Chen Qing was annoyed by the noise. It's on the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Go find it yourself. Zhong Kui suddenly jumped into the Demon Suppression Tower in Chen Qing's chest. The painted skin was already used to it, but the warrior beside him watched in fear. Just a single word could flay him to death. What a terrifying existence. Hee, ha 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 ha, la 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 la. Suddenly, a child's laughter echoed. The voice was sweet and soft, sounding delightful. But in this ghostly realm, it was extremely unsettling. Little ghost. This type of ghost was quite common, and Chen Qing was no stranger to it. He drew his knife and slowly approached. However, when he arrived at the source of the sound, there was only a pool of blood. Clearly, the voice came from right in front of him. La 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 la, mama, mama loves. The voice continued. Chen Qing felt warm all over, as if he was truly lying in his mother's embrace. Was it an illusion? He quickly walked around, driving away the warmth coming from all directions. In a daze, it seemed as if someone was gently lifting his chin and smiling at him. Giggling, mama, mama. The warmth filled his entire body, like sunlight pouring through a window, like warm water soaking him. La 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 la. Both the soldier ghost and the warrior froze. The voice persisted. In front of Chen Qing appeared bright toys, in red and green. A little train was chugging along the tracks, and a soft big white rabbit was resting behind him. A gentle voice was reciting a bedtime story. Chen Qing suddenly bit his tongue. The sharp pain. Everything in front of him returned to normal. Mama, mama loves. The dark, ghostly realm was dyed with warmth. Covered with a thick quilt. An irresistible comfort surged through him. Chen Qing struggled to charge in one direction, and he finally saw a child dressed in a belly band. About 3 years old, barefoot, with a bare bottom, chubby little hands holding a severed adult hand. The belly band was stained with blood around the mouth. It gently fiddled with the fingers of the severed hand, smiling broadly, and called out in a childish voice, Mama, Mama. Chen Qing did not hesitate. The kunwa knife burst forth with blood. He slashed straight at the little ghost. The little ghost stood there dazed, seemingly not understanding how to dodge. Puff. Ghost blood splattered. The kunwa knife cut straight down from the top of its head to its chin. Mama. The little ghost softly called out, and the severed hand fell to the ground. Chen Qing withdrew his knife and struck again. The little ghost's head flew off, turning into a wisp of black mist that entered the Demon Suppression Tower. A thought. A starving ghost shattered into ghostly energy, making way for the little ghost. Chen Qing let out a sigh of relief. Little ghosts are extremely strange, at the same time. Most of these ghosts are very pitiful. In fact, a large portion of them die at the hands of their parents. They long for their mother's love for a long time, and this love spills out widely, affecting those around them. Adults are fine, but young children can hardly resist, drowning in this love and joyfully dying. Fortunately, their physical bodies are weak, so as long as one can find their location, they can easily be killed. Summoning it out. The ghostly chart showed 92. Chen Qing was surprised. He didn't expect it to be a 9-layer wandering soul. The little ghost seemed unaware of anything. With a pale face and a chubby smile, murmuring in a childish voice, Love Mama, Mama. With this, Zhong Kui should have broken through, right? With anticipation in his heart. A thought, and Zhong Kui appeared before him. Ghost beads. The ghost beads are still not found. Zhong Kui complained and dove back into the Demon Suppression Tower. Summoning again. The ghostly chart measured 100. 102, 103, 102. Surprisingly, there was no breakthrough. Logically, it should have reached around 145 directly. Chen Qing muttered. Is it really that hard to break through to the next level? Looking at the little ghost, a smile filled Chen Qing's face. The biggest gain tonight might be the warrior, but But the one most in tune with Chen Qing was actually the little ghost. Because he knew the complete sequence for the little ghost to advance to the evil spirit level. Little ghost, night crier, chubby doll. Not suitable as the main battle pet. But as a support ghost pet, its abilities were extremely terrifying. Just like before, even if it affected the opponent for a moment, the result would still be extremely dreadful. With a thought, he summoned all 12 ghost pets from the Demon Suppression Tower. The Mad Ghost, Little Ghost, Soldier Ghost, Warrior, Toilet Ghost, Long-Tongue Ghost, Gambling Ghost, Tailing Bug. 2 Hunger Ghosts, and 2 Starving Ghosts. Like a combination, he analyzed in his mind which ghosts would work together for surprising effects. At that moment, a voice came from the mist in the distance. Hurry up, I dare not stay. That thing is too strange. It probably takes the captain to solve it. Chen Qing's mind moved, and he recalled all the ghost pets, leaving only 1 starving ghost and 1 hunger ghost. Moments later, these 2 individuals saw Chen Qing. They instinctively glanced at the ghostly chart, slightly taken aback. In their eyes, Chen Qing, Zhou Yanqiao, and Ji Luo were experts. How did they end up with 2 newborn trash? What did you encounter? Chen Qing asked. I don't know. A newcomer was still in shock, but it was terrifying. Many people were controlled. Don't say anymore. Let's go? Chen Qing, you should come with us. Chen Qing shook his head. You go first. The 2 nodded and quickly left. Chen Qing wanted to continue, but was also afraid of the terrifying existence they mentioned. He released a few newborn trash to scout ahead. Soon, Chen Qing saw the next ghost. The hanging ghost, dressed in white, hanging from a dead willow tree, the rope tied to a branch as thick as a chopstick. The body swaying back and forth with the breeze as if it had no weight. The next moment, everything in front of him blurred. Chen Qing seemed to be floating in midair, something tightening around his neck, making it hard to breathe. Looking to the side. Wasn't this the old willow tree where the hanging ghost hung? His heart sank. Looking down, he saw the warrior, soldier ghost, and himself standing on the ground. The Chen Qing on the ground had blood-red lips, smiling at himself. Chapter 47. Level Wandering Soul, Extremely Dangerous. Chen Qing wanted to speak. But the white silk around his neck was choking him, and he couldn't make a sound. Chen Qing shouted in his heart, Painted skin. Painted skin froze. Suddenly realizing something. The person wrapped in her skin had already been swapped. But the hanging ghost's actions were undoubtedly self-sabotaging. Painted skin confirmed once that the one wrapped was not Chen Qing, and suddenly tightened. Crack, crack, puff. The hanging ghost was crushed to pieces. The hanging ghost inside painted skin exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. Then she leaped up, her claws cutting through the white silk, releasing Chen Qing. The hanging ghost inside the painted skin transformed into a pool of black mist, completely merging into the Demon Suppression Tower, not leaving a trace. Only then did the painted skin revert to its plaster-like pale appearance, burrowing into Chen Qing's chest and once again covering his entire body. Chen Qing was still in shock. If it weren't for the painted skin, even with the martial artist and the soldier ghost, he would probably have died here. This hanging ghost could silently swap positions. Its ability was extremely bizarre. At this moment, Chen Qing truly felt a bit apprehensive. Although the evil ghost level had already been cleared, just half a night had passed. And he had already encountered so many strange ghostly entities. Child ghosts, hanging ghosts, soldier ghosts, martial artists. Each one was quite tricky. At this moment, the black mist transformed from the hanging ghost was swaying around in the Demon Suppression Tower. With a thought, the starving ghost burst into ghostly energy, making room for the hanging ghost. Summoning the hanging ghost, it appeared in white clothing, with a white ribbon around its neck tied to a small branch in the air. Chen Qing felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that the hanging ghost's white ribbon needed a support point. Ghostly measurement showed 72. 7 layers of wandering souls. Zhong Kui should have broken through, right? With a thought, Zhong Kui immediately appeared. The ghostly measurement pointed at him. 100. 102, 100. The values were still fluctuating. And it still hadn't broken through 100. Chen Qing was speechless. But this also indirectly proved the rarity of the level. Regaining his focus, he led the hanging ghost, soldier ghost, and martial artist towards the pond location. The hanging ghost's body still floated in the air, but the 2 white ribbons around its neck swayed like octopus tentacles, wrapping around the trees by the pond. It indeed needed something to rely on to stabilize in the air, but as long as there was support, even a twig could hold it up. This time, Chen Qing's target was the drowning ghost. Just like the child ghost, Chen Qing knew the complete sequence of the drowning ghost, so he prioritized this choice. Wandering soul level drowning ghost. Evil ghost level, water monkey. Evil spirit level, Kappa. The drowning ghost had very weak strength on land, but at the evil ghost level, it could almost be invincible in water. The Jiangpan community was by the river, so there had to be one. After all, it was in the ghost domain. And there were quite a few ghosts. Soon, he spotted one. It roughly resembled a human shape, but its forepalms were larger, with webbing between the fingers, scales on its back, and hair, looking quite strange. Chen Qing was familiar with the drowning ghost. When it was newly born, it almost resembled a human. As its strength increased, its form would increasingly resemble a combination of an otter and a water lizard. The one before him only had half of its head above the water, warily watching Chen Qing, looking at its human-like forehead and hair. This one's strength was definitely not high. Sure enough, The ghostly measurement showed only 45. Chen Qing immediately moved forward. Next, he encountered the second and third ones, all of which were weak. At this moment, not far away in the deep pond, the water surface suddenly churned with several waves. He vaguely saw a huge tail. What made Chen Qing uneasy was that the tail was wrapped around a person's neck. In a moment of daze, he didn't see it clearly, but he remembered that this person was one of the newcomers from the ghost army. The corpse had been soaked in water for a while and was starting to bloat. It had probably been dead for several hours. Regardless of the type of ghost, if they wanted to advance, they needed a spiritual catalyst. The spiritual catalyst could be several spiritual stones, a few ghost orbs, or certain conditions. For the drowning ghost, the advancement spiritual catalyst was a conditional catalyst, drowning 9 people. He wondered how many it had already completed. Chen Qing contemplated how to deal with it. Immediately, he came up with a strategy. With a thought, the painted skin fell off Chen Qing. Then it transformed into an ordinary young man, leisurely walking to the water's edge. He began to wash up by the water's edge quite comfortably. Chen Qing couldn't see the drowning ghost, but he knew it could definitely see this scene. However, the drowning ghost was naturally cautious, and it was uncertain whether it would take the bait. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The drowning ghost did not appear. Time slowly passed. Half an hour went by without any sign from the drowning ghost. The painted skin simply pretended to doze off. Suddenly, a black dot in the water rapidly enlarged. Splash! A large splash erupted. It was as if a giant crocodile leaped out of the water. The long tail instantly wrapped around the painted skin, trying to drag it into the water. Even though the painted skin had been on guard, it didn't expect the attack to come so fast. It didn't have time to think, and its nails immediately elongated and dug into the ground. The drowning ghost dragged the painted skin forward about a meter, and the painted skin's nails carved 10 1-meter-long grooves in the ground. Seeing the situation was not right, the drowning ghost immediately released the painted skin to escape. But, the next moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared in the water. The drowning ghost had already wrapped its neck with the white ribbon, being tightly choked in midair. The martial artist stepped forward and struck heavily with his staff. Bang! The drowning ghost's head, covered in fine scales, immediately cracked, sinking insignificantly. The martial artist struck again with another heavy blow. Bang! The drowning ghost was dead. It transformed into a wisp of mist and entered the Demon Suppression Tower, with a controlled feeding ghost clearing a space for the drowning ghost. The replaced hanging ghost, looking aggrieved, crawled onto the shore, wet and motionless, unsure if it was dazed or angry. The next moment, with a thought, the drowning ghost appeared before him. From its appearance, this drowning ghost had almost lost all semblance of humanity. It resembled a hybrid of an otter and a small lizard, with a pitch-black face. One could vaguely make out some human features, but it looked more like an ape. Its tail was twice the length of its body, with ridges and angles, resembling a crocodile's tail. At this moment, the drowning ghost was still in a daze. After all, it had just been in the water a second ago, and the next second, it was killed by 2 black sticks in midair. Anyone would be in a daze. The ghostly measurement showed 100. Indeed, it was in a state of advancement. Chen Qing asked, "How many people have you drowned?" The drowning ghost was still dazed. "You. How many people have you drowned?" Chen Qing asked again. The drowning ghost made a sound and extended 8 fingers. Most ghosts, as their strength increased, also gained higher intelligence, but the drowning ghost was different. It would gradually lose its ability to speak until it became the evil spirit level, Kappa. Wow. So I picked up a certified evil ghost? Chen Qing nodded and recalled the drowning ghost. He summoned Zhong Kui again. So hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot. As soon as Zhong Kui appeared, he rolled around on the ground. His skin was red, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. Was he breaking through? Chen Qing seemed to realize something and thought of something. With a thought, he recalled all the ghost pets. Zhong Kui had the strange ability to enact his words. If he shouted, "You all go die," aside from himself as the master, all the hard-earned ghost pets would probably be wiped out. After a while, Zhong Kui finally stopped. Then, as if nothing had happened, covered in mud, he got up and stretched out his hand. "Ghost orbs. I want to eat ghost orbs. Corpse King's nails. I want Corpse King's nails. I know you have them. Hurry up. You have to behave for me to give you something to eat." "I will behave. I will behave very well." "Behave, good boy, we won't eat." Chen Qing was speaking while the ghostly clock pointed to the values of Zhong Kui. 114, 147, 189, 211, which were jumping wildly before finally stopping around 212. The ghost clock displayed a line of red warning text. Level Soul. Extremely dangerous. Chapter 48, Corpse Driver. After several consecutive waves without a breakthrough, this time it suddenly reached level 212. Seeing the words extremely dangerous, Chen Qing was filled with joy. He calculated the ghost energy values. Drowned Ghost 100, Child Ghost 92, Warrior Ghost 82, which had almost reached the 9th level but was forced down by Zhong Kui by 1 level, and the last time it was 81, indicating it might fluctuate slightly. Hanging Ghost 72, Soldier Ghost 61. Adding in 7 useless ones, the total was nearly double that of Zhong Kui. So if all 12 reached 100, could Zhong Kui reach it? It was simply unimaginable. Ghost Pearl. Give me the Ghost Pearl. Zhong Kui was shouting again. His strength had increased so much. But his appearance and features remained carefree and at ease. Chen Qing looked at his golden slippers, deep in thought. These golden slippers had turned into gold in the presidential suite. They actually awakened. Take them off, let me see. Zhong Kui immediately took 2 steps back. Mine. I know yours, take mine off first. Zhong Kui emphasized again. Chen Qing was so angry his teeth itched. Suddenly, he thought of Li Ba's golden body. With a thought, Li Ba's golden corpse appeared before him, in the same position as when it was put in. Only its 2 arms were cut off at the roots. As the ghost energy soaked in, the golden corpse actually moved. The golden corpse seemed to want to stand up, but without arms. It struggled on the ground for a while before slowly standing up. Its eyes were blank, standing still. Chen Qing was somewhat stunned. Could it be that even the gold that turned into gold could awaken? Then the golden duck he sold was not a huge loss. Golden body. Wow. What a huge golden body. Zhong Kui's eyes lit up, taking a few steps forward, touching it on the left, touching it on the right. Golden body. What use is it? Wow. Golden body. Zhong Kui was completely unable to communicate. Master, you actually have a golden body? The voice of the painted skin revealed shock. What is it useful for? The golden body, to some extent, signifies cultivation level, no matter if it's a mortal, demon, god, or Buddha. Those with a golden body are incredibly terrifying beings. For example, the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the Great Sage. Every name made Chen Qing's eyelids twitch. Master, put it away first. This is too dangerous. Chen Qing immediately put it away. The painted skin continued. The golden body is one of the strongest forms, such as the Tinzhong golden body. 8 treasure golden body, relic golden body, etc. But this golden body can't be separated by the servant, after all. The servant has only heard of it and never seen a golden body. Perhaps the great Zhong Kui knows. Zhong Kui was impatient. Yuan Pei golden body. Yuan Pei golden body. Give it back to me. Saying this, he chased the golden body into the Demon Town Tower. Yuan Pei golden body. This means the master can refine it into his body. The so-called invincible golden body refers to this, with extremely strong attack and defense. It's just that it's unknown who is able to chop off the 2 arms of this golden body. Their cultivation level must be extraordinary. Chen Qing felt a deep hatred. If he had known this would happen, he would never have gone to chop off those 2 arms of Li Ba. Without the arms, what use is this golden body to him? Iron head skill? Diamond legs? Just as he was feeling irritated, a rustling sound came from beside him. A starving ghost with shining eyes slowly crawled over. Soon, the sound of bones clattering followed, as a skeleton swayed towards him. Then, the pond was splashing continuously, with one drowned ghost after another crawling out of the pond. This is bad. Master, run quickly. The golden body has an unparalleled attraction to the ghost clan. Chen Qing immediately understood. He turned and fled. But after just a few steps, a birthing ghost appeared before him. A bloody mass of something that was neither meat nor intestine fell from its crotch, and a large gash opened in its belly, with a fetus inside moving around. Chen Qing dared not delay. He ran madly around the birthing ghost. Clang, clang. But Chen Qing's body froze. The kunwa knife fell to the ground, and his hands involuntarily raised, stiffly jumping. Clang. The warrior ghost and soldier ghost also froze, their hands raised, performing a stiff jump like zombies. Not good. It's the corpse driver. The voice of the painted skin was anxious. Normally, it would be fine to slowly tangle with it. But now more and more ghosts were coming. The painted skin had no bones, so it was naturally useless against her. Her body seemed to flow like liquid. Her ears curled inward, blocking Chen Qing's hearing. Clang. That sound had become almost inaudible. Unable to control Chen Qing any longer, he looked around. The fog was too thick, and he couldn't see where the corpse driver was. Suddenly, flashes of fire and blood exploded intermittently in the mist, as if something was fighting. The next moment, a small figure burst through the fog, throwing a punch. It struck the birthing ghost's back. The birthing ghost's body melted away like snow in a fire, instantly dissolving a large area. Chen Qing was stunned. Chen Man was full of fighting spirit, continuously hammering the birthing ghost with his small fists, which unleashed astonishing killing power. Each punch exploded like a cannon. The birthing ghost immediately showed many concave burn marks. Each move was extremely methodical, forcing the birthing ghost to retreat repeatedly. The birthing ghost was furious, its belly suddenly swelling, and the fetus inside shot out like an arrow, aiming straight at Chen Man's face. Chen Qing was alarmed and rushed a few steps forward. But Chen Man kicked the birthing ghost back repeatedly, while the other hand had already grabbed the fetus by the neck. The fetus struggled wildly, scratching around. Chen Man threw it heavily to the ground, stepping on it. Crack! The entire face of the fetus sank in, making muffled cries and looking around for the birthing ghost. The birthing ghost went mad, charging at Chen Man recklessly. Chen Qing finally arrived, a knife. The birthing ghost's head flew into the sky, turning into a black mist that drilled into the Demon Town Tower. How did it run again? Don't be impulsive. Han Yuan cursed as he chased after. Clang. The bell rang again. This time, Chen Qing finally saw the corpse driver. In the mist, wearing a tall square hat, holding a talisman in one hand and a bell in the other, swaying step by step. Behind him followed many ghosts and people, moving stiffly with his steps. Han Yuan seemed not to have plugged his ears, but with his massive vitality support. He endured it and rushed towards the corpse driver with his sword drawn. Chen Qing also rushed over at the same time. 2 knives, one up and one down, slashed towards the corpse driver simultaneously. The corpse driver quickly retreated, shaking the bell in his hand urgently, while the ghosts behind jumped towards the two. Meanwhile, Chen Man had already fallen into the encirclement of the ghosts. Fortunately, the warrior ghost and soldier ghost had regained their ability to move, rushing into the fray, knocking the ghosts away one by one. Chen Qing tightly clung to the corpse driver, preventing it from shaking the bell. Han Yuan's kunwa knife erupted with blazing flames, swiftly clearing the ghosts with one strike after another. At this moment, Chen Qing's ears buzzed with a strange, resonant sound filling the air. Even with his ears blocked, a clear phrase penetrated his mind. The Phoenix carriage, living beings avoid. All the spirits halted, kneeling in panic on the ground. Through the mist, 2 rows of palace maids slowly approached, scattering flowers. The maids had no facial features, their faces completely flat and smooth. The fallen petals floated a foot high, forming a bridge in midair. The Phoenix carriage, living beings avoid. As the sound echoed, a procession of etiquette officials appeared, holding avoidance signs. These officials, too, lacked facial features, their faces smooth as glass. Following them were 4 golden horses, walking slowly over the petal bridge. The golden horses pulled a resplendent carriage, adorned with layers of gold, silver, jewels, agate, and jade, beyond counting. Go, Chen Qing, take Chen Man and leave. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. Han Yuan's body manifested the furious spirit of a golden king, towering 6 or 7 meters high. Simultaneously, flames ignited on the kunwa knife, mixed with a hint of gold. With a swift slash, Han Yuan carved a deep trench into the ground with the kunwa knife, flames roaring within, illuminating the dark sky. Behind me is our great Tang. Spirits are forbidden to pass. But the maids continued, the etiquette officials pressed on, and the procession moved without hindrance, crashing against each other with immense force. The procession faced no obstacles, and the Golden King's apparition shattered in the air. Han Yuan spat out blood and was thrown backward. The Phoenix carriage, living beings avoid. Suddenly, the sky tore open, revealing a massive gash, and a rusted sword plunged straight down, blocking the army's path. The faceless maids were the first to collide with it, their bodies dissolving into nothingness. After 10 or so maids disintegrated, the procession slowly came to a halt. Who gave you the courage to run out of the grave? A figure descended from the sky. Looking up, a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe sat atop the sword's hilt, lazily observing the procession below. Chapter 49, The Golden Body in the Demon Suppression Tower. The man on the sword's hilt wore a blood-red battle robe, impressive in appearance. Yet he had an apron around his waist and a spatula in hand, as if he had just been cooking. It felt very strange. Chen Qing, go? Han Yuan shouted at Chen Qing, but Chen Qing's ears were blocked by the painted skin, and he heard nothing. Han Yuan rushed over, grabbing Chen Qing with one hand and Chen Man with the other, quickly leaving the area. Chen Qing finally reacted, tapping his ears, and the painted skin immediately withdrew. What was that just now? Is that procession a princess? That sword, and that person, who are they? Countless questions swirled in Chen Qing's mind, desperately seeking answers. Let's leave here. Han Yuan's face was pale, but his speed remained quick. If a fight breaks out, we'll be done for. Soon, the two exited the ghost domain. Outside, many newcomers had gathered, but their faces were all grim. People are dead, and many of them. They might not have anticipated such a scene, or perhaps they did. But they never expected it to be so brutal. As one by one, the faces that had been laughing just hours ago lay cold and lifeless. They fell silent. Participating in the Ghost Suppression Army leads to death. They suddenly recalled what Wukong had said on their first day in the team. The monkey had already wrapped his forehead in bandages, but blood still seeped through, spreading a stain. His voice was low. Yangxing Shui is dead. Chen Qing raised his head in confusion. What? 5 are dead, and 6 are still inside. We don't know if they can come out. Yes, with so many ghosts. There are bound to be casualties, Chen Qing silently thought. Several Ghost Suppression Army soldiers approached, placing the 5 newcomers into body bags. Han Yuan silently walked over to the body bags, gesturing to the soldiers. The soldiers halted their actions, and Han Yuan quietly looked on, softly stating, Liai Huang joined the Ghost Suppression Army for 7 days. Age 19. Next body bag. Dai Shud joined for 7 days. Age 18. Yangxing Shui joined for 7 days. Age 19. Huang Jing joined for 7 days. Age 19. Zhang Tiantian joined for 7 days. Age 18. Guxing sat in the ambulance, his gaze hollow, lost in thought. When he saw Han Yuan approach, there was finally a flicker of emotion in his vacant eyes. Captain, I didn't protect him well. I'm sorry. This usually reticent boy leaned his arm against the wall, burying his face in it, sobbing. I'm sorry. I've never been able to protect anyone. Han Yuan silently sat beside him. When I was in the Blood Chi realm, my fiancé, died right in front of me. Guxing was taken aback, shocked. He looked up to see eyes that should not carry such sorrow. Although they had known each other for a short time, The captain had always been formidable. My father and mother are both dead. Han Yuan's tone was somewhat desolate. Afterward, I worked hard to cultivate, and the people I wanted to protect have not died before me since. As Han Yuan spoke, he left the ambulance. Another 4 people returned, but 2 might forever remain in the ghost domain. On the way back, everyone in the vehicles remained silent. In the first mission, 6 people died. Only 35 remain. If this continues, we'll be wiped out in 7 more missions. Inside the vehicle, the silence was finally broken. Hanya clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. I can't understand this kind of mission. I will never accept such a consequence. Lives are at stake. Lives are at stake. No matter how much you train me like a devil, I can accept it, but now people are dead. Even Zhang Tian died. She's a girl. At first, everyone was merely silent, but upon hearing this, someone suddenly frowned. Hanya, are you sick? Have you gone crazy from boxing, you filthy bitch? Zhang Tian is a girl, so her life matters, but what about the other 5 guys? Who are you calling a bitch? I'm talking about you. I've tolerated you during training, but in this situation, you dare to act like a filthy whore. Fine. Come, let us duel. Slap. Hanya received a solid slap across her face. How dare you hit me? Didn't you want a duel, bitch? Come on. Don't think I 1T hit you just because you're a woman. Stop. Enough. The vehicle immediately descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in Han Yuan's vehicle, Chen Qing remained silent. While he wasn't completely numb to life and death, he felt somewhat desensitized by the scene. He couldn't help but feel a sense of heaviness. That sword today belonged to one of the 8 pillar nations. The broken sword. The ghosts carrying it were the evil spirit-level princess. They had initially sealed the princess in the grave and cleared the surrounding area, but in recent days, the ghostly energy surged, with many spirits appearing around Shiming City, and the trend was continuing to grow. Not only the ghost suppression army faced heavy losses, but the ghost extermination team suffered greatly as well. Chen Qing listened quietly. The blood moon was drawing closer. In just a few days, the entire Shiming City would become another ghost domain, lasting even longer, with the number and strength of spirits increasing by several magnitudes. And facing all of this were 99 ordinary people. With these thoughts, a sense of urgency filled his heart. In the car, Han Yuan made and received dozens of calls. It was clear that the situation everywhere was dire. The ghost army and the ghost extermination team were like a house teetering in a storm. They might hold on to some hope, but Chen Qing knew that the storm would only grow stronger, and the blood moon would be the final thunderbolt that crushes this house. Chen Qing suddenly thought about what he would do if he were the decision maker. After thinking for a long time, there was almost only one choice: to shrink forces and abandon most of the population. But why should those who are abandoned accept this? In this world, one can only take care of their own family. Back in the dormitory, Chen Qing's consciousness sank into the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. An idea summoned the painted skin. Chen Qing asked, that golden body, is it very significant to your ghost clan? Yes. Painted skin nodded heavily. I believe the master has realized that the ghost domain's riot today is likely due to this golden body. If we can completely digest this golden body, even the wandering souls can reach the level of evil spirits. Chen Qing nodded and asked, if we place this golden body here, will it be useful for your training? Of course. This is an unparalleled opportunity for us ordinary ghost clans. Chen Qing nodded again, and with a thought, the golden body without arms appeared before him. He then released 12 ghosts. As soon as the ghosts appeared, they all went crazy. The drowned ghost, child ghost, warrior, hanging ghost, and soldier ghost immediately pounced on the golden body. The other 7 newly born ghosts had fervent eyes, but were easily knocked away by the first 5. Chen Qing frowned and shouted, step back. He was the master of the Demon Suppression Tower, and this was the internal world of the tower. Chen Qing was almost equivalent to a deity. The ghosts dared not act recklessly and retreated a bit, watching the golden body eagerly. Chen Qing looked at Painted Skin. You arrange the seating. Anyone who dares to act out of line, kill them directly. Painted Skin nodded earnestly. I understand. Chapter 50. Sorry. I was too heavy-handed. The morning run task was quite easy. It was also at this time that I learned that this morning, 8 new people chose to withdraw. Thus, only 27 remained. For the 6 who died yesterday, a not-so-grand memorial service was held to posthumously honor them as martyrs. After participating, Chen Qing returned to his dormitory, lay down, and entered the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. The ghosts sat around the golden body in various postures, their expressions infatuated. Warrior, Chen Qing called out. The warrior stood up, somewhat confused. Teach me your skills. Oh, the warrior understood Chen Qing's meaning, but at the wandering soul stage, their intelligence wasn't very high. The warrior had top-notch staff techniques and boxing skills, but teaching Chen Qing was indeed a luxury. Chen Qing helplessly let Painted Skin possess him and said, come on, let's fight. Fight. This was what the warrior loved and excelled at. The two began a fierce sparring match. However, until now, Chen Qing had encountered the warrior only a handful of times. The warrior's long staff could hit Chen Qing solidly 8 times out of 10. Time flew by, and the day passed quickly. In the evening, the first exam arrived. Everyone sat up straight. The monkey whispered, Chen Qing, this time it's the ghost pet competition. It concerns future allocations. After we graduate from here, I heard we'll be going to various community defense circles in Ximing City as defense officers. The defense officers will be chosen in order of grades. The better your grades, the better community defense you can choose. If you get first place, you can directly choose our own community to take care of your family. There are no walls that don't leak wind in this world, even with full concealment. Those who are perceptive can see that the world is not peaceful. Fortunately, prices are still relatively stable, the supply chain is stable, and the overall situation is still under control. Chen Qing nodded, indicating he understood. On the other side, Chen Quan looked at Chen Qing with a sneer. Brother Luo, I found out that last night 2 newcomers saw Chen Qing's ghost pets, both of which are first-stage ghost pets. This fool doesn't know what he is thinking. In any case, he has already cut off his own future. Ji Luo also sneered. Originally, he had no grievances with me, and I didn't want to deal with him. But he shouldn't have entangled with Xiao Shi. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to pursue Xiao Shi is forcing me to cripple him. Upon hearing this, Chen Quan's eyes were filled with delight. His scheme had worked. Ji Luo had a crush on Chen Qing. Ji Luo came from a prominent family. He had been locked in an ivory tower, studying hard and practicing since childhood. As soon as he stepped out of the ivory tower, he encountered a woman of Chen Qing's caliber and was easily manipulated. With a smile from Chen Qing and a good night, he was sent to the heavens. In these past few days, Chen Quan had intentionally and unintentionally hinted that Chen Qing was pursuing Chen Qing and had been entangled, even causing trouble at the police station. How could this not infuriate Ji Luo? He had hit his future brother-in-law and nearly caused his future wife to be locked up for 3 years, forcing his future mother-in-law to receive several slaps. He couldn't let Chen Qing off for any of this. Ji Luo was familiar with warfare. He knew that knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in countless battles, so he had been secretly gathering information about Chen Qing. Initially, he was somewhat wary of Chen Qing, but after learning about his 2 first-stage wandering soul ghost pets last night, he let down all defenses. Today he must cripple him. Wukong arrived, his tone heavy. Please take a moment to mourn the 6 classmates who sacrificed yesterday. After 5 minutes, he continued. I believe everyone has noticed that there are more and more ghostly beings appearing, and they are becoming more frequent. Although we don't want to, some of you will continue to leave. Wukong sighed. Let me repeat the rules. Your final scores will be based on your usual performance, participation, and completion of tasks. And exam results. Today's competition uses an elimination system, with those scoring higher prioritized for advancement. Now, let us start drawing lots. Zhou Yangqiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Quan all drew lots in the first round and were exempted. The first group to compete was Huaxia and He Runxing. Fearing elimination, He Runxing took a risk last night and entered the ghost domain a second time, contracting a 3rd-stage wandering soul ghost of death. Huaxia had a 2nd-stage wandering soul toilet ghost and a 3rd-stage wandering soul long-tongue ghost. The outcome was almost certain. Unexpectedly, He Runxing performed quite strongly, commanding his worthless ghost of death and even slapped Huaxia in the face. But that was all. He Runxing quickly lost, and Huaxia, furious, rushed up. Are you shameless? Do you understand gentlemanly conduct? With such a huge power gap, you don't admit defeat and even slap me to annoy me. Get down. You're really beneath contempt. He Runxing, I want to rest until one of us is dead. Huaxia cursed angrily. He Runxing was disgruntled. However, when the results were announced, everyone was stunned. Wukong calmly said, it's a tie. Why? Huaxia's momentarily calmed anger was instantly reignited. Calling you teacher is giving you face, right? Why? Just because you're both male? Are you going to protect this shameless man? Others also felt the result was unexpected, but seeing Huaxia's attitude, they all fell silent. Wukong was normally calm, but after being bombarded by Huaxia, he frowned. If this were real combat, you would both be dead. Huaxia touched the red mark on her face and suddenly thought of something. I advise you to go to the medical room at the base, she said. Huaxia was furious and pointed at He Runxing, cursing loudly. Bah! You lowly man, you are really despicable. Only you would choose such a pathetic dying ghost. Perfect match. Wukong frowned and said, if you don't go now, your face might not be saved. Huaxia was extremely angry but really didn't dare to delay any longer, quickly running out of the training ground. In the following battles, there were no surprises. Next up was the monkey, and his opponent was named Wu Ming. Wu Ming had a soul power of around 70, slightly higher than the monkey's. Wu Ming's 2 ghost pets included a 5-level starving ghost and a 4-level lightning ghost. The lightning ghost was quite rare, its body charred black, revealing pale flesh underneath, and occasionally small arcs of electricity flickered. Monkey, you should just admit defeat. This lightning ghost, although only 4-level, has battle power that rivals any 5-level or even 6-level. I only got it by luck. The monkey remained silent and summoned the warrior. Many people immediately used their ghost gauges to detect it. 38. 3-level wandering soul. Wu Ming's brow furrowed, and he looked at the monkey with a hostile gaze. Monkey, you have no chance of winning. The lightning ghost's burst is terrifying, but it needs to accumulate lightning power. I don't want to waste it on you. My opponents are Zhou Yang, Xiao Jiluo, and Chen Qing. Don't push me. Seeing that the monkey showed no signs of retreat, Wu Ming became furious. Fine. Then it's as you wish. With that, the lightning ghost charged out, trailing arcs of electricity. The warrior lightly flicked his long staff, directly poking the lightning ghost in the face. With a crunch, the lightning ghost's charred face shattered. The warrior effortlessly kicked the lightning ghost away, sending it flying like an arrow toward Wu Ming. Wu Ming was shocked. The starving ghost immediately shielded him, revealing a mouth full of fangs. The warrior's long staff fell heavily, and the starving ghost reached out to block it. The staff slightly deflected, producing two muffled thuds as it struck the starving ghost's eyes. The starving ghost let out a terrible scream and fell to the ground, while the warrior's long staff was already poised in front of Wu Ming. Wu Ming was drenched in cold sweat, his face turning pale. If that staff advanced another inch, his eyeball would be skewered. I admit defeat, Wu Ming stammered. Remembering the bravado he had just 10 seconds ago, his face alternated between green and red, wishing he could burrow into a hole. The warrior retracted his staff. Chen Qing appeared contemplative. A ghost pet with a ghost energy value of 38 had effortlessly knocked out 2 ghost pets, one of which was a higher level, and the other a rare lightning ghost. This achievement immediately caused an uproar in the entire training ground. What kind of ghost is this? It's terrifyingly strong. Is my ghost gauge broken? Are you telling me this ghost pet is only a level? Does anyone know what kind of ghost this is? This is simply a data freak. Instant kill, a real instant kill. Wukong was also a bit stunned. Apart from places like the Princess Tomb, other places had mostly common ghosts. This was the first time he had seen such a ghost. What kind of ghost is this? Warrior, I want to get one too. With one of these, I would be invincible. The crowd was in an uproar, but the monkey waved his hand. I advise everyone not to have designs on such ghosts. I only got this ghost with the help of a master. Without that master, I might die several times over. The crowd was momentarily stunned, realizing the truth. If it was this powerful, they would probably not even know how they died if they forced it. The strength was too off the charts. Wukong waved his hand. Next group. Soon, the first round was completed. From the 8 groups, 9 people advanced to the next round. Adding Chen Qing and the other 5 who had a bye, there were 2 more who had a bye, Chen Qing and Zhou Yang. This time, everyone was taken aback. In their eyes, the ranking had always been Zhou Yang, Xiao Zhiluo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing. But unexpectedly, Chen Qing ranked first? Teacher Wu, is there a mistake in the ranking? Chen Qing frowned. Whether Chen Qing can even be ranked third is a question. How did he end up ahead of Luo Ge? Wukong shook his head. The scores were provided by He Chong, and the captain has also reviewed them. If there are any objections, you can raise them with the captain. Chen Qing suddenly smiled. Chen Qing, how about we have a match? The loser has to call the winner, Dad. Chen Qing was taken aback. His expression turned ugly. Chen Qing, who had contracted 2 trash initial stage wandering souls, was definitely not his opponent. However, he had been overshadowed by Chen Qing last time. He hated Chen Qing, but he was even more afraid of Chen Qing. He didn't know why. But the previously timid Chen Qing seemed to have transformed overnight into someone dominant and cold. But in this situation, if he backed down, where would he put his face? Xiao Zhiluo whispered. He has 2 initial stage wandering souls. You can easily defeat him. The only threat is if he gets close, but you have that thing. And even 10 Chen Qings up close won't be your opponent. Chen Qing's expression gradually turned cold, and he sneered. Fine, then I'll go waste him. With that, Chen Qing stood up. Teacher Wu, does this count as a challenge? It counts. Good, Chen Qing, don't regret it. Chen Qing went to the center of the arena, waved his hand, and summoned his 2 ghost pets. One was a production ghost with a ghost energy value of 55, a 5-level wandering soul. Then, something that looked like a tiger skin appeared, sticking to Chen Qing's back. A tiger head covered Chen Qing's head, and the skin of its 4 legs enveloped him. What is this? Can this ghost protect its master? Master, be careful, this is a Zhong. Zhong. Chen Qing suddenly understood. Is it the Zhong that assists the tiger? Yes. It can significantly enhance strength and defense. How do you compare to it? Master, you look down on me, no matter how you say it. I have a half-divine ability. How can it compare to this kind of low-level ghost? A divine ability is a false form. A half-divine ability is indestructible. Although the latter is half, so far, I really haven't encountered anything that can destroy it. With the Zhong possessing him, Chen Qing's momentum changed dramatically. He became extremely confident and arrogant. He sneered. Chen Qing, today I'll let you know how to write the word death. Chen Qing's expression remained calm. With a thought, the warrior and the hanged ghost appeared behind him. The hanged ghost had 2 white ribbons draped over the lanterns at the top of the training ground. Its white clothing gently swaying, resembling a jellyfish floating in the air. The warrior held his long staff across his shoulder, both hands resting on it, his expression calm. Xiao Zhiluo and Chen Qing's faces changed. The hanged ghost and the warrior. Why aren't they just trash initial stage wandering soul pets? Another warrior. It seems even stronger than the monkeys. Damn, this warrior is 83, 8-level wandering soul. Logically speaking, the hanged ghost's appearance was even more eerie. But after witnessing the monkey's warrior, everyone's attention was focused on this warrior. He Runching murmured, the great god truly lives up to his name. Chen Qing felt a twinge of fear in his heart, but there was no turning back at this moment. He shouted angrily, so what? Come on. The production ghost attacked sharply, and with the fetus in its belly, it counted as 1 against 2, while the Zhong on his body could both attack and defend, making him completely invulnerable. Chen Qing kept bolstering his courage, watching as the warrior no longer appeared afraid. The hanging ghost by Ling gradually lengthened, and his body descended in front of the warrior. The warrior moved. He swung the long stick, but it struck the hanging ghost. Thud! A heavy blow. Bang! Crack! The sound of the stick hitting flesh and the sound of bones shattering. Everyone was stunned. Why did the warrior hit his own teammate? Has he gone mad? Oh! The person being hit screamed, staggering and struggling, rolling and crawling away. The crowd was even more confused. Is that voice Chen Qing? The next moment, someone exclaimed. They switched positions. Chen Qing and the hanging ghost switched places. The hanging ghost by Ling, like tentacles, draped over different objects, slowly returned to stand in front of the warrior. The warrior raised the long stick high again towards the hanging ghost. As the person involved, Chen Qing still hadn't realized what was happening. The long stick, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, came crashing down. Thud! Crack! The sound of bones breaking. Chen Qing's shoulder sank. His body suddenly stiffened. The warrior continued swinging the long stick, delivering another blow to Chen's knee. Crack! The knee shattered. Chen Qing's body convulsed. In excruciating pain, his face turning pale, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. Enough! Ji Luo appeared in front of Chen Qing. Coldly looking at Chen Qing, the outcome is decided. What? Do you want to kill him? I want to kill him, if it were just the two of us. I would slowly cut him up. Chen Qing thought to himself. But his face showed a bewildered expression as he slapped his forehead. Oh no. I didn't hear him surrender. I'm sorry, my hands were too heavy. Chapter 51. The Fall of the Strong-Tongued King. Everyone was somewhat dazed. The ability of the hanging ghost is so strange. How did it manage to switch positions with the opponent? Isn't the hanging ghost just an ordinary ghost? It seems to have great utility now. I suddenly feel like the hanging ghost is a perfect match for any ghost. The crowd spoke, and then thought about if they faced Chen Qing themselves. Their hearts inexplicably chilled. If I faced Chen Qing, I wouldn't escape that heavy blow on my shoulder either. After the first blow, Chen Qing was still screaming. By the second and third blows, he had already lost the strength to scream. His whole body trembled, not knowing if it was convulsions or something else. One leg's knee wobbled down, moving around like a nunchaku. Looking at Chen Qing's miserable state, the crowd's gaze towards Chen Qing became somewhat complex. Strong, truly strong, but isn't this a bit too vicious? They are all new recruits from the same batch. Is it really necessary to be this ruthless? Chen Qing didn't care about their gazes at all. What does this compare to the knife Chen Qing stabbed into his own chest? The love-hate entanglements at this stage are practically a joke. Wukong looked deeply at Chen Qing. Chen Qing wins. Did everyone gain anything from Chen Qing's duel? Wukong asked. Auxiliary ghost pets are very important. The ability of the hanging ghost may not be very strong, but when paired with the warrior, it played a role of 11 being greater than 2. Big brother, I beg you to look at the ghost meter. Hanging ghost 72. 72. 7-layer wandering soul. Right. And the warrior, ghost energy value 83. Definitely 8-layer wandering soul. Huh. Wukong nodded. On one hand, Chen Qing has been very diligent, which earned him high soul power, but everyone must pay attention to the coordination among ghost types. If a high-level expert has a low-level ghost pet, you shouldn't be relieved, but rather alert. In the next match, Huaxia versus Ho Tianyi. Has Huaxia arrived? The monkey rubbed his fists and sneered. I've been unhappy with this guy for a long time. The opportunity has come. Huaxia. Before long, Huaxia appeared, with a thick layer of something like lubricant smeared on her left cheek. She looked at Runsheng with disgust. Full of arrogance. I will remember this slap today. You will spend the rest of your life repaying it. I will become your nightmare. Are you going to fight or not? Stop being so girly. The monkey felt a headache. Huaxia had prepared a bunch of sentences in the medical room, but couldn't finish them. Feeling frustrated, she turned back and glared at the monkey. Good. She sneered. Do you think just because I'm a girl, you will definitely win against me? Have you heard the saying a woman can lead an army? Damn it. Are we fighting or not? The monkey cursed. You have no skills, just a strong mouth. If you die, you'll definitely become a long-tongued ghost. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. To be honest, Huaxia is actually quite kind-hearted, with one of the weakest talents, but now she is considered average among newcomers, slightly above average. However, unfortunately, her mouth is too sharp, and not many people like her. Alright. Good words can't persuade a dead ghost. Come on. Saying this, she summoned her 2 ghost pets. 2 3-layer wandering souls, 1 toilet ghost, and 1 long-tongued ghost. On the monkey's side, there is a 3-layer wandering soul, the warrior. Huaxia had just been in the medical room, and hadn't seen the warrior make a move. Measuring with the ghost meter, she suddenly sneered. Same 3-layer wandering soul. You think you can take on 2? Monkey, who do you look down on? The warrior moved. The toilet ghost and long-tongued ghost also moved. Both rushed straight towards the warrior. Time seemed to slow down. In the instant of their intersection, the warrior lightly flicked the long stick. The tip of the stick bypassed the long tongue of the long-tongued ghost and struck at its throat. At the same time, the warrior's shoulder sank slightly. The toilet ghost's claws missed, brushing past the warrior. The warrior's shoulder suddenly lifted, crashing into the toilet ghost. Bang! The 2 ghosts fell in different directions simultaneously. The warrior quickly closed in, instantly arriving in front of Huaxia. A stick. Bang. Huaxia stumbled, her right cheek swelling rapidly. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Too fast. In the eyes of the crowd, the three ghost pets charged together. And at the moment of contact, two ghosts flew out with a bang, and the warrior's figure flickered, and Huaxia was hit with a stick. Too fast. Everything was too fast. Huaxia covered her face, somewhat incredulous. You cheated. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and there was even a tooth among it. Looking at this tooth, Huaxia could no longer hold back, shouting, I'll fight you to the end. The warrior brought down the stick heavily, blocking her path. The monkey was unconcerned. I advise you to go to the medical room, or you won't even be able to keep your right cheek. Almost the same words as Wukong. Wukong spoke of the left cheek. The monkey spoke of the right cheek. Huaxia's face turned red, her finger trembling as she pointed at the monkey. You wait for me. Saying this, she quickly left the training ground. Ho Tianyi wins. The next matches became much more intense. He Runching did not cause another upset and was eliminated. In the blink of an eye, it was the third round. To everyone's surprise, the monkey drew Chen Qing. Chen Qing smiled. I surrender, I forfeit. Everyone was taken aback. What the hell does this mean? The monkey got angry. Did I ask you to let me win? I don't want to be the guardian officer. Chen Qing whispered. I'm not lying to you. I really don't want to. The monkey pondered. Chen Qing truly did not want to be this guardian officer. The blood moon is too terrifying. Chen Qing only wants to protect himself and doesn't want to protect anyone else. In this life, with his foresight, Chen Qing has a significant advantage. His strength hasn't fully developed yet, but the power he possesses is already considerable. However, how could Chen Qing possibly protect the people in Jiangpan community? Apart from the monkey family and the blind Uncle Xia, he doesn't care about anyone else's life or death. In fact, he even wants to settle some grudges himself. Bit by bit, this competition seems serious, and everyone values it highly. But Chen Qing has already shattered Chen Kuen's shoulder and knee, which can be considered a small revenge in advance. This competition has lost its meaning for him. It's like playing house. Chen Qing shakes his head and pats the monkey. Keep it up, buddy. After saying this, he leaves the martial arts arena. Chen Qing contemplates whether to visit the Princess Ghost domain again to collect a few more ghost pets and take out some old artifacts to see if he can awaken them again. Awakening a few artifacts in advance would give him more confidence, wouldn't it? Just as he is thinking, his phone suddenly rings. It's President Qing, the chubby guy who sold him a warehouse. Could there be good stuff? Chen Qing presses the answer button. Hello? Mr. Li, it's like this. Someone wants to buy the batch of goods you have. The price is negotiable, very negotiable. Chen Qing sneers. Negotiate? Is it necessary? Even if you want to buy it back at 100 times the price, we wouldn't agree. Mr. Yuan is no longer in the city. Mr. Li, please give us a chance. President Yu is very generous, and the price will satisfy you. Please, Mr. Yuan, give us a chance. Chen Qing didn't listen to the rest of the words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an unprecedented killing intent erupted. President Yu, you're the one who instructed Li Ba to deal with Chen Man and me? Chapter 52, Whitebone Spirit. The surname Yu is not very common, so the chance of encountering the real person is quite high. Chen Qing immediately pretends to ponder and murmurs. I wonder which President Yu this is? Hey, how many presidents Yu are there in Ximing City? President Qing said cheerfully. Anyway, I only know of this President Yu. Getting the answer he wanted. Chen Qing pondered for a moment. President Qing, Mr. Yuan isn't short of money. Brotherly Qing, you don't know, this President Yu is extremely generous. Mr. Yuan could probably turn it around for 7 or 8 times the profit. Why not take the opportunity? Then I'll ask Mr. Yuan. After hanging up, President Qing sighed. His driver, who had been with him for decades, said, Boss, we've checked the nearby surveillance, and we didn't see how they moved the goods. Sigh, President Qing sighed deeply. This Mr. Yuan is probably a character with connections everywhere. Such a large batch of goods was taken away without anyone knowing. The driver's eyes showed a murderous intent. If we can meet him tonight, should we? President Qing frowned. Are you crazy? The driver's voice was urgent. After all, the price is going to multiply tenfold. 500 million. Brother. It's the glory and wealth for all our brothers for the rest of their lives. But you have to have a life to spend it. If it were you, would you have a way to dispose of such a large batch of goods in just a few days? President Qing sighed. If this batch of goods could be kept for another 5 days, we could sell it to this President Yu. Sigh. Maybe it's just not in my destiny to be rich. The meeting time was set for the evening. During the day, there are many restrictions on ghostly beings. And only at night can Chen Qing feel more at ease. Chen Qing felt fortunate that since he started with Wu Xiaoming, he has been using the alias Li Qing. If it weren't for this, perhaps this President Yu might have some concerns. Of course, he also couldn't meet in his real appearance. When the time comes, he will use a disguise to take on Mr. Ruan's identity for the banquet. As dusk approached, the competition ended. Zhou Yangqiao and Ji Luo met in the finals. And as expected, Zhou Yangqiao, with his evil spirit-level baboon, took first place. The monkey secured third place with a triple soul martial artist. What surprised Chen Qing was that a newcomer approached him. Hello, great god. You might not remember me. My name is Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng had an ordinary appearance, average grades, and was mediocre in all aspects. It's like this, great god. Could you help me contract a martial artist? I'm willing to pay 2 million as a fee. Chen Qing was taken aback. Could this be a hidden wealthy second generation in the class? Sorry, I don't have that ability. Chen Qing shook his head, wondering if the monkey had revealed something. The monkey said there was a master helping him, and after thinking it over, you're the only one with that capability. Zhou Zheng said earnestly, please, great God, help me. If it's a money issue, we can negotiate. Sorry, I really don't have that ability. Chen Qing wasn't short of money. Moreover, martial artists, according to the introduction from the disguise, are ranked high in the record of 100 ghosts. If they were to be sold, they certainly wouldn't be at this price. After all, money would soon be worthless. Zhou Zheng had no choice but to leave. Chen Qing fell into a meditative state again, and after a long time, let out a breath. The 12th round of the Great Zhou Tian was completed. Finally, connecting the Great Zhou Tian in his mind to become the Essence Soul Realm. The acupoint map had long been memorized, starting with the Jiao Sun acupoint, located above the right ear. It doesn't need to be too precise, knowing the general position is enough. Acupoints and meridians are like service stations and highways. Or like a pond in a river, the capacity will significantly increase. Spiritual energy slowly moves forward. The first time is always tight and blocked. Just need to open it more. Finally, the spiritual energy running through the meridian above the ear suddenly opened up, flooding into the Jiao Sun acupoint. The next one is the Skull Breath acupoint. Time passed slowly, and the sky darkened. Chen Qing took a taxi to the agreed location. President Qin was already waiting, full of smiles. Mr. Wan, welcome, welcome. He then asked, where's brotherly Qing? Didn't he come? He has some urgent matters at home. Chen Qing asked, what about President Yu? He should be on the way. President Qin sighed. It's Mr. Ruan's good luck. I just don't have this fate. What? President Yu is offering 10 times the price to buy the goods from Mr. Ruan's warehouse. After selling for 40 million, someone is offering 400 million to buy it. President Qin probably feels like dying. However, he is someone who has gone through storms, just laughing and self-deprecating. The two chatted for a few moments. And when the time was up, President Yu finally arrived. A tall man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, about 1.8 meters tall, had a blood-red birthmark on his left cheek, adding a touch of fierceness. After some small talk, they immediately entered the topic. I'm very interested in the batch of goods Mr. Ruan has. The price is not an issue. I wonder how much President Yu wants to offer? 10 times. President Yu directly gave an unbelievable price. How can business be talked about like this? With the intention to test, 400 million is already a significant amount. I want to see your assets first. President Yu grinned, pulled out a pocket from his pocket, and took out a large stack of anonymous cards. These anonymous cards, I'm sure Mr. Ruan is very familiar with. Each card has an application threshold of 10 million. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. Not because of this stack of anonymous cards, but because of that pocket. This is the pocket that the woman in black silk gave him at the peak. This type of pocket has spatial attributes. With a capacity of about 1 cubic meter, it is definitely not something an ordinary person could obtain. All right, follow me. Chen Qing nodded. President Yu was overjoyed. He directly took out a bill and threw it to General Qin. Thank you, General Qin. Consider this as an introduction fee. General Qin took it, his emotions mixed. Without taking General Yu's car, he walked a short distance and randomly hailed a taxi. The two arrived in the northern part of the city. There were almost no residents here, and the roads, which had not been maintained for a long time, were mostly cracked. Mr. Wan is really careful in his work. General Yu praised. It's better to be cautious with a shady business. As they walked, Chen Qing smiled and said, General Yu, have you heard of gold that cannot be exchanged? While speaking, he closely watched General Yu's expression change. General Yu, who had been chatting happily, suddenly changed his expression the moment those 3 words were spoken. He asked eagerly, where? Chen Qing took out the Demon Suppressing Tower and threw it over. Catch it. Big, big, big. In the next moment, the Demon Suppressing Tower transformed into a 3-story building, crashing down. Buzz. Bang, bang, bang. The main road collapsed and cracked. However, the Demon Suppressing Tower did not hit the ground but stopped about a meter above it. Chen Qing was slightly startled to see a creature covered in black fur, holding up the Demon Suppressing Tower with both hands. General Yu was bleeding profusely, lying on the ground. With a wave of his hand, a skeleton appeared in front of him. The skeleton still had remnants of flesh on its face, mostly golden in hue, and wore a cape made of shattered bone fragments. As soon as the skeleton appeared, it immediately rolled out of the range beneath the Demon Suppressing Tower with General Yu. It turned out to be a ghost master. Chen Qing's heart raced, with soldier ghosts, warrior ghosts, child ghosts, and hanging ghosts all appearing beside him. Master, that skeleton is the white bone spirit. That black-furred creature is the hairy zombie. They are all evil spirits. Big, big, big. While listening, Chen Qing enlarged the Demon Suppressing Tower again. At this moment, the weight of the tower was beyond estimation, heavily pressing down on the ground, causing a thick road to shatter everywhere. The hanging ghost, Bai Ling, gently rested on a nearby tree, and in the next moment, the weapons of the soldier ghost and warrior ghost struck heavily towards the hanging ghost. Bang, bang. One club struck heavily on General Yu's head. A sword came down directly, and General Yu desperately turned his head, still losing an ear and a whole piece of skin in the process. General Yu was greatly frightened. The The white bone spirit raised its right hand, and its index finger suddenly elongated, forming a bone whip several meters long. With a slight movement of its finger, it swung in a circle like a white snake. Striking fiercely, swish, the soldier ghost did not avoid the whip, and it exploded on the shoulder of the soldier ghost, shattering one of its arms. The arm flew off along with it. At the same time, a large hole also exploded in the soldier ghost's side. Chen Qing was alarmed. Zhong Kui. He wanted to summon Zhong Kui, but Zhong Kui was somehow out of range of his summons. At this moment, the white bone spirit's middle finger, ring finger, pinky, and thumb all suddenly elongated, forming 5 bone whips over 10 meters long, as agile as snakes, rapidly striking down. Retreat. But the 5 fingers of the white bone spirit's left hand had also elongated. 10 bone whips sealed off all escape routes and fiercely twisted towards the group. Mama loves. The child ghost spoke up, and the 10 bone whips suddenly froze. But in just an instant, one end of the bone whip pierced into the child ghost's jaw. In an instant, it crushed the entire jaw of the child ghost. The 10 bone whips raised their heads again, lunging at the group like snakes. The hanging ghost moved again. It switched places with the white bone spirit. The white bone spirit instantly appeared 30 meters away from the group. The white bone spirit was slightly stunned, and the 10 bone whips all plunged into the hanging ghost's body. At this moment, General Yu, who was severely injured, waved his hand, and a delicate, fair-skinned girl appeared in front of him. This girl pinched her middle and thumb fingers in the air, as if holding an embroidery needle. Be careful, the painted skin exclaimed, controlling Chen Qing to twist desperately to the right. A soft sound was heard. Chen Qing felt a sharp pain in his right chest. It felt as if a needle had pierced in. The fair-skinned girl pulled in the air, and it seemed like all the flesh in Chen Qing's right chest was being tugged, causing him to turn pale from the pain. The warrior ghost and the soldier ghost, with only one arm left, charged towards the fair-skinned girl recklessly. Chen Qing shouted, Zhong Kui! Zhong Kui! In his shock, he finally felt Zhong Kui's presence. In the next moment, Zhong Kui appeared. Slap, 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 slap. The 10 bone whips were all hitting him wildly. Pain, 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 pain. Zhong Kui covered his head with both hands, screaming continuously, not needing to say anything, in a great rage. Who dares to hit me? However, most of the 10 bone whips had already shattered. Like rottenwood striking against rock, the white bone spirit was stunned. And the next moment, it turned to flee, as if encountering a natural enemy. Still dare to run. Zhong Kui was furious and quickly chased after it in his golden slippers. With the help of the golden slippers, his speed was as fast as lightning, catching up to the white bone spirit in just 10 steps. Bang, bang. At the bottom of the Demon Suppressing Tower, the hairy zombie was desperately pounding. With each strike, the entire ground shook. The fair-skinned girl had a strange ability, retreating while holding the needle in the air, stabbing left and right. Every time she struck, the warrior ghost would instantly stiffen all over, but relying on his powerful physique, it seemed he broke free from the needle and thread in the air. Taking 2 steps forward, he had already grabbed the fair-skinned girl's hands. The fair-skinned girl struggled left and right, but it was as if she were trapped by steel bars. Unable to move, the warrior ghost lifted the fair-skinned girl like a little chick and brought her before Chen Qing. At this moment, Chen Qing was still sweating from the pain. The embroidery girl, she can. The painted skin had not finished introducing, and her voice suddenly stopped. Chen Qing, without hesitation, unleashed the bloodline on the kunwu knife and chopped down the embroidery girl's head. The embroidery girl transformed into a stream of black mist, sucked into the Demon Suppressing Tower. Chen Qing controlled a long-tongued ghost to explode into ghostly energy, clearing a space for the embroidery girl. The painted skin then continued. This is an auxiliary type of ghost pet. I believe the master has already felt it. She can stab the embroidery needle into the master's body from a distance, somewhat similar to the hanging ghost. Hanging ghost. Chen Qing immediately rushed over. This guy was really in a bad state. He recalled it to the tower and placed it beside the golden body. It could recover in a few days. The golden body has this effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many ghost clans to fight for it. The bottom of the Demon Suppressing Tower still held the hairy zombie. Chen Qing knew that it could be described with the 8 characters: invulnerable to swords and guns, immensely strong. Before Zhong Kui returned, he could not recall the Demon Suppressing Tower. At that moment, he carried the hanging ghost to the front of the tower and recalled the second layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower. He also recalled the heavily injured soldier ghost, quietly waiting for Zhong Kui. Bang, bang, bang. The earth was still trembling. If the hairy zombie had a bit of sense, it should have been digging sideways to get out. However, the master had already fainted, and without anyone to command it, the hairy zombie's brain was too simple, continuously trying to break through upwards, as if trying to pierce through the Demon Suppressing Tower. After a moment, Zhong Kui returned. He threw a skeleton that was barely holding itself together onto the ground. Furious, his already free eyes darted around. Dare to run. Dare to run. I'll use your bones for firewood. Chen Qing's kunwu knife blood pattern reappeared, and he chopped down. Clang. Sparks flew. It only managed to cut a deep imprint. Master. Crush it with the Demon Suppression Tower. With Zhong Kui here, there's no need to fear the Maojiang. Chen Qing nodded, and with a thought, the Demon Suppression Tower shrank and flew back into his hand. He threw it out again, and it had already turned into the size of the third floor. Boom. It landed heavily, crushing the white bone spirit into bone fragments. The Mao Jiang plunged into the ground like a nail, but in its struggle, it had already dug out quite a large space. Seeing the Demon Suppression Tower knocked away by itself, it hissed and wanted to come out to kill. Suddenly, it stopped. The Mao Jiang was terrified, crouching down with its hands on its head, trembling all over. Seeing you makes me angry. Zhong Kui grabbed the Mao Jiang by its hair. Like pulling out a chick, he yanked it out and abruptly threw it to the ground, slapping it several times. Slap. I told you not to turn into bones. Not turning into bones. Let's see if you can. Slap. Slap. Even though he was already mad, Zhong Kui's malice towards the Ghost Clan was not concealed in the slightest. The Mao Jiang was covered in fur and was impervious to blades, but wherever Zhong Kui's palm struck, the fur flew off, revealing the dark flesh beneath. Master, hurry. If the great god Zhong Kui slaps him a few more times, he'll be beaten back to the wandering soul level. Hearing this, Chen Qing plunged the Kunwa knife into the Mao Jiang's bare flesh. At the same time, he stirred it fiercely. The Mao Jiang stiffened, slowly falling to the ground. And the moment it touched the ground, it transformed into a black mist, merging into the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 53, Straight Talk. The strongest interrogation technique. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Chen Qing felt a lingering fear. What would have happened if Zhong Kui hadn't been there? Even though he had the skin to protect him, the needle of the embroidered girl could stab through the air and pierce his body, which was truly bizarre. The Mao Jiang, the white bone spirit, the embroidered girl, none of them were common ghost types, especially the Mao Jiang and the embroidered girl, which formed a perfect complement. The embroidered girl restricted movement, and with the strength of the Mao Jiang, who could withstand its punches and slaps? Moreover, knowing that Jin Buhuan was extravagant, even the richest would not compare, and the target was an ancient artifact. This person was definitely not simple. After trying, Chen Qing found that he couldn't capture this person in the Demon Suppression Tower. Helpless, he used very crude medical skills to simply treat his wounds. Then he took out some disinfectant alcohol. This might hurt a bit. The moment the disinfectant alcohol was poured on, Mr. Yu finally woke up in pain. His face twisted. Beads of sweat the size of beans covering his forehead. Mr. Yu felt that the three ghost pets had lost all connection, presumably dead. Before Chen Qing could ask, he stared directly at Chen Qing. Who are you? Me? Chen Qing looked at him with interest. Chen Qing. You are Chen Qing. Mr. Yu's pupils trembled violently. Suddenly recalling something, he laughed. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. When his laughter finally stopped, Chen Qing calmly said, let us talk. Who are you? Me? Mr. Yu sneered. Kid, you have the skin protecting you, and you set up this trap to kill me, pretending not to know who I am? Ha ha, ha ha. Suddenly, Mr. Yu's voice stopped abruptly. The skin controlled one of his hands and inserted it into his mouth. After casually feeling around, it pinched a tooth and pulled it out along with blood and flesh. The tooth seemed hollow, faintly green. From the Taiping Dao. Taiping Dao? They believe in equality for all things, advocate coexistence between humans and ghosts, and want to establish an absolutely balanced world, ruled by them. Many ghost ascension conditions involve killing. How can they coexist? It's definitely a cult. All cults that can grow strong will have a grand and righteous doctrine similar to acting on behalf of heaven. Taiping Dao is no exception. Seeing the tooth pulled out, Mr. Yu finally panicked. Master, the people of Taiping Dao have very tough mouths. I'm afraid he won't speak easily. The skin suddenly thought of something and laughed a few words. Chen Qing immediately realized and said to Zhong Kui, hey, Zhong Kui, this person actually dared to deceive you. Dared not to tell the truth. Zhong Kui was instantly furious. He reached out to hit him, but Chen Qing quickly stopped him, saying, I bet you'll hurt him. Zhong Kui was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly grinned. I won't. Saying this, he lightly slapped Mr. Yu's face, or rather, touched it. Zhong Kui was extremely pleased. He's fine, and he won't lie anymore. Master, this is straight talk, one of the 72 divine abilities. Now this guy will say whatever you ask. Is this effective? Chen Qing laughed and asked, what is the most disgusting thing you have done? I raped my aunt. Mr. Yu blurted out, and the next moment, his face changed drastically. Damn, dying 10 times wouldn't be enough. Chen Qing sneered and asked, how did you know about Jin Buhuan? There are many of my informants in Ximing City. I had them pay attention to news about Jin Buhuan. One of them, Zheng Yun, who knows about the Arya Hotel, learned that you had Jin Buhuan. Not an unexpected answer. What do you want Jin Buhuan for? Jin Buhuan is almost the rarest ghost in the world. It can transform all things into spiritual treasures, and my cultivation requires a massive amount of spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures? Are they ancient artifacts? Yes. Chen Qing nodded and asked again, what have you cultivated? Why do you need a massive amount of spiritual treasures? The Dao lineage of the Duobao Daoist. The more treasures one has, the stronger the body becomes. Chen Qing said nothing, but Zhong Kui beside him was anxious. Duobao? Duobao Daoist? Give it to me. Saying this, he was about to grab it, not knowing what to snatch. With a thought, Chen Qing pulled him into the Demon Suppression Tower. He struggled to appear. Chen Qing pulled him back again. Zhong Kui valued it so much, it must be extraordinary. Master, there are many types of cultivation methods, techniques, inheritances. But those that dare to call themselves Dao lineage are the top-level inheritances, usually directly passed down by immortals. Chen Qing nodded. He asked, where's the Dao lineage of Duobao Daoist? In my Qingquan bag. So this kind of bag is called a Qingquan bag. Chen Qing thought to himself. Following Mr. Yu's instructions, he took out a long jade strip. It was the length of chopsticks, half a finger thick, and 2 fingers wide. Dao lineage Jade Gui. Mine. Zhong Kui was a bit crazy again. You're so powerful. How could you still need this kind of thing? Zhong Kui was taken aback and nodded vigorously. Right. Yes. Chen Qing memorized the words Dao lineage Jade Gui and asked again. Is there a connection between Duobao Daoist's Dao lineage and Jinbu Huan? The evil spirit level of Jinbu Huan is called Duobao Tongzi, and it is said to be the ghost that Duobao Daoist refined for cultivation. Do you have the spiritual guide of Duobao Tongzi? Yes, it's written in the Dao lineage Jade Gui. No wonder this guy wanted to snatch Jinbu Huan. But Jinbu Huan can't really be said to belong to him now. Chen Qing had already asked all the questions he was concerned about, thought for a moment, and asked, are you from Taiping Dao? Exactly. What are your schemes? Assist the ghost clan, establish a ghost market. Just as expected. A cult. How much money do you have? 1 billion. Where did you get so much money? A month ago. I controlled the chairman of the Guile group and looted all his wealth. You want to buy so many antiques. What for? To cultivate the Duobao Dao lineage. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly thought of the most valuable question. What other ghost-type spiritual guides do you know? The embroidered girl. The white-bone spirit. Chen Qing was overjoyed. In this world, the promotion sequence of different ghost types is an invaluable treasure. The embroidered girl is at the wandering soul level, while the evil spirit level is flower waist bride, which requires sewing a human skin wedding dress. How sinister. The white-bone spirit is at the evil spirit level, and the wicked spirit level is dragon bone skeleton, needing to find at least 2 dragon ribs to be used as the main bone for gradual growth. The corpse level is called white bone Bodhisattva, and I don't know about the spirit guide. When the 4 characters of white bone Bodhisattva entered Chen Qing's ears, he felt a buzzing in his head, as if a heavy hammer had struck. Chen Qing felt a chill in his heart. He understood that this was formlessness. He had heard something that someone at his level should not have heard. Dragon bones. Bodhisattva? Is this something I should know? He secretly cursed in his heart. He didn't have much interrogation skill. If left to the captain and the others, they could definitely extract a lot of information. However, he now knew secrets like Jin Bujin, Zhong Kui, the Demon Suppression Tower, etc. Naturally, they could not let him live. After thinking for a moment, he asked, what is your biggest secret? I raped my aunt. What about your second biggest secret? I raped my aunt-in-law. What a scumbag. I'll skin you alive later. What about your third biggest secret? The entrance to the ghost realm leading to Shiming City. Hearing this, Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. Currently available information, skeleton, white bone spirit, dragon bone skeleton. White bone Bodhisattva, chapter 54, Zhong Kui level. The interrogation lasted a long time. Chen Qing asked very carefully about the schemes of the Taiping Dao, especially the location of the exit from the ghost realm to Shiming City. However, Yubei was too severely injured and was gradually unable to hold on. After a few more minutes of questioning, he was already out of breath. One life cannot be wasted. Chen Qing immediately summoned the drowning ghost. This guy had long been at a ghostly energy value of 100, and its promotion spirit guide was to drown 9 people, having completed 8. It just needed 1 more. Drown him. The drowning ghost was overjoyed. Its long tail wrapped around Yubei and swiftly ran into a nearby small stream. The water was only knee-deep, but it was more than enough to drown a person. Yubei struggled a couple of times before going still. The drowning ghost trembled all over. Its body twisted in the water, convulsing. Its body underwent changes, with limbs continuously elongating, palms and soles growing larger. Finally, all human characteristics disappeared, resembling a gibbon. Coarse hair sprouted all over its body, rapidly lengthening until it had palms. After a while, the promotion was finally completed. The wandering soul level, drowning ghost, was promoted to the evil spirit level, water monkey. That black fur seemed to have some kind of concealing effect in the water. It was almost fused with the water, making it hard to see its figure. The water monkey was extremely swift in the water, gliding effortlessly for over 10 meters. Ghostly measurements showed 118. First level, evil spirit. Chen Qing was greatly satisfied. The commotion from the earlier battle was not small. And fearing it might attract powerful entities in the city, he quickly stored away his mini ghost pets and rapidly returned to the base. This time, the gains were immense. The promotion sequence of the white bone spirit, the promotion sequence of Jin Bujin. Moreover, he had suddenly gained an additional 600 million in wealth. This money needed to be quickly converted into supplies. However, now that he lacked nothing, he could only buy some bulk goods. Lying on the bed, Chen Qing entered the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. He began to inspect the 3 new ghost pets. The hair zombie and the back of the head, which had been beaten bald by Zhong Kui, were not too severely injured. Ghostly measurements showed 332. Third level, evil spirit. The white bone spirit was the most severely injured. Zhong Kui seemed to have a strong opinion about this ghost type and had beaten it to pieces. At this moment, its skull and rib cage were severely damaged, feeling like they could shatter at any moment. One measurement showed 107, first level evil spirit. Chen Qing was feeling quite frustrated. Originally, the white bone spirit should have been the strongest among the three ghosts, but now it could fall back to the wandering soul level at any time. The embroidered girl was the least injured. One measurement showed 98, ninth level wandering soul. She was already on the verge of promotion. But her spirit guide was to sew a human skin wedding dress, which was somewhat anti-human. Moreover, her embroidery needle was a very useful auxiliary skill. The evil spirit level, flower waist bride, still did not reveal what abilities it had. It was possible that after promotion, she might lose her embroidery needle ability, making it not worth it. Promotion was not being considered for now. Current ghost pets, 3 evil spirits. Hair zombie 332, third level evil spirit. Water monkey 118, first level evil spirit. Whitebone spirit 107, first level evil spirit. 9 wandering souls. Embroidered girl 98, ninth level wandering soul. Little ghost 90, ninth level wandering soul. Martial man 84, 8th level wandering soul. Hanged ghost 69, 6th level wandering soul. Soldier ghost 43, 4th level wandering soul. Plus 4 useless ones not yet replaced. Mad ghost, toilet ghost, breath-eating ghost, gambling ghost. Surprisingly, ever since placing the golden body on the second layer, these ghosts have been improving rapidly. The gambling ghost and mad ghost even rose to the first level. Of course, they were still fragile trash. After the battle with Yubei, the ghostly energy values of all the ghosts decreased to varying degrees, especially the soldier ghost, which was the most severely injured, dropping from the 5th level to the 4th level. The total ghostly energy value of the 12 ghosts had reached 998. That Zhong Kui Chen Qing was somewhat looking forward to. Zhong Kui, he summoned immediately, but for some reason, Zhong Kui seemed to be exploring the currently still empty upper levels of the Demon Suppression Tower. Although there was still some sensing, he couldn't forcibly summon him back. Zhong Kui, Chen Qing summoned again. Zhong Kui finally appeared. The moment Zhong Kui appeared, all the ghosts trembled. Even the strongest hair zombie squatted on the ground, hugging its head and not daring to look up. Chen Qing's ghostly measurements showed 502. Level wandering soul. Double. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Zhong Kui, how do you feel? Zhong Kui looked up with one eye and down with the other, saying a word that matched his temperament perfectly. You have transcended 2 levels. I'm asking you how you feel. Chen Qing shouted loudly, repeating every word. Zhong Kui covered his ears. Why are you so loud? Master. The great Zhong Kui has gone mad, not deaf. However, Chen Qing kept asking, but still couldn't get a clear answer. He could only give up. He was also somewhat shocked. Zhong Kui already had over 500 ghostly energy values, yet he was still stuck at the wandering soul level. Meanwhile, the hair zombie, which was a little less than him, was already a 3rd level evil spirit. After calculating, Zhong Kui had currently used 4 types of divine abilities: fixation, breaking the law, straight talk. These 3 were all among the 72 divine abilities, while words command the law, according to the words of the painted skin, had an even more terrifying origin. As for painted skin, it had 1.5 divine abilities: false form, half of indestructible diamond. The hair zombie, on the other hand, could be said to have 7 divine abilities: 3, indestructible diamond, for great strength. Although they were all half-baked, these 2 were extremely useful divine abilities and could be developed slowly, especially great strength. As there was almost no one at the same stage who could withstand a blow from the hair zombie, he sorted through the power in his hands, mentally simulating how they would cooperate and fight. Others racked their brains trying to deduce between 2 or 3 types of ghosts, but his ghost pets were too many, and any 2 he casually grabbed for a combination would have extremely powerful effects. For example, the hanging ghost and the hairy zombie, definitely a one-hit kill. Or the hanging ghost warrior, the embroidered girl warrior, the embroidered girl skeleton, and so on. If they all attacked at once, it would be even more monstrous. Thinking this, he took out the multi-treasure Taoist Jade tablet. A treasure so highly valued by Yubei surely wouldn't be simple, infusing it with spiritual energy. A thought surged into Chen Qing's mind. Multi-treasure Tao, not a common way. Seizing the creation of heaven and earth, strengthening ordinary roots. Heaviness becomes light roots. Speed and slowness coexist. Knowing the world without leaving home, a word spoken and the Tao follows. The history of this technique is extremely ancient and obscure, but for some reason, Chen Qing could understand it. He immediately felt that this tone was too arrogant to be described as merely middle school. According to the description of the Jade tablet, if one succeeded, heaven and earth would serve you, like a horse before a saddle. The cultivation method was also extremely simple. Collect treasures and refine them into the body. As long as there were enough treasures, one could become an invincible existence, capable of splitting heaven and earth with a wave of the hand. Chen Qing fell into contemplation. Spiritual treasures? He had a whole warehouse full. This seemed to be prepared just for him. Chapter 55, Soul Realm. Unlocking the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Compared to being a ghost master, Chen Qing actually missed the feeling of being a warrior more. Moreover, ghost masters were too weak physically. If they were approached, it was almost equivalent to death. The multi-treasure Tao was about refining spiritual treasures into the body to strengthen it. Chen Qing pondered, and soon he made a decision. Practice. A strong body was too important. Although he had skin protection, strange ghosts like the embroidered girl could attack from a distance, making it hard to defend against. Just 2 needles. And he almost lost all combat ability. If it were Chen Man, he could probably withstand 10 or 20 needles. At that moment, Chen Qing began to check how to cultivate, but it required the soul realm. This was not a worry. Chen Qing was already pushing through the last Zhou. The great Zhou. Leaving the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing's soul power slowly flowed into his mind. From the corners of his skull to the cranial breath to the completion of bones, the soul power struggled forward in the dried-up meridians. Time slowly passed, and by morning, Chen Qing had expanded to the 14th heavenly pillar acupoint. The great Zhou has a total of 27 acupoints, and he had finally passed the halfway mark. Chen Qing opened his eyes. The monkey and he Runsheng were just getting up and washing. After washing his face and resting for a moment, he called Boss Zhu from the feed factory. What? For 100 million? Yes, for 1,000 yuan per ton, needed within 10 days. You can subcontract to other manufacturers. Oh, Boss Zhu was clearly a bit dazed. After a while, he asked, what about the advance payment? Is 50 enough? Enough. Boss Zhu nodded repeatedly. Nowadays, people with sharp instincts were using money to exchange for materials, but most were rice, flour, and cooking oil. No one could imagine the situation would worsen to the point of eating pig feed. Regardless of whether there was regulation, Chen Qing would not trade online. Soon, Boss Zhu arrived at the base with an accountant and an assistant. Chen Qing took out 20 unmarked cards and said, 1 million each. A total of 200 million. Oh, all three were a bit dazed. Then Chen Qing turned and left. There was no contract or receipt involved. The three were somewhat shocked. Are you really trusting us this much? Otherwise, do you dare to swallow the Ghost Army's money? Let us first transfer the money to the factory's card. It feels a bit unreliable. He called Manager Tian, as expected. All the grain was gone. All the warehouses were sold out. He made another call. Manager Yang. Is the work almost done? All the configurations for the safe house must be top-notch. Weapons must be sufficient. Budget? No upper limit on the budget. Is 50 million enough? Puffed. Water sprayed out from the other end of the line. After a while, Manager Yang asked, Mr. Chen, did you hear some news? Recently, orders for safe houses have started to skyrocket again. I heard it, so I'm adding more. Chen Qing nodded. I have a bit of paranoia. I'd rather believe it's true. Understood. But even with the added layer, it shouldn't cost this much. Well, just go all out. By the way, can we still order canned goods? No, that is out of stock. As expected. Hanging up the phone, he finished his morning exercise and returned to his dormitory to begin pushing through the brain hole acupoint. Time slowly passed, and by night, his soul power finally reached the last major acupoint, the sky connecting acupoint. The soul power surged forward and pulled back, sometimes using a slow grind, and finally, buzz. Chen Qing only felt his brain swell. Almost simultaneously, a feeling of clarity swept down from top to bottom. Chen Qing felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. His 5 senses sharpened, and he felt refreshed. The soul power circulated rapidly throughout his body, 10 times faster than in the soul motion realm. The sound of water flowing in pipes, the rustle of leaves falling, the sensation of a speck of dust landing on him. The world became so close, so noisy. Opening his eyes, he could see the dandruff on the monkey's ears and the mosquito droppings on the corner of the window. Everything was so vivid. His thinking speed also increased significantly. He could count to 100 in his mind in just a few seconds. Is this the soul realm? Chen Qing murmured. Wow. What is wrong with your eyes? The monkey almost jumped up. At this moment, Chen Qing's eyes were filled with spiritual energy, radiating a blue-white light. Great God. You are in the soul realm. He Runsheng stammered. The monkey also reacted. You're in the soul realm. No way. Chen Qing, did you take some powerful medicine? How did you reach the soul realm so quickly? This is a bit monstrous. The two were buzzing, while Chen Qing appeared quite calm, smiling and saying, keep this to yourselves, don't tell anyone else. Whether it's gaining a ranking in a competition or advancing in realm, it all adds to the points. And Chen Qing didn't he plan to be a defensive officer or a guardian? Moving into the safe house before the blood moon arrives and surviving until the end is the right path. He admired heroes who could stand up in special times and face the crowd, but everything he had experienced destined him not to become a hero again. Ji Luo's soul power was increasing super fast, and it seemed his family had a complete sequence of house ghosts. As long as the soul power was sufficient, he could have an evil ghost-level ghost pet at any time. Great God, you need to be careful of him. He seems to want to deal with you. All right. Chen Qing nodded. Regardless of where the malice comes from, he would treat it with utmost caution. But just an evil ghost level? Shouldn't he be too concerning, right? The Lone Star injury hasn't healed yet and is still in the medical room. Usually, the monkey and he Runsheng would be sleeping, but today, after Chen Qing's stimulation, they completely couldn't sleep. They sat in meditation until midnight before they finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. At this time, Chen Qing was already prepared, adjusting his body to the best state and starting to cultivate. The first layer of the multi-treasure Tao is called the spirit pool. One must form a vortex of spiritual power in the spirit sea and place a heavyweight spiritual treasure at the center of the vortex. However, What to use as this spiritual treasure was a dilemma for Chen Qing. The Demon Suppression Tower? The Zhong Kui map? In that warehouse. There are also good things in the spiritual treasure, such as that bronze sword and the flying horse. But they haven't awakened yet. And I don't know what they will be like after awakening. It's too early to think about these things. I should focus on my cultivation for now. Chen Qing thought to himself. Just as he was about to start cultivating, he heard the voice of Huaxia. Master, the third layer has opened. Did you break through? Chen Qing was taken aback. Seeing that both the monkey and he Runsheng were asleep, he sent a thought into the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Except for Zhong Kui, no ghost pets could cross layers. Chen Qing sensed it, and indeed felt that another layer had been opened. However, aside from the first layer, which seemed to be a magnified version of the Demon Suppression Tower, the second layer appeared to be a small world. There were no stairs or similar connections between the first and second layers. The Demon Suppression Tower is strange. Chen Qing was unsure of the time flow in the third layer and didn't dare to enter recklessly. Otherwise, he might stay inside for 2 minutes. And the blood moon would have already descended. He went outside, opened his phone stopwatch, and threw it into the third layer. He then started timing, taking out the phone exactly 1 minute later. The next moment, Chen Qing was stunned. The time on his phone showed 10 minutes. A 1 to 10 time flow rate. This meant that while he cultivated for 10 days inside, only 1 day would have passed outside. And this rule also applied to ghost pets. While others' ghost pets cultivated for 1 day, his ghost pets would have cultivated for 10 days. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Chapter 56. The greater the ability. The greater the responsibility. After throwing the toilet ghost into the third layer and confirming it was safe, he sent all ghost pets, including the bodiless golden body, into the third layer. Huaxia played her role as a steward, directing the ghosts to start exploring. Wow, master, it's so big. The space in the third layer was more than 100 times larger than the second layer. Anyone would find it hard to believe that this was just one layer of a tower. However, it was too desolate here. The sky was gray, the ground was gray, and there were hills in the distance, but they were bald hills, without a single blade of grass. Moments later, Huaxia's voice trembled as she said, Master, you should come and take a look. Chen Qing entered the third layer and walked over to Huaxia. He saw a shocking sight. A towering dry corpse, at least 10 meters tall, was sitting cross-legged. For chains, thicker than a person, were connected to the corpse's hip bones and buried underground. The dry corpse had probably been sitting in this position for thousands of years, yet it still emanated a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Master, this is a divine power, Huaxia said, trembling. This corpse must have reached a formless level in life. Hearing this, Chen Qing closed his eyes. The next moment, his brows furrowed. He realized that he had no recollection of the dry corpse he had just seen. It was as if the corpse had never existed. When he opened his eyes again, the dry corpse was still sitting quietly. But with his eyes closed, he couldn't remember even the slightest detail about it. He only vaguely remembered that there was such a dry corpse. Let's go. Chen Qing suppressed his curiosity. He firmly remembered Huaxia's warning that excessive exploration of darkness was extremely dangerous. The Demon Suppression Tower, what kind of person's handiwork is this? The demons it suppresses may not just be Zhong Kui. Why did Zhong Kui go insane? Each time a riddle was solved, more riddles followed. Time to cultivate. Let the others explore. Huaxia received the order and sent out the mad ghost, toilet ghost, anger-eating ghost, and gambling ghost. The blood moon was approaching, and time was precious. With a tenfold time flow difference here, it was naturally the best place to cultivate. First, he needed to establish the spiritual pool. Following the guidance of his technique, Chen Qing began to build the first spiritual vein. It was difficult. Circulating the energy meant clearing blocked acupoints. And now, he had to create many acupoints from scratch. No wonder the minimum requirement was to be at the spirit soul stage. After reaching the spirit soul stage, the power of his consciousness was dozens of times stronger, and his control over soul power was greatly enhanced. If he were to establish the spiritual pool with the controllability of the soul movement stage, he might get stuck at a single acupoint for a year. There are countless meridians in the human body, but most are so small they are nearly invisible. Chen Qing's task was to widen these invisible meridians and establish acupoints on them. For now, he focused on gathering soul power, twisting dozens of strands together, and began to impact a meridian in his mind that was as fine as a hair. Since it was the first time, it was too narrow. Countless times he brushed against the entrance, unable to exert his strength. Helpless, he condensed the soul power to the thickness of a hair and slowly pushed forward. The entire morning, he only moved forward a centimeter. In the afternoon, he advanced another centimeter. He required 1 acupoint per inch. An inch in ancient times was about 2.77 centimeters. By the 12th hour, Chen Qing began to artificially create the first acupoint. By the 17th hour, the first acupoint was completed. What surprised Chen Qing most was that because the fine meridian continuously had soul power flowing through it, its diameter actually changed from a single hair to 2 hairs. This saved him from having to expand it further. After resting for an hour, he continued to push forward. A sudden idea struck him. He split off a portion of soul power to simultaneously expand from the other side. But it was very difficult. With his current soul power, splitting into 10 strands was sufficient, but it was too hard to control. It was like holding a hair in each hand and trying to thread them through a ring the size of a hair 1 meter away. He originally thought that splitting into 2 strands would yield twice the result with half the effort, but after 10 hours, the combined efforts of both sides weren't even half of what he had done before. Chen Qing, who had been raised by Chen Man since he was 13, had the most tenacious character. He forced himself to focus on both ends, preferring to go slow but not make mistakes. Days passed, and by the 4th day, the speed at both ends had already matched his previous speed of controlling just one side. At this point, Chen Qing's speed had truly doubled compared to before. Unexpectedly, he split off 2 more strands, 4 strands of soul power, advancing simultaneously. On the 5th, 6th, and 7th days, until the 12th day, the speed of the 4 strands of soul power reached normal levels, equivalent to expanding acupoints at 4 times the speed. At this point, when Chen Qing moved through his entire body's major acupoints, it felt like driving on a 24-lane highway, with soul power hitting its target effortlessly. Chen Qing gritted his teeth and split off 4 more strands of soul power. 8 strands. At this point, even with Chen Qing's character, he felt an immense strain. Focusing on one and meant the other had to either stop or slowly veer off course. He had no choice but to retreat and adjust. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. Chen Qing was utterly exhausted and returned to the real world for a moment. Just then, the monkey crawled out from the bathroom, surprised. What the hell? Where have you been for the past 2 days? Your phone was off. What happened? Chen Qing was taken aback. The captain is looking for you. Oh, Chen Qing nodded and went to the captain's office. Han Yuan, with his sharp gaze, shook his head and said, "Don't push your cultivation too hard. You could really go astray. I called you for 2 things. First, Chen Man has provided all the resources for bone tempering. They are all top-notch, so you can rest assured. The second thing is that I want you to be the defense officer for Jiangpan community." Chen Qing frowned. Han Yuan's expression was serious. Chen Qing, our human race has high-level experts who have calculated that the blood moon can be seen as a strengthening tool for the ghost race. I'm afraid that once the blood moon arrives, the number and strength of the ghost race will increase several times. Several times? You are still too optimistic. Chen Qing shook his head internally. Just based on this estimation, he would not take on the role of the defense officer. It's simple. Regardless of whether it's due to objective limitations or excessive optimism, the defensive forces would be arranged based on several times the usual strength. However, the blood moon would require at least 100 times the arrangement. But humans absolutely cannot muster that level of power. This is a deadlock. Chen Qing deduced that he could only abandon most people, but who would want to be the one abandoned? Moreover, no matter who Chen Qing saves, he would not save the heartless people in the Jiangpan community. This time, he really wanted to see how they would survive during the blood moon without his desperate protection. So, Chen Qing just smiled. Captain, my abilities are limited. There's nothing I can do. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chen Qing. This is our mission as the Ghost Subjugation Army. Han Yuan was a pure person. He could be open-hearted and honest with the organization. But Chen Qing asked himself if he could do the same. That pure Chen Qing was probably already rotten in body. In this life, being able not to actively kill people was already the greatest mercy. The two parted on bad terms. This captain, who had always been amicable, was genuinely angry. In his view, Chen Qing was too selfish. Chen Qing had his reasons, but he couldn't articulate them. Back in the dormitory, he sat there in a daze for a while. When demons and spirits run rampant, heroes and angels also descend. In the endless ghostly wails, the ugliness and brilliance of humanity are infinitely magnified. There is a saying, no harsh winter lasts forever, and no spring fails to arrive. But that winter where spring cannot be seen has ground all humanity into dust. In the last life, I was a hero, but that was only in the last life. Chen Qing's gaze was calm, when suddenly a powerful suction force emitted from the Demon Suppression Tower on his chest. The second summit of the 12 earthly branches had begun. Chapter 57. The second summit of the 12 earthly branches. Chen Qing hurriedly went to a corner, put on a disguise, transformed into the boy from last time, and entered the Demon Suppression Tower. In a flash, he was again at the endless high peak. This peak stood like a stone pillar, quietly erect, surrounded by rolling clouds and mist, tranquil and sacred. At the top of the peak, 11 people appeared in succession at the round stone table. Fellow Taoists, it has only been a few days since we last met. I hope you are all well, the elder at the head said with a smile. Chen Qing looked to his right, and his heart sank. Chen Quan was not there. The creature with a deer head and serpent body hissed, fellow Taoists. Does anyone have the promotion sequence for the actor? I am willing to pay a high price for it. No one answered. After a while, the short person, childlike in appearance, said, there is no spiritual guide, but I have heard the name after the promotion. Do you want to buy it? Just the name? The deer-headed, serpent-bodied creature pondered for a moment. Sometimes, names could reveal something. For example, a warrior promoted to martial champion and a zombie promoted to Mao Jiang. However, after pondering for a long time, the deer-headed serpent creature shook its head. Just a name. Then, the deer-headed serpent creature looked at the person shrouded in mist. Its voice icy. Last time you were looking for a corpse-level ghost servant. Did you find it? The person in the mist smiled. I have already killed it and obtained the elixir. It's quite a coincidence. It was from your Zhuxi clan. What is even more coincidental is that when it was dying, it mentioned you. Brother Zhu, we truly are fated. The Zhuxi creature paused. You are really seeking death. As it spoke, blue-green flames erupted from its body, instantly chilling the scene. I guess Brother Zhu has guessed the identity of this little Zhuxi, huh? The person in the mist was completely unafraid, laughing heartily. The ghostly atmosphere in Beihai is thick. I have heard of a name from the Huaxia ghost market several times. Does anyone know what it means? A woman asked slowly, sitting upright, her complexion as white as paper, dressed in blood clothing, with a blood tree on her head. Branching off into 2, then 4, then 8, arranged in perfect order. Especially on this small blood tree, many blood droplets were formed, each seemingly ready to fall at any moment. Chen Qing was slightly startled. Why didn't he have any impression of her? Upon closing his eyes, he indeed remembered there was someone there, but he could not recall what she looked like. An existence of the formless level, he understood in his heart, suddenly realizing. There were clearly 11 people seated here, and he had no impression of the others, likely all being formless level existences. Perhaps they had discussed something at the last gathering. But he had failed to remember a single thing. In a daze, he saw a massive figure sitting in one of the seats that shouldn't belong here. However, as he turned his head, all memories vanished. A dragon? Chen Qing was greatly alarmed. But in just a moment, all thoughts had disappeared. He couldn't even remember having the thought of a dragon. I also have this question. What does your ghost race want to do? To invade our human realm rampantly and seal off the human realm territory. The woman in black spoke coldly. But the Zhuxi merely smiled. The woman in black looked at Chen Qing as if seeking help, but she silently sighed in her heart. In these days, Chen Qing had been in the tower day and night for 20 days of intense training. His spirit was already exhausted. Even Han Yuan could see it. Even if he wore a disguise, how could he hide from the gaze of these powerful beings? The woman in black felt both grateful and worried. She naturally understood that this senior must have used a powerful prophetic technique, paying a heavy price to end up in such a miserable state. It was highly likely that it was the reverse knowledge of the future from the 36 heavenly gangs. This technique was difficult to master. With only a handful of practitioners in the world, and it involved stealing heavenly secrets, the cost of using it was extremely terrifying. A powerful human being only used it once, vaguely knowing about the ghost race's invasion, and had already suffered severe injuries and remained unconscious until now. Yet this senior had accurately predicted the events of August 15th. The cost was unimaginable. Chen Qing's spirit was quite exhausted. But he also noticed that the woman in black looked at him several times. After thinking about it, he decided to tell her about the entrance to the ghost realm. He stood up and said, "Follow me." He then turned to Han Yuan. "You come too." Han Yuan was taken aback, but immediately followed. The three of them took just a few steps, as if they had crossed some space, suddenly disappearing. The elder at the head squinted slightly and smiled. "Fellow Taoists, do you know the senior?" The woman in the blood dress said, "With dozens of supernatural powers, this level of cultivation is one of the best in the world. And the supernatural powers are mixed. The courage is extremely terrifying, but I have never heard of them before. Perhaps they have cultivated the flying and tracing technique." Flying and tracing is one of the 36 heavenly gangs techniques, allowing one to transcend the world, conceal themselves from the heavens, and wander between mountains and rivers. I sense the aura of turning stone to gold, and words follow the law on him, but I don't know if I sensed it wrong. It should be correct. A colossal figure spoke, its voice rumbling, with several types of heavenly gang techniques and dozens of supernatural powers, among which are several that are inherently incompatible. This senior's cultivation is truly unfathomable. In the mist, a person joked, "Candlesnake, it seems he has used the reverse knowledge of the future technique. Understanding your ghost clan's arrangements. With your temperament, won't you kill him?" Candlesnake merely chuckled coldly. The person in the mist became even more pleased. "So, you also know how to be cautious around people. You wouldn't dare provoke such a senior, right?" "Ha." A person as short as a child looked around. He was so short that his head was barely level with the tabletop, and his cultivation was too low, merely at the corpse level. Unable to participate in the discussions of these big shots. On the other side, when the woman in black gauze saw Chen Qing, she bowed deeply. "Senior has suffered for our human race." "What?" Chen Qing was puzzled. "Suffered? What suffering?" Han Yuan remained silent. He hadn't said a word during the 2 previous 12 earthly branches summits. Chen Qing slowly said, "The exit of the ghost realm in Ximing City might be the Immortal Valley." Just that one sentence left the woman in black gauze and Han Yuan stunned. There should be quite a few people from the Taiping Dao in Ximing City, and they participated in the arrangements of the ghost realm there. Taiping Dao. Again with Taiping Dao, the woman in black gauze exclaimed angrily, suddenly realizing something. She bowed deeply to Chen Qing again. "Thank you, senior." Han Yuan, who had been silent, also followed suit and bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior." The woman wanted to ask what the price for this information was, but how could such a high-level person lack anything? Ghost beads? Spirit stones? Gold and silver? If he lacked these, she would laugh herself to death. Chen Qing felt a bit troubled. Why wasn't this woman getting it? She seemed to think of herself as some kind of senior expert. A senior, after all, should have some stature. Information isn't free to give away casually. Chen Qing could only vaguely say, "Oh. The woman in black gauze suddenly realized. Gritting her teeth, she flipped her hand and took out 10 complete Xinkuan bags. Chen Qing took them, thought for a moment, and asked, "Do Do you have any dragon bones? The woman was startled, looking warily at the enormous figure at the round table. She involuntarily whispered, if the senior needs it, I will definitely do my utmost to find it. At the next summit, I will bring it to you. The three returned to the round table. Several people looked over, sizing up Chen Qing, closing their eyes to rest. After a while, the elder at the head said, everyone in the 12 earthly branches tower hides themselves deeply. But this old man has one matter that requires the master of the time tower. May I speak with you privately? Everyone fell silent. The elder sighed. The time is almost up. Everyone, please return. Looking forward to seeing you again in half a month. Chapter 58. The safe house is almost finished. The time tower? Chen Qing was somewhat stunned. He already knew that the Demon Suppression Tower was not identical. For example, Han Yuan's Demon Suppression Tower suppressed a Ghost King, while his own Demon Suppression Tower held Zhong Kui. Moreover, Han Yuan's tower could only hold 6 ghosts. Now it seemed that each tower had different functions. Could the time tower mentioned by the elder be his? The first layer is 15,000 times slower than the real world. The second layer is the same as the real world. The third layer is 10 times faster than the real world. His Demon Suppression Tower could very likely be the time tower or the time tower. What about the others? Could there be space towers, fire towers, water towers, etc.? Thinking about this, he returned to his dormitory. The monkey and he Runsheng were likely in class, but unexpectedly, Guxing was there. Guxing was in a daze, and when he sensed someone entering, he turned around woodenly. Seeing it was Chen Qing, he suddenly approached and then knelt on the ground, banging his head. Chen Qing. Illusion? Chen Qing, I no longer want anyone to die in front of me. I want to become stronger. Can you help me find a ghost pet? Guxing raised his head, his face full of tears. Chen Qing had seen too many scenes like this. He wasn't moved. But he certainly hadn't expected Guxing to kneel and beg him. Coincidentally, Chen Qing was now at the spirit soul realm and could contract a third ghost pet. So he could exchange the last few useless ones in the Demon Suppression Tower. He might as well try his luck. He nodded. Wait for me at 7 o'clock. Just as he was about to say phone, he remembered that being able to use a mobile phone in the base was his own exception. So he changed his words. At 7 o'clock, wait for me at the entrance of Jiangpan Community. Chen Qing did not misspeak. He was going back to Jiangpan Community tonight. There was something very important. In his previous life, Chen Quan had delivered the paper armor and paper knife on this day. 2 pieces of paper armor and 2 paper knives. With these 4 items, Chen Qing and Chen Man could survive until the 3rd blood moon. He had held back the question why for many years. They must have many reasons. But Chen Qing still wanted to ask why. After thinking for a moment, he found the monkey. Wait for me at 7 o'clock at the entrance of Jiangpan Community tonight. We're going to the Princess Ghost Domain. The monkey was startled, then overjoyed. All right, Brother Qing. I can contract 2 ghost pets, and there's still 1 empty. Just relying on 1 martial artist. He had already ranked among the top 3 newcomers. Although there was a reason for Chen Qing's leniency, the monkey considered his own hard power to be in the top 5. Chen Qing, Zhou Yanxiao, Ji Luo. The top 3 were definitely ranked like this. Even though Zhou Yanxiao had a ghost pet at the evil ghost level, he was certain that Chen Qing was stronger. The 4th could be Chen Qing or himself. Only by competing would they know. It was still early, and Chen Qing returned to his dormitory. Everyone had gone to class. So he focused his thoughts and returned to the 3rd layer. He took out 10 bags and checked them one by one. Ghost beads and spirit stones made up the majority, totaling over 1,000. There were also some spiritual herbs and grasses, but he couldn't discern their effects. Upon opening, ghostly and spiritual energies intertwined, creating an impressive aura. All the ghost pets turned to look, but of course, they dared not act. The ghost detector measured that the strength of the ghost pets had increased. Chen Qing concentrated and summoned Zhong Kui. All the ghost pets immediately knelt down, trembling. Zhong Kui, there's a very, 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 very powerful ghost. I bet you can't subdue it. Zhong Kui was furious. A ghost? No matter how powerful a ghost is, it can't be stronger than this master. Then do you dare to bet? Bet 5 ghost beads. Zhong Kui was delighted. Let's bet. Pinky swear. Chen Qing made a pinky promise with him. Deliberately grinning slyly, he said, when I call you, I'll use the smallest voice. You won't be able to hear it. Nonsense. Even the smallest voice, this master can hear it. As Zhong Kui said this, he was already somewhat wary. He probably would be on high alert for the next few days, listening for Chen Qing's summons. Done deal. Chen Qing was afraid that there would be instances where Zhong Kui wouldn't hear him. Returning to the real world, he spoke in an extremely quiet voice. Zhong Kui. The next second, Zhong Kui's voice immediately responded. What? What? Chen Qing pretended to be shocked. I already used such a small voice. And you can still hear it. Zhong Kui was very pleased. Even if your voice is 10 times smaller, this master can still hear it. After recalling Zhong Kui, Chen Qing deliberately murmured, my goodness, this is too powerful. I might lose this bet. In a certain void and chaotic place within the Demon Suppression Tower, Zhong Kui was overjoyed. Returning to the 3rd layer, Chen Qing resumed his training in the multi-treasure Dao lineage. The 8-character soul power advanced in unison, and Chen Qing had already exerted full control. But he was always neglecting one thing for another. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was afternoon. Chen Qing had been cultivating in the tower for 3 days. Master, you can absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, Huaxia said. Chen Qing was taken aback and took out a spirit stone. The method of absorption was not difficult. In just half a minute, Chen Qing's eyes widened. He felt refreshed and invigorated. Why didn't you mention this before? I thought everyone knew this, the servant replied. Chen Qing shook his head. After leaving the base, he arrived at Jiangpan Community. Since Chen Qing's budget had significantly increased, a lot of installations needed to be added. So the construction had changed to 24-hour work. Fortunately, the most time-consuming tasks had already been completed. The additional installations and configuration changes would only take 2 or 3 days. He had already made arrangements, but Manager Yang still waited specifically for Chen Qing. Manager Yang, there's no need to be so courteous. Not at all, Mr. Chen. Other companies would be monitoring the construction 24 hours a day, and you arriving now is already the greatest trust in our company. Let me show you around. Not only Chen Qing's home, but the entire building had undergone reinforcement. The exterior was clean and tidy, and the hallways looked brand new. Due to the increased weight after the renovations, they reinforced the load-bearing capacity of the lower floors. Initially, they all disagreed. But later they agreed when it was said that the renovations would be free for everyone. Manager Yang whispered, surveillance cameras have been installed in the voice-activated lights of each building. What do they need surveillance for? Chen Qing was indifferent, but since they were the professionals, he didn't refute it. Arriving at the 5th floor, Manager Yang pointed to room 503, saying, this has already been purchased. It serves as your fireproof layer. Chen Qing exclaimed, wow. Then let's reinforce this one as well. Will it take a long time? The layout here is quite common, with ready-made modules available. 2 days is enough. When they reached the 6th floor, it was unrecognizable as his old, shabby place. The entire wall had been replaced with frosted metal material. The door was extremely thick. After knocking twice, the sound was incredibly dull. There were 2 doors, and the interior could be completely sealed with mechanical structures, even if explosives were used. The first to collapse would be this building. Upon entering, Chen Qing was even more satisfied. Firearms were everywhere. As per your instructions, we purchased 7 million worth of firearms and ammunition, and there is a dedicated armory. The sofa was made of ironwood, designed to last 100 years without deformation. And the sofa covers used the latest generation of self-cleaning fabric, which could be used for 20 years, with 20 spare sets available. Manager Yang introduced each item one by one. Chen Qing could only say one word. Awesome. The house, originally 128 square meters and empty, was now filled to the brim. But the storage was organized, and it didn't feel crowded at all. In the gym, the 21 square meter space had various fitness equipment neatly arranged. Each piece of equipment had been designed with versatility, allowing anyone to be disassembled and reassembled into another type of equipment. What caught Chen Qing's attention the most were the 3 robots of varying heights standing aside. When connected to the internet, they were intermediate level and could answer almost any question. When disconnected, they were basic level, capable of casual conversation. The exterior was wrapped in a soft material, preset with 50 different personalities. Chen Qing examined them up and down. Their skin was soft, joints moved freely, and their speech was smooth and clear. They were remarkably lifelike, to the point where one could easily mistake them for real people. He couldn't help but sigh at how advanced today's technology was. Chapter 59. Chen Quan. Next was the entertainment room. The entire room was custom-made, and storage was naturally not a problem. For maintenance convenience, the handles, mouse, and keyboard were all the most common models, and they were all modular designs. Manager Yang opened a box. This contains all the replaced parts. Based on an intensity of 10 hours a day, they can last for 100 years. The storage capacity had been upgraded to 150, as Mr. Chun had mentioned during the last upgrade. To be honest, we put in a lot of effort and managed to install 61 pieces of content, which could be watched continuously for 40,000 years. Almost all games available on the market have been included. Even web games have been localized. The hardware is the most durable version available on the market, and we have prepared 10 sets of spare parts for each item. In short, everything is prepared with a 100-year standard. Then they arrived at the electrical room. The diesel engine structure was not difficult, so in addition to 5 complete units, there were also 20 spare units. There were also wood-burning engine kits available. Anything that could burn, including household waste, could be used to generate electricity. Of course, the efficiency would be lower. Additionally, various power generation equipment was available, including solar panels covering the rooftop, wind power generation, and even a hand crank generator. The storage room was on the roof. When Chen Qing saw it, he immediately felt reassured. The rooftop space was about 600 square meters, extending over the rooftops of neighboring houses. There must have been some disputes, but they had all been settled. The largest area was occupied by a family farm, covering about 300 square meters. The seed room was here, using our recommended crops, which could produce about 3 kilograms of vegetables per square meter per week. The recommended staple food was potatoes, for example, Qingyu 9, with temperature and humidity controlled, could yield up to 90 kilograms in 80 days. The fertilizer in the soil was specially formulated by us, combined with biological fertilizer, i.e., human waste, which could generally be recycled about 300 times, allowing for high-intensity cultivation for 50 years. Vegetables, fruits, and staple foods could be cultivated together, with a total daily yield reaching 110 kilograms. After calculating, Chen Qing was somewhat stunned. Manager Yang, you didn't miscalculate, did you? 110 kilograms every day? That's for low-intensity cultivation. If you do ultra-high-intensity cultivation, it can double. Then why buy so much grain? When they arrived at the storage room, Chen Qing was instantly filled with a sense of security. The 110 square meter storage room was divided into 4 areas, filled with canned goods. In ideal conditions, there was 400 cubic meters of storage. Just eating canned food, one could consume half and throw away half. Chen Man, and he could live 2 lifetimes. The entire rooftop was covered with solar panels, and the electricity generated in 8 hours was enough for normal use for a month. Awesome. Being rich is really awesome. The safe room was not yet completed and was not in its final form. However, it had already satisfied Chen Qing to the fullest. After bidding farewell to Manager Yang, Chen Qing opened the door and waited quietly. Today, Chen Quan would come. He left a paper knife and paper armor. Staring at the door, his mind was restless, unable to calm down. It felt as if that exceptionally tall man could enter at any moment. Time seemed to have never passed so slowly. The scorching sun gradually became gentle, and neighbors came and went in the community, either noisy or peaceful. In this life, Chen Qing had been busy for so many things and had never sat down to waste time like this. It seemed that this afternoon, time had become thick and sticky, but it finally slowly approached 6 o'clock. The figure he had been watching at the entrance of the community did not appear. In the next moment, Chen Qing's entire body tensed. He drew out the kunwa knife. Inside the room, an unimaginable wave of spiritual energy appeared. He rushed over a few steps to take a look. In the living room, a rift in space had opened. A pitch-black rift. Surging spiritual energy poured out. 2 large hands were grasping the edges of the rift above and below, trying hard to widen it. It was Chen Quan's hands. The pitch-black crack slowly widened to the width of a palm, and Chen Qing suddenly saw Chen Quan's weathered face. Big brother. Chen Quan was stunned. His usually unperturbed face fixed on Chen Qing. He called out once, but the sound was blocked by something and couldn't get through. The crack writhed, trying to repair itself. Chen Quan silently roared, straining to tear it wider, his hands already covered in blood. A hand nearby tossed a folded cardboard into the crack. Chen Quan looked somewhat anxious and quickly withdrew his hand. He just quietly stared at Chen Qing, his eyes filled with various emotions. The crack quickly repaired and disappeared. Along with Chen Quan's gaze. Was this a spatial rift? Chen Qing had always been cautious, and he only focused on remembering everything he saw. Until the crack disappeared. Chen Qing finally absent-mindedly picked up the cardboard. Carefully unfolding it, it turned out to be the familiar paper armor and paper knife. Inside the paper armor, there was a pile of powder. Judging by its shape, it should be a piece of paper. Or rather, a letter. Both father and big brother found it very difficult. Chen Qing felt a mix of emotions. Sending this paper armor and paper knife must have cost Chen Quan an unimaginable price. They had never forgotten about us. The 2 pieces of paper armor and 2 paper knives were as thin as normal paper, as if they could be torn in half with a gentle pull. But infused with ghostly energy, they became top-tier weapons and armor. After being lost in thought for a while, the phone rang. Chen Qing. We are all at the entrance of the community. Have you arrived? Wait for me for 4 minutes. Chen Qing told Manager Yang that construction could continue and went to the community entrance. Monkey, Lone Star, He Runxing. The whole dormitory had come. Great God. Please take me with you. He Runxing had clung to Monkey. From now on, I will be the most loyal lackey of the great God. Ready to serve at any time. Absolutely no second thoughts. Chen Qing nodded. He Runxing drove over, saving them the trouble of taking a taxi. When they arrived at the Princess Ghost Domain, it was just getting dark. Have you all decided what ghost pets you want? The attack power of the martial artist is more than enough. I lack a support-type ghost pet. If I'm lucky, I hope to get a hanging ghost. Monkey said. Last time, Chen Qing's hanging ghost and the martial artist's perfect combination had been etched in his mind for a long time. Most importantly, martial artists are hard to find. But hanging ghosts are not too rare. If I'm lucky, I also want a martial artist. He Runxing scratched his head, lacking confidence. Anything else is fine too. Just try to get a higher level one. Listen to Chen Qing. Lone Star said. Chen Qing nodded. He had advanced to the spirit realm and could contract another one. But he didn't lack ghost pets, holding a mindset of preferring quality over quantity. The 4 entered the ghost domain, and with just 1 step, the green earth turned into a dark brown. In the dense fog, 2 toilet ghosts were eating something, and when they saw someone coming, they immediately vanished into the mist. Chapter 60. Terrifying Ghost Wall. The group moved forward slowly. Compared to a few days ago, the concentration of ghostly energy had increased again. Chen Qing wondered how the expert and the princess's battle had turned out. Be careful. A long tongue suddenly shot out from a nearby dry bush. Chen Qing dodged to the side, and the long tongue came down straight, looking for death, with a single thought. Monkey summoned the martial artist to appear in front of him. The long staff lightly flicked, deflecting the long tongue. The martial artist took advantage of this opening, spun around, and with a whoosh, struck heavily at the long tongue ghost. The long tongue ghost fell heavily to the ground, the staff already pressed against its neck. No matter how much the long tongue ghost struggled, it remained as steady as a mountain. Lone Star and He Runxing both looked enviously. Among newcomers, Monkey's strength was only average. But with this martial artist, he was now firmly ranked among the top 5. Does anyone want the long-tongued ghost? After a quick assessment, it had a ghostly energy of 50, a 5th-level wandering soul, which was quite suitable. But both Lone Star and Huaxia shook their heads. As the ghostly energy increased, the density of ghostly entities had risen significantly. In the thick fog, strange sounds occasionally echoed, resembling wolf howls or cries. In just a moment, everyone spotted the next ghost. It was 2 starving ghosts. They were fighting over a large bird that was nearly rotting, not knowing where it had come from. This bird had once soared freely in the skies, only to become a meal for these starving ghosts. Huaxia sighed, his eyes slowly reddening. There are more and more ghosts. Will there come a day when they break through the ghost domain and enter the city? Will we end up like this bird? Huaxia wiped his tears. Chen Qing. To Chen Qing's surprise, Monkey also wore a worried expression. Sighing, perhaps our mission in the ghost army is to die at the hands of ghosts. Sighing, his eyes also turned red. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have gone with them. After all, I can't protect anyone. Lone Star gritted his teeth, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. Not good. It's a night crier. Chen Qing suddenly understood. The night crier is the evil ghost level of a child ghost, capable of amplifying a person's negative emotions dozens or hundreds of times. When one can no longer hold back their sobs, it is basically impossible to save them. They will cry themselves to death. Adults are somewhat better off, but infants are nearly helpless. The most troublesome part is, no one has ever found out where the night crier is located. Run. With a single thought, the martial artist appeared before them, grabbing one in each hand and running away at high speed. After running for 4 or 5 minutes, Chen Qing finally let them go. What's wrong, great God? Huaxia's eyes were filled with tears, somewhat confused. Just now, there might have been a ghost nearby that could influence people's emotions. If we didn't leave soon, we could have been in trouble. The 3 had red eyes. At this moment, they were all uncertain. They could all be sure that they weren't under any mental control, and they could fully remember their changes in thoughts. But this wave of sadness came out of nowhere. They had indeed been affected. What a strange ghost. Huaxia cursed. Damn it, it's just a dead bird, and it caused so much drama. Lone Star and Monkey felt a bit awkward. Chen Qing, however, was not surprised. He became more vigilant, realizing that they had encountered an evil ghost level. According to Han Yuan, the evil ghost level in the princess tomb should have been dealt with a long time ago. But last time, the seemingly evil spirit level princess appeared openly. And now they encountered an evil ghost level again. Something must have gone wrong. After pondering for a moment, he decided to be honest. 3 of you. If I'm not mistaken, the ghost we just encountered is an evil ghost level. If we continue, we might be in danger. The 3 were taken aback. Monkey narrowed his eyes. Forget it. Let's take a chance. Lone Star did not hesitate. Continue. Huaxia's face showed struggle, and after a while, he also said, let's do it. The core area of the princess tomb is too dangerous. We can only look for opportunities along the periphery. As long as we don't encounter the princess, with 3 evil ghost level pets, Chen Qing was confident he could protect himself. But without exposing his strength, he had no confidence in protecting the 3 of them. Monkey was definitely trustworthy, but the other 2 were just ordinary roommates. Bang. Suddenly, a light knocking sound came from the depths of the fog. The watchman. Chen Qing's expression changed. Let's go? Perhaps because they were far away. The voice of the watchman did not affect the 4 of them. After a while, having distanced themselves enough, Huaxia began to feel puzzled. What was that just now? The watchman, at the evil ghost level. The last time we cleared the ghostless temple, it was this kind of ghost. The 3 of them turned pale upon hearing this. Although they hadn't participated, too many brothers were injured that night, so they naturally heard about how terrifying this evil ghost was. Encountering 2 evil ghosts in a row, Chen Qing sensed that something was wrong. We can't go any further. Chen Qing immediately made a decision. The 3 were somewhat disappointed, but naturally, they couldn't continue blindly. They turned back in silence. However, as they walked, Chen Qing's brows furrowed. Why have we been walking for so long? The monkey glanced around and pointed at a low wall. It seems we just passed by here. Looking at the ghost detector, the directional function had long malfunctioned. Guxing picked up a stone and placed it on the wall, and the 4 set off again. Moments later, they encountered that low wall again. The stone Guxing had placed remained unchanged. Are the ghosts playing tricks on the wall? The evil ghost level of the house ghost. Chaos courtyard? Chen Qing's brow furrowed even deeper. Another evil ghost level. House ghost. ISNTG Luo ghost a house ghost? The monkey frowned. Chen Qing shook his head. He naturally understood what the monkey meant. But with Ji Luo's current soul power, he still couldn't possess an evil ghost level ghost pet. He had only heard of Chaos Courtyard. How did they encounter so many tricky things in one night? What about Huaxia? Guxing suddenly asked. The 3 were stunned. Instantly, a chill ran down their spines. Right. Where's Huaxia? How could he disappear without a sound? Suddenly, a blade came swinging down. Chen Qing had been on guard and instinctively blocked with his sword. Be careful. Be careful. Blades kept coming from other directions. It turned out to be a squad of soldier ghosts. Chen Qing quickly summoned his martial spirit. The monkey also summoned his martial spirit. 3 people, 2 ghosts, 3 blades, and 2 staffs instantly pushed the blades back. Only then did they see clearly. There were 5 soldier ghosts in total. Soldier ghosts were far from being a match for the martial spirits, but with 5 of them attacking and defending together, coordinating perfectly. They pressed the 3 and 2 ghosts back relentlessly. Chen Qing's mind raced. Although there was thick fog here, it couldn't be this dense. The 5 soldier ghosts were only noticed at the moment they attacked. There must be some sort of concealment or invisibility technique. Clang, clang, clang. Thanks to the training from the martial spirit, Chen Qing could still cope, but Gu Xing and the monkey were already in peril. Swish. A flash of blade light. Gu Xing's left arm was struck by a blade. Gu Xing. The monkey hurriedly pushed aside the soldier ghost in front of him and swung his blade to deflect the strike aimed at Gu Xing. But at the same time, another blade struck. Suddenly, this soldier ghost disappeared from its original position. In its place was a hanging ghost in white, and in front of Chen Qing, 2 strips of white silk draped lightly over the low wall, tightly choking a soldier ghost that was struggling madly. The martial spirit would not miss this opportunity. One staff heavily struck on the soldier ghost's head. Clang. The helmet shook violently. The soldier ghost's body stiffened, and Chen Qing's kunwu sword slashed horizontally. The soldier ghost's head flew high into the air. With one death, the cooperation among the soldier ghosts weakened by half. Chen Qing and the big martial spirit isolated 3 soldier ghosts, and under the attacks of Gu Xing, the monkey, and the little martial spirit. The head of the second soldier ghost was also severed. Then, the third one followed. Chen Qing asked, Gu Xing, do you want the soldier ghost? Yes. Gu Xing did not hesitate. The martial spirit was not something anyone could touch, and the soldier ghost was already an excellent choice. Do you want both? 1. The monkey hesitated, knowing the soldier ghost was not as good as the martial spirit, but it was indeed a good choice. After a while, he gave up. With the martial spirit there, they didn't lack offense, only support. After measuring the ghost energy, they left one with a reading of 61. The big martial spirit and the little martial spirit firmly pinned it to the ground. Gu Xing stepped forward 2 steps and began to cast the ghost contract technique. Once, twice, 3 times on the 8th attempt, the contract finally succeeded. Meanwhile, Chen Qing silently exchanged the toilet ghost, gambling ghost, and food ghost for 3 soldier ghosts, 1 at the 6th level of wandering soul, 1 at the 5th level, and 1 at the 4th level. The ghost energy values of these 3 soldier ghosts were only 46, 55, and 61, very weak, but they could increase Zhong Kui's ghost energy by about 80. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief, looking at Chen Qing with gratitude. Chen Qing, I'm not good with words, but thank you. Chen Qing nodded. Follow me. The monkey and Gu Xing immediately kept up. The 3 arrived at the water's edge. This area used to have integrated agriculture, with many ponds, but after neglect. Either the dikes between the ponds were damaged and connected into one, or it became a pool of stagnant water, gradually drying up. There were splashes of water at the pond's edge. In the dim night, it was difficult to detect even upon close inspection. Following the watermarks, Chen Qing wound left and right. In just a minute, the front opened up. He Runxing looked at Chen Qing and the 3 in shock. You a blade. He Runxing's left leg was severed at the knee. Gu Xing and the monkey's pupils dilated sharply. He Runxing screamed. In disbelief, he looked at his severed leg. You why? He Runxing's face turned pale. You dare drops of blood from the tip of the kunwu sword dripped into the pond, creating ripples that spread out. Chen Qing, don't. I'll talk. He Runxing panicked. He never expected Chen Qing would make such a brutal move without saying a word. Even after nearly 10 days of brutal training, his understanding still remained at the student stage. Severing limbs upon first strike was a cruelty he had never imagined. In his mind, a black eye or a swollen face was already a great grudge, and he suddenly realized that Chen Qing might dare to kill. Ji Luo. It's Ji Luo. He told me to report everything to you. As long as I obey, he will give me a house ghost. Once my soul power is sufficient, he will help me elevate the house ghost to Chaos Courtyard. Chen Qing, holding the sword, stepped forward step by step. On the 1-foot-wide dike, he Runxing, terrified, disregarded the pain and frantically crawled backward. Uncle Ji, save me. Save me. You're still a kid, but you're quite ruthless. Suddenly, a voice said coldly. A middle-aged man stepped out from the space ahead, as if hidden behind a painting. This man was strong and had dark skin. He coldly looked at Chen Qing. How did you see through the Chaos Courtyard? See through? Sorry, I'm just a ghost pet enthusiast. Throwing one into the pond isn't too much, right? The water monkey had been quietly following the 4 from a distance in the pond, then stealthily followed the straying he Runxing and marked the path he Runxing had taken. Chen Qing followed the markings and exited the Chaos Courtyard. The Chaos Courtyard was actually manipulated by someone. It was as if a certain area was divided into several puzzle pieces, constantly reorganizing. Of course, the piece he was in would not move. This is known as the Eye of the Storm. Chen Qing did not have the habit of being open-hearted with his enemies. He smiled faintly, because you had left the biggest flaw. Chen Qing pointed to the sky above the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man instinctively looked up. Whoosh! A dark shadow shot out of the water like an arrow. With a loud splash, it plunged into the other side of the pool. The middle-aged man had already vanished. Gu Xing and the monkey were both startled. Be careful. Be careful. In the pond, the middle-aged man was entangled by the long tail of a water monkey, firmly pinned to the bottom of the pool. The water monkey's limbs were also not idle, attacking the middle-aged man's neck and chest with its sharp claws, making a popping sound. A large amount of blood gushed out. Even under the dim sky, it was vaguely visible. Bubbles kept rising, and the middle-aged man's body thrashed violently at the bottom of the water. Gradually, the commotion grew smaller and smaller, until finally, he was completely dead at the bottom of the pool. Chen Qing felt a chill all over. In his eyes, Uncle Ji was a master on par with Han Yuan. Yet he was so easily taken down by Chen Qing in this pond. You, Chen Qing. We are classmates. We are schoolmates. I was just confused for a moment. You. The monkey and Gushing watched this scene, feeling a chill all over. Yes. That chaotic court is right here. Here. Monkey, Gushing, keep an eye on him. Chen Qing took a few steps forward, and the scene before him changed again. Ahead, a white weasel was fleeing at high speed. However, the death of its master brought about a terrible weakness. It wasn't running fast. Is this the chaotic court? An idea? And a hanging ghost appeared before him. The big hand of the hairy corpse was already raised high towards the hanging ghost. In the next second, the hanging ghost, choked by white silk, suddenly vanished, and inside the silk was a white weasel struggling madly. The big hand of the hairy corpse came crashing down. Bang! It was like smashing a watermelon. The brain matter of the white weasel splattered everywhere. Controlling the fourfold evil soldier, the ghost shattered, clearing a space for the chaotic court. Chen Qing slowly returned to the three. Qing's face turned pale, already on the verge of blood loss shock. Chen Qing, how do you plan to deal with him? Gushing asked, but in his heart, he already had an answer. Chen Qing smiled, putting his arms around the two and walking out of the pond's edge. Let's not talk about these depressing topics. At the same time, with one thought, the embroidery girl appeared by the pond, walking towards Qing with a light laugh. Chen Qing gave her an instruction. Sew a human skin wedding dress. Chapter 61. The mysterious assassin, the monkey, and Gushing fell silent. Remembering Chen Qing's various actions tonight, they felt fear in their hearts. A strong man who could control the chaotic court, yet he died so frivolously. He just followed the direction pointed by Chen Qing, looked up at the sky, and died. Can Chen Qing not kill him? Gushing's face turned somewhat pale. Chen Qing smiled, his expression unchanged, still that quiet and gentle youth. Gushing, have you ever thought about what would happen if I hadn't killed this Ji tonight? What would happen? Gushing remained silent. He wanted to argue for the terrifying guess in his heart, but only silence remained. Chen Qing, I've admired you since childhood. From today on, even more so. The monkey cursed. Damn it, from now on, whatever you say we'll do. We have nothing more to say. Chen Qing smiled and looked at Gushing. Gushing's body trembled slightly. I won't say anything. Ha, Chen Qing laughed. Don't make it sound like I have to kill to keep quiet. Just do what we need to do. Gushing looked at Chen Qing, still that gentle youth. It was completely unimaginable that he had just killed 2 people. That ghost pet that just emerged from the water, is it also yours? Chen Qing knew what he wanted to ask, and nodded. I've been in the spirit realm for a while now. For a while now? Gushing mumbled. Chen Qing, Zhou Yangqiao, and Ji Luo were recognized as geniuses among newcomers. But he suddenly realized that this person before him seemed to be the unparalleled beast hidden among everyone. You guys chat. I'll be back soon. Watching Chen Qing's departing figure, Gushing stiffly smiled. You said what ghost and soldier ghost would work better together? I also really want a hanging ghost. But to encounter this ghost, it seems like it also requires luck. The usually silent Gushing kept trying to find something to say. Perhaps he wasn't even aware that he didn't want his mind to stop. He didn't want to, nor dared to think about Qing's fate by the pond. The embroidery girl smiled as she showed Chen Qing a bloody skin, which could vaguely be seen as a vest. Chen Qing nodded, and with one thought, summoned the chaotic court. A white weasel. Ghost measurement, 401. Fourfold evil ghost. Now, I have a total of 5 evil ghosts under my command. 2 fourfold evil ghosts. Huapi 527. Chaotic court 401. 1 threefold evil ghost. Maojiang 336. 2 one-fold evil ghosts. Beigujing 147. Water monkey 123. 4 ninefold wandering souls. Embroidery girl 100. Child ghost 97. Martial man 92. Hanging ghost 81. 7 and 6-fold wandering souls. Soldier ghost 71. Soldier ghost 61. 1 5-fold wandering soul. Soldier ghost 55. 1 newborn wandering soul. Mad ghost 9. Beigujing was originally comparable to Huapi, but was crippled by Zhong Kui and still has no combat power. After the battle with Yubei, the hanging ghost and martial man were severely injured, but now they have mostly recuperated. The embroidery girl, after that hot human skin wedding dress, was already on the verge of promotion, but it should still take some time. Overall, except for Beigujing and the hanging ghost, all have increased a bit. Only the mad ghost showed an exceptionally weak state. Zhong Kui's ghost energy value is half of the total of the 12 ghosts of the Demon Suppression Tower, which means it has reached around 780, an incredibly outrageous level of wandering soul. Knowing that Zhong Kui was currently focusing on waiting for his summoning, Chen Qing naturally would not waste this summoning out of curiosity about his ghost energy value. Regaining his focus, he looked at the chaotic court. Can you understand human speech? The chaotic court nodded. Can you speak? The chaotic court shook its head. Chen Qing frowned. He had no patience for guessing and asking questions. This kind of work should be left to Huapi. At that moment, he put away the ghost pets and returned to the monkey and Gushing. Let's go. The many ghostly beings encountered today were mostly the doing of the chaotic court. The danger should be minimal now. Chen Qing was thinking about suitable ghost types for the monkey. In fact, he hoped to encounter a Chong. Preferably a tiger Chong acting as a Chong for the tiger. Like the mad ghost, Chong is a large category. Mad ghosts include drunkards, gamblers, miserly ghosts, and so on. Chong also has many forms. The most common are Tiger Chong and the Cunning Fox Chong. Usually, after possession, both the possessed and the Chang's strength would greatly increase. In this way, the monkey also has the ability to protect itself in the apocalypse. As for other options, the embroidering girl is a perfect match, but too rare to demand. After considering it, the best choice remains the hanging ghost. The three of them, armed with knives, moved forward slowly. Before long, they heard a series of chanting sounds. Upon closer inspection, it was Buddhist scriptures. A monk ghost? Cautiously, they approached and saw a highly decayed monk. His hands were clasped together. But one hand had only bones left. His jaw had rotted away, revealing his tongue inside. As he chanted, everyone felt dizzy. But that was all. Just a first-level wandering soul. Let us move on. The three continued walking. Time passed slowly. Although they encountered many ghosts, the right fit had yet to appear. They did come across a 5-level hanging ghost, but with 2 of them at a lower level and Chen Qing already having one, they decided to let it go. The 3 sat by a tree and began eating compressed biscuits. The hanging ghost had been encountered once, proving it wasn't too hard to find. And they could surely find another. The monkey seemed to be either cheering himself up or comforting himself. Just then, Chen Qing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he lunged forward as a flash of a knife grazed his back down to his buttocks. With the protective skin, he was naturally unharmed. But it still startled him into a cold sweat. The hanging ghost and the martial man appeared immediately. The hanging ghost was about to unleash a skill when it suddenly paused. It disappeared? No, we can't let this thing escape. Chen Qing's gaze turned cold, and he unleashed the chaotic courtyard. In the next moment, a white weasel appeared. A child ghost, a chubby little child, dressed in a belly band and bare-bottomed, also appeared, saying in a babyish voice, "Mama loves." The monkey and Lone Star's eyes immediately became a bit dazed, recalling the warmth of their mother's embrace and the sunshine. The chaotic courtyard was controlling the surrounding space, rapidly restructuring and cycling. Within 100 meters, one could only enter, not exit. What an outrageous ability. Chen Qing was momentarily lost in thought. The spot where they were located was naturally the eye of the formation. From here, it seemed as if the surrounding space had been sliced into cubes the size of houses. Chen Qing saw it. A pure black figure emerged from the shadow of a tree, about to leap into the shadow of another tree, but abruptly slammed into a wall. A hanging ghost. The white silk of the hanging ghost lightly draped over the tree. Its figure vanished, while within the white silk, a completely black shadow struggled wildly. Chen Qing frowned. Where are its eyes? Its nose? It looked as if its entire body was coated in a non-reflective material, so dark that not a single detail could be discerned. He put away the chaotic courtyard and the child ghost. The monkey and Lone Star both woke up. The two immediately saw the black ghost hanging up. What is this? It might be an assassin. I've only heard of it, but never seen one. Lone Star's eyes lit up. Great God, can you give it to me? It probably won't pair well with your soldier ghost. No problem. It's absolutely fine. I just want this. Chen Qing pondered for a moment. He measured the ghost energy value, 57, a 5-level wandering soul, just right. At that moment, the hanging ghost controlled it to prevent it from moving around, and Lone Star repeatedly performed the contract, just as his soul power was about to deplete. He finally succeeded in the contract. Indeed, it was an assassin. Chapter 62, The Forensic Core? Collect for me. The assassin seemed to suit Lone Star's personality quite well. Neither of them asked why they had fallen into an illusion earlier. It might be related to Chen Qing, but that didn't make sense. Chen Qing's hanging ghost and martial man were well known, but tonight, it was known that he also had a drowning ghost. That already made 3. There couldn't possibly be a 4th, right? That wouldn't make sense. As for the ghost in the water, it wasn't a wandering soul-level drowning ghost, but an evil ghost-level water monkey. This was something they would never think of. Both of them had already regarded Chen Qing highly, but they didn't know that Chen Qing was far beyond what they imagined. Do you think you can beat Chen Qing? The monkey asked. Lone Star thought for a moment and nodded seriously. I have an 80 chance of winning. If it's a life-and-death battle, I will definitely kill him. Envious. The monkey thought for a moment and looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing, can you beat Zhou Yangqiao and Ji Luo? Of course I can win. Chen Qing smiled. All the newcomers together wouldn't be enough for me to fight, right? The monkey was stunned. Damn. Is he blowing this out of proportion? Meanwhile, Lone Star's pupils slightly constricted. He didn't think Chen Qing was bragging, but it was still quite unbelievable. Chen Qing didn't respond, and instead made a shushing gesture to the two. They immediately stopped in their tracks, gripping their kunwen knives tightly. Not far away, a monster appeared. There were no words to describe this creature. It could only be called a monster. Extremely large, at least 4 meters tall, almost spherical in shape. This thing was made up of countless severed bodies sewn together. Most were human organs, arms, legs. There were also deer heads, horse hooves, etc. With 5 feet on the ground, it moved slowly, and on its body, dozens of hands kept grabbing and releasing. What the hell? The monkey felt a chill all over. As the 3 stared in shock, a large dog was running around this thing. The big dog had 2 heads. One was gnawing on a large piece of rotten flesh, while the other head was frantically biting and grabbing, dragging along dark, sticky saliva. Then came the second, third, fourth. Retreat, Chen Qing whispered. The 3 of them quietly retreated to the shadow of a tree. They didn't act rashly, instinctively hiding behind the tree. The dense bushes around them made it unlikely they would be discovered. The low growls of the pack of dogs, their mutual biting, and the footsteps of that huge monster. Each step caused the ground to tremble slightly. The monkey suddenly gently tapped Chen Qing. Chen Qing poked his head out halfway, and through the bushes, his eyes widened. In the pack of dogs, there was a tall figure at least 2 meters high, not just tall, but also fat, with a huge belly almost dropping to his knees. He had 3 arms, and a small hand from his neck held a bundle of iron chains, while his left hand had 4 massive chains attached to the bodies of 4 huge dogs. In his right hand, he held a butcher's knife nearly a foot long. This ghost exuded an overwhelming bloody scent, detectable even from dozens of meters away. This is a butcher. Chen Qing was immediately shocked. A butcher, a super strong ghost type. The strength is nearly unmatched among wandering souls. Ghost table measurement, 55. 5-level wandering soul, just right for the monkey to contract. This is it. Chen Qing was overjoyed. The powerful ghost species had already reached the level of an evil ghost and no longer needed this. But for the monkey, it was an excellent choice. He had made up his mind, but did not act rashly. Because, in his impression, butchers did not have dogs. Where did these dogs and that huge monster come from? The giant monster stopped in its tracks. The pack of dogs and the butcher also came to a halt, seemingly waiting for someone. After a while, a 3-headed dog, about the size of a horse, appeared. The left and right heads were biting and barking at each other, while the middle head seemed dead, with its eyes closed. To everyone's surprise, a person or ghost was riding on the 3-headed dog. This person was extremely thin, with bright eyes and white hair. Master, that's a coroner. The painted skin immediately became excited. Coroner? The coroner, in ancient times, was a forensic doctor who examined injuries and dissected corpses. Were all these ghostly things created by him? It seemed so. The coroner's abilities were likely not inferior to mine. I hope the master can take him in. The painted skin spoke very seriously. Chen Qing had no objections to accepting the coroner, but he had one question. The other party seemed very powerful. Master, the coroner is an evil ghost level. He is called a doctor at the wandering soul level. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing felt restless. A physician. The team was currently lacking a physician. This one must be secured. Chen Qing silently thought, as suddenly something dripped onto his shoulder. Instinctively looking up, he saw a human face. It was a monster with a human head and lizard body, sticking to a tree, looking at the 3 with drool pouring from its mouth. Bang! The martial artist struck with a long stick. It pierced through its body, pinning it to the tree. The monster screamed like a human. Attack! Chen Qing shouted. The 2 were startled. Turning to see the monster on the tree, they knew their location had been exposed and also rushed to attack. The monkey's martial artist, the Lone Star's assassin and soldier ghost. The embroidered girl appeared first, followed by the hair stiffened. Chaos in the courtyard, along with 3 soldier ghosts. The monkey and Lone Star were dumbfounded. Hanging ghost, martial artist, drowning ghost, hair stiffened, white weasel, and 3 soldier ghosts. Chen Qing had 8 ghost pets. However, there was no time to think about it now. A chaotic battle had erupted. Be careful of the butcher. The embroidered girl formed a needle in the void, her fair hand piercing slightly. A 2-headed dog jumped up with its tail between its legs, but its body was pierced by something, as if it were pinned in the void. The hair stiffened, stepped forward, and struck down with a heavy palm. Bang! The 2-headed dog's head exploded. It collapsed. The coroner looked over, and 2 long, thin knives appeared in his hands like chopsticks, and he slashed in the void, cutting the feet of the soldier ghost, rushing over into several pieces, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground, along with several smoothly cut legs flying out. This scene made the 3 feel a chill. At this moment, the butcher suddenly threw out an iron chain. The iron chain vanished in an eerie manner. Almost simultaneously, a chain lock appeared on one of Chen Qing's soldier ghosts, contracting the instant it appeared, making the soldier ghost's body creak. Ha! The butcher laughed maniacally, making a gesture to pull back, and the struggling soldier ghost was immediately dragged over, plowing a chaotic trail on the ground. Woof! Dog barks erupted, and 2 soldier ghosts and 2 martial artists barely held the line. The coroner raised his small knife again, but a shadow suddenly leaped up, stabbing directly at the coroner's face. The coroner, caught off guard, was stabbed in the mouth, pulling one side of his cheek apart, revealing his yellowing teeth inside. The coroner was shocked. The 3-headed dog also retreated a few steps. The shadow jumped into the darkness and disappeared. Chen Qing was overjoyed. As long as they could hold back the most troublesome coroner, the other ghosts could handle the rest. At this time, the hair stiffened, stepped forward, and grabbed the soldier ghost that was being dragged away. The butcher's mad laughter suddenly stopped. The butcher was an invincible existence of the same power level. The hair stiffened was also one of the top existences at that power level. However, the hair stiffened was an evil ghost. The butcher's body was dragged forward heavily with a step. With a loud thud, dust flew up. The hair stiffened tried to grab the invisible chain, but failed. This chain in the void seemed to have no substance. The hair stiffened could only grab the soldier ghost bound by the iron chain and pull it back. The butcher's body was once again pulled forward, staggering and nearly falling. Meanwhile, the large martial artist swung his long stick, each strike hitting the vital parts of the two-headed dog perfectly. For example, the waist, the neck, and the groin. If it were an ordinary dog, it would be seriously injured or dead from such hits. But these two-headed dogs seemed to have significantly degraded senses. After being knocked down, they whined and then joined the battle again. The martial artist's skills were terrifying, especially when the large and small martial artists worked together. Their twin sticks whistling through the air, nearly impenetrable. The small martial artist lifted a two-headed dog, which flew in front of the large martial artist, and met it with a heavy stick. Wham! The two-headed dog's head exploded. Only one skin remained connected. Chen Qing had been vigilant of that huge, stitched monster, but it moved slowly and seemed to lack lethality. The coroner had already been entangled by the assassin, who had no intention of killing him. But as soon as the coroner raised his small knife, the assassin would suddenly appear again. At this moment, the hair stiffened had reached the butcher. The butcher let out a mad laugh. Haha, that pig-killing knife, the size of a monitor, came crashing down, directly on the hair stiffened's head. Clang! Sparks flew. A few coarse hairs were cut off, falling to the ground like iron wires. The pig-killing knife was deflected. The hair stiffened slightly swayed but then steadied itself. It raised its hand high. Don't kill it, Chen Qing hurriedly said. Perhaps in terms of strength, the butcher could barely match the hair stiffened, but with the butcher's defense, he would definitely not withstand the hair stiffened strike. The butcher was meant to be left for the monkey. The embroidered girl pierced the void with needles, and countless illusory needles stabbed into the butcher's body. Meanwhile, the hair stiffened had already clung to the butcher like a sloth, firmly locking him down. But there was still a hand on the butcher's neck. That hand heavily pressed on the hair stiffened's face, seemingly poking at its eyeball. How terrifying was the hair stiffened's defense. Even its eyeball was incredibly hard, but it was still painful. At this moment, the hair stiffened became furious, biting down on that hand, twisting its head to tear it off, and throwing it aside. The coroner finally sensed something was wrong. He squeezed his legs, and the three-headed dog beneath him howled and attempted to flee. Just then, the hanging ghost appeared. In the next moment, the hanging ghost abruptly vanished, leaving only a white ribbon, and the one bound by the ribbon was the incredulous coroner. He didn't have time to struggle. The martial artist's long stick, 2 knives from the 2 soldier ghosts, plus Chen Qing's kunwa knife, all stabbed into the coroner's body. The coroner paused slightly, then suddenly struggled, the cut wounds rapidly healing as if a zipper was being closed. The coroner's hands hung stiffly at his sides, but the small knife in his hand flipped lightly, and one side of the white silk suddenly snapped. If even a bound coroner couldn't be kept, Chen Qing wouldn't need to continue. With a cold laugh, the kunwa knife flashed with a cold light. The coroner's head flew off. The head of the coroner smashed heavily to the ground, still opening and closing its mouth, eyes flashing wildly. Not dead yet. Chen Qing laughed. The kunwa knife swung wildly, bones and flesh flying everywhere. The coroner finally died. Help! At this moment, the hanged ghost quickly left on the 3-headed dog. If it weren't for a scream, it would have looked quite elegant in its flowing white attire. Chen Qing was stunned. This guy could actually talk? An assassin who had been hiding in the shadow of the 3-headed dog suddenly leaped up and pounced on the hanged ghost. The two rolled around several times before stopping. The other 2-headed dogs all fled in panic. Even the one that lost a head did the same. It was just that its legs were very uncoordinated, like those of a child with polio. Whoa, huh, let go, let go. The whole scene fell silent, leaving only the butcher's cries, locked in place by the hair, and the huge, still stomping stitched monster. At this moment, the stitched monster was pacing in place, slowly turning around. Monkey, your butcher, come collect him. Only now did the monkey understand that Chen Qing had caught the butcher for him, and he was suddenly overjoyed. The butcher was incredibly strong. His strength was unmatched. What was rare was that his control was also quite terrifying. Have you ever heard of void chains? On the other side, the assassin returned to the crowd with the long-haired, sickly hanged ghost. The hanged ghost seemed unable to walk. Upon returning, a white silk rope pulled it back up. Another one had snapped. The hanged ghost held the broken white silk, making the scene somewhat awkward. Perhaps used to being suspended by 2 pieces of white silk, now being on one side felt somewhat strange. Although his face couldn't be seen, Chen Qing could sense that he was throwing a fit. Without further ado, with a thought, he put him away. The monkey had already activated the ghost contract technique. Once, twice, 3 times. Whoa-ha! No way. No way. The butcher laughed maniacally. Soon, the contract count reached 23, and the monkey's face turned pale, nearly collapsing. His soul power had dried up. Meanwhile, the butcher was also rolling his eyes, clearly on the verge of collapsing. Chen Qing pulled out a spirit stone, and after the monkey absorbed it, he immediately became lively again. After a few more attempts, the butcher finally surrendered. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This trip was very successful. With a thought, the coroner appeared. Chen Qing pointed to the butcher, fixed his hand. The coroner was still a bit dazed, but after a while, he finally understood the situation. Without saying much, he walked over, picked up the butcher's third hand, aimed it at the butcher's neck, spread his hands, and the flesh immediately stitched back together, healing rapidly. The butcher moved around freely. The butcher laughed. Whoa ha ha. Chen Qing was also very pleased. The team had always lacked a doctor, and they finally had one. The ghost's gaze fell on the coroner. 665. Wow, a six-fold evil ghost. Chapter 63. The contract gold is not exchanged, finally possessing a high-level ghost pet. Gu Xing watched all this in shock. Everything exceeded his understanding. Did Chen Qing summon 7? Or was it 8 ghosts tonight? Even those at the pinnacle of humanity couldn't do it. At this moment, he finally understood that Chen Qing's words about all newcomers bound together not being able to defeat him were not a joke. Indeed, even combined, they wouldn't be Chen Qing's opponent. It was no longer on the same level. Coroner, what is that big monster for? Master. That is the collection of corpses collected by the little one, used to make the two-headed dogs. That's impressive. Transporting materials while letting the materials travel on their own. What is the middle head of your three-headed dog for? Returning to the master, the little one has always wanted to grant that middle head some small abilities, but has not been able to fulfill that wish. Chen Qing was somewhat stunned. He felt that if he let him continue like this, he might be able to gather a big ghost tide. Can you summon those two-headed dogs and three-headed dogs back? It should be possible. The coroner raised 2 small knives like chopsticks, rubbing the backs of the 2 knives together. Before long, 4 two-headed dogs and 1 three-headed dog returned to him. Chen Qing nodded and collected all the 2-headed and 3-headed dogs. All this was done in the realm of chaos. The coroner should remain low-key. Chen Qing appeared in front of Gu Xing, saying, I don't want others to know my matters. Chen Qing smiled, still wearing that gentle expression. But Gu Xing felt a chill in his heart. Seriously said, Chen Qing, I will follow you. Okay, then that letter makes you my golden knife prince, no? My sword-wielding guard. Chen Qing said with a smile. As for the monkey, Chen Qing said nothing. No need to say anything. In this life, Chen Qing only has 5 people he will not let down. Chen Man, Uncle Xia, the monkey, Chen Shan, and Chen Quan. The monkey was a bit excited. Chen Qing. Shall we find a few ghosts to practice? Chen Qing nodded. He also reminded, don't come out without me. The strength of the martial artist and the butcher is quite considerable, but some ghosts are very tricky. It's like now, I'm not too afraid of the physical level, but I still can't deal with the magical level. That is what I mean. Chen Qing said, quickly cultivate your soul power. As long as your soul power is sufficient, the martial artist can be promoted to the evil ghost level at any time. Wow. Brother Qing. No, Uncle Qing. Grandfather Qing. The monkey was overjoyed. With the martial artist's strength, promotion would definitely be extremely difficult. And if the promotion was successful, he couldn't even imagine it. At that time, wait, with the martial artist and the butcher, now even if it's Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo, he would have confidence to face them. The various ghost promotion spirit guides are all peculiar. The martial artist's evil ghost level is called Martial Champion, and the spirit guide is the Emperor's Decree. The decree can be issued orally, with a written command or a holy edict. Chen Qing possesses 3 holy edicts to confer the title of Martial Champion. The 3rd level of the Demon Suppressing Tower can allow ghost pets to grow rapidly, but if the monkey's soul power is low, the ghost pets will backlash. It can only be done slowly. The 3 continued on, soon encountering a few skeletons. Contrary to the imagined white, their bones were very yellow, and there was quite a bit of rotten flesh hanging on them. The monkey first summoned the butcher, and the little hand on the butcher's neck threw out chains. And the next moment the chains appeared on the skeleton. The skeleton was tied up, making crackling sounds, continuously bursting out small fragments of bones. Woha! The butcher laughed heartily, his fat tongue licking his lips, his hands constantly making pulling motions. The skeleton was quickly dragged back, and the butcher struck down with a knife, directly splitting from the top of the head down to the pelvis. Wow wow wow. A man like a mad dog. The monkey was overjoyed. The martial artist was already sufficiently perverted, but the butcher's strength was even higher than the martial artist. The Lone Star also began to experiment with the assassin's attack methods. As long as there were shadows, the assassin could become invisible. Although the attack power was still somewhat low, if used properly, it could yield unexpected results. In a moment, 5 skeletons became mere sticks. The Lone Star felt a bit dazed. Before tonight, facing 5 skeletons would definitely be a dangerous situation for him. But in just a few hours, he could easily kill these skeletons. All of this was because of Chen Qing. Golden Unchanging, Golden Unchanging, Golden Unchanging. A familiar, eerie voice suddenly emerged. Chen Qing was both surprised and delighted. With a thought, the chaotic court appeared, and the space in front of him quickly reorganized, cutting off the line of sight between the Lone Star and the monkey. Golden Unchanging still carried a huge sack filled with gold ingots. Golden Unchanging, Golden Unchanging, Golden Unchanging. Golden Unchanging bounced towards a bone stick. Chen Qing no longer hesitated. Zhong Kui, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately appeared. His eyes were misaligned. The left eye immediately looked at Golden Unchanging. Hey, Golden Unchanging. Ha! No wonder you don't believe this great deity. It really is quite tricky. But who is this great deity? How could I be stumped? Hey, Zhong Kui formed a sword shape with his index and middle fingers, pointing at Golden Unchanging. But Golden Unchanging's body merely paused slightly and continued bouncing towards the bone stick. Zhong Kui frowned. This creature always appeared relaxed in any situation. But this time it revealed such an expression. Golden Unchanging, Golden Unchanging, Golden Unchanging. Golden Unchanging continued to advance. Got it. Zhong Kui clapped his hands together. Golden Unchanging was still moving forward, but the ground beneath its feet was rolling like a treadmill, making it look as if Golden Unchanging wasn't moving at all. Ha! Let me show you this great deity's methods. Hurry, contracted. Chen Qing hesitated. The cost of the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique was terrifying. If he failed, he would die. What if it didn't agree? What are you afraid of? This great deity will follow you in. Oh right, how could I forget that? Without further hesitation, he used the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique. A pitch-black space instantly enveloped him, and Golden Unchanging. Golden Unchanging, Golden Unchanging, Golden Unchanging. Golden Unchanging was still bouncing, focused on that bone stick. A pitch-black circular ring appeared above Chen Qing's head, slowly descending towards Golden Unchanging. Golden Unchanging did not dodge, and the ring smoothly entered its head. It worked. Chen Qing was overjoyed. With a thought, Golden Unchanging quickly merged into Chen Qing's head. It really worked. A bet is a bet. Pay up, Zhong Kui said cheerfully. Chen Qing was quite satisfied and handed over 10 ghost orbs to Zhong Kui. But he had a reluctant expression on his face. Sigh. I admit defeat. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Zhong Kui was extremely pleased, turned his back, and laughed so hard he trembled. The ghost gauge pointed at Golden Unchanging, 788. Sevenfold evil ghost. Chen Qing was ecstatic, thinking of something. He pointed the ghost gauge at Zhong Kui, 1,999. 1,999. The numbers kept fluctuating but basically stabilized at 1,000. Below the ghost gauge were 3 conspicuous letters. Level Wandering Soul. Chapter 64. Big Gold Fatty joins the organization, described as extremely dangerous. Clearly, Zhong Kui fully deserved this evaluation. 1,000. By rights, that should already be at the evil spirit level. Yet this guy is still a wandering soul. Chen Qing found it absurd. While secretly feeling pleased, he also felt a bit of a headache. He didn't even know what the advancement spirit of the coroner was. Nor did he know what his evil spirit was called, but he felt that with some effort, he might also be able to obtain it. But what about Zhong Kui? Could this guy advance? Couldn't he possibly remain at the wandering soul level for a lifetime, right? Now he had 7 evil spirit levels under his command. 7-fold evil ghost, Golden Unchanging 788. 6-fold evil ghost, Coroner 665. 5-fold evil ghost, Painted Skin 527. 4-fold evil ghost, Chaotic Court 401. 3-fold evil ghost, Hair Corpse 336. 1-fold evil ghost, Bone Spirit 147. Water Monkey 123. There were 7 wandering souls. Level Wandering Soul, Zhong Kui. 10-fold Wandering Soul, Embroidered Girl 100. 9-fold Wandering Soul, Child Ghost 97. Martial Artist 92. 8-fold Wandering Soul, Hanged Ghost 81. 7-fold Wandering Soul, Soldier Ghost 71. 6-fold Wandering Soul, Soldier Ghost 61. 1-fold Wandering Soul, Mad Ghost 11. Mad Ghost. Chen Qing thought about it, and didn't he dare to change it. Because this was the first ghost pet in the Demon Suppression Tower. After Zhong Kui emerged, he was also mad, and his appearance could be described as a copy-paste. So Chen Qing had a guess. Could Zhong Kui be based on the first ghost pet of the Demon Suppression Tower? If that were the case, what would happen if he replaced the Mad Ghost, and Zhong Kui followed suit? Therefore, Chen Qing would rather waste a position than dare to remove the Mad Ghost. After all, having one more or one less didn't matter. Besides, it was also making progress, wasn't it? The ghost energy value rose from 9 to 11. By proportion, it was even a significant increase throughout the entire tower. Painted Skin, your servant is here. What was Golden Unchanging skill called again? One of the 36 celestial powers, turning stone into gold. Does it mean that if aimed at a living being, it can form a golden body again? Painted Skin paused. This servant doesn't know, but it might be possible. Then what would happen if the object of turning stone into gold was that big meatball from today? Painted Skin opened her mouth. That big meatball is simply a house. If that could turn into a golden body, I can't even imagine. Just sitting next to it would probably allow one's cultivation to rise rapidly. I'll try it when I go back, with an idea in mind. He looked outside to see the lone star and the monkey anxiously pacing around. They naturally heard the eerie Golden Unchanging, afraid that Chen Qing might encounter some danger. They wanted to help. However, the chaotic court's domain was complex, and with the constant changes in the chaotic court, they couldn't get out. I'm fine. I'll be out shortly, Chen Qing said loudly. The two were taken aback and finally felt relieved. Chen Qing took out 2 flying horses and 3 tomb-guarding beasts. 2 blood-red flying horses with wings. 3 tomb-guarding beasts, one resembling a lion and a dog, one with a human head and lion body, and one with goat horns and a black panther. The ghost energy concentration here should be enough for these to awaken, though it might take a bit longer. Chen Qing, are you okay? The monkey shouted again. I'm fine. I got lucky and found some good stuff. It'll take a couple of hours. Letting the coroner keep an eye on this, Chen Qing sat down next to the two. The monkey immediately asked, what good luck? After thinking, he realized that the awakening of cultural relics was probably no longer a secret. I discovered that it seems cultural relics can awaken when soaked in ghost energy. If you have any cultural relics at home, or can get some, you can give it a try. The monkey seemed to ponder. By the way, monkey, how is the safe house you're building? Trained in the base for a long time. It should be almost done, right? Chen Qing nodded. He had already prepared to bring the monkey family downstairs. After all, Manager Yang had bought the house on the 5th floor and with the rooftop. It had turned into a 3-story safe house, with a total area of nearly 900 square meters. Guxing, how about you? What was your original name? I don't want to mention that name. Guxing shook his head. Most normal people would likely think of the term Heavenly Kill Lonely Star, but seeing that he didn't want to bring it up, the two didn't press further. They then talked about many childhood memories. Do you remember that time we went fishing and you got beaten by your dad? Chen Qing chuckled. I said I saw something big in the water, and you didn't believe me. Now it seems it might have been a drowned ghost. You laugh like that. It gives me the chills, Guxing replied. By the way, Lu Yanhong, remember her? That woman is really something. I heard a few days ago she stole materials from my family's safe house, and when my mom caught her, she actually scratched my mom. And Hanya. Her punches were loud. There was someone in our high school who suffered from kidney failure, and that idiot's mom came to me asking for a kidney donation. I asked her why she didn't donate one herself. She said she was a woman and physically weak. Boys don't get affected. If it weren't said on WeChat, I would slapped her in reality. During this time, the tension had been too high, having experienced unprecedented high-intensity training, terrifying events, and even death. It seemed like today was the first day to truly let everything go, chatting like before, talking about family matters, and joking about others. By the way, Chen Qing, have you reached the Essence Realm and chosen a blood contract partner? Chen Qing shook his head, still hesitating. The blood contract partner is to form a life and death bond with a ghost pet. Everything about the ghost pet will affect the owner, and the blood contract can share the pet's skills. Zhong Kui is incredibly powerful, but has too many skills, and Chen Qing wasn't sure what skill he could draw. Jingwa Huan is a very good choice. It seems that Jingwa Huan has only 2 skills. One is the ability to turn stones into gold, one of the 36 heavenly powers, and the other is some kind of space-traveling skill, which is similar to the divine movement in the 72 divine powers and the star shifting in the great divine powers. Both are excellent choices. If it's the latter, that would be even better. This is something even Zhong Kui's binding technique can't restrain. With so many ghost pets, Chen Qing didn't lack combat power. He preferred self-preservation. Guxing, you want to choose the assassin's blood contract, right? Guxing nodded. The assassin's skills fit me very well. The three talked for a while longer. And then Chen Qing stood up. He walked back to the formation center, and 2 flying horses shook their heads, snorting loudly. They looked like porcelain but could move and run, which was very strange. Looking at the 3 tomb-guarding beasts, they had all gotten up. The lion-dog creature stretched out its right front leg and slowly licked it. The creature with a human face and a lion's body stared straight at Chen Qing. A bit eerie. The black panther with sheep horns stretched its front legs, yawning. Chen Qing couldn't help but marvel. With a thought, he summoned the lion-dog-like tomb-guarding beast. It looked like a stone lion, but it was moving. The monkey was taken aback. What is this thing? It's a tomb-guarding beast. Bring it home to ward off evil. Wow. The monkey observed for a moment, exclaiming, this is outrageous. It's absurd. What about you? I still have some. Then I'll accept it, adoptive father. Chen Qing thought for a moment and said, August 14th, it's best to take a day off and go home. The monkey's expression changed slightly. This is 10 million. What can you buy with it now? Chen Qing handed him a card. Hey, this is a bit outrageous, right? The monkey frowned, feeling it was incredible that Chen Qing casually gave him 10 million. Although Chen Qing was already quite outrageous, this was 10 million. It wasn't like Jihu, where having 200,000 cash in hand would already beat 9 out of 10 people. Money that isn't used is just waste paper. The monkey solemnly took it and asked, what other orders do you have, adoptive father? Treat it like the apocalypse. For example, no water, no electricity, no rice, no oil. Spend it quickly. If you run out of money, come find me. I have plenty of this waste paper. All right. The monkey led the tomb-guarding beast upstairs. Chen Qing went to a corner of the community. It was 3 a.m. He initially just wanted to take a distant look and leave. But he saw Uncle Xia sitting there. His hollow eyes were staring vacantly at the sky. Who? Uncle Xia frowned. Chen Qing? You can even tell it's me. Chen Qing smiled. How have you been these past few days, Uncle Xia? Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Xia heavily patted the pile of instant noodles, biscuits, and ham sausages that Chen Qing had given him. Life hasn't been this good for a while. Uncle Xia chuckled. What brings you to find me at this late hour? Just finished a mission, passing by the community, thought I'd take a look. Chen Qing thought for a moment and said, Uncle Xia, we're having mooncakes and watching a program at home on August 14th. You should come too. Uncle Xia readily agreed, sure. By the way, people in the community have been quite critical of you lately. You should be careful. This was something Chen Qing hadn't anticipated. What? They say you're involved in shady business, that your family is illegally occupying the rooftop, and that your construction is affecting their rest, especially in your building. They say it's affecting the structure and either want compensation or for you to buy their homes. The price is the same as that shop downstairs. Chen Qing sneered. In the end, they're just jealous. Manager Yang bought that shop below me for much more than the market price. Otherwise, these clowns wouldn't be so happy. Complain all they want. The government is too busy to care. If they notice you, I'll consider it a loss. The two chatted a bit more about family matters. Only then did Chen Qing get up to leave. He had made an appointment in advance, fearing Uncle Xia would go out on the 14th. Just then, the monkey came downstairs, and the two returned to the base together. Runsheng had left with the three of them, in the middle of the night. He asked them many questions. After that, there seemed to be no further developments. Chen Qing returned to the Demon Suppression Tower. Looking at the swirling, large meatball, he stroked his chin and made a decision. Jing Huan. In the next moment, Jing Huan appeared before him. It still looked small, barely half a meter tall, carrying a bag that was about a meter in diameter, filled to the brim with gold ingots. Every time Chen Qing saw Jing Huan, it was accompanied by the chant of Jing Huan, but this time it didn't make a sound. Chen Qing pointed at the huge meatball. Go. Turn it into a golden body. Jing Huan, Jing Huan shouted, bouncing towards the large meatball. Jing Huan, like diving. Jing Huan jumped into the big meatball. Starting from where it jumped in, it began to stiffen, turn to gold, and slowly expand to other places. But the speed slowed down. When it spread to about 60%, the gold transformation stopped. The already strange body of the big meatball became even more bizarre. Its entire body was stitched together from various severed limbs, and now half of it had turned to gold. The lower half of the big meatball had not yet turned to gold. If it were an ordinary creature, it would have definitely died, but it could still hold on. However, the gold was too heavy, and it could no longer support its upper body. All 5 legs were shaking, and it could fall at any moment. Chen Qing ignored it. Jing Huan. After calling twice, Jing Huan did not appear. He could feel that Jing Huan was still there, but now it was very weak. At that moment, Chen Qing began to practice the multi-treasure Dao again. His thoughts split into 8 streams and slowly expanded forward. In a blink, a day passed. When he called for Jing Huan again, it finally appeared before him. It looked very wilted, especially the big pocket behind it, which was empty, without a single gold ingot. Chen Qing understood that every time he turned stone into gold, he needed to have his pocket full of gold ingots. Time passed slowly, and after practicing for a full 5 days, Jing Huan's pocket was once again filled. The second transformation began. Jing Huan jumped into the big meatball's body. The enormous body finally turned entirely into gold and collapsed with a loud rumble, sending dust flying. Even though its body was still stitched together with dozens of severed limbs, the big golden fat seemed pleasing to the eye. This big golden fat had awakened into a golden body. One could only imagine how wildly the strength of the ghost pet would grow. Without hesitation, Chen Qing returned to his dormitory. About 14 hours had passed. At this moment, it was the second day since the 3 of them entered the ghost domain, 5 p.m. After greeting Gu Xing and the monkey, he went to the princess ghost domain. After waiting for a moment, night fell, and the ghostly aura surged. Arriving at a secluded spot, Chen Qing took out the big golden fat. Standing 4 meters tall, it shook the ground violently, with the density of gold. This creature should now weigh about 300 tons. The ghostly aura soaked in, and time flowed slowly. Finally, the severed limbs on the big golden fat's body moved slightly. Then, the second arm moved. After that, the hoof on its head also twitched. The big golden fat was fully revived. It wanted to stand up, but its 5 legs were stuck straight into the ground. Chen Qing was overjoyed and stored the big golden fat in the 3rd level of the Demon Suppressing Tower. Incredible. Incredible. In the next chapter, the blood moon descends. I ask the esteemed readers to give a 5-star review. Special thanks to Ying and Du Guan, and the gift from the road of I love eating shepherd's purse spring noodles, and to Wang Zi, who loves eating vegetarian mixed celery, especially for the inspiration capsule from Wang Zi, who loves eating vegetarian mixed celery. Chapter 65. The blood moon has finally arrived. As soon as the big golden fat appeared in the 3rd level of the Demon Suppressing Tower, all the ghosts went crazy. There are many types of golden bodies, such as the Tinzhong golden body, the 8-treasure golden body, and the relic golden body. All of these avatars, just by their names, can make people's eyelids jump, such as the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Chen Qing's 2 golden bodies are called the Yuan Pei golden bodies. Compared to those powerful golden bodies, they are like an iron embryo. To put it nicely, they have infinite possibilities, but in reality, they are just a rough house. If one is powerful enough, they can refine it into their body. The so-called invincible golden body refers to this. Wow, what a large Yuan Pei golden body. Zhong Kui appeared uninvited and lay on the Yuan Pei golden body, constantly stroking it. With a mesmerizing expression and those stylish eyes, guess what? It was so authentic. All the wandering spirits at the ghost pet level were terrified and lay trembling on the ground as soon as Zhong Kui appeared. The evil ghost level was somewhat better. The coroner and the painted skin bowed and saluted, showing great respect. But among the evil ghosts, the newly promoted water monkey curled its long tail around its head, huddling into a ball. The hair zombie had been beaten by Zhong Kui, and a patch of its half-immortal hair was pulled out. So it was also crouching on the ground, hugging its head and trembling. The white-bone spirit need not be mentioned. Originally, its ghostly aura should have been around 500 or 600, but after being beaten to the brink of collapse, it could only recover to 187, with just the upper half of its skeleton piled up there, motionless. With the presence of these two golden bodies, how much faster can your cultivation speed be? Returning to the master, it can be about 3 times faster. The big golden fat can be more than twice as fast, and the armless golden body can be about 60 to 70% faster. This is quite considerable, with a 3-fold increase in cultivation efficiency, plus a 10-fold time flow rate. It's a full 30 times. 1 day here is equivalent to 1 month outside. The ghostly aura of all the ghosts increased significantly, but Zhong Kui remained stuck at 1,000. The total ghostly aura of the 12 ghosts in the Demon Suppressing Tower was close to 2,300. Logically, Zhong Kui should be around 1150, but he was stuck at 1,000 and could not advance an inch. There shouldn't be any level above this, right? With this thought, Chen Qing withdrew. Just one night, the ghostly aura in the Princess Ghost domain had increased significantly again. Chen Qing summoned the flying horse with a thought. It was a blood-colored porcelain horse taller than Chen Qing. The night eyes on the horse's knees were made into auspicious clouds, and it had plum blossoms outlined in gold on its body, with the mane, saddle, and reins all golden. Chen Qing had never ridden a horse, so he carefully climbed up. Suddenly, the flying horse let out a loud snort. Chen Qing tightened the reins and silently chanted, "Rise." The flying horse took a few steps and soared into the sky. Oh, Chen Qing couldn't help but shout. The mist here was too thick. He felt circles of mist rapidly crashing against his face. At that moment, a light flashed through the dense fog. What an enormous size. It felt as big as a football field. Enveloped in dazzling golden light, it illuminated the entire Princess Ghost domain through the thick fog. Chen Qing was shocked. He quickly directed the horse to descend. This thing gave him a sense of suffocation. However, he was curious. Although it was obscured by mist, he could vaguely see that it had sharp edges and did not look like a living being. The vaguely visible outline reminded him of whether it could be a spaceship or some kind of vehicle. Master, the servant has heard of a fierce object in the past, called the Great Sun Paper Sparrow. Perhaps this is it. Paper Sparrow? Is this also a ghost? Master, you know about the paper man, right? Chen Qing suddenly realized. Suddenly thinking of something, this Great Sun Paper Sparrow, could it be an evil spirit level? With such fierce power, it must be an evil spirit. Let us go. Go. I'm scared now. Chen Qing urged the horse to take off, but this time he didn't dare to fly high. Quickly leaving close to the ground. The same speed felt different in the sky and on the ground. Everything beside him quickly retreated, and all the scenery turned into blurred afterimages. Chen Qing's face contorted, creating waves. In just a moment, Chen Qing arrived outside Shiming City. He didn't dare to be too ostentatious. There were definitely big shots in the city. He quickly paid a high price for a taxi, and shortly after, he returned to the base. He hid in the 3rd level of the Demon Suppressing Tower to cultivate and received a call from Boss Zhu in the morning. The pig feed was all completed and ready for delivery. Chen Qing covered the shipping cost and had them rent a warehouse to store it. Chen Qing, you have no idea how outrageous the prices are now. The monkey got money the day before yesterday and immediately had his parents start shopping. But now prices have more than doubled, and the rise in medicine prices is even more astonishing. The government is working hard to maintain prices. However, many items, even if they are marked at regular prices, often transact at several times higher. As long as the gap reaches 10, prices will rise. Many people are buying bulk goods, which naturally affects all downstream prices. Even if prices rise tenfold, they still buy? Money will soon become worthless. Remember, with this 10 million you have, you can now even buy a loaf of bread. The monkey was stunned. Zheng nodded. I understand. Chen Qing still had a pile of 10 million cards in hand. But after trying a few times, large transactions were already impossible. And going to supermarkets to stock up doesn't make much sense either. Not to mention that the items available for purchase are definitely limited, and even if you manage to buy a little, you might get targeted. During calm times, there are always conspiracy theorists fabricating doomsday scenarios, although they have been quite successful in keeping it under wraps. Things like community defense and material reserves have long raised suspicions among many. Panic is spreading. Chen Qing, today is the last exam, and after that, the results will be arranged for each community's small war zone. What do you think? Me? I'll hide at home. Chen Qing smiled and said, otherwise, why spend so much money building a safe house? Understood. The monkey nodded, then I'll forfeit too. Sigh. I originally wanted to bump into Ji Luo. Damn it. Coincidentally, Manager Yang called. Mr. Chun, the safe house is completed. When will you come to sign for it? In a bit. I guess you wouldn't like the signing ceremony. So I didn't prepare anything. Chen Qing laughed. Manager Yang knows me well. Everything is in order. It's time to pick up Chen Man. Passing by the training ground, many newcomers were fighting for a few performance points. Chen Qing ignored them and found Han Yuan. Chen Man was also there, which relieved Chen Qing. Chen Man has a naturally high talent for blood qi, And according to Han Yuan, many powerful beings are now rare and coveted. Captain, it's not the Mid-Autumn Festival anymore. I invited several relatives, so I need to take a few days off. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing calmly and silently. He knew that Chen Qing knew. Chen Qing knew that Han Yuan knew he knew. Chen Qing, you are very capable. This is your time to show your skills. Chen Qing chuckled. Captain, being content with small gains might not be suitable here, but that's just who I am. I don't have any big pursuits. Han Yuan sighed. And Chen Man is even more wasteful. We'll talk about it when he grows up. For now, I am his only guardian. And he has to listen to me. Right, Xiao Man? Yes. Chen Man has a naturally serious expression. Han Yuan was even more melancholic. Forget it. Do as you wish. Han Yuan shook his head. This afternoon, I'll teach him the last 5 punches. Okay, thank you, Captain. Just as they were talking, Gong Huagu entered. For some reason, Chen Qing felt that something might happen between Gong Huagu and Han Yuan, mainly because the two were deeply bound by the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower belongs to Han Yuan, but as a body cultivator, Han Yuan couldn't contract the Ghost King inside the tower. So the Ghost King became Gong Huagu's ghost pet. Captain Gong, good morning. Good morning. They nodded past each other. In the evening, Chen Qing waved goodbye to Guxing. Take care, brother. Guxing hesitated, then nodded seriously. Take care? Arriving at Han Yuan's office, he wasn't there. Going to the training ground, Han Yuan and Chen Man were there. Both were covered in bloodstains. This was sweat from their training. If Chen Qing hadn't seen it beforehand, he would have been frightened half to death. Then take care, Captain. Han Yuan nodded. Take care. Xiao Man. Tell your master we're going home. Chen Man knelt down. He knelt on the ground and heavily knocked his head 3 times. He was stubborn. Each knock was like a hammer hitting the ground. Chen Qing smiled, and didn't he stop him? Han Yuan nodded. Helping Chen Man up, you need to practice well at home, understand? I understand. Then, they bid farewell to Han Yuan and returned to the Jiangpan community. Why do we need to build so many houses? Chen Man asked. Community defense, and a few other families are also building safe houses. Of course, the level of those can't compare to Chen Qing's. Many safe house renovations are merely a door. When they reached downstairs, Chen Man scratched his head. Is this our building? Due to load-bearing reasons, the entire building was reinforced under the guise of renovation. Not to mention that it doesn't look like an old community anymore. It even has a bit of a luxurious renovation feel to it. They went upstairs, and Manager Yang was waiting at the door. Canned goods, medicines, etc. were signed for one by one. Chen Qing admired him. Given the current prices on the brink of madness, just the medicines in the pharmacy might be worth as much as the entire safe house. Tomorrow, the prices might be even higher. But this guy delivered as promised. Very impressive. In front of Chen Qing, he destroyed the renovation keys and recorded fingerprints, retina scans, etc. Then I wish Mr. Chen safety. Back at home, Chen Man started to wow again. Of course, he still had a blank expression when he wowed. Xiao Man, we're going to live here for a long time. After a while, Chen Man wowed again. So many guns. The kind that can kill? Originally, these were meant for defense, but unexpectedly, the two brothers' strength has improved so quickly. These things might all be wasted. Now, even if 10 strong men came, they wouldn't be enough for Chen Man to fight. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qing said, Xiao Man, let us go out to play. Chen Man immediately nodded. As long as he is with Chen Qing, he is willing to do anything. The sunset cast a warm glow. Everything felt extremely warm. In the community, some aunties were walking dogs, and some children were playing wildly. The men were more inclined to discuss the current situation, guessing whether there would be a war. Just then, Ho Gang and his wife parked their car downstairs, filled with food. Huang Jian sneered. You must be crazy to buy things now, let me tell you. Today I went to the supermarket. A sausage was 6 yuan. A pack of instant noodles was 12 yuan. Chen Qing looked at him calmly. A killing intent surged in his heart. He is Liu Yanhong's husband, who killed Chen Qing in the previous life. They have a grudge. Sigh, Chen Qing. Your family has even built a safe house. Who are you trying to defend against? Not against ghosts, right? Ha 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 ha, everyone present laughed. Chen Qing smiled and walked up to him. Oh, don't be angry, okay? Kids these days bang. Chen Qing punched him on the nose. There was a crisp sound of a bone breaking. Huang Jian had already fallen to the ground, covering his nose and crying out in pain. Blood pouring out from beneath his hands. Chen Qing originally wanted to slowly deal with him during the blood moon, but suddenly thought that it might not be his turn to act. Anyway, it's all chaotic now. No one would care if he called the police. So he threw a couple of punches to vent his anger. Everyone was stunned, pointing and cursing at Chen Qing. Huang Can suddenly appeared from somewhere. And Chen Qing smiled. Xiao Man, go beat him up. Huang Can, relying on being bigger than Chen Man, always loved to bully him. But Chen Man wouldn't be polite at all. With a solid punch, he smashed Huang Can right in the nose. Bang! The nose caved in, and Huang Can flew back, becoming motionless. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe this was done by a kid. A deadly blow. Liu Yanhong screamed as she appeared, not bothering to check on her son first, but instead lunging towards Chen Man threw another punch. Right at her thigh? Crack. The sound of a bone breaking. Liu Yanhong screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, her hands trembling violently, her mouth opening and closing like a fish, unable to make a sound. Well done. You little rascal. Chen Qing chuckled. Ruffling Chen Man's hair, he slowly walked towards the exit of the community. Everything seemed calm, but police cars occasionally passed by with their sirens blaring. At the entrance of the community, he unexpectedly saw the three familiar homeless children. Chen Qing waved. The three immediately gathered around. The oldest child, with a face full of excitement, asked, "Who are we beating up this time?" Chen Qing shook his head. "Come, open your pockets." The three kids were taken aback, but opened their pockets nonetheless. The next moment, they were all stunned. Chen Qing tossed money into their pockets one after another. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The three children's faces turned bright red, staring in disbelief. The desire for money in these kids was something ordinary people couldn't imagine. Be careful, don't get robbed. Have fun, Chen Qing silently thought to himself. Because they could only live until tomorrow. These people without shelter would be the first to die. There was no way these three kids would survive unless there was a miracle. However, Chen Qing soon sighed. He originally wanted to experience the last bit of human warmth. But things had already gotten a bit chaotic. There wasn't much good stuff to buy, so he took Chen Man back to the community. The Huang family wasn't home. They had been taken to the hospital after calling for an ambulance, but couldn't get through. He couldn't be bothered. Arriving at a corner of the community, Uncle Xia was eating cookies. He held one hand under his mouth, catching the crumbs before sending them into his mouth. "Uncle Xia, come on. Let us celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at my house." Chen Qing? Uncle Xia's face lit up with a smile upon hearing the voice, but he asked in confusion. "Isn't it tomorrow? Did you get that wrong? Is it?" Uncle Xia looked a bit puzzled, but still followed Chen Qing. Indeed, it wasn't tea time yet. But Chen Qing was afraid of unexpected events, so he simply took Uncle Xia home today. When they got to the house, Uncle Xia smiled and said, "I was planning to wash up well tomorrow morning. This newly renovated house, as soon as I sit down, half of it will be ruined. Uncle Xia, why don't you take a shower first?" "Sure." Uncle Xia was straightforward. Chen Qing helped him to the bathroom, familiarizing him with everything, and then he went out. He called Ho Gang. "Uncle Ho, is the monkey back? Just got here. This kid insists he is not working in the ghost army anymore. No matter how I persuade him, he won't listen. Chen Qing, can you help me talk to him?" "No problem. But Uncle Ho, it's Xiaoman's birthday today. Come over to celebrate." "Oh, okay. All right." Soon, Ho Gang, Li Qi, and the monkey all arrived. "Wow, this is too impressive." The monkey's eyes widened. "There's even a game room. Let me try it out. This safe house must cost millions, right?" Li Qi looked around in shock. "Chen Qing, where are my clothes?" In the bathroom, Uncle Xia shouted. Chen Qing went to the bathroom door. "That set is all dirty. Change into this one." Uncle Xia frowned but nodded, saying, "Okay. You think I'm going to dirty your new sofa, right?" "Exactly." On the table, there was a feast from the hotel. Chen Qing said nothing and quietly approached the door, locking it up layer by layer. "Uncle, Auntie, you can stay at my house for the next 3 days. There's another floor below, enough for everyone." Ho Gang's expression grew serious. "Is something coming?" "It should be tomorrow, but I'm afraid of unexpected events." Ho Gang's face turned grave as he nodded. Uncle Xia gradually sensed something was off. "Chen Qing, is there something going on? The apocalypse is coming. We're all going to hunker down." Uncle Xia slapped his thigh. "No wonder. Even the instant noodles and cookies you gave me got stolen. Damn it." He then asked, "So what does bringing me to your house mean? What does it mean? We're going to live together from now on." Uncle Xia frowned again. "I need to cultivate. Someone has to take care of Xiaoman. Some basic principles of being a person and tutoring homework. Only you can do it." Tears slowly welled up in Uncle Xia's eyes. Human hearts are made of flesh. How could he not understand Chen Qing's intentions? After cultivating good fortune for several lifetimes, he finally met these two kids. Come. Uncle Xia, let us eat." "Monkey, stop playing. Let us eat first." "Chen Qing, I don't like fish." "Then don't eat it. Is there KFC?" "Of course there is." "Chen Qing, I heard today that Xiao Man is really strong. How many can he beat now?" The six of them laughed and chatted happily. After a while, they were full. Chen Qing gave Uncle Xia a mobile phone designed for the blind. The screen was black, and there were voice prompts when touched. At 3 times the normal speed. To normal people, it sounded like gibberish, but the blind had sharp hearing, so the speed was just right. After chatting for a bit longer, Li Qi went downstairs to rest. Ho Gang and Uncle Xia chatted while watching TV. Chen Man, Chen Qing, and the monkey went to the entertainment room, trying out various games. Time flew by. Once the 3 adults were asleep, Chen Man drooled as he lay on the soft, large sofa in the entertainment room and fell asleep. Chen Qing got up. "I'll go out for a bit. I'll accompany you." "No need." It was already 1 a.m. The whole of Ximing City had quieted down. Chen Qing went to the rooftop, opened the big door, and rode on his flying horse, quickly disappearing. Moments later, he arrived at the warehouse area. Everything was in place, except for the pig feed. It was likely that they regretted it, as they saw prices rising for everything. There was a dense aura of ghostly energy in the area, not low in concentration. Soon, he found the warehouse, but Chen Qing was stunned. At the half-open warehouse door, there were 2 people lying backwards, half of their bodies gnawed away. Upon closer inspection, he could still recognize one of them as Boss Zhu. The sounds of gnawing and slurping echoed from within the warehouse. Suddenly, several figures appeared: a coroner, a martial artist, a zombie, a hanging ghost, and a needlework girl. The martial artist used a long stick to pry open the 5-meter-high warehouse door. revealing that the inside was already filled with starving ghosts. These beings were pouncing on the pig feed, some with bellies almost bursting, still devouring ravenously. A rough count showed there were around 30. Kill them. The coroner lightly waved both hands, and 2 charging starving ghosts suddenly burst apart, their bodies falling to the ground. With one head rolling to Chen Qing's side. There were many of them, but their levels were too low, not enough to be a challenge. Moments later, all the starving ghosts were wiped out. Chen Qing collected all the pig feed in the warehouse into the Demon Suppression Tower. Then, he went one by one according to the addresses, collecting the other pig feed. As Chen Qing's spiritual power increased, the range of the Demon Suppression Tower also expanded significantly. If it had been before, this would have taken several hours. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a warehouse filled with hundreds of thousands of umbrellas. Although he couldn't think of any use for them, he took them all. It felt like discovering a treasure. Chen Qing moved from warehouse to warehouse, collecting everything. One warehouse contained firefighting equipment, with a considerable amount of diesel and gasoline, as well as blow dryers, chainsaws, and fire-extinguishing lime grenades, which he collected without a second thought. Another warehouse was filled with unassembled bicycles, covered in a thick layer of dust, yet he took them all as well. There were also bundles of foreign trade packaged clothes, piles of toys, hardware, and more. During this time, he occasionally came across a few corpses. After sweeping through the entire warehouse area on his flying horse, 3 hours had passed. Even though most of the warehouses were empty, the strange and varied items inside the Demon Suppression Tower had already become a massive collection. However, for some reason, Chen Qing felt an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. This feeling deepened. There were still warehouse areas in the west of the city, and he initially intended to continue raiding, but at this moment, he hesitated no longer and flew straight home. He opened the ventilation holes of the family farm on the rooftop and arranged a small portion of the artifacts from the warehouse there. Space was limited, and he couldn't fit so much. The monkey was awake, waiting for Chen Qing. Chen Qing decided not to sleep either and played games with the monkey. The two of them cooperated to get through 4 or 5 levels. Gradually, they sensed something was off. It was already 6 in the morning, but the sky showed no signs of light. A chilling wind began to rise, and now and then, a whisper would reach their ears. In August, there was an inexplicable chill. By 7 in the morning, it was still dark. The moon had taken on a few streaks of blood. It looked like a bloodshot eyeball hanging in the sky. Chen Qing looked up and murmured, "The blood moon has finally arrived." Chapter 66. Is the community defense officer Ji Luo? By 8 in the morning, it was still dark. What was wrong with this eerie weather? A solar eclipse? He hadn't heard of one. Many people had gathered in the community, and many were still in their pajamas. Gradually, more and more people gathered. Was this some kind of evil omen? At that moment, a woman suddenly ran out, screaming and seemingly losing her mind. A ghost. Everyone was startled. Some rushed forward to calm her down, saying, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us here." What ghost? A starving ghost appeared at the entrance of the community. Everyone took a step back in unison. Oh my God, it really is a ghost. At that moment, a figure suddenly charged forward, slashing with a knife. The starving ghost was split in half. Everyone looked over and saw 3 young men in the uniform of the Ghost Suppression Army. At the same time, a military vehicle unloaded a large supply of materials. It was about 1 cubic meter, with Jiangpan Community written on it. The military vehicle then drove off to the next location. Someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, isn't that Chen Qing? That is Hong Jian's daughter, Huaxia." Ji Luo stepped forward and announced loudly, "I'm Ji Luo, and starting today, I am the defense officer of Jiangpan Community, responsible for the defense tasks here. The two beside him are surely familiar to you all. She is Huaxia, and he is Chen Qing." In the crowd, Chen Qi was also present, smiling sweetly at Ji Luo. Ji Luo felt greatly relieved. As the second place among the newcomers, he could have gone to a better place, but he came here for 2 reasons. One was Chen Qi, and the other was for Chen Qing. This is our deployment order. We will select 20 people from the community to form a defense team against ghostly entities. Ghosts. Don't people usually talk about ghosts? Why is there such a big commotion this time? This is different. So far, 447 people have been killed. What? 400? That is ridiculous. Amidst the commotion, someone suddenly trembled and raised their phone. It's true. There are deaths in South Spring No. 1. Many people have died. I can't take it anymore. I'm going back. Suddenly, half the crowd dispersed. This Officer Ji, why not set up a group? It would be more convenient. Ji Luo nodded. He had learned a lot about leading a team, but today he realized how difficult it was to manage a group. This was different from his expectations. His phone vibrated slightly, and Chen Qing found himself added to a group, Jiangpan Community Defense Group. The group owner was Ji Luo. And the announcement read, "Ghostly entities have erupted. Deaths in Ximing City have reached 600. Everyone must unite to get through this tough time." Announcement. The establishment of the Community Defense Team is an order from the government and the Ghost Suppression Army, aligning with current realities. We need to recruit a total of 20 people, with a daily subsidy of 1,000 yuan for each member. Seeing the high subsidy, the group suddenly became excited. I have practiced martial arts before. I have a solid foundation. I can even do backflips now. I want to sign up. I run 5 kilometers every day. My physical fitness is absolutely top-notch. A muscular man followed with a flood of sign-ups. Someone immediately asked, "Officer, there should be women who can do the job too, right?" "Exactly. Why can only men join the defense team? Humans have been using guns for nearly 200 years. Women can fight on the battlefield too." Soon, there was a cacophony of voices. Ji Luo tried to speak several times, but his words were drowned out by the rapidly increasing messages. Ji Luo was furious and muted the chat. "The entire city has stopped work and production. If you want to earn some money during this time, gather at the community center. Official members of the defense team will receive a daily subsidy of 1,000 yuan, while reserve members will receive 200 yuan daily. For now, we need a few people to seal off the community entrance." The group was muted, but soon someone came out to shout, "You can just seal it? Why? Based on a few outdated death photos? I need to earn a living. We can't seal it. It'll be inconvenient to go out." Although it seemed a bit eerie now, it should return to normal soon. It's too troublesome. Have you all gone mad? Look at the documents in the group. This is a proper defense officer, and he calls the shots now. Exactly. People really have died in the neighboring community. Just the simple act of sealing the community had already caused a huge uproar. Ji Luo gritted his teeth, determined, when a burning ghost appeared before him. It was charred black, with flames occasionally flickering. Damn, a ghost. A ghost. Both sides of the argument were taken aback and stepped back. Ji Luo sneered. "I am performing my duties. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will not be treated kindly." This ghost indeed intimidated everyone. But then someone suddenly sneered. "A ghost master, huh? Don't think I don't understand. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me." This person seemed to be certain that Ji Luo wouldn't dare harm him. He strode to the entrance, suddenly laying down on the ground. "Come on. Stack bricks on me." Ji Luo's face turned pale. The scene he imagined where everyone would rally to his call did not happen. He was trying to help these foolish people, yet they were obstructing him. "Lock him in the warehouse. 5,000 yuan. But no one moved. "Governor Ji, you've always said you have money, but we haven't seen it for real." Ji Luo was furious. At that moment, Chen Qing appeared and took out a bundle of money from a thick box. One person immediately rejoiced, snatched it, and said, "Who can lend a hand? Let's capture this traitor together." Instantly, someone responded, and the two walked over together. The man on the ground was enraged. "They're hitting me. The government is hitting people. They're killing me." This person was somewhat thin and was no match for the other two. But his voice was quite loud, and half the neighborhood could hear him. Thus, accompanied by screams like that of a slaughtered pig, he was finally locked in the garage. This garage was built during the community's defense, storing building materials and other supplies, and had temporarily served as a prison. Bang! The roll-up door closed heavily, trapping him inside. Ji Luo's face turned dark. Knowing this beginning was terrible, he grimaced. "Now let's get to work." Bang! Crash! Bang! Crash! Suddenly, the roll-up door of the warehouse was being pounded heavily. There were so many bricks and hammers inside. That man was only locked up, not tied up. "Help! The mafia is illegally detaining me. Help!" Bang! Crash! How loud was the banging on the roll-up door? Those who have heard it surely know. Ji Luo's face was almost dripping with water. He wished he could kill him, but for a moment, he didn't know what to do and was frozen in place. Chapter 67. The first day of the apocalypse, the arrival of the Roxas Sea City. Chen Qing just wanted to laugh. Ji Luo's authority was completely undermined. It would be a miracle if his subsequent work went smoothly. He went to the rooftop to check on the ancient artifacts, most of which had already awakened and were collected. Returning to the second floor, he had Xiao Man put on the paper armor and handed another piece to the monkey. "What is this?" "It can defend against ghosts and is impervious to blades and guns." "Impervious to blades and guns?" The monkey was stunned, casually picked up a fork, and scraped it vigorously. It really was unscathed. Then he picked up the kunwan knife and struck it several times heavily. Still nothing happened. This piece of armor that looked like it could be torn apart actually was impervious to blades and guns. Wear it closely and never take it off at any time. Not even when bathing. There were 2 tomb-guarding beasts at home and a Zhong Kui painting, but the bloody lessons from the last life meant there could be no carelessness. Both of them nodded in agreement. Without revealing the Zhong Kui painting in front of everyone, they hung it in the medical room and slowly infused it with spiritual energy. The Zhong Kui in the painting suddenly came to life. The painting seemed to transform into a television, and the Zhong Kui inside waved his long sword, slowly stepping out of the painting. Then, he grew larger and larger, and in a moment, he was already taller than the room. "Stop! Stop!" When his body enveloped the 3 floors, Chen Qing immediately ordered him to stop growing. After finishing this, he finally felt reassured. Li Qi prepared a simple meal, and everyone ate, chatting or watching TV. Li Qi looked at her phone and said with joy, "Look, they're arguing again." Chen Qing glanced and saw that everyone had created another group, which was already in chaos. In this not-so-large community, the speed at which new messages emerged was almost comparable to the barrage in a live stream with millions of viewers. There were so many messages that one couldn't keep up. Ji Luo felt something was off. Does anyone have a channel to check his background? Don't worry. My son is his adjutant. He is genuinely in the Ghost Army and is one of the most outstanding geniuses of the last 10 or so sessions. There were also voice messages. About this, we need to solve the problem, and this problem should be viewed from 2 aspects. There are definitely pros and cons. We should look at it dialectically. Chen Qing directly shut it off halfway through. It was tedious and annoying to listen to. At this moment, they still had the leisure to scroll through their phones, but that wouldn't last much longer. Chen Qing shook his head and looked at the monkey. Let's play Civilization 8? Come on. This thing was the most time-consuming, but right now, what they lacked the least was time. By 11 a.m., the sky was still dark. The blood moon was already very red, covered in blood-like streaks that looked eerie. Meanwhile, everyone's doubts were gradually disappearing. Negative things spread the fastest. With friends and colleagues passing information around, bloody photos reached their phones one after another. Panic was spreading. It seemed that, at some point, whispers filled every corner of the city. The streets were already deserted, with occasional shadows darting by. Suddenly, someone in the community let out a piercing scream. Ji Luo, who was busy and overwhelmed, quickly drew the kunwen knife from his back and rushed towards the sound. The door to room 202 on the 4th floor was open, and inside, a family of 4 lay haphazardly on the floor. None of them had a single wound and stared wide-eyed, unable to close their eyes in death. The screaming woman curled up in a corner, her skirt soaked, having lost control of her bladder. What happened? The woman pointed at the bodies. The excessive shock left her unable to finish a sentence. Ji Luo asked several times, growing impatient, and was about to do something. The woman finally said tremulously, "The lights. The child. The child. The lights. Child." He patiently reassured her again, and the woman swallowed her non-existent saliva. A child walked in, and just like that, people had already gathered around. The news immediately spread to the group. Everyone panicked. Whether it was the dead in the north or south of the city, they felt far removed. But this was in their community. That person had even been discussing strategies in the group just half an hour ago. How could he be dead? How could he die? Help me. Help me. Namo Amitba, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the group, is this the work of ghosts? Will we die even hiding at home? Governor G. Where is Governor G? Isn't he here to protect us? How can there still be people dying? Messages kept coming in the group when suddenly someone screamed again. Ji Luo furrowed his brows, looking around, trying to find the source of the sound. But the noise quickly stopped. Moments later, the second family was found dead together. What on earth is going on? What is it? I can't breathe. Do you have any medicine? Help me. Ji Luo gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Qing and Huaxia. Let's guard 3 places and find out what this thing is. The 3 summoned their ghost pets. Many people voluntarily gathered in the central area of the community. It was obvious that safety couldn't be guaranteed at home, so it was better to stay together. Even if it wasn't useful, at least it brought peace of mind. Suddenly, someone in the crowd looked terrified, their voice distorted. What? What is that? Everyone was on edge, startled, and looked in the direction he was pointing. He was pointing to his own house. But there was nothing there. Nothing at all. Oldo, can you stop joking at a time like this? Oldo's face was pale, his voice trembling with a sob. There's a child knocking on my door. Didn't you see? My wife is still at home. He cried, trying to run back home, but dared not. Chief G. There's something dirty in my house. A scream came from Oldo's house. Chen Qing rushed forward. The door was closed and locked. After several kicks, he saw a woman staring with wide eyes, dead inside. Chen Qing's expression darkened. Ji Luo and Huaxia soon arrived. Ji Luo's face grim. Did you see what it was? The woman didn't scream before I came up, but I didn't see anything, Chen Qing replied. Ji Luo's face turned ugly as he approached Oldo. Tell me what you just saw? My wife. He saw the result in Ji Luo's expression. He collapsed to the ground, pounding his chest and crying heart-wrenchingly. Wife. Oh my. How can I live without you? Ji Luo, already at the brink of explosion, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him. Tell me. What did you see? Suddenly, a person in the crowd had a line of blood burst from their shoulder, splattering everyone nearby. What? Blood. Blood. The already terrified crowd jumped back. The person in the crowd wore a stiff smile, eyes wide, looking at everyone. The severed arm fell to the ground. Blood spraying from the shoulder, but he seemed completely unaware. In the next moment, his other hand also severed out of thin air, blood falling to the ground. The man continued to smile. At this moment, his neck twisted abruptly, making a cracking sound, turning 1.5 circles. Everything inside should have been severed. Only a layer of skin connecting, drooping softly behind. Several people screamed at once. But the bizarre events did not stop. In fact, this was just the beginning. On August 14th, it was the height of summer. However, everyone suddenly felt a bone-chilling wind blowing through. Snow began to fall from the sky. One flake after another. What is that? The crowd tensed up as if electrocuted. A woman suddenly covered her ears, shutting her eyes, screaming continuously. The bolder ones looked in the direction she pointed. On the roof corner of Building 5, a small boy dressed entirely in white sat there, slowly swinging his legs. It was too far to see clearly, but the boy seemed to be looking this way. Yet his body shattered into snowflakes and disappeared. A sense of helplessness surged in Ji Luo's heart. What the hell is this? Ji Luo, you better come take a look at Building 2. Ji Luo had already lost his bearings, arriving at Building 2, room 102. A woman was still lost in some sensation, moaning mindlessly. A ghost of lust? Probably. Hongya's face turned a bit red. No matter how I call her, she won't wake up. I slapped her twice, and she's still like this. Ah, ah. Suddenly, another scream came. Damn it. Ji Luo was furious. He rushed out and saw a woman covered in blood, stumbling out of the building. Behind her was a paper figure. The paper figure moved stiffly but quickly, holding a paper knife, swaying softly as it ran. A house ghost, Ji Luo shouted. And the house ghost appeared beside him. The house ghost reached out towards the paper figure, and suddenly a flower pot moved slightly. The paper figure tripped over the flower pot, staggering. In the next moment, a fire ghost appeared, ready to burn the paper figure. But the paper figure had already run off quickly, swept away by the wind that had suddenly arisen, disappearing into the increasingly heavy snowfall. Chief Ji. There's a group of ghosts at the north corner. Ghosts? What kind of ghosts? Ji Luo instinctively asked, but suddenly realized that ordinary people couldn't distinguish between types of ghosts. Sure enough, the person said anxiously, I don't know, but they came over from that side, eating garbage. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Eating garbage meant they were either starving ghosts or toilet ghosts, easy to deal with. Ji Luo was already filled with pent-up frustration, drawing out the kunwa knife. Glaring fiercely at Chen Qing and Huaxia. You two guard elsewhere. I'm going to slay these things. Upon arriving at the indicated location, it was indeed toilet ghosts. What a coincidence. These toilet ghosts were eating the bag of food that Chen Qing had given to Uncle Xia. A surge of spiritual power erupted. Blood patterns appeared on the kunwa knife. Ji Luo charged into the group of toilet ghosts, slashing wildly. Limbs flew into the sky, heads rolling at his feet. He couldn't even count how many had died under his blade. 5 toilet ghosts were already slain. The remaining toilet ghosts scattered in all directions. Ji Luo was furious, skewering 3 heads like candied hawthorn, picking up another to head back. He wanted to show those people he could handle ghosts. But the person who brought him over stared wide-eyed in terror, pointing at Ji Luo's back. Ji Luo's hair stood on end. He swung the kunwa knife back. The 3 heads of the toilet ghosts skewered on the knife were flung away. But the kunwa knife struck empty. You hug your head. Ji Luo was startled. He turned back with a slash, grazing the hair. But still, there was nothing. Suddenly, he understood. This was a tailing ghost. No matter who it attached itself to, no one would see it. Look to the east, and it would appear in the west. Look down, and it would show up above your head. In short, it would definitely appear in your visual blind spots. Realizing something, he immediately took out his phone, pressed the selfie button, using the knife as a mirror, one in front and one behind his head. Sure enough, he immediately saw a strange thing in the reflection of the kunwa knife. It looked a bit like a koala. However, at the moment he saw it, the thing instantly disappeared. Is it still there? It's gone. The person shook his head, looking at Ji Luo with a hint of respect. Chief Ji is amazing. He killed so many ghosts in one go. Ji Luo nodded, feeling a sense of pride swell in his heart. It's on fire. It's on fire. The screams rang out once more. Ji Luo, already having a fire ghost, immediately deduced that the house on fire was the work of the fire ghost. Go. Put out the fire. Bang. Bang. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds came from a distance. It sounded like distant thunder. Thunder? Ji Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. It's not thunder. It's a master fighting. At such a time, the combatants could almost be guessed. It was a human master battling a powerful ghost. The wind and snow grew heavier. Ji Luo suddenly froze. In the sky, a massive figure, so large it was suffocating, slowly flew by. Even though the snow was thick, this enormous figure could still be seen. It shimmered with golden light, its edges smooth and angular, unlike any living creature. As this thing flew by swiftly, it stirred up large amounts of snowflakes flying everywhere. Ding ding. The sound echoed down the street. 2 faceless palace made scattered petals to form a bridge, and a magnificent golden carriage slowly made its way to the center of the city. A faceless palace attendant raised a sign that said to avoid, and a voice shrieked, "The Phoenix carriage is coming, all beings avoid. The Phoenix carriage is coming, all beings avoid." The blood in the sky had turned dirty. Some parts blackened, others stained with blood. Yet, the fierce snow could not obscure the scarlet, full moon above. Hee ha 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 ha. Hee ha 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 ha. A shadow, as towering as a mountain, suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. That thing had the head of a deer and the body of a snake. It was the candle snake that Chen Qing had seen during the gathering of the 12 earthly branches. The laughter of the candle snake rumbled through the heavens and earth. Lovely 2-legged sheep. Welcome to the Rakshasa Sea City. Chapter 68. Not opening the door is murder. Hearing the term 2-legged sheep, a chill surged in Chen Qing's heart. This further solidified his decision to stay home. In just a few hours, the community had transformed from its previous clamor to a deathly silence. The occasional cries from a house added to the eerie atmosphere. Ji Luo was still busy, feeling overwhelmed. He genuinely wanted to do something and had learned a lot about leadership and management. But he suddenly realized that the military strategies he had studied were of no use. People were dying, continuously dying. Various unheard-of ghosts appeared in the community. The alternating screams and cries drove him mad, making him want to pull his hair out. At Chen Qing's home, Li Qi was scrolling through WeChat, her face pale, her eyelids twitching. Uncle Xia remained silent. He was blind, but could hear. Former friends, familiar faces, were disappearing at a terrifying speed. So many people have died. Brother Gang. Li Qi looked at Ho Gang, fear evident on her face. Ho Gang was just an ordinary person, his complexion not much better. But he reassured her, don't worry, Chen Qing and Tian-Yi are no longer ordinary people. And Chen Qing has been preparing for a long time. Everything will be fine. Other than that, this is definitely the safest place in the community. Chen Man was alone in the gym, sitting cross-legged practicing. Body cultivation has no shortcuts. Chen Man had reached the bone-quenching realm and needed to strengthen each and every bone in his body. Chen Qing and the monkey were playing a game. Civilization 8 might not be the first in terms of wasting time, but it would definitely rank in the top 3. Several rounds would pass in a single day. While playing the game, Chen Qing occasionally glanced at the enormous monitor hanging on the wall behind him. The building was equipped with surveillance cameras, leaving virtually no blind spots. Chen Qing's eyes quickly narrowed. On the second floor, a lantern appeared in the darkness. The flickering flame cast shadows that danced erratically. The lantern arrived at the door of room 204. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking echoed. The people inside naturally dared not open the door, their sharp screams filled with terror. This call could be heard even without surveillance. Bang. The fourth knock sounded. The screams abruptly ceased. Everything fell silent. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Huapai? Do you recognize this thing? Maybe it's the Lantern Boy, Huapai replied uncertainly. The Lantern Boy often accompanies the watchman. He's a bit mysterious. But this is just a lantern. I have no impression of it. In the video, the lantern vanished. Chen Qing looked around the screen and suddenly saw it appear on the 6th floor. Chen Qing immediately got up. This thing was strange. It seemed it couldn't be allowed to knock. Either kill it quickly or drive it away. He hurried to the door and looked through the specially made peephole. He saw a child holding a lantern. It was the same lantern seen in the surveillance. Chen Qing was taken aback and quickly checked the monitor. Sure enough, the surveillance only showed a floating lantern. Some things could only be seen by the human eye, Chen Qing realized. If it was the Lantern Boy, it would be easier to handle. Huapai chuckled. The Lantern Boy is just a wandering soul, but somewhat peculiar. In the old days, the Lantern Boy would accompany the watchman, one to announce the time, the other to greet. Because there were often thieves, if they saw suspicious people, they would knock on the door to inquire. They were all neighbors, and they had long agreed on a secret signal. 1 knock meant there was a thief. 2 knocks meant there was a bandit. 3 knocks meant everything was normal and was a greeting. If there was no response after the 4th knock, it meant that everyone inside was dead. So the 4th knock is also called the death knock, the death door knock. If it knocks on our door later, just respond with all is well when it reaches the 3rd knock. Huapai smiled. And there's a good thing about it. The Lantern Boy confirms it's a safe room. So other ghosts can't enter. That's knowledge. Chen Qing nodded. In a sense, the Lantern Boy could be considered a guardian spirit. The Lantern Boy was walking towards Chen Qing's house, but its figure suddenly froze. The next moment, it disappeared. Just a wandering soul. It was probably scared of the shadow of the great deity Zhong Kui. Quite normal. After all, in the past life, the Zhong Kui painting and the Demon Suppressing Tower were renowned as the 2 great artifacts of Ximing City, let alone a small wandering soul. Even evil spirits would not dare to provoke it. The Zhong Kui painting could expand to cover the entire community, but Chen Qing was unwilling to do so. Firstly, he still harbored a grudge from the previous life. Secondly, he didn't dare to be so high profile if he attracted the attention of the candle snake. The power of the candle snake was definitely beyond his understanding and likely brushed against the edge of the formless. It was uncertain whether the Zhong Kui painting could protect against it. Therefore, it was best to protect his own home. The lives and deaths of others in the community had nothing to do with him. He also had no ability. And those grotesque faces. Chen Qing would absolutely not spare them. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, the door was knocked on. Chen Qing was startled. Just arriving at the door, the knocking grew louder. Bang 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 bang. Just after being educated by Huapai about the death knock, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel disgusted upon hearing such knocking. He looked at the surveillance. It was a woman around 60 years old, along with her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Bang 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 bang. Once again, they knocked frantically. The woman's name was El Hui, and she seemed quite cultured. She and Chen Qing had no friendship or enmity in daily life. However, her daughter-in-law, Gao Fei, was a fierce character who could yell and curse for hours over a bottle. If she hadn't died early in the last life, Chen Qing was certain she would have barged into his house. Gao Fei's son had inherited her temperament and often bullied Chen Man. At this moment, it was Gao Fei who was knocking like crazy. Chen Qing frowned and asked through the surveillance, "What's the matter?" Chen Qing, "Open the door. I know you're home. You're the only safe one in the entire community. You can't just stand by and watch." Bang 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 bang. Gao Fei knocked hard on the door. Chen Qing, "Hurry up. There are ghosts everywhere." Xiao Fei, don't be anxious. Lu Hui advised. "We're asking for help. We need to be polite. What time is it, and you're still arguing with me? So many people have died. If this continues, we'll die too." Bang 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 bang. Chen Qing, "You're witnessing death and doing nothing. No, it's indirect murder." Chen Qing, "Hurry up and open the door. The ghost is coming." Chen Qing felt very confused. Why did it seem like he owed her? What was the reason? There was no enmity or friendship between them. Chen Qing also couldn't be bothered to respond to her. It seems like something is coming. If you want to die, just stay there. Chapter 69. Hard Execution. Again hard execution. Do you believe I'll break your door? Zhang Xiaohai got angry, kicking the door. But this door is made of chromium molybdenum steel. It would be hard for even a drill to leave a scratch, let alone a child like him. Gao Fei felt a bit guilty and looked back. Chen Qing, you can't just watch us die. That's punishable. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohai had already taken off his pants, aiming his little chicken at the door. At this moment, it was already very cold, and he shivered but stubbornly shouted, "If you don't open the door, I'll pee." Chen Qing smiled and pressed a button. 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4. I really peed. A stream of urine sprayed out. The next moment, Zhang Xiaohai suddenly stiffened. He fell straight back, and Gao Fei, startled, instinctively caught him, not knowing what had happened. Xiaohai, Xiaohai. Unfortunately, the moment he peed, the automatic door closed, or else it could have been a lesson for Gao Fei. Chen Qing had no understanding of electricity, not knowing if such a short time could cause any harm. But the place that got shocked was the most vulnerable part of the body, and suffering was inevitable. Little Xiao Fei, it seems like something is really coming. Zhang Yuan pushed the furious Gao Fei. Good, good, good. Chen Qing, just wait. The four of them hurried down the stairs. Li Qi had been standing at the back, wanting to say something but hesitating. Chen Qing nodded to the others and returned to the entertainment room. The chromium molybdenum steel door was very thick, fireproof, waterproof, and electric-proof. The knocking sound was transmitted through surveillance. Chen Qing had thought of other possibilities, but never imagined that someone would pee. Physical damage was zero, but psychological damage was definitely there. Outside the door, he washed a pipe with steaming water and then returned home. Chen Qing, you look. Li Qi handed over her phone. Chen Qing took a look and sneered. In the group, someone with Gao Fei's selfie said, Chen Qing's safe house is ghost-proof. If he lets us all in, nothing will happen. People drowning will grab onto a straw with all their might. These people had long been scared out of their wits. Someone immediately called out to Chen Qing. Chen Qing, we are all neighbors. We hope you can open the door for everyone. This favor the whole community will remember. Chen Qing wanted to laugh. Remember a favor? In the last life, he risked his life to protect the community. And what did he get in return? A knife through the chest. He and Chen Man's mother were on the same knife. As someone who had the obligation to witness death without saving, the perpetrator would typically be classified as committing intentional homicide. Suddenly, a woman named Lu Shengnan spoke up, her profile picture showing a professionally dressed woman. Oh, it's her? This woman had no enmity with Chen Qing, but Chen Qing found her extremely displeasing. In the last life, due to a lack of food, instant noodles had reached 50,000 a bag. Lu Shengnan spent 100,000 to buy 2 bags of instant noodles. And after the first blood moon, she sued the man who sold her the noodles in a mobile court, got back that 100,000, and almost sent the man to jail for extortion. Subsequently, she died during the second blood moon. Not a ghost, but a person. But no one cared about her anymore. Wu Yiming. Yes, Chen Qing. You are witnessing death without saving. That is a crime. Chen Qing sneered. Witnessing death without saving is an obligation? What? Am I your father? Why should I save you? Just because Wu Yiming, you have a tumor on your head? Or because Lu Shengnan, you can fight well? You'll suffer retribution for this. Suddenly, a familiar person also appeared. It was Ji Luo. Chen Qing, as the defense officer of this community, has the authority to mobilize everything in the community. You must be clear about that. Please open the door. Let everyone in. Thank you for your cooperation. Who are you playing officialdom with, Ji Luo? Who the hell do you think you are? Defense officer? What have you defended? Don't you know how many people died? This defense officer is someone I don't want. And you got it by chance. Keep your arrogance to yourself. Ji Luo and Chen Qing were not on good terms, but they had never had a conflict. Mainly because he took pride in his high status. In Chen Qing's eyes, he had never seen him as a rival. Because 10 Ji Luos together wouldn't be Chen Qing's opponent. Ji Luo always held himself high, with a prestigious family background and being a young genius. Everyone looked up to him. He had never faced such humiliation. Ji Luo's hands trembled slightly. Chen Qing, don't be ungrateful. My family Ji Luo is just asking you nicely, just asking. What happens later is uncertain. A familiar profile picture appeared. It was Chen Qi. These two are together? Chen Qing was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized. Surprised? Not at all. His mouth suddenly curled up slightly, just as he was about to say something. The monkey immediately interrupted. No, no, no. Let me take this opportunity. Chen Qi, you've gotten together with Ji Luo so quickly? That is a bit much. Last time you stayed in the presidential suite at the Arya Hotel with Chen Qing for so many days. Didn't you say you wanted to be with Chen Qing for life? Chen Qing was slightly stunned. You're talking nonsense. You're spreading rumors. You'll get what you deserve. Chen Qi was furious. If it weren't for wanting to preserve Ji Luo's image in her eyes, a bunch of explosive curses would have come out. The monkey immediately sent an image in the group. Chen Qi was wearing a short sweater that was barely covering her, holding fruit in front of the presidential suite, and the person opposite her was none other than Chen Qing. Chen Qi was slightly stunned. The next moment, the monkey's phone rang. It was a call from Chen Qi. The monkey laughed. Look, she's anxious. She's anxious. Chen Qing also laughed immediately, saying in the group, although it was only 3 days, it was the most wonderful 3 days of my life. Thank you. I really like your butterfly tattoo. At this moment, Chen Qing was also stunned. There was a time when she played wild and got a butterfly tattoo in a certain indescribable place. But how did Chen Qing know? Although she always wanted to get closer to Chen Qing, until now she hadn't even touched his hand. Ji Luo's expression changed. Just the night before, Chen Qing had finally coyly allowed him to take her first blood. He naturally knew where that butterfly was. This time, Ji Luo was trembling all over. His kunwen knife erupted with blood light, which glowed green. Damn it. Ji Luo's trembling hand typed a line in the group. Get out. Chen Qing is obstructing official duties. Provoking trouble. Immediately hand over the house for the defense officer to arrange. If there is any resistance, severe punishment will be meted out. Ji Luo had been unsuccessful in the community for many matters, but this time, he had 100 responses to his call. In an instant, dozens of people had gathered downstairs, each holding weapons and marching aggressively towards Chen Qing's home. Chapter 70, The Buffet of Baby Ghosts. Moments later, the crowd surged forward. Chen Qing was not the slightest bit flustered. He had too many cards in his hand, and each one was a king. However, the monkey stood up. Damn it. Xiao Qingzi, deal with them. Saying this, he drew out a knife. Li Qi was already panicking. Chen Qing. Let's talk this out. Monkey, what are you doing at a time like this? It's fine, auntie, just sit tight, Chen Qing said. The first thing he did was go to the gym and call Chen Man, who was exercising. Pointing at the surveillance, he said, Xiao Man, you saw clearly and remember. These people want to rob our things and take over our home. What should we do? I can kill them. Chen Man replied seriously, I'm very strong now. Chen Qing felt relieved. Thank goodness. After following Han Yuan for so long, he hadn't learned Han Yuan's selfless way. He admired Han Yuan as a selfless and pure person. But in this apocalyptic world, he would never allow Chen Man to become that kind of person. The tuition for 2 lives had already been expensive enough. Bang! A heavy hammer slammed against the door, but it had no effect at all. Chen Qing looked and saw that the entrance was already blocked with people. A burly man was swinging a hammer, smashing the door. Bang! Bang! Chen Qing had many trump cards, 15 ghost pets, and apart from the mad ghost. Which one was easy to deal with? Plus, there were guns all over the house, with the crowd so dense. A burst of bullets would likely take out half of them, but cleaning up the blood would be a hassle. He went to the medical room and put away the Zhong Kui painting. Immediately, the room seemed to grow colder. Chen Qing went to the door and opened the gun slot. With a thought, a golden pot appeared at the door. This was the pot that Jin Buhuan had transformed into when they stayed at the hotel. Chen Qing had asked about the painted skin. This thing could also accelerate the ghost clan's training, though its effect was much weaker than the golden body. Chen Qing, there are guns and explosives in the warehouse. You better be sensible. Ji Luo's face was dark. Don't blame me for not remembering our camaraderie when the time comes. Brother Luo, don't waste your breath on this bastard. Just tear it down. After catching him, tie him up in the warehouse and feed him to those ghosts. Chen Qing cursed angrily. Hongyu was not in the crowd. She should be running around. Officer Ji, stop wasting time with him. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't tear down this house. A man named Wang De sneered, but the next moment, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide open, staring at the rooftop. There was a dry ghost face peeking down from the roof, looking at everyone. Ghost! Ghost! Someone suddenly screamed. On the roof. There's a ghost on the roof. The crowd went into chaos. Another person screamed. Female ghost. Female ghost. There's a female ghost behind. A paper man ran up. Mommy loves me. Everyone screamed, and the next moment, a child's innocent voice echoed in everyone's ears. The screams abruptly stopped. Everyone's faces relaxed, wearing expressions of comfort and ease. At that moment, despite being in different environments, most were filled with warm, gentle memories. The paper man rushed in, and the paper knife, swaying in the wind, easily severed a person's head. The paper man seemed to be gnawing on a watermelon, chopping at the next person as it chewed. Hi! Ji Luo suddenly shouted, the first to recover from the illusion. 2 ghost pets suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the burning ghost, the paper man was instantly terrified and fled for its life, drifting away with the wind and snow. Ghost! Female ghost! There's a ghost among us! The crowd screamed, pressing together at Chen Qing's door. Ha! A very light but distant voice echoed. The sound reverberated, like a child speaking in a tunnel. Ha ha giggle! The second and third laughs came. It seemed to be above their heads, or perhaps beside them. Everyone panicked and desperately squeezed towards the door. Get out of the way! Let me out! Ji Luo shouted. Though his physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary people, he was still a ghost master. How could he match dozens of people? Ghost! Ghost! It's among us. The man who was screaming was pressed in the crowd, but he had a chubby baby in his arms. The baby had big eyes and a small mouth, looking extremely cute, but its skin was pale to the extreme, like a corpse that had been soaked in water for days. Giggling, the baby smiled innocently, seemingly wanting to play, reaching its chubby little hand towards the man's face. It didn't apply much force, but that little chubby hand, as if cradling cream, peeled away a piece of flesh from the man's face. Save me. The man's cheeks were leaking, blood gushing out, and he could no longer speak clearly. At that moment, everyone was screaming, pushing in on each other. He couldn't even raise his hand. The little chubby hand came again, this time targeting his nose. The man's face seemed to be made of cream, and the little hand easily sank into his features. One eyeball and his nose disappeared. The man convulsed violently, then fell silent. Yet people continued to press in, pushing and shoving. Ha ha ha, hee hee. The laughter grew louder, these little chubby children appearing in every corner. Some were hugging thighs, others were riding on heads. They seemed to be munching on moving human-shaped cream. A woman dressed elegantly and dignified slowly appeared. With each step, the complex headdress on her head trembled slightly. In her arms, she held a child that looked just like any ordinary baby, with chubby hands and feet, rosy and porcelain-like. Chen Qing watched from the surveillance, feeling a bit uneasy. The next moment, a light giggle suddenly echoed in the room. Ah! Li Qi's scream broke out. Kunwa Dao instinctively drew in his hand. Turning around, bang. Chen Man's punch had already penetrated the baby. The powerful blood energy burned like a great fire-consuming paper, and in an instant, the baby was reduced to not a trace of ash. This is getting out of hand. Chen Qing dared not continue. He immediately went to the medical room, hung up the Zhong Kui painting, and infused spiritual energy to control it to cover the 3 layers of the safe house. A portion of the phantom revealed itself in the room, touching a few babies. The babies screamed, instantly turning to flying ash. The extremely dignified woman showed terror and quickly fled. My eyes! My eyes! The crowd was still screaming. Those outside saw the dignified woman disappear and desperately tried to flee downstairs. The panic spread rapidly. In just a moment, most had fled in fear. Some were covered in blood, trembling, nearly unable to move. Others had only half a head left, lying in pools of blood. Save them! Ji Luo shouted, shaking his head vigorously. Quick! Carry them to the warehouse for treatment. Chen Qing sneered and sent a message in the group. Ji Luo, it was you who gathered so many people here to be killed by ghosts. These 12 lives are to be remembered on your head. Chapter 71. Sharaputra awakens. The temperature continues to drop, and Ji Luo is flustered and overwhelmed. A sense of helplessness surges in his heart. Thinking of the group of strange little ghosts just now, he has no idea how to deal with them. A person's body seems to have turned into cream in front of them. The person at his feet has had a scoop taken out of their neck and is bleeding profusely. They probably won't survive. The doctor in the community. Hurry to the warehouse for help. Instead, it was Huaxia who sent a notice in the group. The defense team will prioritize residents who show active participation. The latter part of the sentence holds significant weight. In such a terrifying situation, who can guarantee that the next time it won't happen in their own home? Although these young people seem useless today, at least having a few helpers is somewhat reassuring. Soon, 3 people arrived at the warehouse area. Looking at the 6 injured people lying on the ground, the 3 doctors all looked pale. If someone is stabbed, it's enough to stitch up the 2 sides. If an ear is lost, it's enough to reattach the ear. But the injured parts of these people have disappeared. Where are the missing parts of the patients? One doctor, wearing pajamas over several layers of clothing, looked out of place and still had red hands from the cold. Gone. Gone. Such a large wound. Are there any emergency supplies? Some were sent from above, is this it? Chen Qing brought over a large bag of supplies. Yes, this is it. The 3 doctors immediately coordinated to provide treatment. But soon, 2 of them lost their breath. The remaining 4 were also not in good condition. Damn it. Damn it. A woman suddenly appeared from somewhere, throwing herself on a man and crying out in anguish, heart-wrenching. She cried so hard she was about to faint. Pointing angrily at Ji Luo. It's you. It's you who urged my husband to go. It's you. Give me back my husband. Give me back my husband. You killed him. Ji Luo's face turned pale, unable to defend himself. The woman slapped Ji Luo hard across the face with her bloodied hand. Slap. Ji Luo stood there stunned, suddenly furious. He kicked the woman hard. It's a ghost. A ghost. If it weren't for me, the entire community would be gone. If you keep making a scene, I'll kill you. The bloodstains on the Kunwan knife glimmered. As Ji Luo glared viciously at the woman. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. The woman stared at Ji Luo. Stepping closer. Just kill me. Ji Luo raised his hand high. The tip of the knife aimed at the woman's heart. At that moment, as the knife tip pressed against her chest, Ji Luo's knife trembled and withdrew. He stumbled back 2 steps, gritting his teeth. You're crazy. You're fucking crazy. Come on. Kill me. Sister Luo. Calm down. The man who had swung a big hammer to smash Chen Qing's door blocked her. No one wants this to happen. Sister Luo suddenly collapsed to the ground. Crying again. But how can I live without him? A similar scene played out across the entire community. Meanwhile, the 3rd injured person also lost their breath. In the room, Li Qi and Ho Gang looked somewhat pale. The child that just appeared was a ghost. The painted skin. Did that female ghost know what she was? Ghost mother. The evil ghost level that gives birth to ghosts is her. So that's it. Originally, it was difficult to give birth to one, but after leveling up, she can give birth to a whole nest. Just as he was thinking, Chen Qing suddenly sensed something and immediately went upstairs to take a look. 9 Sharira were slowly floating in the air. These were previously bought from Boss Qin. The 3 things Chen Qing was most concerned about that day were the 9 Sharira, the bronze sword, and a human femur. With a thought, he collected the 9 Sharira and released them again, completing the simplest recognition of ownership. If the recognition were to be more thorough, he would need to drop blood and just recently ritualized it. The 9 Sharira gently rotated around Chen Qing. There was a door on the rooftop level, which he opened. With a thought, one Sharira shot out. Whoosh bang. A flower pot was shattered. He operated again, shooting from above downwards. Whoosh bang. The thick floorboard was pierced through. Good heavens. Chen Qing was overjoyed, pointing into the distance as the 9 Sharira shot out. Concrete debris flying everywhere, with just one collision creating a basketball-sized hole in the rooftop. The most important thing is, this thing contains spiritual energy. It's also effective against ghosts. A divine weapon. Just as he was thinking of finding a ghost to practice on, he suddenly saw a completely snow-white little boy appear in the wind and snow. He was sitting on the edge of the rooftop, his legs hanging freely, gently swaying back and forth. Master, this is the snow boy, an immortal being. Do not engage with him. The painted skin immediately reminded him. Chen Qing naturally heeded the advice, retracting his intention to practice and returning to the safe house. Immortal? Yes. Ghosts related to weather are all immortal, such as snow women, rain women, wind women, etc. As long as there is a snowflake, it will not die, which is quite troublesome. Chen Qing nodded, remembering this in his heart. Indeed, many ghosts are very troublesome. For example, the evil ghost level of child ghosts, the night-crying child, has never been seen by anyone. You just said that was the snow boy, the evil ghost level of the snow woman? That's right, its lethality isn't too strong, but it's immortal and indestructible, making it quite challenging. Fortunately, we have the Zhong Kui picture, so these things don't dare to come in. The painted skin suddenly thought of something. Perhaps if the great deity Zhong Kui made a move, he could destroy them. Zhong Kui? Chen Qing nodded. It is indeed possible for this guy to make a move. Just as he was saying this, the monkey suddenly burst into laughter. Chen Qing, look at the group. Damn it, it's killing me with laughter. Chen Qing looked at the group. Ji Luo had sent a message. At this critical moment, daring to steal collective supplies is a serious crime. To put it mildly, it's theft. To put it more seriously, that's indirect murder. Don't let me find out who it is. Immediately someone in the group began to ask, Commander Ji, what was stolen? 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. At such a time, still having the mind to steal things. How can such a person not die? Chen Qing shook his head. The person who stole the compressed biscuits is quite perceptive. Many people may not see clearly now. But in a few days, this will be the most valuable thing. However, if it gets stolen in a few days, Ji Luo's anger can be understood. But right now, Ji Luo definitely hasn't realized the preciousness of food, so his anger is certainly not just about 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. There must be something more urgent at stake. However, Chen Qing is not too concerned. As Chen Qing expected, Ji Luo was already feeling murderous. In just half a day, he was already exhausted, and at such a time, he didn't even know which scoundrel stole the entire box of money. Without this box of money, how would he build the defense team? Who would still listen to him? This is the end of the world. The end of the world. So many people died in the morning, and there are still people with such thoughts. Chapter 72. Abandoned infant tower. Ji Luo's teeth were about to grind to dust. The most fatal thing is, he can't dare to make it public. If it gets out that the box of money was stolen, probably no one will work with him anymore. I swear. If I catch you, I will kill you. Ji Luo's mindset had always remained at the level of a student. To him, beating someone up was already a serious matter, but at this moment, he truly felt the urge to kill. One more of the 6 injured had died, leaving only one remaining. This person was just missing a chunk from his shoulder. But at least the bleeding had stopped. He needed warmth. Was there an emergency thermal blanket? The doctor, covered in blood, asked. Warmth? There were food and emergency medicines among the supplies provided by the military, but he hadn't paid attention to the thermal blankets. The doctor frowned and started searching. Soon finding a plastic package slightly larger than the palm of his hand, found it. The thermal blanket was not made of fleece, but was a large, thin sheet of aluminum foil, rolled up to the size of an ice cream cone. He wrapped the injured person tightly in the blanket, and the man weakly opened his eyes. Thank you. Ji Luo, who had been overwhelmed, sat down on a military rations barrel, looking exhausted. He had never imagined that there could be so many, so terrifying, and so bizarre ghosts. He didn't know what else he would encounter, or if he could cope with it. Another scream echoed. Ji Luo stiffly stood up, and soon someone ran over, pale-faced. Li Chun's family hanged themselves. Hanged. Ji Luo was slightly taken aback. Was it due to too much mental pressure? The person looked terrified. Li Chun's wife is hanging by a thread. Such a thin thread, it would snap with a tug. And their son hanged himself with a headphone wire. Ji Luo felt his scalp tingle. He hurried over. Huaxia sat in the warehouse, looking pale as well. In her imagination, she would be a heroic savior, but she suddenly realized that in the face of these bizarre events, she was not much better than an ordinary person. At this moment, the patient wrapped in the thermal blanket opened his eyes wide, his body writhing violently, and he weakly shouted, Ghost, ghost. Huaxia's body tensed, and she hurried over. The patient's body was wrapped in the thermal blanket, wriggling like a caterpillar, and his fingers suddenly pierced through the blanket, pointing to a corner of the warehouse. Several doctors and Huaxia felt a chill in their hearts and looked over. A half-burned baby was slowly crawling on the ground. This baby seemed to have just been born, with an umbilical cord still dragging on the ground. Seeking death, Chen Qing gritted his teeth and swung a knife down. He chopped the baby in half. There's another one. A doctor jumped aside as if electrocuted, pointing to another corner of the warehouse. This warehouse had been converted from a garage, and in the corner lay some miscellaneous items, with a bag covered in dust blocking that corner. The sky was dark, and the light was too dim for everyone to see clearly. They could only vaguely see a small figure hiding in that corner. Chen Qing summoned the ghostly possession, seemingly trying to boost his own morale, and shouted loudly, "No matter what kind of ghost it is, I'll chop you down." The flashlight shone over, and suddenly everyone's scalp tingled. It was a little girl about 3 years old. Her body was covered in rats and cockroaches, and these creatures had gnawed her into a pitiful state. Half of the girl's face had been eaten away, and she was crying softly, "Mother, don't leave me." "Father." Chen Qing gritted his teeth and suddenly leaped up, one slash. He cut the girl in half. "Damn it, why are there so many children everywhere?" Chen Qing's face turned a bit flushed, panting heavily. Here they come, another one." A doctor shouted again, and with his gaze, everyone saw another little girl, also in tatters, covered in rats and cockroaches. These creatures were burrowing into her tiny body like a sponge, coming in and out. Chen Qing struck again, and the kunwan knife chopped this creature in half. Then they encountered several more little ghosts, all ghostly infants, all girls. After killing one, Chen Qing's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Huaxia, I found the source of these things." Huaxia rushed over to take a look. In the community's greenbelt, a peculiar building could be vaguely seen, about the height of a person, hexagonal, with a cover and a protrusion at the center of the cover. It looked somewhat like an enlarged teapot. The wall of this building had a hole slightly bigger than a basketball, and at this moment, a baby girl was crawling out. Huaxia's scalp tingled, and she suddenly sneered. "This is the good work of you men." Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. "What? This is the abandoned infant tower. Men in the Tang dynasty have oppressed women throughout history. This tower was built specifically to discard baby girls. When a baby girl is just born, she is thrown in here to fend for herself. Do you know this place is full of snakes, insects, rats, and ants? These little girls will be eaten alive. Moreover, every few days, someone will come to set it on fire, regardless of whether there are still live children inside. They will all be burned to death together." Huaxia's history was extremely grim, but as a new era woman capable of independent thinking, she knew many historical injustices against women, some true, some false. Huaxia stared fiercely at Chen Qing, almost spitting fire. "This is your good work. You're sick." Chen Qing was enraged to the point of laughter. At this moment, a girl about 10 years old, dressed in rags and still covered in wounds, appeared out of nowhere, squatting in the corner. She was crying softly. Her body had dozens or even hundreds of holes, a true home for snakes, insects, rats, and ants, which were coming in and out. Her face was filled with terror. "Mother, mother, Chen is obedient. Chen will work. Don't throw me away. Father, father, father. Chen want to go. Chen want to go." The ones thrown into the abandoned infant tower should logically all be baby girls. The appearance of a 10-year-old girl already proved her tragic past. Even Chen Qing was frozen in place. Huaxia had already started crying the moment she appeared. Tears streamed down her face as she rushed over a few steps. Reaching out to the girl's head, "Little sister, be good, sister." A pair of hands suddenly pierced through her heart. The girl's hands kept clawing at her. Her expression twisted. "Mother, you come to accompany Chen. You accompany Chen." She suddenly pulled out her hands. "Father, you." Before she could finish her sentence, her head had already flown off, and a look of relief appeared on the girl's scarred face as she murmured, "Chen is afraid." Chen Qing held Huaxia, who had 2 large blood holes in her chest, feeling cold all over. I'm so cold. Huaxia tightly grasped Chen Qing. A wound that penetrated the heart had no chance of survival. Huaxia's hands suddenly tightened and then fell limply to the ground. Chapter 73, Master. Take back the abandoned infant tower. Chen Qing's surveillance covered the entire building 8. One of the cameras happened to capture the abandoned infant tower. He saw the whole process. Chen Qing was speechless. Although he didn't know what had happened, Huaxia's proactive approach was undoubtedly a sacrifice. "Master, I recommend you take back the abandoned infant tower." "The abandoned infant tower?" Chen Qing paused slightly. He seemed to have some impression and should have heard of it somewhere. With male superiority and female inferiority, many people naturally discarded baby girls, reaching a peak in the late Qing dynasty, even giving rise to towers specifically for throwing away baby girls. In essence, it was just a garbage bin for baby girls. Painted Skin is set in an ancient era where the concept of male superiority and female inferiority is deeply ingrained, and there isn't much reaction. It seems to just narrate a very ordinary event. After abandoning a female infant, the parents would still burn incense and pray for peace of mind. Well, the servant has digressed a bit. The abandoned infant tower is a level of ghost that is neither evil nor immortal, and it is not afraid even if evil ghosts or wicked spirits come. Its most powerful aspect is that it continuously produces ghost infants. With it, it's equivalent to having a military camp. Chen Qing's eyes lit up. The abandoned infant tower is strange, but the servant coincidentally knows how it can reach the level of an evil ghost. Like the foolish ghost, the abandoned infant tower has many forms. The servant knows 3, the 10,000 infant tower, the stupa, and the tomb tower. The 10,000 infant tower requires many human infants to be thrown in, allowing them to live and die on their own. After the infants die, their souls will be trapped inside. Once the number is sufficient, it can advance to the evil ghost level 10,000 infant tower. Chen Qing immediately shook his head and laughed. Your master can be considered a true villain who repays grievances and kindness, but he can't be called an irredeemable demon. There is a ready-made item. By placing a relic inside, it can transform into a stupa, which is a Buddhist tower. I see, Chen Qing pondered slightly. He knows what a stupa is. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story stupa. What abilities does a stupa have? The servant is not clear about that. And what about the tomb tower? The tomb tower is cultivated by ghost kings in the underworld, who will capture many ghosts and place them inside. Once the number is sufficient, it will advance to a tomb tower that can continuously produce ghost servants. That's settled. Let's get one. Chen Qing immediately made the decision. He suddenly had a new dream. With a single command, 100 ghosts march at night. You must hurry. If the abandoned infant tower disappears, no one will be able to find it. Understood. Chen Qing immediately went downstairs. He arrived before the abandoned infant tower. Huaxia's corpse was already gone, likely taken away by Chen Qing. In this short time, several ghost infants crawled out, either charred or covered in snakes, insects, rats, and ants, looking very miserable. Thinking about the state of these female infants at the time of their death, Chen Qing could only sigh. It truly was a cannibalistic era. With a thought, a hare corpse appeared. In terms of pure attack power, the strongest under Chen Qing is the hare corpse, of course, excluding Zhong Kui, who cannot be judged by common sense. The hare corpse's biggest drawback is its slow movement, but with a bunch of ghost pets assisting under Chen Qing, its destructive power can be maximized. And against the immobile abandoned infant tower, the hare corpse's immense strength is perfectly showcased. Arriving before the abandoned infant tower, it raised its hands high and smashed down. Bang! The entire earth trembled slightly. However, the abandoned infant tower showed no response. Not even a scratch was left. The hare corpse raised its hands for a second strike. Bang! The earth trembled again. The abandoned infant tower sank 2 or 3 inches into the ground, but remained intact. Come back, Chen Qing frowned. He naturally knew the hare corpse's destructive power. Just those 2 strikes could break an excavator's arm. But not even a scratch was made on the abandoned infant tower. It seemed to be of some indestructible nature. Zhong Kui. At this point, he could only call for Zhong Kui, but this guy did not respond. Chen Qing was very irritated. Zhong Kui is strong, but he is always exploring deep within the Demon Suppression Tower. He might have wandered to a very distant place, responding only 2 times out of 10 calls. Master, hurry. It's going to disappear. With the voice of painted skin, the soil at the bottom of the abandoned infant tower suddenly began to bubble like boiling water. The abandoned infant tower was slowly sinking into it. If it disappears, even a ghost king won't be able to find it. Painted skin reminded him again. The hare corpse was furious, holding onto the edge of the abandoned infant tower. If there were a suitable point to exert force, the hare corpse could even lift a small building. Yet it couldn't hold back the abandoned infant tower, which continued to sink slowly. Come back. Chen Qing frowned. At a loss. Suddenly he thought of something. Jin Buhuan. In the next moment, Jin Buhuan appeared. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. The golden ingots in Jin Buhuan's big bag were once again full. Chen Qing pointed to the half-sunken abandoned infant tower. Go. Jin Buhuan skipped towards the abandoned infant tower, leaping high and jumping inside. The gold transformation of the abandoned infant tower began. It spread from the top of the tower like an enlarged teapot, slowly extending downwards. Soon, the gold transformation reached the position where it connected with the boiling soil. Chen Qing could no longer see what was beneath the soil. However, the boiling of the soil gradually stopped. The abandoned infant tower, which had been sinking, also gradually ceased its descent. Half buried in the soil, it stood still. Is it done? Chen Qing was not quite sure. A strange feeling came over him. Chen Qing realized he could control this thing, crushing a soldier ghost to make space. Chen Qing stored it in the Demon Suppression Tower. Back home, Chen Qing went to the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. He released the abandoned infant tower and began to command. Come out. The golden abandoned infant tower remained silent. Spray. Come. Live. Shoot. No matter how Chen Qing called, it did not respond. Just as he was about to say more, suddenly, a golden little chubby hand grabbed onto the opening of the abandoned infant tower. The next moment, a female infant, covered in wounds from being gnawed by snakes, insects, rats, and ants, appeared. But there was no feeling of discomfort at all, because this infant and the snakes, insects, rats, and ants crawling all over her were all golden. Sure enough, the golden color can cure all forms of trypophobia. Next, one after another, many ghost infants crawled out. These infants, who had died tragically, took on a golden hue and surprisingly exuded a strange sense of holiness. To put it elegantly, they appeared dignified. Ghost infants kept crawling out, and as time passed, there were already 13 ghost infants on the ground. Is there an upper limit to this thing's quantity? The servant was not quite sure. Chen Qing did not stop it. He wanted to see just how many ghost infants it could produce. The abandoned infant tower. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly. and Zhong Kui's two eyes elegantly focused on different spots. Zhong Kui examined the abandoned infant tower, somewhat puzzled. Wait, is it a golden tower? No, it's a ghost realm. No. Zhong Kui squatted down, frowning in deep thought. Master, it's extremely difficult for others to upgrade the abandoned infant tower to a tomb tower because ghost entities are hard to fit in. But your tower has a golden body by nature, which has a tremendous attraction to ghost entities. Just releasing it will cause ghosts to continuously drill in and be trapped inside. With the great Zhong Kui here, it's the perfect opportunity to attract ghost entities. Indeed. Chen Qing immediately nodded and said, Zhong Kui, I will throw this tower outside. It will definitely attract many powerful ghosts. Among them, there will definitely be some you can't defeat. Nonsense. Zhong Kui was furious. He could accept being called anything, but he could not be said to be unable to defeat ghosts. No matter how many spirits, demons, or monsters there are in front of this great immortal. They are merely chickens and dogs. That's settled. Chen Qing immediately led Zhong Kui to the north corner of the community. Zhong Kui patted his chest and guaranteed, you go ahead. With your invincible heroic spirit, which little ghost would dare to come here? That makes sense. Zhong Kui dove headfirst into the magic tower in Chen Qing's chest. Chen Qing summoned the chaotic courtyard and simultaneously released the golden abandoned infant tower. Woo long long. Hua 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 hua. Countless strange sounds merged together. Chen Qing saw a team of complex ghosts appearing in his line of sight, recklessly rushing towards the abandoned infant tower. Chapter 74, The Second Level Wandering Soul. This team of ghosts had everything, led by a paper figure dressed in bright red and green, with cheeks and lips painted a blood red hue. Following closely were several differently colored zombies, as well as hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, lightning-struck ghosts, birthing ghosts, toilet ghosts, and so on. The paper figure rushed to the front of the abandoned infant tower, almost without hesitation, and immediately floated inside. Next came the starving ghosts, a large number of them crowding together in a frenzy. The first one quickly drilled in, but the second and third got stuck at the entrance. Fortunately, the ghosts behind pushed frantically, causing one of the starving ghosts to have its hip bone shattered before it finally fell in. The fetus inside the birthing ghost leaped in at the moment of approach. Various ghostly howls mixed together, making the ears buzz. The entire ground trembled violently. The entrance of the abandoned infant tower was still too small, and soon dozens of ghosts piled up at the door, forming a stack taller than the tower itself in no time. Chen Qing clicked his tongue in amazement. Is Jin Buhuan this outrageous? Master, perhaps it came too easily, leading you to have a misconception. Jin Buhuan is a rare ghost of the highest order. Although it is famous, who has actually seen it? In my long life, I have encountered countless natural disasters and human calamities and witnessed several dynastic changes, but I have never even heard of Jin Buhuan. Every time Jin Buhuan appears, it incites countless heroes from the human world and the supreme ghosts to fight for it. For you to obtain it is indeed a great blessing. I just wonder who owes you such a huge favor. Chen Qing silently watched the pile of ghosts rushing to their deaths and felt puzzled. In his previous life, he considered himself a savior in this neighborhood, with many owing him favors. But in this life, he truly couldn't think of anyone he had indebted. Having learned from painful lessons, Chen Qing's style of action this time was not heroic at all, and even leaned towards being cold. After thinking for a long time, the only ones he owed were the monkey family, Uncle Xia, and Guxing. But the problem was, they were all alive. Only before dying would they think of Chen Qing's good and vow to repay him like an ox or a horse, thus becoming debt ghosts. And debt ghosts could only advance to Jin Buhuan under extremely harsh conditions. It's perplexing. Chen Qing shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. He had originally counted that dozens of ghosts had entered the abandoned infant tower, but now the tower had been completely flooded, making it impossible to count. He estimated in his heart, about 3 or 4 could enter in a minute, which would be around 200 in an hour. And if a particularly large ghost got stuck at the entrance, the chaotic courtyard would use its ability to move it away. Time slowly passed. Ji Luo and Chen Qing enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. Had the ghost tide receded? It had, perhaps. The two silently looked at Hong Ye's corpse, remaining quiet. Ding dong. Hong Ye's phone received a message. Good daughter, it seems to have quieted down outside. Are you okay? Please reply to mom when you have time. Daughter, are you alright? Ji Luo's fists clenched tightly. Chen Qing's eyes were vacant, fixed in one place. Daughter, don't scare mom. Are you okay? Perhaps seeing that no more ghosts were approaching, the worried Hong Jian and Huang Shui, bundled in thick down jackets, appeared in the neighborhood. Moments later, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the warehouse. Ah, Hongya, get up, get up. How could this happen? How could this happen? Hong Jian's vision went dark, and he fell heavily to the ground. Struggling to get up, he knelt and rushed over to embrace Hongya. It's you. You killed my daughter. Huang Shui, on the verge of collapse, directly lunged at Ji Luo. Ji Luo pushed her away, shaking his head. This ghost. It's a ghost, not me. Not me. Huang Shui lunged again, but was pushed away by Chen Qing. Chen Qing's eyes lit up suddenly. It's Chen Qing. Just now Hongya was fighting the ghost, and Chen Qing took the opportunity to stab her from behind. Hong Jian's body trembled violently. his face contorted like a vile ghost. Chen Qing, I will fight you. Even if he still had a shred of rationality, he could see that there was not a single knife wound on Hongya's body, but he had already lost all sense of reason. Chen Qing was chatting with the painted skin while watching countless ghosts rush into the abandoned infant tower. The abandoned infant tower was only about a person's height, with a diameter of about 2 meters. At this moment, at least 200 ghosts had been crammed inside, but these ghosts seemed unaware of anything amiss and continued to enter frantically. However, only one was of the malevolent ghost level, the plague ghost, the malevolent form of the deathly ill ghost. There were definitely many malevolent ghosts in this neighborhood, but it was likely that their wisdom and self-control were far superior, preventing them from falling for it. As time decreased, the number of ghosts left outside dwindled. At this moment, only about 10 remained, all larger ghosts. Chen Qing no longer wasted time. Ghost level measurement, 637. Level Wandering Soul. Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. This is directly taking off. Amazing. He happily returned to the entrance of his home and struck down with a kitchen knife. With Chen Qing's current soul power and reaction speed, this was practically like slow motion. Chen Qing lightly pinched with his index and middle fingers. Without even looking at who it was, he swung his elbow down. Bang! Crack! The man's arm broke into 2 pieces. Ah! The man screamed in agony. A woman rushed at Chen Qing with a bone-cutting knife, aiming for his face. With a flick of his index finger, the knife flew from her hand. A heavy slap. Slap. Crack. The woman flew back, spitting out a few teeth and blood. Hong Jian and Huang Shui. Formerly, these two were the closest people to him aside from Chen Man. The two sides couldn't really be said to have enmity. The only grievance was that his family wouldn't lend him 200 yuan, but the other party was under no obligation to lend him money. Moreover, he had already humiliated them last time. Chen Qing was too lazy to trouble them. However, if they came to his door, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Chen Qing revealed a playful smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You beast. You won't even spare your cousin. I'll fight you. Huh. Wait. What do you mean? Hong Jian lunged again, awkwardly holding the kitchen knife in his left hand. Slap. A heavy slap landed. Hong Jian's left cheek immediately split open. Slap. Chen Qing struck again. After several blows, Hong Jian was already dizzy, collapsing heavily to the ground. Huang Shui still wanted to act, but Chen Qing coldly glanced at her. Move again, and I'll kill you. Huang Shui trembled all over and sat down on the spot. Who said Hongya was killed by me? Huang Shui's face had swollen up, with saliva mixed with blood dripping down in streams. Perhaps she was scared, or maybe she had come to her senses, as she was slightly taken aback. She mumbled. Zhong Kui said. Chen Qing? Chen Qing nodded, not too surprised. If you still want to die, I can help you with that. But grievances have a source and debts have an owner, so don't blame the wrong person. Huang Shui was slightly stunned. Who is it? Hong Jian's eyes turned dark, his face pale, trying to struggle but collapsing back on the ground. Chen Qing opened his phone and launched the surveillance software. He found the camera aimed at Building 5, slowly rewinding, and soon found the footage of Hongya's death. Xiaya, Huang Shui cried out. She tried to reach for the phone, but Chen Qing pushed her away. Don't move, watch carefully. In the footage, there were only Hongya and Chen Qing. The little girl didn't appear on the recording, which was a bit strange. She simply couldn't be recorded. Then, they saw Hongya strangely run to a corner and crouch down, and the next moment, Chen Qing rushed in with a knife. The knife didn't hit Hongya, but she was already gushing blood, slowly dying in Chen Qing's arms. It was him. Hong Jian trembled, blood mixed with saliva oozing from the wound on the left side of his face. Huang Shui clutched her chest, suddenly collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily. Hong Jian suddenly knelt down. Chen Qing, help me avenge my little ya. He bit his teeth tightly. I can give you the house. I'll give you everything valuable. Bang, bang, bang. His head hit the ground heavily, and after about 10 times, it was already bleeding. With each subsequent bow, a splash of blood would erupt. I can't help you, Chen Qing said calmly, but I can give you a ghost knife. Do you want it? Hong Jian was slightly taken aback and knocked his head again heavily. Get up. With a thought, the coroner appeared. Hong Jian and Huang Shui were both startled, instinctively taking a few steps back. The coroner didn't even look at them. Picking up the bone-cutting knife from the ground, taking a deep breath, he spat a mouthful of ink jade-colored phlegm heavily onto it. The phlegm bubbled violently on the knife's surface like concentrated acid, calming down only after a while. Looking again at the knife, there were already several black and green patterns on it. Highly poisonous. As long as it breaks the skin, you will undoubtedly die. Chen Qing handed the knife to Hong Jian. How to take revenge, think slowly. He then walked into the house, ignoring the two. Hong Jian stared blankly at the knife, his eyes gradually filling with killing intent. His blood-red eyes turned towards Huang Shui. Xiao Shui, do you dare to kill? Chapter 75. The banquet. The Jiangpan community enjoyed a rare peace for a night. Almost all the ghosts in the entire community had been slaughtered by Chen Qing. Now, there was no distinction between day and night, but the habits formed over decades would not change overnight. Around 7 or 8, everyone gradually woke up. Uncle Xia skillfully started playing an audio novel at triple speed, which normal people couldn't understand at all. The television had no signal. and Ho Gang had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well. Even though it was very quiet last night, he had woken up 7 or 8 times. Li Qi made breakfast, and after everyone ate together, Ho Gang spoke up. Chen Qing, our family really owes you a great favor. Now the ghosts seem to have calmed down a bit, so we shouldn't disturb you anymore. Uncle, the bond between the monkey and me is as strong as life and death. You don't have to be so polite, but it's still a bit inconvenient. All right, then stay safe. No matter who it is, don't open the door. The monkey, reluctant, said, it's still more comfortable here. Why didn't I think of setting up an entertainment room? Just take one. Are you serious? Foster father. The monkey was overjoyed. Soon, the monkey really carried away a computer. Chen Qing's storage space was as large as 150,000, but unfortunately, he had assembled it and couldn't split any part to give him. However, he did copy over 30 games, enough to play for a few months. The monkey's safe house had ghost-repelling functions, and ordinary ghosts couldn't enter. Plus, with the monkey's own strength as a tomb beast, safety wasn't a major concern. Meanwhile, in the same community, Hong Jian and Huang Shui had swollen faces. After being beaten by Chen Qing, the two realized something and grit their teeth, preparing for Hong Ye's funeral. It mainly involved cremation. They thought they were strong enough. But when the flames engulfed the body, Hong Jian rolled on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. Huang Shui even wanted to push through the flames, but Ji Luo held her back. Whether at a funeral home or among the ethnic minorities who practiced cremation, relatives were never allowed to be present. When the body was there, it felt like the person was still present. But once the fire passed, they would never see them again in this life. That kind of pain, tearing the heart in two, was unbearable for anyone. And piles of flames rose up. Some families that had lost all members were carelessly thrown into a pile to be burned. The entire community was filled with a strange, burnt smell. Everywhere, there were sounds of crying. Rough estimates indicated that in just one day, the death toll was 30%. According to Chen Qing's estimates, the death toll on the first day was at least half. However, the abandoned infant tower had slaughtered almost all the wandering souls, indirectly saving hundreds of people. The official phone lines were unreachable, and terrifying numbers of ghosts roamed the streets. Ji Luo directed everyone to start building walls. The materials had long been prepared, and they were prefabricated panels with mortise and tenon structures. Everyone worked quickly, and by noon, they had built walls over 2 meters high. Ji Luo directed everyone to the riverbank again to raise the low fence. Huang Shui and Hong Jian were at home. In front of them were the hamsters raised by Hong Ye, with 2 hamsters inside struggling. Their sounds were not loud, but incredibly piercing. Hong Jian's gaze became cold, indeed highly poisonous. Chen Qing didn't lie to us. Huang Shui was in a daze, her gaze fixed wherever she looked. Xiao Shui, pull yourself together. We need to avenge our daughter. Huang Shui raised her head in confusion, her already swollen eyes unable to shed any more tears. Pull yourself together. Pull yourself together. Hong Jian shook her, letting out a sigh. They went to the kitchen to get busy. Halfway through, Huang Shui also joined in. By 7 in the evening, Chen Qing, who was busy and overwhelmed, received a call from Hong Jian. Xiao Qing, thank you for helping Xiaoyu so much. We made dinner, and you must come over. Uncle, it's not necessary. I'm really too busy and can't spare the time. People are iron, and food is steel. We need to eat well to defend our home. Besides, your aunt spent a whole 3 hours making it, so come over and have some hot food. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Qing agreed. What Hong Jian and his wife didn't expect was that Chen Qing came with Ji Luo. Not knowing what to say, they welcomed both of them inside. Uncle, what happened to your faces? We ran into a ghost in the community and got injured. It's this high, this big. A bit like a toad. Oh, that's the toilet ghost. Be careful with your wounds. They can get infected. Chen Qing no longer doubted it. Have a drink. The community will still rely on you too in the future. Hong Jian took out his cherished good wine and filled their glasses. Seeing that they were about to refuse, Hong Jian said seriously, you have always taken care of Xiaoyu. This glass is to toast you on her behalf. The two exchanged glances, unable to refuse any longer, and forced themselves to drink. Beer has been consumed, but the liquor is too strong, and both of them are grimacing. Soon, Hong Jian filled their cups again. In ancient times, this cup was a drink of consolation. It represented recognition of the local officials. We all see the contributions you two have made to our community. Chen Qing wanted to decline, but Ji Luo immediately raised his cup. These 2 sentences struck a chord with him. He now feels he is even worthy of words like devoted service. Uncle, I'll drink this cup. With Ji Luo drinking, Chen Qing could only follow suit. In terms of strength, one Ji Luo could take on a whole row of Hong Jian. But in terms of social niceties, how could they compete with Hong Jian? With such a big belly, none of his weight was gained for nothing. Soon, Hong Jian hit upon Ji Luo's vital point. Some people are still talking coolly, not knowing what you have given, and truly feel it's not worth it for you. Ji Luo sighed, raised his cup again, and drank it all in one go. At this moment, he was already a bit slurred, saying, I'm not saying anything. It's all in the drink. Chen Qing had already consciously tried to refuse, but Hong Jian frowned. Do you think that without Hong Ye, you look down on this old man who has lost everything? Nonsense. This was getting serious, and Chen Qing immediately raised his cup. I misspoke, uncle. Please don't take offense. Then it should be 3 cups. Ji Luo pointed out 3 fingers. Chen Qing frowned. really drinking 3 cups. One cup after another went down, and the two were leaning a bit in their seats. Hong Jian felt it was about enough, but for safety, he continued to persuade them to drink. The two refused, saying, "You look down on me," and they managed to drink more. Huang Shui, who had been hiding, slowly opened the bedroom door. She couldn't control her emotions, fearing it would ruin things, so she had been hiding, but now she finally appeared. The bone-cutting knife gleamed ominously as she stepped toward Chen Qing. Chen Qing was already drunk. He was mumbling something. Huang Shui's face turned red, her heart nearly jumping out of her throat, the knife trembling violently in her hand. Almost unable to hold it, Hong Jian stepped forward and seized the knife. He had also drunk some, but had been controlling himself enough to act. The knife was raised high. Thud. The knife plunged heavily into his chest. But Hong Jian clearly underestimated the hardness of the sternum. The knife only penetrated about an inch, and he wanted to pull it out and stab again, but it was tightly stuck against the sternum. Chen Qing let out a miserable scream, instinctively kicking hard. Bang! Hong Jian's body flew out, crashing onto the table full of food and drink. A loud crash ensued, and over half the plates and bottles shattered. Ji Luo suddenly woke up, shaking his head, his eyes hazy as he looked at everything in front of him. Chen Qing's chest was gushing blood, and he was half awake. "I'll kill you," Huang Shui screamed, pulling out a kitchen knife and striking down hard. Chen Qing dodged sharply and landed a heavy punch on Huang Shui's chest. Huang Shui's body flew back, crashing into the wall and slowly collapsing. Chen Qing looked incredulously at the knife stuck in his chest, his mind in chaos. "Why? Are you all crazy? Are you all crazy?" A thought crossed his mind, and a ghostly spirit appeared. Chen Qing walked over, grabbing Huang Shui by the neck and slowly lifting her up. "You worthless piece of trash. Are you tired of living?" His hands gradually tightened, and Huang Shui's face immediately flushed red as she struggled to breathe. Her kitchen knife had not yet slipped from her grip and struck heavily on Chen Qing's shoulder. However, the ghostly spirit's possession felt like the knife was hitting a piece of hard wood, barely breaking the skin. Huang Shui felt despair. Without Hongya, she had long wanted to die. At least she could take revenge, perhaps to vent her anger, or perhaps to die a little faster. She used her last bit of strength to weakly slash at Chen Qing's face. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed, and he snatched the knife, bringing it down hard. Thud! The kitchen knife sank deeply into Huang Shui's chest. Huang Shui opened her mouth wide, all her strength rapidly draining away. Clang! A frying pan struck heavily on Chen Qing's head. Chen Qing casually dropped Huang Shui and slowly turned around. Clang! Another sound. Clang! Clang! Chen Qing no longer wanted to ask why. The frying pan swung down again, but froze in midair. Hong Jian's fist was slowly being crushed. Then, Chen Qing gently took the frying pan and slammed it heavily onto Hong Jian's face. Bang! Blood splattered. The frying pan was dented. Hong Jian's face was smashed. The massive figure crashed down. Huang Shui struggled, wanting to crawl over to grab her husband's hand, but every movement was so laborious. The 2-meter distance felt as far away as the horizon. Her vision slowly darkened. She pushed forward with all her might, finally touching a rough, thick hand. All of Huang Shui's strength drained away. She tightly grasped this hand, and this hand also held her tightly, no longer moving. Chapter 76. Chen Qing is nearly dead. Ji Luo opened his eyes wide in a daze. He looked in shock at the scene before him, the drunkenness slowly dissipating. Wondering what had happened? How the hell should I know what these two beasts have gone mad about? Chen Qing cursed bitterly, looking down, and was instantly shocked. The blood on his chest was dark red. Something was wrong. Could it be poisoned? As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Qing could no longer sit still. He hurriedly rushed to the warehouse and called 3 doctors. "Hurry and take a look. I think I might be poisoned." Chen Qing's little life was stable and comfortable. He took out a plate of steaming sweet and sour ribs, a plate of twice-cooked pork, and a bucket of KFC from the Demon Suppression Tower. "Uncle Xia, what do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine." Others' casualness included countless things they wouldn't eat, but Uncle Xia's casualness was genuinely casual. He used to eat whatever he found. Now, he ate whatever Chen Qing had. Halfway through the meal, Uncle Xia said, "Chen Qing, tell me honestly, how much food do you have left?" Chen Qing was taken aback. The old blind man had lived as a beggar all his life and could get by with 1 meal a day. But he couldn't let the 2 little ones go hungry. From what he heard on the phone, it seemed that staying at home wouldn't be for just a day or 2. Chen Qing knew that to let Uncle Xia live here at ease, he had to be transparent. Even 1/10,000th of what he currently had was enough to reassure him. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Xia. You eat first, and after eating, I'll show you." Uncle Xia nodded and continued eating. After finishing, Chen Qing continued to refine bones. Chen Qing brought Uncle Xia to the rooftop warehouse. "Uncle Xia, this is the warehouse area, a total of over 100 square meters, divided into 4 rooms. Come, this is the first one." Saying this, he helped Uncle Xia into the room and began to slowly explore. Uncle Xia reached out and immediately touched a can. Then felt up, left, right, and down, all cans. "You brat have quite a stock." Uncle Xia's eyes widened. "This is just the beginning." Chen Qing laughed. "What you touched is less than 1% of this room." Subsequently, Uncle Xia became more and more surprised as he touched. "This must be several thousand." "Right, even more than that." Chen Qing then took him to check the other 3 rooms one by one. Uncle Xia finally felt relieved. The old blind man is at ease. This is enough for the three of us to eat for a lifetime. Uncle Xia murmured for a while and sighed. In this life, I owe you a great favor. I can't repay it even if I become a beast of burden. That's not true, Chen Qing laughed and said. The teacher once said, a drop of water's kindness should be repaid with 2 rivers. Ha 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 ha, Uncle Xia laughed heartily. Ding dong. The group chat on his phone buzzed. 3301 yuan shun. Dear neighbors, I've been on a business trip for work and didn't prepare food at home. I've run out of supplies. Could anyone lend me some? Thank you very much. Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. Wow, it's only the first day, and someone has already run out of food? Chen Qing watched the group chat with great interest. Maybe everyone has already realized a bit. As our ancestors said, with food in hand, one can stay calm. After a long time, there was no response. Can I buy some? 10 times the price. Finally, someone responded. We're all neighbors, no need to buy. I'll give you a few bags of instant noodles. Come to 2,502 to get them. Thank you, thank you. A good person will have peace for a lifetime. At the monkey's house, Li Qi looked at the group and smiled with satisfaction. Good thing he listened to Chen Qing and stocked up on 2 big rooms of supplies. Looking at the room specifically cleared out to store food, he felt a strong sense of security. Tianyi, your mom probably can't do anything about it anymore. You need to repay that person well, understand? I know. The monkey replied while playing a game. Be serious, I'm not joking. Chen Qing letting us stock up is a great favor. Not to mention, he gave so much money. Got it. The monkey said, don't worry. Even if you don't say anything, I'll stick with Brother Qing for life. The ghosts in the community seemed to have disappeared overnight. The community returned to silence. But everyone stayed indoors, eerily quiet. Except for the Chung family. Zhong Kui's chest had already festered, dark blood continuously seeping out, outlining his entire vascular system. It looked like black lines were drawn all over his body. Zhong Kui was running a high fever, occasionally vomiting a mass of dark blood. Chengxi stayed by the bedside, crying incessantly. Ji Luo, I beg you, find a way to save my brother, okay? Take him to the hospital. It's not far, just 2 stops. Ji Luo remained silent. He had originally wanted to take the risk, but the streets were full of various ghosts. Not to mention carrying someone. Even he probably couldn't survive to reach the hospital alone. Moreover, he was still very concerned about Chen Qing knowing that she had a butterfly tattooed on her lower body. You are his brother-in-law. Ji Luo, you are his brother-in-law. He only has you as his brother-in-law. You have to help him. The title of brother-in-law made Ji Luo feel slightly better. However, he still shook his head. I can't do anything, Xiaoxi. There are too many ghosts. How do you know if you don't try? I only have this brother. Without him, how will my mom and I live? Ji Luo frowned. Eugene Xiu cried with red and swollen eyes, tightly holding Zhong Kui's hand while gently pounding her chest with the other. You are the defense officer of Jiangpan community. You have an obligation to take him to the hospital. Chengxi clutched Ji Luo tightly. I beg you, please save him. Ji Luo's frown deepened. Chengxi, I'm sorry. I can't help. Saying this, he pulled away from Chengxi's grip and left without looking back. Ji Luo, are you still human? You beast. Ji Luo was a bit stunned, looking back with disgust, barely holding back, and left with a cold smile. Chengxi cried out loud, and suddenly, her crying stopped abruptly. She thought of something. If anyone in the entire community had the most medicine, it must be Chen Qing's family, like finding a lifesaver. Chengxi immediately flipped through her phone contacts, but there was none. Then she suddenly remembered that she deleted Chen Qing's contact after following Ji Luo. Mom. Look for that list from the last mediation at the police station. It should have Chen Qing's number. Eugene Xiu looked up in confusion. Chen Qing's family has medicine. It can save Xiao Kuan. Soon, the two found Chen Qing's phone number. They called. Chen Qing answered the phone, somewhat surprised. What's the matter? Chen Qing, please save my brother. He has poisoned. Oh, Chen Qing wanted to laugh. You know where the poison came from, and you're asking me for help. He is in so much pain. Chen Qing, please, if you can save him, I will be your girlfriend. Chen Qing sneered. He hung up the phone casually. In the last life, it was your brother who stabbed a knife into my chest. Dying like this would be letting him off easy. A cruel smile gradually appeared on Chen Qing's face. He summoned the embroidery girl. How many human skin wedding dresses do you still need? 3, she replied. Let's go. Time to work. Chen Qing made a call, his tone heavy. I have a helper. I just asked him, and he said in this situation, the chance of success is less than 10%. Less than 10%. Chengxi was stunned, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head vigorously. No. All right, then think of another way. Chen Qing hung up the phone. Then he waited quietly. 2 minutes later, Chengxi called back. Her voice choked with tears. Chen Qing, please, come quickly, hurry. My brother is about to die. As soon as Chen Qing heard this, he became anxious. Let's go, don't let him die. Chapter 77, Live Peeling, literally live peeling. When Chen Qing arrived with the doctor, Zhong Kui was already on the verge of death. The painted skin possessed the embroidery girl, transforming into a figure that looked like an ancient doctor from the waist up, while the lower half appeared as a wisp of smoke. Upon entering Chengxi's house, both she and Eugene Xiu were startled and took a few steps back. This is my ghost pet, called Huaxia Ghost. Chen Qing explained. Sorry for the trouble, Chen Qing. Chengxi said sincerely. I'm sorry for what I said in the group earlier. No need to worry about it. I'm just here to collect a debt. Chen Qing coldly smiled to himself. Shaking his head, he walked directly to the bedroom. Upon seeing this bedroom, Chen Qing felt a wave of nausea. In his previous life, after Chen Qing rose to power, she seduced him, and in this room, she half-heartedly gave up her virginity. Looking at Chen Qing on the bed, he should have lost consciousness by now. The Huaxia ghost slashed Chen Qing's hand with a knife. Chen Shi and Eugene were both taken aback. However, Chen Qing showed no reaction. Tears streamed down both their faces. Chen Qing said in a deep voice, "The situation is very serious. I need to cast a spell. You both go outside first." He closed the door and summoned the coroner. The coroner held his hands out in a virtual fashion, and the dying Chen Qing slowly regained consciousness. "Master, do you want him to live, or let him wake up a bit?" The coroner understood. In the old prisons, prisoners had no human rights at all. How to amplify the pain dozens of times was all too clear. "Sister Mom?" Chen Qing. Chen Qing was startled, looking at Chen Qing in disbelief. Chen Qing smiled. "Chen Qing, I told you I would peel you alive." Live peeling, literally live peeling. Chen Qing trembled all over. "What do you mean?" Chen Qing. "What do you mean? Embroidery girl, do it." A silver needle abruptly disappeared, and in the next moment, a silver needle rose beneath the skin on the back of Chen Qing's hand. Slowly, he prodded between the skin and flesh, forcibly separating them. Chen Qing let out a piercing scream. Outside the door, Eugene shouted and rushed to the front, only to be dragged back by Chen Shi. Mom, don't do this, it's a good thing." Eugene was taken aback. Little Qing just lost consciousness. Now feeling pain is a good thing. Saying this, Chen Shi also shed tears. Inside, Chen Qing's screams grew louder. Fuck you, the shrill cries, one louder than the other. Chen Qing fainted several times, only to be awakened by the coroner. At this moment, one of his hands had swollen up. The skin and flesh were no longer connected. The swelling in between was actually blood. "Chen Qing, kill me, please, kill me." Chen Qing looked on calmly. The embroidery girl moved again. Chen Qing spat out blood foam from his throat. The veins on his neck bulged, his body stiffened straight, and suddenly fell silent. The coroner woke him up again. "Master, I'm afraid if it goes on like this, there will be no saving you." That would be a relief for him. Chen Qing didn't care. The screams rang out again. This time, Chen Qing screamed for a full 5 minutes. Then he fainted again. Upon waking, he had become a vegetable. No matter how he was stimulated, there was not a trace of reaction. "Our grudge is settled." Chen Qing stood up, thought of something, and sat back down. He watched the embroidery girl quickly sew a human skin wedding dress, without deliberately controlling the speed. It was completed in no time. With a thought, he put away the bloody person. He also put away the embroidery girl, letting the painted skin transform into Chen Qing's appearance, lying on the bed, barely alive. Chen Qing looked tired, leaning against the wall, and slowly opened the door. Chen Shi and Eugene rushed over immediately. What happened?" Chen Qing slowly shook his head. "I'm sorry, I did my best." No. The two cried out simultaneously, rushing to the bedside. Chen Qing's face was pale, but he was still conscious. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Sister, close the door. I have something to say." Chen Shi hurriedly closed the door, her voice choked with tears. You say, I'm here. For saving me." Chen Qing has lost a lot of his lifespan. Don't blame him. Tears streamed down Chen Shi's face. "The poison in me, it's Ji Luo." "What?" Chen Shi's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Chen Qing. "What did you say?" "Sister, I can't hold on much longer. Once I die, the poison in my body will disperse immediately. You guys aren't cultivators. Don't come near me. Get revenge for me." Saying this, Chen Qing's head tilted. And he died. Chen Shi and Eugene cried out loudly. Eugene pulled Chen Shi while crying. "Your brother said, he has poison now." Chen Shi was already in a daze. Catching sight of Chen Qing sitting there resting, she ran over and hugged him tightly. "Chen Qing, can you send my brother off for the last time?" Chen Qing made a face as if struggling internally, and after a long while, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay." After saying that, he covered his mouth and nose, and directly carried the painted skin away. Inside the room, the two were sobbing, and Chen Shi gritted her teeth. Why did he want to harm little Qing? Suddenly, Chen Shi realized something. Could it be because he knew I wasn't a virgin? He would kill for this. Ji Luo. Oh Ji Luo, you have such a venomous heart. No wonder he was unwilling to take Chen Qing to the hospital. The poison he administered. How could he be willing to save little Qing? Chen Shi trembled all over, her anger almost making her lose her sanity. She picked up her phone. But Eugene suddenly blocked her. "What do you want to do? To scold that beast? Or go confront him?" Chen Shi was stunned, confused. "Then what should we do?" "I don't know." The two embraced each other, crying in a heap. Chapter 78. The Last General, a million enemies if there's an art to seducing men. Chen Shi is at least at a postdoctoral level. But if she were to plan something, especially how to kill someone, her brain just wouldn't be enough. Chen Qing didn't have much hope either. So, Chen Qing went about eating and drinking, feeling quite at ease. After thinking for a bit, he sent a message to Shi Zhilong. "Shigu, how are you?" "I'm okay. Thanks to your advice, I hoarded a lot of things. But many people have died in the neighborhood. It's really scary now. My neighbor died yesterday. I heard a few knocks on the door. But no matter how I called, they wouldn't answer. Today, I took the courage to check, and the whole family was dead. The lantern boy? Chen Qing immediately had a guess and hurriedly said, Shigo, is it a child holding a lantern? I didn't dare to look. I don't know what it is. If it is, when it knocks on your door for the first and second time, don't respond. When it knocks for the third time, just say all is well, and absolutely don't let it knock a fourth time. Then, Chen Qing explained the matter of the lantern boy. Shi Zhilong was stunned, understanding. I'll remember. Take care. You too, take care. After Chen Qing used the abandoned infant tower to kill most of the ghosts, Jiangpan community should be one of the neighborhoods with the fewest casualties in the city. But even so, people kept dying. The atmosphere in the community remained dead and heavy. Chen Qing went to the rooftop, and almost everything had awakened. Only less than 10% remained quiet. As he was inspecting, he stopped in his tracks. There were too many things, he even forgot about this item. 3 imperial edicts. The edicts were no longer in their original tattered form, but brand new. With a thought, he summoned a martial artist. The ghost examiner measured 100. Can be promoted. A wandering soul-level martial artist, an evil ghost-level martial champion. The spiritual guide for promotion is the Emperor's decree. How to use the painted skin. Just read it. Chen Qing picked out one edict, feeling a bit embarrassed, pointed to the character can. How do you read this word? Then pointed to Jian. What about this one? Got it. Chen Qing cleared his throat, slowly spoke. Martial artist. Listen to the decree. The martial artist trembled all over, joy shining in his eyes, kneeling on the ground. His body slightly shaking. I govern the world with culture and quell chaos with military might. The military generals and commanders are the pillars of the court and the backbone of the nation. Therefore, to achieve both culture and military, how could I not commend and reward those who contribute with titles? I hereby confer the title of martial champion to the martial artist. So be it. Following the instructions of the painted skin, he didn't read out the real martial champion's name, but changed it to martial artist. The martial artist trembled as he received the edict. The moment the edict was received, it shattered into flowing sand, which slowly merged into the martial artist's body. Oh. The martial artist's body began to tremble, convulsing continuously. His body gradually formed a set of armor, the plates shining brightly, making a clattering sound as he moved. As if forged from fine steel, the long staff in his hand slowly transformed into a spear. The martial champion half kneeled on the ground. This subordinate greets the sovereign. His intelligence also increased. Chen Qing nodded, intending to test his depth. He summoned a hare zombie. Can you defeat it? Just a chicken and a dog. The hare zombie was too stupid, but the martial champion could still understand the disdain. Instantly, he became furious, just about to pounce for a one-on-one duel. Stop, 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 stop. The hairy zombie is a giant brute, and judging by the appearance of the martial champion, it might not be any less formidable. Don't destroy your own building. Both were sent to the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. No need to say more. The hairy zombie has already rushed forward. The martial champion raised his spear and swung it around. Bang! It heavily struck the hairy zombie's calf. The hairy zombie's body flew up and landed in a spin. But with its tough skin and thick flesh, it got up again to fight back. Another thrust from the martial champion. Bang! 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 Chen Qing originally thought he would witness a peak showdown, but instead, he only saw the hairy zombie getting beaten up. Fortunately, this thing has a bit of indestructibility, so it won't be killed easily. Other ghosts gathered around, curiously watching the fight, seeing the hairy zombie take hits. The more it was hit, the angrier it became. It had terrifying brute strength, but couldn't touch the martial champion's body. After being hit dozens of times, the hairy zombie suddenly realized something. Bang! A heavy thrust landed on its head. The hairy zombie had already grabbed the spearhead. Both started to wrestle fiercely, and soon the martial champion was lifted up and thrown aside. In midair, the martial champion slightly twisted his body, and the spearhead turned. Breaking free from the hairy zombie's control, the spear tip stabbed into the hairy zombie's face. The hairy zombie yelped in pain and chased after him. The martial champion's fighting skills could only be described as amazing, using strength, deflecting force, and striking effortlessly. After fighting for a long time, apart from grabbing the spearhead once, the hairy zombie couldn't even touch a hair on the martial champion. All right. Chen Qing waved his hand to stop both. The martial champion bowed and stopped. While the hairy zombie was furious to the point of exploding, yet didn't dare to go against Chen Qing's wishes, squatting on the ground, turning away. Unsure if it was feeling wronged or angry. How's your endurance? Can you fight for 100 days? Chen Qing noted. Unlimited stamina. How does your strength compare to the hairy zombie? Slightly inferior. Chen Qing noted. Immense strength. What about defense? With this armor, it's hard to be harmed in 100 battles. Chen Qing noted. Indestructible. After all questions were asked, Chen Qing was very satisfied. As expected from a top-ranked ghost species in the record of 100 ghosts, it's incredibly strong. If it really fought the hairy zombie, what would the odds be? The martial champion lightly threw the long spear. While the spear was still in the air, he brushed his hand over it, and the spear instantly began to spin rapidly. The martial champion delivered a whip kick to the spear's tail. Boom! With a loud bang, The ground exploded with a large hole, and dust flew everywhere. The long spear had deeply penetrated the ground, leaving only a hole the size of a fist exposed. The martial champion stretched out his hand, and the long spear pierced through the ground, returning to his hand with a buzzing sound. The martial champion proclaimed, "I am a 1,000-man enemy." So arrogant, I like it. Essentially, it meant he hadn't used his full strength and hadn't employed any killing moves just now. He measured his ghost energy value, which was only 105, but that mighty aura overshadowed all the ghosts present. If his ghost energy value increased, he might surpass the hairy zombie with sheer brute force. Very comfortable. One by one, the ghost pets were measured. The golden unchangeable 7-fold evil ghost, 790. The coroner's 6-fold evil ghost, 691. The painted skin 5-fold evil ghost, 531. The chaotic court 4-fold evil ghost, 431. The hairy zombie 3-fold evil ghost, 378. The 1-fold evil ghost, bone spirit, 187. Water monkey, 143. Martial champion, 105. Level wandering spirit, Zhong Kui, 1492. Level wandering spirit, abandoned infant tower, 640. 10-fold wandering spirit, embroidered girl, 100. Child ghost, 100. Hanged ghost, 100. There was also one close to 10-fold, the armed ghost, 96. 1-fold wandering spirit, mad ghost, 16. With the great golden fat and the armless golden body. The enhancement of the ghost pets was rapid. The mad ghost remained uniquely weak, but it had increased by 3, which was the highest proportionally. Zhong Kui was still racing along the path of the wandering spirits. The painted skin's increase was the least because it had been protecting Chen Qing closely. Chen Qing also felt a bit of a headache. Both the hanged ghost and the armed ghost were on the verge of promotion, but their spirit guidance remained unknown. Level wandering spirit Zhong Kui added a picture of Zhong Kui. Chapter 79, The King of Hell is dead. Quite arrogantly showing off the martial champion's strength to the monkey. The monkey immediately panicked. Uncle Qing. No, Master Qing. Foster father. I'm going to dismantle the computer today. Work hard. Strive. Chen Qing was indifferent. Anyway, I'm not making any promises. Whether you can improve depends on yourself. As long as your soul power is sufficient, the martial champion will be waiting for you. The literary master once said that the joys and sorrows of humans do not communicate. Very true. The atmosphere in the neighborhood was dead and terrifying, with people dying every day. But Chen Qing, on the other hand, welcomed the easiest time of his life. He even learned to drink red wine. Instead, Chen Man, stubborn as ever, insisted on training. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent all day in the gym refining himself. He clinked a cup with Uncle Xia, and the two chatted. This ghost tide is quite similar to the south. Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. Uncle Xia, you've been to the south? Not just been. I actually fled from the south. Uncle Xia murmured. That disaster, really. If everyone hadn't panicked, actually most could have escaped. Changing lanes, cutting in, and as a result, a few minor car accidents blocked the lives of most people on the highway. I was the same. I left my car there, my wife and children there, and my life there. Countless times I thought about ending it all, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I rummaged through the garbage to survive, and I found it meaningless, yet I just kept on living. Ha ha, Uncle Xiao laughed. Chen Qing remained silent and clinked his cup with him. Your family is not ordinary people. Chen Quan's way of dealing with people. Really, I knew him when he was not much older than Chen Man. That was a real man. His life was truly something to behold. What a pity, with our muddled personalities, we could never become someone like him in this life. Chen Qing became curious. Oh? What did my brother do? A lot. Uncle Xia thought of something and laughed. At that time, the world was in chaos. Just like during a war. Your brother was probably only about 10 years old. He bullied you and collected protection money. He usually didn't say much. But one day he gouged out a thug's eye. He stabbed him in the belly with chopsticks. TSK. Then he got into several fights. In short, he subdued all those people. Thugs in their 20s would call him Brother Quan when they saw your brother. Chen Qing was somewhat lost in thought. Anyway, your dad, your brother, and you, little man, in this life, you can never be nameless. Uncle Xia pointed at the gym, with his temperament. Do you believe he was a 6 or 7-year-old child? I don't believe it. Chen Qing laughed heartily. Later, I heard your brother became the strongest genius of that generation. So much so that he seemed to be worlds apart from the second best. Even drawing the attention of many real big shots. But I don't know what happened. Suddenly there was no news, and he disappeared along with your dad. Chen Shan and Chen Quan were definitely not ordinary people. Chen Qing was very clear about this. Chen Man's blood and talent were said by Han Yuan to be 1 in 100 years. But his intuition told him that he might not measure up to Chen Quan. Perhaps he was too young at that time. The Chen Quan in his memories always stood tall. Upon seeing him, it felt like he could withstand the sky falling down. What about my mom? Do you know her? She might be some noble lady marrying into a poor family, or something like that. I've heard many rumors, but they are just rumors. Uncle Xia broke off a crab leg and skillfully scraped off the crab meat, savoring it bit by bit. Chen Qing was slightly lost in thought. Mom is in the Yellow Springs. Suddenly, Chen Man's voice rang out. Chen Qing was taken aback. What? Chen Man said seriously, Mom is in the Yellow Springs. Chen Qing didn't think it was strange for Chen Man to say something so nonsensical. He clearly remembered that last time. Chen Quan mentioned at the 12 Earthly Branches Summit that their location was called the Yellow Springs Ghost Mansion. It was likely a place in the underworld. How do you know? Mom told me in a dream. Chen Qing gently asked. What else did Mom say? The king of hell is dead. At that moment, Chen Qing's hair stood on end. A chill spread through his heart. He didn't know what it meant, but there was an indescribable terror inside him. Uncle Xia was also frozen there. Like Chen Qing, he didn't think this was just a child's innocent words. The king of hell is dead. The king of hell is dead. Xiao Man, did Mom say anything else? She said not to look for her. Not to. Or don't. Not to. The chill in Chen Qing's heart intensified. Was there anything else? Nothing more. Just then, a sudden pull came from the Demon Suppressing Tower in his chest. Is it time for the meeting? Chen Qing frowned. The disturbance had disrupted his perception of time, but it shouldn't be the 15th day yet. He hurriedly greeted Uncle Xia and went upstairs. He put on a mask and entered the peak. The mountain was like chopsticks. Thick fog surrounded him. Chen Qing instinctively looked towards Chen Quan's position. Luckily, he was there. His clothes were tattered, and he seemed to have been injured. I've met the senior. Han Yuan said respectfully. Chen Qing casually nodded. The elder in charge hadn't spoken yet. The candle snake had already sneered. Tao Guanji, how does it feel? The woman with the black veiled mask was trembling. If it weren't for the mouse suddenly calling this meeting, your so-called human experts would have died at my hands today. From this, it seemed the woman and the candle snake had just been fighting. Chen Qing pondered. The elder in charge looked at the two and said calmly, the sudden meeting 2 days early is because it seems something has happened in the Central Plains underworld. Not only are there many breaches in the boundary between humans and ghosts, but many places in the ghost realm have also collapsed. Moreover, it seems there are powerful beings trying to block the news. The elder intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the candle snake. Don't look at me, I don't know. The candle snake sneered. This matter concerns the stability of the 6 paths. If anyone wants to inform, the old man will surely reward them. Saying this, the elder walked out of the round table area, quietly waiting outside. Chen Qing stood up and looked at Chen Quan. Fellow Taoist, I have something to ask. Chen Quan silently stood up and walked with Chen Qing to the other side. Once they were out of the round table area, Chen Qing gently opened his chest, revealing the paper armor inside. Boom. The entire peak shook. A terrifying killing intent spread out. Blood energy surged into the sky. Black gas seeped from his face. At that moment, he seemed like a demon god. Everyone in the round table area was stunned, looking towards the two. Han Yuan and the child's expressions had already changed. What an overwhelming intensity of blood energy. If I appeared before him, I would probably be easily crushed to death. Chen Quan stared at Chen Qing fiercely. Within 3 breaths, if you don't tell me how you got this, I will kill you. 1. Chen Quan. Chen Qing was overwhelmed by the blood energy. His vision darkened. It's me. Chen Qing. Chen Quan was stunned. He didn't continue counting down, muttering, what? It's me, brother, I'm Chen Qing. Chen Qing? Chen Quan was taken aback, staring at Chen Qing. The mask on Chen Qing's face faded away, revealing his true appearance. Chen Quan exclaimed in surprise, a mask? Yes. Chen Quan's bare paw-like hands suddenly embraced Chen Qing. With Chen Quan's towering physique, it felt like an adult hugging a child. Chen Qing's eyes became a bit sour. It's big brother. It's my towering big brother. Chapter 80. Is this the Tower King in my hands? After a while, Chen Quan finally released Chen Qing. He asked, are you and Xiao Man doing well? We weren't doing well at first, but now we've made it through. Chen Qing smiled. How are Dad, you and Mom? Chen Quan's expression was solemn, not simply saying they were fine. Given the current situation, the 6 paths are in turmoil. Dad and I are okay, but Mom might not be fine. By the way, Xiao Man said he dreamed of Mom. Chen Quan's face grew serious. What did he say? The king of hell is dead. Chen Quan's gaze slightly tightened. It seemed he understood something, muttering. So that is how it is, so that is how it is. Chen Qing added. Mom also said in the dream to Xiao Man, don't look for her. Chen Quan slightly nodded, then gently shook his head. Which tower do you have? Which tower? I don't know, but it can suppress 12 ghosts and 1 ghost king, and it might be the time tower. Really? Chen Quan exclaimed joyfully. Damn it. So the Tower King is in your hands. Tower King? Yes. The 12 Earthly Branches Tower was created to suppress the Earthly Branch Generals, decomposing them into 12 pieces, each suppressed in 12 towers, and then dispersing the 12 towers among the 6 paths. The strongest are your Time Tower and the Space Tower in the hands of the Mouse Boss. I see. Chen Qing nodded secretly. No wonder the Mouse Boss can summon everyone across countless distances for a meeting. So his is the Space Tower. Your tower might be even stronger. Because I suspect that each of the 12 towers can suppress from 1 to 12 ghosts. Mine can suppress 8 ghosts. I know the Candle Snake can suppress 9 ghosts. And the Mouse Bosses might be 11 or 10 ghosts. Don't reveal the details of your tower. Besides me, if anyone asks about the tower, don't say anything. Understood. You obtaining the Tower King is a great opportunity, so it seems I don't need to worry about you two. Xiao Man is doing quite well. And doesn't he need my protection? Chen Qing smiled. Maybe in a few months, he can protect me. Oh, Xiao Man has reached the blood energy realm. And he might reach the bone tempering realm by the next time we meet. Chen Quan didn't seem surprised. He asked, what technique is Xiao Man using? Vajra suppressing demons technique. Brother, do you need it? I don't need it. Chen Qing shook his head. Then I can rest assured. Brother, what caused this great chaos this time? It's been over 2,000 years, my human clan. Chen Qing paused. Frowning. I don't know if you can bear this news. Chen Qing remained silent. It probably involved news at the level of the formless. Chen Qing always remembered that over-exploring darkness was a very dangerous thing. He smiled. If you think I can bear it, then say it. Chen Qing thought for a moment and said, it's been 2,000 years. And there is a high chance that a new human emperor will emerge from my human clan. So the Shura is anxious. Human emperor? He used a holy edict to promote martial artists to the martial champion level, and the human emperor has naturally been heard of. The emperor can confer titles at the evil ghost level, and the human emperor can confer titles at the evil spirit level. Just this one sentence already shows the power of the human emperor. Assuming the human emperor's combat power is 0, just this one aspect can completely suppress the Azura. To be able to confer evil spirits with just one sentence, how terrifying is that? The terrifying Day Sun Paper Sparrow that Chen Qing thought of is merely at the evil spirit level. Besides the Day Sun Paper Sparrow, the only other evil spirit Chen Qing has seen might be the one from the Princess Tomb. In his life, he has only seen 2. The gathering time is probably not much left, so if you need any spirit guides, just tell me, and I'll find them for you. For the evil ghost level, I have the Golden Unchangeable. What? Just mentioning one made Chen Qing dumbfounded. Golden Unchangeable? You have the Golden Unchangeable? Oh yes. You could have extraordinary luck. Chen Qing patted Chen Qing's shoulder heavily. If it weren't for the human emperor appearing in the ghost mansion, I would have thought you were the human emperor. Chen Qing nodded and continued. For the evil ghost level, there are Golden Unchangeable, Painted Skin, Coroner, Chaotic Court, Hair Zombie, Bone Spirit, Water Monkey, and Martial Scholar. For the Wandering Soul level, there's Zhong Kui. Zhong Kui? Yes, the Ghost King in my Demon Suppression Tower is Zhong Kui. Chen Qing was a bit dazed. Zhong Kui? Yes, but not quite normal. It seems he has some issues. Chen Qing frowned, and after a while said, you continue. Abandoned Infant Tower, Hanging Ghost, Child Ghost. Embroidered Girl, Soldier Ghost, Mad Ghost. That's it. Very good. Chen Qing nodded. However, the Embroidered Girl and Bone Spirit, Martial Scholar, Painted Skin, Golden Unchangeable, Coroner. These are not things you can come into contact with. Chen Qing did not hide. Brother, I have died once. Then I returned a month ago. Chen Qing stared at Chen Qing, seeming to think of something, his gaze uncertain. In the end, he just nodded heavily. Give me a break. Isn't this news explosive enough? You look like you know something, so spill it. You absolutely cannot hear these things. I will personally ask for clarification. Chen Qing changed the subject. Remember to find those people, not one missing, skin them, and pull their bones. The embroidered girl has just been skinned. Chen Qing laughed. Isn't there a coroner? I kept him awake the whole time. It took half an hour to skin. Chen Qing immediately reacted. Well done. Sighing. Chen Qing said, so it turns out you didn't have opportunities, but seized others' chances. Then he shook his head. No, this is also a kind of opportunity. There's something strange about you. I need to ask someone. The evil ghost level of the soldier ghost is called the 18 Cavalry of Yin Yun, and it needs to be in scale to be powerful. At least 7 are needed to form the Big Dipper formation. You already have the Martial Scholar, so you can consider giving it up. The hanging ghost must be kept. The evil ghost level is called the soul capturing, and the spirit guide is, use the white silk that it hanged with to capture the soul or absorb essence blood. Once the white silk is soaked in blood or filled with souls, it will do. The evil spirit level of the coroner is called BNK. It must be kept. I'll pay attention to the spirit guide. It will probably be hard to find. Painted Skin and Golden Unchangeable are legendary existences, and there may only be one in the world. It will probably be hard to find. I know the spirit guide for the Golden Unchangeable. Its evil spirit level is called the Multi-Treasure Boy, which is said to be related to the Multi-Treasure Taoist. Chen Qing was taken aback. Where did you hear that from? Chen Qing immediately recounted the matter of Yubei. Chen Qing sneered. Very good. I want to go meet those old things from the Taiping Dao. The Bone Spirit is also a good thing. I know there are 6 types of its evil spirit level. Dragon Bone Skeleton, Buddha Bone Skeleton, Relic Skeleton, Divine Remains Skeleton, Heavenly Demon Skeleton, and Karma Fire Skeleton. I once encountered the Karma Fire Skeleton. It was very troublesome. Formed by the combination of the Bone Spirit and the evil ghost level's Karma Fire. But this thing cannot be forced. Use whatever you have. Next time, I'll bring you a Heavenly Demon Bone. Just as he was speaking, the voice of the woman in black gauze came over. Senior, I am Tao Guanji. Is it convenient for me to come over? Senior? Chen Qing was stunned and looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing was quite open about pretending to be a master. He said, come in. As soon as she entered, Tao Guanji looked at Chen Qing, somewhat hesitating. Chen Qing said, speak freely. Tao Guanji took out a bag and said, Senior, the dragon bone you mentioned has been brought. What a coincidence. Just as we were talking about the dragon bone. It arrived. After saying that, Tao Guanji bowed and said, Senior, the candle snake is powerful, and we juniors are no match. I hope you can lend a hand for the sake of being of the same human race. To measure the heavenly mechanism, I have already injured my origin. Just as Chen Qing was about to refuse, he saw Chen Qing nod slightly. Chen Qing was taken aback. not quite understanding Chen Quan's meaning. Chen Quan nodded again, almost imperceptibly. So Chen Qing sighed ambiguously. All right, you can go back first. Tao Guanji was overjoyed. Listening to this tone, this senior is going to take action. Immediately. She deeply bowed and left. As soon as she left, Chen Qing was stunned. Brother? What does that mean? To deal with the candle snake. I've always found it displeasing. Just right, let us settle old and new scores together. Chen Qing was greatly shocked. You can deal with the candle snake? Chen Quan laughed. We won't know until we fight. The information that can currently be disclosed: skeleton bone spirit, dragon bone skeleton, Buddha bone skeleton, divine remains skeleton, relic skeleton, heavenly demon skeleton, karma fire skeleton, bone bodhisattva, coroner, BNK, soldier ghost, 18 cavalry of Yin Yun, hanging ghost, soul capturing. Chapter 81. Scheming bitch. Chen Qing was somewhat dazed. From the usual words and actions of the candle snake, it is undoubtedly a major figure of the ghost race. Its cultivation must be extraordinarily high, but now his own big brother actually wants to deal with it? Here, take these, quickly use them on your ghost pets. And you also hurry up and cultivate. Chen Qing took the Qingquan bag, which was filled with ghost pearls, more than what Tao Guanji had given. Chen Quan also handed over a jade that looked like a quail egg. It was very light, and upon receiving it, he realized that this thing was like an eggshell. Just a thin layer. The thickness is similar to those gold inlaid jade in the market that are deliberately overpriced and break upon touch. This, keep it for your life. If there is danger, crush it. I or Dad will come to save you. Chen Qing smiled, very happily. If I had known you were also at the Earthly Branch Peak meeting, I wouldn't have had to pay so much to send you paper knives and paper armor. Chen Quan laughed and scolded. Damn it, what a big loss. But I love this loss. Haha. After thinking for a moment, he asked, does Xiaoman have any suitable weapons? Xiaoman has a wooden armor and wooden fist wraps, which are spiritual artifacts. But I'm not sure how powerful they are. I have the Kunwu sword, and also a bronze sword that's about to awaken. In that case, you can use the Golden Unchangeable to turn Xiaoman's fist wraps into golden fist wraps. It can be done like that? Chen Qing was slightly taken aback and nodded. Then how do you usually use the Golden Unchangeable? The 2 times I turned stones into gold were used to create the golden body. Golden body? Yes. The Yuan Pei golden body. Placing ghost pets next to the golden body will increase their cultivation speed. Chen Quan was stunned for a while. Damn it. It can be used like that? Then don't turn the fist wraps into gold. Turn the entire golden body into gold, and I'll help you find the fist wraps. As he spoke, he frowned again. I need to think of a way to let Xiaoman also go to the tower to cultivate. Chen Quan also has a Demon Suppression Tower, so he naturally knows that only the master and ghost pets can enter. Everyone, the time is almost up. Just as he was speaking, Mouse Boss announced that the gathering time was almost up. Damn it. Chen Quan rubbed his hair. Why is the gathering time so fast this time? Chen Qing felt the same way. He and Chen Quan still had so much to say. Xiaoman, you must take care. Hurry up and upgrade the bone demon to a dragon skeleton. With the evil spirit level, you will be much safer. If there's danger, be sure to crush the space stone. Don't skimp on spirit stones and ghost pearls. Use them vigorously. By the way, the road is too far. And it seems we might take 10 days to deal with the candle snake. In my memory, Chen Quan was silent, but at this moment, he was chattering nonstop. Chen Qing listened silently, feeling warmth in his heart. Mom and Dad, you must take care of yourselves too. As he spoke, the scenery around him shifted. And Chen Qing had already returned to the rooftop warehouse. He was slightly distracted. After a while, he collected his thoughts. When he arrived at the gym, he was about to tell Chen Man about Chen Quan, but saw Chen Man fiddling with a silicone doll. Chen Qing's face was dark. What are you doing? Chen Qing, is this a training dummy? Oh yes. Where is it for training? Chen Qing was speechless for a moment. He wasn't in the habit of lying to Chen Man, so he replied tactfully, for training little boys. Chen Man's expression was blank, but Chen Qing, who knew him well, understood that he was very shocked at this moment. Sure enough, Chen Man opened his pants and tried to look at his little thing. Can this be trained? Oh yes. After the shock, Chen Man declared emphatically, I want to train too. Chen Qing felt a strong itch in his head, as if he was about to grow a brain. He quickly changed the subject. I saw Big Brother, Chen Quan. Chen Man's thoughts were indeed immediately diverted. Has he grown taller? If he grows any taller, he'll hit the ceiling. He said we all need to work hard to cultivate, and when we become powerful, Mom, Dad, and Big Brother will come back to see us. Great. I will work hard to cultivate. Chen Man clenched his fists. Chen Qing, teach me how to train little boys. Damn it. We just went around in circles and came back to this. Chen Qing's head itched terribly. Ding dong. Just in time, his phone rang. You focus on your training. I'll take a call. He hurried outside, letting out a sigh of relief. The message was from the community group. Now there were all sorts of groups being created, and Chen Qing had been added to at least a dozen of them. 73202 Ganyu. Single pregnant mom, is there anyone with extra food at home? We have no food left. I don't mind, but there is a little one in my belly, please help. The pregnant mom's eyes were red from crying. Everyone is having a hard time too. We don't have much left either. I can spare 2 bags. I have a box of biscuits. I have a few potatoes. I can give you 2 packs of vegetarian noodles. Soon, for people spoke up in the group. Thank you everyone. Good-hearted people will have peace in their lives. Ganyu asked again. I'm at building 7, room 202. Can you help bring it over? Everyone was stunned. Good-heartedly giving you things, and also responsible for delivery? Who dares to go out now? Isn't that a bit ungrateful? Good-heartedly giving you something, and you want us to deliver it? Ganyu added, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's my fault. But there's a little one in my belly, I can't move. I see from your photo you're only about 7 months along. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Everyone started arguing, and suddenly someone said, I'll help you. Where do I pick up the stuff? The 4 families all reported their locations. Ganyu thanked them repeatedly. After waiting for about half an hour, Ganyu asked again, where's that good-hearted guy? Why hasn't he come yet? The community isn't that big. He should have delivered it by now. He arrived a long time ago and already gave it to him. I gave mine to him too. Soon, several people spoke up about that person. That person didn't hesitate at all and directly left the group. Damn you, you scum, even tricking us out of food. Everyone erupted in anger. Do you know where he is? Get him. It's too dark, I didn't see him. Everyone started arguing. Ganyu immediately burst into tears again. How are we supposed to live like this? While she was complaining, someone suddenly sent a video. In the video, a man and a woman were eating. It wasn't an extravagant meal, but it looked pretty good. The video seemed to have been shot from the 4th or 5th floor next door, and it was relatively clear. The person who sent the video cursed. Ganyu, do you have any shame? You said you had no food at home? What is that food you're eating? Also, someone kindly agreed to give you things. And you actually wanted them to deliver it. Your man hasn't died yet. Aren't you afraid your child will be born without an anus? Instantly, the group exploded. Words like bitch, ancestor, and genitalia were thrown around in abundance. Ganyu angrily pulled the curtains and directly left the group. Chen Qing watched the surveillance and then looked at the group, remaining calm. It had only been 3 days. What kind of schemes were these? However, it was precisely because of this scheming woman that kindness was marked with a period. At the same time, it also sounded an alarm for many. Some people, even if they still had food at home, were already thinking of ways to get more food. Perhaps because of Ganyu. Someone in the group immediately posted a message, 2,000 yuan, seeking to buy a box of instant noodles. The person posting the message was 22601 Ma Jingyu. Everyone was not unfamiliar with him. Half of the shops at the entrance of the community belonged to him. He had assets of a few million. Looking at the message offering 2,000 for a box of instant noodles, everyone felt a bit tense for some reason. No one was selling. Gao Fei suddenly said, Chen Qing's family buys in truckloads. Ask him, he should sell. Chapter 82. The Master of Self-Destruction 2,000 yuan. Seeking to buy a box of instant noodles. Gao Fei suddenly said, Chen Qing's family buys in truckloads. Ask him, he should sell. Chen Qing looked at this message. His eyes gradually narrowing. Normally, this would just be a sarcastic remark, but in the apocalypse, this sentence could even sentence him to death. Plus, last time she wanted his whole family to move into Chen Qing's house. This was the second time she had provoked him. Ma Jingyu immediately messaged Chen Qing. Chen Qing, are you selling? Ma Jingyu wasn't being sincere either. If he really wanted to buy, he should have privately messaged Chen Qing. Saying it in the group was either stupid or malicious. Everyone waited for Chen Qing's reply. If he said he was selling, it would prove that his family had surplus food. It was fine for now, but in a few days, he might become a target for those with ulterior motives. However, would Chen Qing, who was currently in this situation, be afraid of these? The entire community combined wouldn't be enough to challenge him. I don't have instant noodles. Gao Fei immediately retorted. You're lying. Your family has them. I saw truckloads of stuff when you were building the safe house, including canned goods and instant noodles. I don't have instant noodles. Who the hell eats that stuff? Chen Qing directly sent a photo. In the photo, Chen Qing and Uncle Xia were having a feast. There was red wine, lobsters bigger than plates, steaming pork knuckles, and whole roasted chickens. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Gao Fei typed out several frames full of words, then deleted them, gritting her teeth. It was as if Chen Qing was eating from her family's supply. After a while, she finally said, eating this kind of food at this time, do you have any conscience? Aren't you afraid of choking? Chen Qing laughed and replied, but it's rich and tender, and once it's in my mouth, it just goes down smoothly. There's no way to choke on it. Gao Fei, who was at home, suddenly screamed, banging on the table in a frenzy, hysterical. Lu Hui and Zhang Yuan silently watched, not daring to say much. Chen Qing seemed to be living quite well, unlike the rest of us who were suffering. Ma Jingyu spoke, his tone not quite normal. So, you still have a lot of food at home? Chen Qing laughed. Ma Jingyu, you really are seeking death. How can you compare to Boss Ma's money? After all, Boss Ma just took a box of money from the warehouse. Then came a video, in which Ji Luo and others were busy and flustered, and someone sneakily entered the warehouse and quickly took away that box of money. Indeed, that box of defense preparation funds from Ji Luo was what he stole. Ma Jingyu felt a chill all over, from the soles of his feet to his head. He immediately sent a friend request. Chen Qing, delete the video. The second friend request. Chen Qing, withdraw the video. I'll give you 500,000. The third friend request. Chen Qing, I'm sorry. Hurry up and withdraw the video. Quickly. Chen Qing did not respond. Ma Jingyu felt a chill all over and quickly tried to remedy the situation in the group. Videos are so easy to make these days. Chen Qing sent a screenshot of Ma Jingyu frantically adding friends. Look, I got another one. Ma Jingyu wanted to salvage the situation, but his hands were trembling, shaking violently. Ji Luo suddenly sent a message. Very good. Ma Jingyu's phone clanged as it fell to the ground. Just 5 minutes. Bang 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 bang. There was a heavy knocking sound at his door. He jumped up suddenly. Panic. He was panicking. At this moment, his mind was in chaos. Beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He suddenly remembered something, quickly took out that box of money, and ran a few steps to the bathroom, throwing handfuls of money into the toilet, just about to flush when he remembered the toilet was frozen. What to do? What to do? What to do? Bang. The entire wall shook violently. Ma Jingyu couldn't help but scream and rush to the window, throwing bundle after bundle of cash out from the security bars. He didn't care that his hand hit the bars and got cut. One bundle of money was not tied properly and scattered as it left his hand, dancing in the wind and snow like petals, flying everywhere. Bang! Crash! The entire door burst into the room with a pile of broken bricks. Dust flew everywhere. Ma Jingyu was frozen by the window, with money scattered all over the floor. You, listen to me explain. Ma Jingyu trembled violently. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It's Chen Qing's. The video is Chen Qing's. Ma Jingyu's brain was a mess, pointing at the scattered money on the ground. These are all Chen Qing's. Bang! Ji Luo punched him hard in the stomach. Poof! Ma Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body slowly bowing down. His eyes were filled with terror and panic, spitting blood foam while still shaking his head. I. Slap. A heavy slap broke Ma Jingyu's left cheek, which immediately swelled up. Ji Luo sneered and said to the others behind him, collect all the funds. Tie him up in the warehouse. Several people upstairs in the opposite building were watching everything, some even recording it. Perhaps because of these people. Or perhaps because Ji Luo still couldn't bring himself to kill, he didn't go that far. Of course. What would happen after tying Ma Jingyu up in the warehouse was unknown. Someone in the group immediately posted the video. Who would have thought that the thief would be Ma Jingyu? No way, his family is so rich, at least top 3 in the neighborhood, right? Is he crazy? But this is too violent, right? Is there such law enforcement? Not killing him is already good enough. I support Captain G's approach. Watching the group become lively, Gao Fei suddenly felt a chill. Ma Jingyu provoked Chen Qing, and just a few words led to this. What about herself? Zhang Yuan said softly, Xiao Fei, you should better not provoke Chen Qing. Why not? Gao Fei suddenly exploded, like a cat stepped on its tail. What am I afraid of? I'm right. What am I afraid of? Huh. I didn't steal or rob. The hateful one is Chen Qing. He built such a big safe house and won't let everyone in. Just like this. How many people has he harmed? Huh. He is the biggest murderer in our neighborhood. Those who died should be blamed on him. Gao Fei was hysterical. And hoarding so many things. What's wrong with sharing a bit with others? What's wrong? Can he eat all of it? Xiao Fei and Zhang Yuan still wanted to persuade her. Gao Fei was even angrier, watching neighbors die. Can he have a clear conscience? Xiao Fei, there used to be land reform. If he continues like this, we'll gather dozens of people, tear down his house, and divide the goods. Xiao Fei, Zhang Yuan shouted heavily. Gao Fei seemed to be startled, slowly turning her head, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. You yelled at me? You yelled at me for a stranger? Chapter 83. That SA just caused Ji Luo looked at Ma Jingyu, tied up tightly in the warehouse, and sneered. Captain Ji, please give me a chance. I was wrong, really wrong. Please give me a piece of clothing. I will freeze to death. Ji Luo ignored him, locked the door. If you can survive, consider it your good fortune. Wang Da and the others looked at each other, slowly pulling down the roller door. Ma Jingyu screamed in terror. You are committing murder. You will go to jail for this. Help, help. Nowadays, there are too many empty rooms in the neighborhood. So they randomly found one to serve as headquarters. Ji Luo and 6 little brothers were discussing. Looking around, he also felt a chill. Huaxia and Chen Qing are no longer here. They originally planned to have a big fight with them. After the incident with Ganyu, it would be difficult to think about sharing supplies now. Since yesterday, they had been planning one thing, to divide the food equally. The ghost tide didn't know how long it would last. Some families had plenty of food, some had little, and some were already out of food. As the defense officer of the neighborhood, he couldn't just watch people starve to death, but he also knew that everyone had selfish motives, making this matter destined to be fraught with difficulties, especially after the incident with Ganyu. Damn bitch. Ji Luo cursed softly and asked, how's your public opinion survey going? It's like that, 10,000 agree who are almost out of food at home, but those who have food absolutely refuse. Ji Luo was still hesitating. At this moment, his phone rang. A friend request. Looking at it, it was Gao Fei. Ji Luo had a strong impression of this woman who had always targeted Chen Qing, and he felt quite favorable towards her. Hello, Captain. I am reporting in real name. Chen Qing's house is hiding a lot of food and medicine. Oh. Ji Luo's eyes lit up. He naturally knew that Chen Qing's family had ample supplies, but if he really wanted to rob the rich, he needed a reason. This is called a just cause. He was not afraid of Chen Qing. In Ji Luo's view, he and Chen Qing were probably evenly matched, and his side had many more people. If it really came to it, he could capture the little fatty from Chen Qing's family. So he wasn't afraid of Chen Qing not compromising. Last time, 11 people died at Chen Qing's door. He was just unlucky to encounter that strange female ghost. It might have been a ghost of a malevolent level. After a long time, Ji Luo finally made a decision. Alright, let's take Chen Qing as the target. As long as Chen Qing was taken care of, would anyone else dare to say no? At this moment, Ji Luo began to give orders. You all, go ask if there are any who can shoot, preferably retired veterans. Upon hearing that Ji Luo had a gun, everyone immediately became excited. A gun? If we can't deal with ghosts, how can we not deal with this kid? Ji Luo also made a call to Gao Fei. Do you understand? We must occupy the moral high ground and ensure our actions have justification. We must align with public sentiment. Understood, Commander. This matter is inherently unreasonable for Chen Qing. Too greedy, indirectly causing so many deaths. Gao Fei immediately agreed. I understand what you mean. An hour later, in the largest group chat, someone suddenly sent a message. Some people have run out of food, but others have a serious surplus at home. I think during this special time, we should share with each other. The ghost tide has weakened so much by today, it will probably pass in 3 or 4 days. Are we still afraid of starving? I agree. Let's redistribute everyone's food so that nutrition is more balanced. Yes, the community won't forget the contributions of neighbors who have helped. Most people were watching coldly, with only 4 or 5 people echoing each other. But soon, someone with less food spoke up. 83103 Old Joe. It really should be like this. If we distribute it evenly, we can all get through this tough time together. In this special period, we must have awareness, resilience, and humanity, with a selfless spirit. Unite all neighbors, share all resources, and build an indestructible great wall against the monsters. Chen Qing sneered. Director Zhou, when my family was poor and my brother and I were almost starving, I didn't see you asking for an even distribution of money. Now that I have a bit more food, you want to redistribute it to your pocket? Old Zhou replied, young man, a person lives not just for their body, but also for their reputation. When you reach my age, you will understand that what you leave in this world after death is the real you. Get lost. Chen Qing cursed, old bastard. 6 years ago when I was begging for money everywhere, didn't I come to your house? 3 times, and you always had your son open the door, saying you weren't home. Now you want to redistribute? You can go to hell. You still have the face to talk about reputation? You were even involved with trash like Lu Yanhong, and you forgot about the drama that went on for days? Do you know what nickname you have in the community? It's that lickspittle. This is the reputation you leave in this world. After venting, Chen Qing felt exhilarated. He realized he could be so unrestrained when lacking morals. On the first floor, a retired middle-aged man looked at his phone, blood rushing to his head. He trembled all over. This bastard. Bastard. Old Joe suddenly stood up. I will kill him. A middle-aged woman watched coldly. Old Joe suddenly shouted. Why didn't you stop me? Stop? Why should I stop you? Weren't you very capable when you were hitting me? The middle-aged woman sneered. A week ago, I suggested you stock up on supplies. And how did you scold me? Long hair and short knowledge. All women are fools, listening to the wind. Right. I'm a fool, and the biggest fool is listening to you. Now look, haha. I will accompany you to starve. Old Joe was so angry he was shaking, pointing at the phone. This nickname lickspittle. You know it. You definitely know it. Why didn't you tell me? The woman laughed loudly. Zhou Jinsheng, isn't that nickname fitting? Don't you know what you've done? Meanwhile, Lu Yanhong at home was gritting her teeth in anger. What did she do to deserve this? Why bring up old matters again? Chen Qing and that monster brother almost turned her family into wrecks, and now they come to provoke her. She looked at Huang Jian nervously, fearing he would see the content. She limped over, just about to delete the message, when Huang Jian suddenly grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Huang Jian looked coldly at the phone, and his expression quickly changed. It's all gone. Lu Yanhong's face turned pale. Huang Jian sneered. Come here. As he spoke, he had already unbuckled his belt, and Lu Yanhong walked over in fear. A piercing scream echoed through half the community, and the group chat became lively again. Chen Qing had posted several photos. Each photo featured a lavish meal, and to prove it was current, Chen Qing placed a phone next to the meal showing the current time. Most people actually opposed the idea of redistribution. At this moment, they began to jeer. Wow, that has quite a meal. Why not send some to Director Zhou downstairs? Makes sense. Chen Qing nodded and quickly posted a video in the group. Upon seeing the video, many people clenched their teeth. In the video, Chen Qing split a large lobster in half, went to the window, and threw the other half out. Then he tossed half of all the dishes. At the end of the video, Chen Qing said, this is my stuff, I make the rules. If you're unhappy and want to come take it, come find me at 81601. But if you step into this floor, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 84. Let's make a big golden fat man again. Now everyone is talking about principles, throwing around moral standards. But in 3 or 4 days, morals won't matter. 6 or 7 days later, there may still be a bit of humanity left. After 10 days, humanity? In his previous life, Chen Qing deeply understood one thing. Anti-human? Wasting protein is the real anti-human. The protein referred to as human flesh. In this world, you can't survive with a Bodhisattva's heart. If there are exceptions, it would only be a compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva or a Cyber Buddha. Chen Qing would definitely establish his authority, and whoever was hard-headed enough would be the one to do it. The group chat became even more lively. Gao Fei angrily scolded. Chen Qing, don't think you can do whatever you want. Don't think no one can control you. The monkey suddenly spoke slowly, seeing these accusations. I thought Chen Qing was committing murder and arson, but after a long look, it turns out he was just having a feast at home. He deserves to be killed. Right. No, what do you mean by that? In such a special time, can't you have a bit of a spirit of sacrifice? Do you want to watch everyone die? Would you feel good about that? I remember a few days ago when my parents were stocking up on instant noodles. You and Huang Jian were laughing happily? Now looking back, you're the one who is the foolish woman. You shameless. Enough, if you're capable. Go rob Chen Qing. If you're not, shut up and act like a fool. Ji Luo watched the monkey's message, his eyelids twitching. Although the monkey was weak, if he sided with Chen Qing, it would cause a lot of trouble. He ordered, be sure to keep an eye on the monkey's movements. People in the group continued to denounce Chen Qing. Meanwhile, Ji Luo's side was gradually gathering people. Have you found the girls? Not only did we find them, but we found two. Wang Da's eyes were filled with pride. As he spoke, two girls walked out. They were tall, good-looking, and almost identical. Commander Ji. I'm Wang Yulu, and this is my sister Wang Yujia. We used to practice dance, and later we also trained in Sanda, Taekwondo, and we hold black belts in both, and in unrestricted free fighting. Even 99 humans can't beat me, let alone us together. Wang Yujia added, that Chen Qing is arrogant, selfish, and uncultured. He deserves a taste of his own medicine after 11 years of our training. Ji Luo was overjoyed. His biggest headache right now was that Chen Qing was holed up in the safe house, which must have cost a fortune and was extremely sturdy. With these two baits, the success rate would double. After a quick check, there was a rifle and two handguns. The handguns were hidden close to Wang Da and Zhang Buqing, hoping for a surprise attack. A rifle was set up on the rooftop across the street, waiting for Ji Luo's command. Chen Qing watched everyone on the monitor, sneering coldly. If Manager Yang were still alive, he could have a drink with him over this. Chen Qing initially only wanted to install surveillance in his own building. But due to ample funding, Manager Yang took the liberty to install cameras throughout the entire community. These cameras were all fitted inside sound-activated lights, with both normal and infrared modes, and each building had a relay station, transmitting 1080p footage to Chen Qing with almost no delay. Ji Luo thought everything was quiet. But Chen Qing had his eyes on everything. Can your disguise stop bullets? The servant is half indestructible, so it should be fine, but having never been shot, it's unclear. With a thought, Chen Qing casually took a rifle to the third floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. The disguise exited, standing before Chen Qing, who tried shooting at her feet. Bang! The disguise laughed, Master, easy peasy. Chen Qing immediately opened fire, emptying a magazine, and she was completely unharmed. Chen Qing finally felt at ease and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Ji Luo and the others slowly approached Building 8. Ding dong. Suddenly, a phone rang. Chen Qing. Ji Luo is coming to kill you. This was from Chen Qing's friend, whose name was 3 letters long. He flipped through the messages. And it had been over a year with no communication. His social media was also silent. Chen Qing paid no mind and looked back at the surveillance. The person with the rifle reached the rooftop of Building 7, wearing a large trench coat, crawling through the wind and snow. Everyone quieted their footsteps, slowly reaching the stairwell between the 5th and 6th floors. Wang Yujia and Wang Yulu were at the front, both in military coats, wearing only camisole pajamas underneath, their chests prominently visible. Ji Luo made a shushing gesture to everyone and nodded at the two girls. They took a deep breath and knocked on Chen Qing's door. Chen Qing sneered and asked, who is it? Brother Chen, can you let us in? As long as you let us in, we can do anything. We didn't bring weapons. You can check. It's so cold out here, Brother Chen. Please open the door, just let us two in, we can do anything. Chen Qing opened the door. The two girls were taken aback, not expecting Chen Qing to be so foolish, opening the door so easily. Brother. Wang Yujia lunged forward. At the same time, Wang Yulu also lunged, both trying to grab Chen Qing's arms for a hold, but they couldn't move him. Chen Qing's arms were as solid as iron. And no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't bend them even a little. They both stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chen Qing sneered, and 2 projectiles shot out from behind him. Uft, uft. 2 lines of blood shot up, and the 2 instinctively covered their necks, only to feel warmth. A large amount of blood immediately soaked their chests. The person on the rooftop of Building 7 shuddered, the rifle equipped with a night vision scope, clearly seeing what happened. His finger was on the trigger. Chen Qing's corners thin, long fingers pinched a sharp blade and made a swift slash in the air. The rooftop gunman's finger was still applying pressure, but his head relaxed, and the next moment, his head rolled off, thudding next to him. The kunwa knife appeared in Chen Qing's hand. Without hesitation, he forcefully lunged toward Ji Luo in the stairwell. Ji Luo was terrified. Chen Qing's kunwa knife went straight into his throat. However, at the moment it entered his throat, Ji Luo's body imperceptibly shifted to the side. It moved half an inch, but it was enough to avoid a fatal blow. The kunwa knife cut through Ji Luo's left neck, instantly causing a gushing flow of blood. Ji Luo's figure blurred and disappeared. Chen Qing frowned. Kill! Kill! Everyone was shocked and immediately swung their knives at Chen Qing. However, as the knife was about to reach Chen Qing's face, he suddenly threw his arm out. The person looked at their severed arm and let out a chilling scream. Coroner, leave that muscle man and the short guy to sew the wedding dress. The rest are all yours. We'll make a big fat gold. Chapter 85, Human Skin Wedding Dress. Obeying the master's command, The coroner nodded slightly, and with both hands, he made a gentle slash in the air. Uft, uft, uft. One by one, arms fell abruptly. Everyone panicked. Help! Help! A ghost! A ghost! The screams intertwined, echoing back and forth in the narrow stairwell. These people were like unassembled parts, silently scattering everywhere. In just a few breaths, everyone was reduced to a pile of severed limbs. A few, turned into human piglets, were now twitching and howling. Only two remained intact, Wang De and Zhang Buqing. The last time they came to break down the door, these two were the most eager. As a reward, they would become the wedding dress for the embroiderer. Wang De, a fitness enthusiast, was a muscular man. But now his legs were shaking, his pants already wet with urine. Chen Qing, you won't. Don't worry. Can you two be like them? No, you can't. Wang De trembled all over, his face twitching, trying to force a smile at these words. Chen Qing didn't waste words, waved his hand, and the embroiderer appeared. Leaving this to the embroiderer, Chen Qing dashed toward Ji Luo's room. In Ji Luo's room, Ji Luo was extremely anxious, very anxious. He suddenly realized that the Chen Qing he had always regarded as a rival was no longer on the same level as him. Chen Qing, my ghost is about to be promoted to chaos, and I won't spare you then. No way, I can't stay here. I have to leave. Ji Luo frantically covered his wound, but his body suddenly stiffened. It seemed another person had appeared in the living room. He turned in shock and saw Chen Qing's calm face. Chen Qing, we. A flash of knife light passed, and Ji Luo's head rolled off. Sorry, I don't have a habit of leaving hidden dangers. Chen Qing waved his hand, sending Ji Luo to the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, and immediately rushed back. His body was still warm. It should be suitable for making a wedding dress, right? Just as he stepped out, he was stunned. The monkey was coming over with a knife, exuding killing intent. The monkey was also stunned when he saw Chen Qing. Damn, you finished over there? So fast. Chen Qing didn't answer and instead asked, what are you looking for Ji Luo for? To kill him. The monkey said, I was worried he might run away. So I came to block him. Chen Qing laughed heartily, putting an arm around the monkey's shoulder, saying as they walked, Monkey, let me put it this way, right now. Comparing you to me is like comparing an adult to a 3-year-old. I can't handle this, so adding you in won't help at all. Besides, I'm immortal. If you get stabbed, you're really done for, got it? This isn't a game. There's no second chance. The monkey was somewhat hit. Damn. It shouldn't be this way. No matter what, I still have the warrior and the butcher. I'm not joking. Chen Qing handed over a bag of spirit stones. You. Quickly level up to the essence stage. The current you is useless. Damn it. The monkey cursed, but still took the bag and left. On the way back, the wedding dress made by Wang De was already completed. Zhang Buqing was working hard on his project. The current level of tragedy was filled with sensitive words. The coroner, the embroidering girl, and all the parts were brought into the third level of the Demon Suppressing Tower, summoning the hair corpse and water monkey to clean up the bloodstains. Chen Qing returned home, lost in thought. The painted skin, Ji Luo's teleportation ability, just now, is the blood contract, right? Yes. His blood contract target is clearly the house ghost. If it's south the chaotic court, it might be difficult for us to find Ji Luo. Chen Qing entered Ji Luo's room, which was brought in by Chen Qing's South Chaotic Court. I also need to consider a blood contract. Chen Qing had been hesitating about the target of the blood contract. A blood contract can highly merge oneself with a ghost pet, allowing them to share both vitality, magical powers, etc. For example, Ji Luo could use the house ghost's teleportation. Chen Qing had been hesitating about his blood contract target. If he wanted a powerful body, Zhong Kui would be the best choice. After all, although this guy isn't very bright, his ghostly energy value is already approaching 2,000. Moreover, it will definitely continue to grow stronger in the future. But on the other hand, Chen Qing wasn't too willing to fight personally. The ghost pets could almost form 2 soccer teams. Why take that risk? So survival skills are the most important, like the space-shifting ability of Jin Buhuan. But he was also afraid of drawing the skill that turns stones into gold. Headache. Decision-making difficulties. When he got home, the group chat was already in an uproar. Chen Qing, what have you done to my husband? Where is Officer G? Why can't I reach him by phone? Chen Qing, come out and respond. What have you done to them? Chen Qing glanced and replied, they're all dead. Not a single one left. I said before, once you step into this floor, don't blame me for being ruthless. Remember, as long as I don't walk out of this room, you should all feel lucky. The group fell silent. Gao Fei typed a bunch of words, but her fingers trembled and deleted everything. She didn't believe it, but none of those people had returned. The families of the expedition team quickly formed a small group, all anxiously asking, our Qianzi hasn't come back yet. Nothing really happened, right? My husband hasn't come back either. The phone hasn't been reachable. Chen Qing can't be that powerful, right? I saw there were more than 10 of them. And they had guns. What do we do? What do we do? If Li Jun is gone, how am I going to live? How will the 2 of us survive? Suddenly, Chen Qing's phone received a message. It was the one calling out. Just now he had said to himself that Ji Luo was coming to kill him. Opening the message. Chen Qing, it's Chen Shi. I knew you were okay. How is it? The news I reported to you was timely, right? It's Chen Shi? Chen Qing suddenly froze. She added herself with a small account and had been lurking for more than a year. What was her intention? After a moment, Chen Qing understood. He cursed inwardly, scheming bitch. Chen Qi's small account was probably spying on many people. She was likely afraid someone would block her main account. So she made this one, and she used her small account to inform him. Her intention was simple. Even if Chen Qing lost, and the phone fell into Ji Luo's hands, he wouldn't be able to find out who informed him. Two-handed preparation. Chen Qing sneered and ignored her. Chen Qi immediately sent another message. Chen Qing, my family has run out of supplies. Can you support a bit? Consider it a loan. You've run out of supplies too? It's only been 3 days. That is not possible. But soon, Chen Qing understood. If anyone had confidence from the start, it would definitely be Chen Qi. The defense officer is her boyfriend, and the deputy defense officer is her brother. Did she really need to stock up? But now, both of these major supports had been dealt with by Chen Qing, and she was looking for the next support. Chen Qing just sneered. Chen Qi, oh Chen Qi, it's only the 3rd day. There is still plenty of time ahead. Chapter 86. The Flower Waste Bride. Today's 4th update is in honor of the food-loving Yu De Xiao's extra chapter. Thanks to the bro for the big healthcare gift. Chen Qing, I know I was wrong. Before it was me being blind. You are magnanimous. Please forgive me, okay? No response. Chen Qi was unwilling. What does Chen Qing lack now? Women. Locked in a room for 24 hours. There's so little one can do. Scroll on the phone. Deal with sensitive words. Moreover, more and more applications have been closed. What's left to do is only sensitive words. Chen Qing has resources and strength, and more women will want to cling to him. She needs to act quickly. As long as she gets on his bed once, she is confident that he won't be able to leave her again. After thinking for a moment, she sent another message. You avenged my brother. I'll repay you for this life by being your servant. But right now I have nothing and can only offer myself. Chen Qing sneered, throwing the phone aside. Suddenly, the painted skin said, Master, come and take a look. We've discovered a second corpse in the 3rd level. Second corpse? Chen Qing wondered. What second corpse? The painted skin pondered. Previously in the 3rd level. We found a corpse that should have reached the formless level, so the master might not remember. Is that so? Chen Qing tried hard to recall. Finally, he had a very faint impression. It seemed that in chapter 56, there was something he had clearly seen, but in the blink of an eye. He had no more impression. If the painted skin hadn't mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have thought of it for the rest of his life. Arriving at the 3rd level, the abandoned infant tower was busy expelling ghosts, and it was extremely lively, with hundreds of various ghosts wandering aimlessly. The most were female infants. And in addition to them, there were paper people, toilet ghosts, starving ghosts, food anger ghosts, and obsessed ghosts. Unexpectedly, the abandoned infant tower also expelled a ghost-level plague ghost. These ghosts were all driven out of the range of the big golden fat, not daring to approach. Ghosts also have levels. Next to the big golden fat were Chen Qing's 12 ghost pet team. The coroner was researching the second big golden fat. But this one didn't resemble the big golden fat at all. Coroner, what are you doing? The coroner immediately stood up and saluted, reporting to the master. The big golden fat was just a temporary assembly for traveling, lacking both combat power and speed. Now making another one, of course, requires various considerations. It should be able to run fast and kill in battle. Unfortunately, it has no wings. Otherwise, we could try flying. Chen Qing was taken aback and waved his hand. Got it. Keep it up. The human skin wedding dress made by the embroidering girl was at the final stage. Initially worried it wouldn't be enough, she had even prepared Ji Luo's version, but now it seemed unnecessary. Ever since Chen Quan gave a bunch of ghost beads, Chen Qing had given each ghost pet 5. Everyone was improving quickly. The bone demon was almost beaten to death by Zhong Kui, but at this moment, she had already restored her body and was working hard to recover the cloak made of backbones. Everything went smoothly. Chen Qing followed the painted skin for more than 10 minutes and finally saw the second dry corpse as mentioned by the painted skin. It was enormous, even sitting down. It stood about 10 meters high, for huge iron chains pierced through its body, the other ends deeply buried in the ground. From its appearance, the dry corpse had been sitting silently for 100 years or even 1,000 years. Although it was just a dry corpse, it exuded an indescribable aura of terror. This was the second dry corpse found in the 3rd layer, but Chen Qing had no impression of the previous one. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qing casually took out a small notebook and noted, there are 2 dry corpses in the 3rd layer. The painted skin smiled and said, Master, that's useless. What is useless? Don't look at the notebook. Think about what you just wrote. Chen Qing was stunned. His mind was a blank. Right. What did he write in the notebook? Notebook? What notebook? The notebook in his hand suddenly flipped to the ground. Chen Qing picked it up in a daze. The words were still there, but he just couldn't remember. This is so damn strange. Chen Qing helplessly tried several more times. He could see every detail of the dry corpse with his eyes open, but once he closed them, he couldn't remember anything. He could only vaguely recall what was in front of him. This is the formless, don't force it. He had to return to the side of the ghost pets. The embroidered girl's human skin wedding dress had been completed. She was holding it against her chest, giggling. Upon closer inspection, the base color was flesh-colored, with clusters of blood-red peonies on top, elegant and luxurious. However, the bright red drawn with human blood looked somewhat eerie. Looking at the embroidered girl again, She had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth, especially her big eyes, which seemed to hold stars. This appearance was completely that of a sunny and cheerful girl, far from the image of a female demon who sews human skin. To Chen Qing's surprise, she even wanted to undress in front of everyone. Hey. Chen Qing immediately stopped her and had the chaotic courtyard draw out a small space for changing clothes. The embroidered girl was obviously very happy, giggling all the time. Soon, her laughter stopped. The martial champion, the coroner, and others looked over. Moments later, small flowers appeared on the ground, either white or red. Each flower was only the size of a fingertip. A bare, tender little foot stretched out. Slowly, a woman covered with a red veil appeared before them. Was this the flower-waist bride? The flower-waist bride had a small red leather bag slung over her right waist and a small drum. There was a chain on her left wrist with many small bells strung on it. Her fair and slender hand waved gently, immediately producing a series of crisp sounds. Then, small bags began to grow on Chen Qing's body. The flower-waist bride gently tapped the drum, and the small bags on Chen Qing's body burst, splattering blood. And inside was a small red flower. How bold! The painted skin shouted, and without any visible movement, she had wrapped herself around the flower-waist bride, tightly binding her. The flower-waist bride was rattling all over, as if she would explode any second. How dare she attack the master, courting death? I was wrong. The flower-waist bride's cries came out. I still can't control my powers. Master, spare me. Master, spare me. Chen Qing naturally did not think the flower-waist bride would harm him. Of course, there had to be some punishment. The rattling sounds continued, and the flower-waist bride was no longer able to speak. Only then did Chen Qing say, all right, spare her this once. The painted skin released the flower-waist bride, who instantly returned to her human form. Thank you, master, for not killing me. The flower-waist bride gasped for breath under the red veil. It's nothing, Chen Qing said, taking out a bag of ghost beads. I'll reward you with 5. What do you want? The flower-waist bride thought for a moment. Do you have ghost beads for supporting flower ladies? Chen Qing was curious. What? Do you all like ghost beads for supporting flower ladies? Women love beauty. Ghost beads for supporting flower ladies have many uses for female ghosts, the painted skin explained vaguely. Chen Qing didn't mind and said, Painted skin, you go guard the house. I want to cultivate in the 3rd layer. Okay, master. The painted skin happily accepted the order and left. Chen Qing only had 3 real ghost pets, Zhong Kui, the painted skin, and Jin Buhuan. Zhong Kui was unreliable, and Jin Buhuan had too low of intelligence. The one he trusted the most was still the painted skin. Once the painted skin left, Chen Qing took out the Qingquan bag given by Tao Guanji. It was filled with dragon bones. He needed to quickly upgrade the white bone spirit to the evil spirit level. Only with an evil spirit level presence at home would he feel at ease. Chapter 87. The blood contract object finally determined the ghost energy value of the white bone spirit had already reached 259, with an ample supply of ghost beads. Plus 2 golden bodies. The upgrade speed was very fast. Chen Qing was still hesitating over the object for the blood contract. If he chose Zhong Kui. With Zhong Kui's terrifying blood energy and ghost energy, it would definitely elevate his own body by several levels. However, the most important thing about the blood contract is the supernatural powers. Generally speaking, the ghost pets with blood contracts typically have only 1 supernatural power, nothing more. But Zhong Kui had too many supernatural powers. It was hard to say what he would get if he drew from the lottery. What Chen Qing really wanted was still Jin Buhuan's space-shifting supernatural power. The problem was that Jin Buhuan had 2 types of supernatural powers, with a 50 chance, which was neither here nor there. After thinking for a long time, he simply summoned Zhong Kui. Zhong Kui, I want a blood contract. But I don't know whether to choose you or Jin Buhuan. Me. Zhong Kui seemed to have gained a lot of wisdom during this time. He spoke more fluently. I can match 10 of them. No, 100 Jin Buhuan. But I want the space-shifting supernatural power. I have that too. To prove it, Zhong Kui suddenly disappeared. At the same time, his body appeared about 100 meters away, grinning and waving. Here, see it? The ghosts summoned from the abandoned infant tower were all scared to the ground by Zhong Kui. The better ones desperately fled. Zhong Kui reappeared in front of Chen Qing. He was very pleased. How's my supernatural movement? Good, very good, excellent, even better than good. The more Zhong Kui listened, the happier he became, pondering a bit. He asked, what do you mean by better than good? You have too many supernatural powers. If I make a blood contract with you, what if I get a strange supernatural power? Zhong Kui was taken aback. His 2 carefree eyes also stopped moving. No. Zhong Kui shook his head vigorously. You can't handle Jin Buhuan's 2 supernatural powers. What do you mean? But Zhong Kui just shook his head. You can't handle it. You can't handle it. His thoughts seemed to have entered some dead end as he started to mutter to himself. Then what makes you think you can handle me? Right. Can't handle it. As he spoke, his figure began to float like smoke and mist, and Chen Qing watched him disappear before his eyes. Chen Qing thought for a moment and asked, Painted skin, did Zhong Kui say I can't handle Jin Buhuan's supernatural powers? Master, do you know what the first of the 36 heavenly gang's supernatural powers is? What? To manipulate the creation. The goddess Nuai used this great method to create the entire human race. Can you withstand such supernatural power? I definitely can't. And for example, the second heavenly gang method, reversing yin and yang, can throw the world into chaos, making the sun and moon abnormal, the yang hidden and not coming out, the yin pressing and not emitting. Now that the blood moon is hanging high and not returning, it seems to be due to this supernatural power. Can you withstand it? I definitely can't. Zhong Kui, the great deity, refers to this. Some powerful divine abilities. Master, you can't bear them now. Perhaps Zhong Kui has seen that the two divine abilities of Jin Bujian are somewhat special. Chen Qing felt a sense of dread. So if I form a blood contract with Jin Bujian, I might obtain the divine ability at that moment. Master, don't be anxious about the blood contract. Let us think of a way. There is no other choice. Chen Qing sighed. Others complained that ghost pets have low-level skills. But what about him? Damn it. He was afraid to contract because the ghost pet's abilities were too powerful. He steeled his heart. Then let us first learn the Daobao orthodoxy. Devour 1,000 or 800 spiritual artifacts. And I don't believe I can't handle the divine abilities. He sat cross-legged and began to construct the soul power channel. 8 strands of soul power spread out, simultaneously expanding the meridian channels. These tiny meridians were all blocked, and it was particularly difficult during the first expansion. Fortunately, Chen Qing had excellent resilience and gritted his teeth to persevere. Time passed little by little, and when the soul power was exhausted, he absorbed spiritual stones to replenish it. This continued for 2 days. Master, the meat vehicle is ready. Please bestow a name. The voice of the coroner interrupted Chen Qing. Chen Qing looked and saw that the coroner had made what was, to be precise, a centipede. The body of the centipede was composed of a human torso, and the legs were naturally human legs. Strangely, there were many hands above, slowly opening and closing. The most eerie part was the centipede's head. 13 human faces were sewn onto a human body that only had an upper half. Looking around, Chen Qing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He quickly summoned Jin Bujian and began to turn the meat into gold. Jin Bujian, Jin Bujian, Jin Bujian, Jin Bujian, Jin Bujian, Jin Bujian. Jin Bujian jumped into the meat centipede. The process of turning the meat centipede into gold began, and the moving hands slowly solidified, covered with a layer of gold. It spread to about 30% before the gold transformation stopped. It seemed that Jin Bujian needed to come in 2 more times. There was no way to rush this. Chen Qing continued to cultivate, and by the 7th day, Jin Bujian's pouch was filled with gold ingots again. Thus began the second gold transformation. On the 13th day, the third gold transformation occurred. The entire blood centipede finally turned to gold. Its previously eerie appearance now exuded a sacred aura. Indeed, the golden bling could cure all forms of trypophobia. Next, he threw the golden centipede into the ghostly aura, and it worked. Just as he was about to move, a flash appeared before his eyes. Zhong Kui showed up. You're hurt. Who hurt you? Chen Qing was taken aback. At this moment, Zhong Kui had 30 or so gold coffin nails driven into his body, blood covering him. Zhong Kui had never been dependable, but his combat power was always reliable. Chen Qing couldn't imagine who had hurt him like this. A deity? Hee. Zhong Kui, however, weakly grinned. No one can hurt this great deity. I did this to myself. Ha. Zhong Kui laughed weakly, full of pride. Chen Qing was a bit confused. What? With your power, it must be difficult to do this. Do you know the 7 arrows of Nailhead? It's the same as when Luya plotted against Zhao Gongming's Tiangang divine ability. Ha. I'm truly a clever person. TSK. How many people in this world can think of such a method? Chen Qing was still confused. No? What exactly happened to you? Humph. Zhong Kui smiled proudly. I have sealed all major and minor divine abilities. And now I only have half of the Zondi golden light left. Chen Qing, you can rest assured to form a blood contract with this great deity. Chen Qing was stunned. Seeing Zhong Kui, who was covered in 3-inch-long coffin nails and still bleeding, he asked, did you do this for me? Zhong Kui rolled his eyes. What else? Hurry. I'm in so much pain. Oh, just as he was about to feel touched, seeing his condition, it was clear he was in agony. Chen Qing quickly performed the blood contract technique. However, this blood contract technique was quite troublesome. It required at least 30 spiritual threads to be built, then gradually thickened and strengthened. Oh dear, this is troublesome, Zhong Kui said impatiently, resting both arms on Chen Qing's shoulders. The next moment, a powerful spiritual energy surged into Chen Qing's head. With a buzzing sound, Chen Qing's vision went black, and he nearly couldn't stand. Zhong Kui's spiritual energy was incredibly powerful and agile. It was like a shuttle in a factory loom, moving back and forth so quickly it was hard to see. In just a moment, the blood contract was formed. An unimaginable surge of blood energy flooded into Chen Qing's body. In Chen Qing's perception, he felt like his entire body was swollen like a balloon. A light poke would burst it. Flesh, blood, bones, soul power, all were increasing at an unbelievable speed. Most importantly, Chen Qing felt a mysterious power, a stream of golden light constantly flashing across his body. Zhong Kui was greatly pleased. How is it? This is the Zondi golden light used by Yang Jian. He can think of 9,000 miles, and you, should be able to think of a mile and a half, right? Yes, a mile and a half is possible. Chapter 88, Ghost Vehicle. Karma Fire. Zhong Kui was very excited, but also very weak. If it were someone else, with more than 30 coffin nails embedded all over their body, how could they still be alive? Zhong Kui, stop talking, recover your body first. The surging power was still pouring into his body. And Chen Qing found it hard to move. Huh, do I need to recover my body? Zhong Kui's face was pale, but still very proud. Chen Qing had no choice but to change his wording. Zhong Kui, you have great powers, known throughout the 3 realms. Respected as the #1 ghost catcher in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hearing these praises, Zhong Kui was overjoyed, although he tried hard to hide it. His shoulders were shaking from laughter. However, I do not believe you have a way to quickly recover your body. Huh, what's so difficult about that? Zhong Kui chuckled, pulling out a gold coffin nail from his left hip. As the nail was pulled out, blood gushed from the wound like a faucet turned on. Wow. Zhong Kui didn't say anything, but Chen Qing couldn't help but grin. This guy's methods are really ruthless. The nails are embedded in the bone. Zhong Kui pointed at the blood hole gushing like a faucet and said proudly, do you know the 9-breath calming Tiangang method? Do you know your grandfather? Can you please stop the bleeding? Looking at it, in just 2 breaths, the flesh quickly closed together. Chen Qing opened his mouth wide and sincerely said, awesome. Zhong Kui was pleased and pulled out the blood hole from his right shoulder. With Chen Qing's limited biological knowledge, he thought there shouldn't be major blood vessels in the right shoulder. But Zhong Kui's right shoulder was like a faucet turned on. Wow. Blood continuously poured onto the ground. Zhong Kui remained unhurried. Besides the 9-breath calming, I also can keep the essence from leaking. Stop showing off. I beg you to plug the hole first, okay? Chen Qing closed his eyes in despair. A picture was added. Those who haven't seen it can update to tomato to see it. Look. Hey, why aren't you looking? Zhong Kui was displeased. Chen Qing had no choice but to open his eyes wide and look over. Hey, with a shout from Zhong Kui, the blood hole stopped bleeding. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Zhong Kui then shouted, open. The blood hole has opened again. Ha. Zhong Kui said proudly, do as you please. Down to the finest detail. For the next half hour, Zhong Kui performed a grand display of celestial and earthly powers right where he stood, in a pool of blood that was almost at his ankles, looking very pleased with himself. Chen Qing watched, gritting his teeth in pain, finally pulling out the last nail. Zhong Kui's face looked as lifeless as a zombie. He yawned. I'm so sleepy. With that, he vanished without a trace. The power that had been pouring into Chen Qing's body finally stopped. Chen Qing slowly got up, his aura overflowing like a water balloon with hundreds of holes. He had no choice but to sit back down, trying hard to contain the aura within him. After more than an hour, he finally managed to restrain all the aura. On the surface, Chen Qing only looked flushed all over, but in his perception, he felt like he was about to burst at any moment. Carefully, he collected the 36 coffin nails along with the blood. After all, this was Zhong Kui's blood. Master, come quickly and take a look. Suddenly, the voice of the painted skin came through. Chen Qing immediately returned to the real world and saw the painted skin standing by the window, looking into a mirror. While Chen Qing was away, the painted skin had transformed into his likeness, monitoring the situation and taking care of Chun Man and Uncle Xia. At this moment, the painted skin was holding a mirror, looking carefully with its back to the window. Outside the apartment complex, there was a continuous rumbling sound, occasionally followed by a loud crashing noise. Chen Qing felt puzzled and moved to the window, only to see that the first and second floors of Building 5 across the way had been blasted open, as if hit by a missile. Boom. Bang. Without warning, the first floor diagonally across from Chen Qing exploded. Dirt and debris flew everywhere, and a white shadow, no, to be precise, a corpse dressed in white, passed through the wall, plowing a deep trench nearly half a meter deep in the ground. Chen Qing felt something was off. He sensed that the corpse was being pushed along by something. The painted skin reminded him, Master, look through the mirror. Chen Qing glanced at the mirror and was immediately stunned. The corpse was indeed being crushed by a strange object. It was a wooden wheel 2 people high, with 2 faces on its inner sides, one green-faced with fangs, looking quite fierce. What surprised Chen Qing was that around the wheel were flickering purple flames, jumping and disappearing suddenly, then reappearing. What is this huge wheel? Is that ghost fire next to it? This is a ghost car of the evil ghost level. And the ghost fire next to it is the hellfire of the evil ghost level. Hellfire. Chen Qing suddenly became excited. Chun Quan had mentioned that the wicked spirit level of the bone essence has a type of hellfire skeleton that is the most troublesome. If even Chun Quan found it troublesome, it must be very powerful. He had only heard of hellfire. He didn't know much about it. But this ghost car was incredibly powerful, indestructible, and could even become invisible. Now that the great deity Zhong Kui had just been severely injured, he probably couldn't join the fight, and it seemed that everyone would have to mobilize. Then let's mobilize. Even if not for the ghost fire. Chen Qing couldn't just stand by. This thing was like a tank rampaging through. What if it knocked down the first and second floors of his own building? In order to build a safe house, the whole building had been reinforced, but it probably wouldn't be able to withstand this thing. He put on the painted skin, focused his mind, and used the newly acquired ground gold light. The golden light flashed, and Chen Qing was already at the bottom of the building. At that moment, he could see clearly that the corpse on the ground was a young man in a white robe, his clothes tattered and his body injured in multiple places. But perhaps he had some kind of indestructible power. Having been repeatedly crushed by the ghost car and crashing through buildings, he still seemed fine, at least on the surface. The painted skin said in surprise, "Master, this young man has a huge amount of fortune." Fortune? Chen Qing didn't pay much attention. His goal was the hellfire. With a thought, the hairy zombie, martial scholar, hanging ghost, coroner, messy court, and flower-waist bride appeared before him. However, a problem arose. The ghost car and hellfire were both invisible, only visible through the mirror, which made fighting them very disadvantageous. "Master, you should smear Zhong Kui's blood on your eyelids." Chen Qing immediately complied. After smearing Zhong Kui's blood on his eyelids, he could see the ghost car and the hellfire. The ghost car was enormous, 2 people high. And for some unknown grievance, it was desperately crushing the young man. Sometimes it would grind down, crashing heavily. Bang, bang, bang. The noise was like a giant rock falling to the ground, extremely terrifying. "You guys should smear some too." Chen Qing swallowed the latter part of his sentence. Zhong Kui's blood for ghostly beings was probably no different from magma. The ghost car finally noticed everyone. It was wheel-shaped, with 2 faces on either side. It was hard to tell which side was the front, but at this moment, one face slowly turned towards Chen Qing, glaring at him. Chapter 89, Battle with the Ghost Car. Messy court, corner, pay attention to its wheel marks. "Hairy zombie, go try it." The hairy zombie stepped forward. Among all the ghost pets, the painted skin was the best at defense, and the second was the hairy zombie. The ghost car charged over fiercely. If it were any other ghost pet, it would know to look at the wheel marks, but the hairy zombie just stood there foolishly. Bang! The ghost car slammed hard into the hairy zombie. The hairy zombie was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of a nearby building, instantly scattering debris everywhere. The ghost car did not stop. In the moment it knocked the hairy zombie away, it turned around and charged straight at everyone, except for Chen Qing. The other ghost pets couldn't see it and could only judge its location based on the wheel marks. But the tricky part was that the ghost car did not always stay on the ground. It could also jump up to attack. The wheel marks suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the martial scholar seemed to sense something and raised his spear in front of him. Clang! The spear suddenly sank, and the ghost car had already crashed into it. The wheel spun rapidly, clanging loudly, with sparks flying off the spear. The martial scholar suddenly stepped aside. The ghost car rolled past him, and the martial scholar retaliated with a thrust. Thud! The spear had already pierced through the central face of the wheel. The ghost car let out a wailing scream. All the ghost pets were overjoyed. Originally, the ghost car was invisible, but now with the spear floating in the air, it was much easier to deal with. The coroner's sharp blade moved continuously in the air, and immediately dozens of horizontal and vertical wounds appeared on the ghost car's face, with ghost blood splattering everywhere. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was about to continue their attack, purple-black flames suddenly appeared around them. These flames were silent and had no temperature at all. The martial scholar and messy court were the fastest to retreat immediately. However, the coroner and hanging ghost were slightly slower and had already been tainted by the hellfire. Silently, the places that were burned began to disappear mysteriously. Chen Qing's kunwa knife erupted with a blood light as bright as a lamp, spilling out like flames. He swung a fierce slash. The blade light split the hellfire in two. The hellfire transformed into 2 flames that flickered and vanished from sight. Chen Qing's vision was filled with flashing purple light, and he instinctively retreated, using the ground gold light. In the moment he disappeared, a hellfire ignited at the spot where his head had been. Chen Qing broke out in a cold sweat. "Painted skin, can you defend against the hellfire? I haven't fought against hellfire before." "Master, we will fight. You don't need to take risks." The flower-waisted bride shook her bracelet, and with the crisp sound of metal, small bumps appeared on the face of the ghost car, quickly becoming dense. The flower-waisted bride walked while shaking, and beneath her tender white feet bloomed many small flowers for her to step on. "Protect the flower-waisted bride." Luanting immediately followed her. A flash of purple light appeared before them. Luanting clapped her small hands, and in the next moment, the space shifted, and the 2 disappeared from their original spot. The flame of karma missed its target. On the other side, the ghost car struggled to get up. At that moment, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the pile of broken bricks, screeching and pouncing on the ghost car, wildly attacking. It was the hairy zombie. How powerful was the hairy zombie? Just a few punches had the ghost car's nose crooked and its eyes askew. This scene looked somewhat bizarre, with a long spear floating in the air and a hairy zombie standing in the void, relentlessly beating the air. At this point, the ghost car's face was almost covered with small lumps. The flower-waisted bride finally struck her drum, and with a bang, the countless small lumps on the ghost car's face burst simultaneously, like a large blood bag exploding, splattering ghost blood everywhere. The ghost car's wheels began to spin wildly. It suddenly stood upright and charged frantically towards the north. The hairy zombie was shaken off, but its toes still clung tightly to the long spear embedded in the ghost car. Boom. The ghost car crashed through the wall, and its speed was barely affected. Boom. The second wall collapsed in response, where a family of 3 was trembling in a corner. Bad luck indeed, as the ghost car crashed in, crushing the man, and then charged into the next wall. Bang. Blood splattered everywhere. The man's blood, entrails, and brain matter covered the woman and child, leaving the woman frozen, her hand still tightly gripping her husband's severed hand. The next moment, a shrill scream echoed. Ah! The hairy zombie, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, crashed into the steel reinforcement buried in the wall, bending or breaking it instead. The two continued their mad dash, and the hairy zombie found an opportunity to throw a powerful punch into the void. Bang! This punch landed right on the ghost car's eyeball. The ghost car let out a wretched scream, leaping up and crashing through the first-floor ceiling into the second floor. In the second floor, there were two corpses that had probably been dead for some time. The hairy zombie, swinging on the spear, was tossed around but managed to grab one of the corpses and swung it fiercely at the ghost car's face. Bang! The rigid corpse struck the ghost car's face, shattering into pieces, and the ghost car let out another scream, speeding out of the second floor. Time seemed to slow down. The two ghosts were still in the air, and the long spear, which had already loosened, slipped out of the wound, sending the hairy zombie flying. In the next moment, the ghost car landed, joyfully fleeing for its life. A flash of golden light appeared, and Chen Qing emerged in the air, catching the long spear. Another flash of golden light, and Chen Qing had already arrived 2 meters in front of the ghost car. The ghost car was too fast, instantly reaching Chen Qing's side and brushing past him. The long spear, already prepared, plunged heavily into the ghost car's large nose. Uffed. Ghost blood splattered everywhere, and the ghost car swerved, crashing through 2 trees, skidding with thick smoke and sparks as it fell to the ground. The ghost car's wheels should be indestructible, its face could be injured, but it wasn't a vital point. It could probably still run with half its face gone. At this moment, its face was already a bloody mess. Yet, it still struggled to get up, wanting to escape. Bone Spirit. In the next moment, the Bone Spirit appeared. With hands extended, the joints suddenly swelled. In an instant, they transformed into over 10 meters of bone whips, gripping both ends of the long spear. The ghost car swayed and stood upright again, once more fleeing northward. At this point, the long spear pierced through both ends, connected by the bone chain, and rushed forward with the Bone Spirit. The Bone Spirit's legs pressed against the ground, plowing 2 deep furrows, resembling someone surfing on land. The hairy zombie seized the opportunity, lunging forward and embracing the Bone Spirit. Bang! The ghost car crashed through the north wall of the community, taking the Bone Spirit and hairy zombie with it, crashing into the West Ming River. Huge waves surged up to dozens of meters high, and the 3 disappeared into the spray. The ghost car's wheels spun wildly in the river, unable to gain traction, spinning futilely. But in just a moment, it found a rhythm, slightly angling itself into the river, like a propeller, moving rapidly through the water. The Bone Spirit and hairy zombie were not good at water combat, but they held on tightly. A flash of golden light appeared above the river, and Chen Qing emerged over the water. With a thought and a flick of his hand, the water monkey fell from the air into the water. Like a poorly done special effect, it didn't splash a single drop. Chen Qing's body began to drop, but only descended a meter before a flash of golden light, and he was back on the shore. The water was the water monkey's domain. The water monkey swept its long tail and shot out of the water like an arrow, instantly catching up to the ghost car. Its long tail wrapped around the ghost car, pinning it firmly to the riverbed. The Bone Spirit and hairy zombie, pulling on the bone chain like a tug of war, also reached the ghost car's side. The hairy zombie swung its fists, each punch sending waves of water splashing. Meanwhile, the other 8 fingers of the Bone Spirit elongated, weaving in and out of the ghost car, tying it up securely. Moments later, the water monkey brought the 3 back to the shore. The hairy zombie held up the ghost car, which was punctured with dozens of holes from the bone chain, unable to move. With one hand, it lifted its palm high. Slap, slap, slap. Chapter 90. Mysterious corpse. Looking at the tightly bound ghost car, Chen Qing felt excited. In the battle against the ghost car, he had absolutely taken the lead. With the golden light of the earth, his combat power seemed to have increased dozens of times. Returning to the community, the coroner's voice was filled with shame. We deserve to die. We couldn't leave the karma fire. Chen Qing sighed, not too surprised. It wasn't a matter of numbers. The karma fire was strange, and his team indeed lacked the means to capture it. Of course, except for Zhong Kui. The karma fire was already rare, and missing the opportunity this time made it unlikely to encounter it again. While he was thinking, Chen Qing seemed to sense something, waved his hand, and collected the flower-waisted bride, coroner, wanting, and martial arts champion. On the roof of Building 4, 5 people clad in dark red cloaks coldly stared at the hairy zombie. Or rather, at the ghost car. Where's the corpse? One of them spoke coldly. Chen Qing furrowed his brow, secretly on guard. These 5 people were very strong. They might be in the ghost spring realm. Hey, where is he? Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the white-clothed corpse was not simple. He understood in his heart, but maintained a calm expression, patting the transparent ghost car held up by the hairy zombie. A cold smile appearing on his face. I put in a lot of effort to catch this thing. You'd better not provoke me. Who the hell wants this ghost thing? The corpse. A corpse in white clothing. What corpse? Chen Qing frowned. I haven't seen the corpse, but I've seen a pile of ghost fires. One of the 5 spoke softly. This kid's strength is not simple. He might be in the ghost spring realm. Moreover, being able to capture the ghost car shows considerable strength. The hairy zombie and water monkey are average, but the bone spirit is hard to come by. Don't worry about so much. If it comes to it, just kill him. The leader furrowed his brows and looked at Chen Qing. Friend, we don't want to cause trouble. We just want to know where the corpse taken by the ghost vehicle is. Chen Qing sneered. First, I haven't seen any corpse. Second, I can't be bothered with your attitude. If you want to fight, I'm always up for it. The burly man was furious, his blood boiling, ready to draw his knife. Yuan Kuan, don't be impulsive. The leader pressed down on Yuan Kuan. Don't complicate things. Killing him won't be worth it, even if it only takes a minute. Saying this, he tossed a ghost bead. Brother, this ghost bead is for asking directions. Where did you see the ghost vehicle? That's more like it. Chen Qing grinned. He wasn't a mindless person, but he knew that showing even a bit of weakness in momentum would make the opponent stronger. Seeing the opportunity, he said, the ghost vehicle came from the riverbank and killed many people in our community. I only acted when it attacked. At that time, there was also ghost fire around it, but I didn't manage to catch it. Okay, thank you. The five of them immediately jumped on the rooftop and quickly went to the riverbank. Boss, do you really believe him? Let's go to the riverbank first. If there's no trace of that thing, we'll come back and deal with him. Once the group left, Chen Qing's eyes flickered. Huapai, what do you mean by saying this corpse's fate? Some people are born lucky, easily winning lotteries or finding money. That's small luck. Big luck, not to mention themselves. Even their little brothers will succeed in whatever they do, gaining titles in battles and becoming wealthy in business. In short, as long as they're around. Even chickens and dogs can rise to prominence. Chen Qing pondered. These matters were quite mysterious, but he believed it now. Nodding, all right, then this corpse is mine. In an instant, with a flash of golden light, he appeared on the street. The street was filled with ghosts, and as soon as they saw Chen Qing, they rushed towards him. Chen Qing's figure continued to flicker. Taking a long detour, he arrived at the lower reaches of the Shiming River. He let Huapai attach to him, transforming into a petite woman. With a thought, he took out the corpse from the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower. He ran along the riverbank downstream. After half an hour, he finally spotted his target. Several people appeared on the shore, cheering. Found it. Right here. They began to follow Chen Qing from a distance. Soon, a second group appeared, then a third. What made Chen Qing's thoughts race was this third group. They had the largest numbers, and they were the Ghost Exorcism Army. The situation was gradually slipping out of Chen Qing's control. Huapai, can you see anything else? This thing is probably not as simple as we thought. I'm sorry, Master. I can only see that this corpse has great luck. I truly don't know anything else. So many people are fighting for it. It must be something good, and there's no reason for it to not show itself. Chen Qing quickly came up with an idea. Passing under a bridge, he suddenly ran away, throwing the corpse into the water. The people on the shore couldn't see clearly, and someone urgently shouted, "Block her." However, the corpse was still there. It slowly floated downstream with the river water. Only the petite woman was gone. But who would care about that woman? What they didn't know was that the corpse had already been placed into the Demon Suppression Tower by Chen Qing. Now floating in the water was Chen Qing disguised in Huapai. Huapai, what does this mean? The last place the corpse appeared was in our community. If it disappears, someone will inevitably find our community, and then find us. We can only randomly frame some unlucky guy. Huapai seemed to understand. The two floated lazily in the river while disputes erupted on the shore. Awkwardly, they acted too convincingly, and at some point, they ended up face down. Unable to see what was happening on the shore, they could only guess. The fighting on the shore was intense, and it seemed that even ghosts had joined in. Hurry. Stop fighting. First, stop that ghost. Chen Qing always felt that at any moment something would bite him, but fortunately, Huapai's defense was strong, and very few could injure him. The two continued to drift. The corpse was bumped against a bridge pier and finally turned over. The sounds of fighting grew closer, and finally, someone reached them, just as Chen Qing was about to leave. He suddenly saw someone behind him. It was the burly man named Yuan Kuan from earlier in the community. The first person reached Chen Qing and was about to carry him away when Yuan Kuan knocked him to the ground. Boss, I got it. Yuan Kuan's face was filled with joy. In the next moment, with a flash of golden light, the corpse he was carrying suddenly vanished. Yuan Kuan was stunned, spreading his arms, confusion filling his eyes. Hey, where's my corpse? Hey, where did my corpse go? Stop pretending. Yuan Kuan. If you guys from the Taiping sect don't hand over the corpse today, you won't be leaving. Yuan Kuan's mouth dropped open. No, I didn't take it. He was utterly wronged. I didn't take it. It just disappeared. The corpse disappeared by itself. Yuan Kuan's boss was overjoyed, whispering, right, we didn't take it. No matter who comes, you keep saying this. Giving a look, he said, Xiaonan, you cover Yuan Kuan and get out quickly. The three of us will stay behind. Yuan Kuan panicked. Boss. No, I really didn't take it. What time is it? Stop acting. Xiaonan urged. Hurry. Yuan Kuan broke down. Xiaonan, believe me. I didn't take it. The crowd had already surrounded them, and everyone was shouting. Don't let them run away. Chapter 91. The awakening of the golden centipede. Chen Qing was unaware that he had caused trouble for the Taiping sect. At this moment, he found himself in a strange community, his thoughts drifting. Ordinary people had already become part of the apocalypse, but order had not collapsed. It seemed contradictory, yet it was the truth. An extreme example. As long as the army exists during war, even if they fall into a situation of starvation and cannibalism, there is still a chance to turn the tide, like the cannibal General Zhang Sun. Without an army, even if ordinary people are numerous, they are merely fish on the chopping block. Every city that has been slaughtered in history is proof of this. Just like Yangzhou. Just like the 154 cities slaughtered by the devils. The ghost exorcism army still existed, and it seemed to be fully organized, which was a blessing for humanity. At the same time, many forces emerged during the apocalypse. Chen Qing cared about these things, but he wouldn't do anything about it. As long as the few people he cared about were safe, that was enough. With a thought, he released the hare corpse and the skeleton spirit. The hare corpse's hand was still raised, but it was empty. Chen Qing was taken aback, realizing that it had soaked in the water for too long. And the blood of Zhong Kui on his eyelids had been washed away. He couldn't see the ghost vehicle anymore. After reapplying a drop, he could see the already weakened ghost vehicle again. The desired karma fire couldn't be caught. Fortunately, the ghost vehicle was strong, and it was invisible. It would definitely be useful in the future. At that moment, he tied the ghost vehicle to the ground and let the hare corpse start attacking. Bang, bang, bang. The hare corpse's fists were incredibly hard, like a piling machine. With each punch, the entire ground trembled slightly. The ghost vehicle was hammered into the ground with each blow, sinking deeply. Before long, it was beaten to death by the hare corpse's chaotic punches and transformed into a cloud of black mist, which was drawn into the Demon Suppression Tower. Crushing the last soldier ghost to make room, he summoned and measured the ghost. 822. Eightfold evil ghost. Chen Qing nodded, feeling that all the trouble today was worth it. Mao Jiang was elated, as it seemed his pent-up frustration had finally been released. Instead of recalling the white-bone spirit and Mao Jiang, he summoned a few more ghost pets. With a thought, he released the golden centipede. With the golden light of the earth, it would be convenient to come and go, and things that could attract greed wouldn't happen in the Jiangpan community anymore. The golden centipede, immersed in ghostly energy, began to change gradually as time passed. It had 13 pairs of human legs, 13 pairs of human hands, and its head was made up of 13 human heads. At this moment, one of the fingers slightly moved. After about a minute, the second finger moved too. But trouble soon followed. The allure of the golden body for ghostly beings was simply too great. Even in its incomplete awakening, a ghost had recklessly charged out. Not wanting to stop, Chen Qing released the abandoned infant tower. Soon, all the ghosts in the community went mad. With the chaotic scene, Chen Qing watched with interest as the various ghost pets and the golden centipede were surrounded. Just like last time, they all frantically wanted to dive into the abandoned infant tower. Chen Qing thought of something. The painted skin. Do ghosts have souls? Most have souls, but no spirits. Perfect. Chen Qing summoned the hanging ghost. Hanging ghost, you can advance. The spiritual guide for the hanging ghost is, use white silk to bind the soul, or absorb essence blood. Once the white silk is soaked in blood or filled with souls, it can advance. The hanging ghost, with long hair covering its face, couldn't be seen clearly, but it should be quite happy. The white-bone spirit casually pulled out a wronged ghost from the pile of ghosts, and the hanging ghost's white silk wrapped around it. The white silk was as agile as a snake, quickly wrapping around the wronged ghost's entire body, mummifying it. The wronged ghost struggled a few times before stopping. The white silk tightened more and more. The wronged ghost inside did not burst, but as the white silk tightened, its size became smaller and smaller. After about 10 minutes, it was wrapped into the size of a fist and then disappeared. Chen Qing stared blankly, digested. The white-bone spirit's bone chain struck out again, dragging back a big-headed ghost, and the hanging ghost's white silk wrapped around it once more. The golden centipede was slowly awakening. The abandoned infant tower was waiting patiently, and the hanging ghost was busy advancing. Chen Qing, with a flash of golden light, arrived at the rooftop, remaining vigilant. The allure of the golden body was too great. It was hard to say what could be attracted. Just like in the Jiangpan community, at this moment, the ghosts around the abandoned infant tower were piled together again. Chaos ensued as they were separated. Instantly, another group crazily rushed forward. At this moment, a faint sound of jingling bells came through. Chen Qing's gaze slightly narrowed. Soon, he discovered the source of the sound. Across the street, a corpse handler was shaking a bell. Behind it followed a group of stiff-moving people. There were many, densely packed, filling an entire street, at least 1,000 people. This shouldn't have been attracted by the golden body. So what were they doing? Were these people alive or dead? Chen Qing scanned carefully, noticing a few figures on the outskirts of the crowd. Unlike the dazed group being driven, they were looking around, quite agile. Master, it's a Rakshasa. The painted skin immediately said. Chen Qing recalled. Yes, it was a Rakshasa. Rakshasas are the nobility among ghosts. He remembered clearly that on the first day of the candle snake's arrival, it had said, "Welcome to the Rakshasa Sea City." The Rakshasa was likely the leader of the ghost clan in Shiming City. No time to waste, they had to leave. Chen Qing retracted the abandoned infant tower, the golden centipede, and the numerous ghost pets. With a flash of golden light, he had exited the area. Several flashes of golden light later, Chen Qing appeared in the Shiming City Stadium. Setting down the golden centipede, he went to the top of the stadium. The brightly lit tall buildings were mostly dark. The city was eerily silent, with the occasional heart-rending scream. Strange shapes occasionally flew by in the air. The golden centipede continued to awaken, its allure growing stronger. The ghosts in the stadium had already rushed over. The corpse handler's bell jingled again from afar. Chen Qing looked east and saw that this corpse handler was also leading a group of about 1,000 people. Unlike before, this time the corpse handler was followed by students. Chen Qing's gaze gradually narrowed. Both corpse handlers were heading towards the city center. Something was definitely happening. Such a scene was likely happening all over Shiming City now. Looking closer, beside the driven students, there were also figures guarding. Chen Qing instinctively thought they were Rakshasas, but moments later, his brows began to furrow. The ones responsible for guarding were actually humans. Moreover, they were from the Ghost Extermination Team. Perhaps not, but they were wearing the Extermination Team uniforms. Chen Qing's mind was in chaos. The Ghost Controlling Army was the largest and also the main force. The Extermination Team was like a special forces unit. Small in number, but comprised entirely of elite combatants. His brows furrowed deeper as he speculated two possibilities. 1. The Extermination Team had betrayed humanity. But Chen Qing felt this guess was too absurd. 2. The corpse handler was someone's ghost pet, possibly concentrating people in this manner. After all, in the apocalypse, people's hearts were too chaotic. The likelihood of forcibly transporting people through the second method would be much greater. Thinking this, he felt he couldn't stay here any longer. He retracted the golden centipede, and with several flashes of golden light, he arrived at a shopping mall. The mall was filled with bloodstains, handprints smeared all over the walls. At the parking lot exit, over a dozen cars were blocked, each one shattered, with many corpses inside. It was obvious that some vehicles had blocked the way, cutting off everyone's escape. Not caring, he released the golden centipede and quietly waited. This time, it only attracted a few small kalami, and no further incidents occurred. The golden centipede finally awakened. With a hum, a wave of energy burst out. The golden centipede began to move, shaking its head. With a thought from Chen Qing, the golden centipede rampaged through the mall. The chairs were thrown aside, and even the columns seemed as fragile as cake in its presence. Bang, bang, bang. The golden centipede charged like a train, crashing through walls and glass as if they were made of paper, moving at an incredible speed. This thing was somewhat reminiscent of a ghost car. Chen Qing sighed inwardly, but then noticed that the ghosts outside the mall had gone mad, desperately rushing towards here. Satisfied, he retracted the golden centipede. Time to wrap up and go home. Chapter 92, Gao Fei dead. The Jiangpan community was bustling. Cries echoed everywhere. The destructive power of the ghost car had already resulted in the deaths of 15 people, as counted. Chen Qing is back. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Chen Qing nodded and walked straight toward Building 8. Chen Qing, stop. A familiar voice rang out, and Chen Qing paused, turning back to look. It was Gao Fei. You've destroyed the community like this. Don't you think you should compensate? Another man echoed. Chen Qing, don't think we don't understand. It's you and that invisible ghost who have ruined the community like this. Many buildings have already become dangerous and can't be lived in. Chen Qing was taken aback. Although he didn't care, he thought he would be welcomed with applause. Feng Yu's husband is dead. Zhou Ping's family is left with just the old woman. Sherdong's wife has been cut in half. Gao Fei read out one by one, getting more and more excited. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. You brought this upon yourself. You have to take responsibility. Chen Qing sneered. If I hadn't risked my life to drive that thing away, do you think you could stand here talking to me? You're talking nonsense. Liang can see clearly. You're partly responsible for the destruction of the community. Liang immediately nodded. Chen Qing, I saw it. Your long-haired ghost fought with that thing and smashed Building 4 into this state. It could collapse at any time. What you're saying is wrong. Wrong. An old man waved his hand. Many people witnessed what happened today. That thing came first, and Chen Qing came down to fight it. If it weren't for Chen Qing, our entire community might have been wiped out. The old man was Huaxia. In Chen Qing's heart, he was like Han Yuan. A truly pure and kind person. His kindness had not even been extinguished by this terrifying apocalyptic world. To put it elegantly, he was always shrouded in the brilliance of humanity until the moment he died. Of course, such people definitely do not live long. He vaguely remembered that he died at the start of the second blood moon. But, Yao Xi continued. Chen Qing, I know it's not your fault. But even if you hold them fully responsible, you should still offer some humanitarian compensation. You're the richest in the community now, and they are helpless. Just consider it a gift to them. Chen Qing silently looked at Yao Xi. He admired such people, but also resented them. No, compensation is compensation. It's not a gift. Gao Fei shouted. Where will these orphans and widows live in the future? What will they eat? Liang also said. Chen Qing, we are all civilized people. Let's reason this out. No matter how you look at it, you definitely made a mistake this time, right? Chen Qing laughed. Previously, they wanted to rob him openly. Seeing their fists hardened, now they want to reason with him. Fine. If it's about reasoning, then let us reason. Chen Qing laughed. Okay, I will compensate. The market price of our community's houses is around 800,000. Let us say 20 were destroyed today, and I'll take full responsibility. With a thought, the zombie appeared, holding an astonishing amount of cash. The crowd was horrified and involuntarily stepped back a few paces. With a bang, it was thrown directly to the ground. Several bundles of cash burst open, scattering all over the place. 30 million. The extra is a reward for you. Chen Qing sneered. Of course, you must remember, that thing is still alive. Next time, I won't be able to help you. Still alive? The crowd panicked. What if it really comes again? What should they do? A woman blocked Chen Qing's side. Chen Qing. Chen Qing. That's not what I meant. No, that's exactly what I meant. I have no money left and dare not show off anymore. Gao Fei looked at the pile of money, her eyelids twitching. No. What good is money at this time? You need to compensate with supplies. Compensate with food. Li Yong shouted. You can't use money. The response was a loud bang. Boom. Something came rushing from the riverbank. Chen Qing laughed. That thing is coming again. The crowd panicked, wanting to escape, but they felt safer staying close to Chen Qing. Zombie, raise your hands. Chen Qing shouted. This time, don't intervene. The zombie immediately assumed a surrender position, raising its hands high above its head. Chen Qing also spread his hands, indicating he wouldn't intervene. Chen Qing, don't do this. Those idiots don't understand. Only you can stop it. Chen Qing, please, for the sake of being neighbors, help us this once. The most terrifying thing is always the unknown. The terror brought by this unknown is stronger than any flesh and blood monsters. The crowd didn't even know where to look, cold sweat pouring down, getting nervous at every rustle. Boom. A load-bearing wall of Building 4 was smashed to pieces. Someone inside screamed in agony. It was unclear whether from fear or injury. Li Yang's face turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Chen Qing. Ability and responsibility go hand in hand. You have an obligation. You also have a responsibility. Before he could finish his sentence, he was crushed to the ground by some invisible force, bursting apart. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Those nearby were all splattered. Screams erupted. The crowd, which had been on high alert, scattered in panic. Gao Fei was among them. She fled in a panic, but silently. Something heavy knocked her down to the ground. This thing didn't crush her, it just passed by her side, but carried an indescribable immense force. Bang! Her head hit the ground hard. She panicked. Help! Help! Chen Qing sneered. With a thought, the ghost car ran directly over her thighs. Crack! Her legs were crushed apart, rolling away into the distance. Gao Fei screamed. The ghost car turned around again, crushing her from the hips to the head, splitting her in half. Then it charged towards Building 4. The banging continued as walls collapsed one after another, and finally, a heavy cracking sound came. The shattered walls could no longer bear the weight of the floors above, and they collapsed with a thunderous roar. Boom! The entire 2nd to 6th floors fell down. Immediately, what had become the 1st floor's 2nd floor cracked, and the wall's cracks rapidly expanded with a popping sound. Boom! The bottom layer was crushed again. Boom! Dust and smoke rose. The 6th floor turned into the 4th floor, slanting atop the ruins of the lower 2 floors. With a thought, the ghost car made a huge noise, crashing wildly, heading north, and soon there was a splash as it plunged into the river. The crowd all breathed a sigh of relief. Some, just coming back to their senses, rushed into the pile of money. Money, for now, is not entirely worthless. At least if someone used 10,000 to buy a pack of instant noodles, someone would surely agree. But under decades of habitual thinking, many still believe that this red paper symbolizes wealth. Don't grab. This isn't for you. What are you doing? The crowd was in disarray, and amidst the chaos of grabbing, Yao Xi, who was already quite old, was also grabbing. He used his clothes to scoop up a large bundle of cash and rushed to Feng Yu's side. Here. For you. Chen Qing was taken aback. He remembered that Feng Yu's husband had just been crushed to death by the ghost car today. Yao Xi rushed back into the crowd, not knowing where he got the strength, and pulled out another large bundle of cash from the pile. Breathing heavily, he ran to a child staring blankly at his parents' corpses. Take this. Then he gasped for breath and rushed back into the crowd. Chen Qing silently watched, somehow thinking of his past life. Shaking his head. What a fool. Chapter 93. Please be our defense officer upon returning home. Chen Man immediately asked. Chen Qing. Who was that person yesterday? Chen Qing was taken aback. Which one? The one who stayed at home. Chen Qing suddenly realized that Chen Man was referring to his own transformed self. This guy could actually recognize him? How did you recognize me? No need to recognize. I know it's not you. Chen Man shook his head and started to refine his bones. There's something about him. Chen Qing clicked his tongue in wonder. And the transformed self also felt strange. Master, how did the young master recognize this servant? My mother hen. Chen Qing shook his head. Could it be that those who are born lacking a soul have a higher intuition for such things? Just as he was thinking, Uncle Xia pondered. Chen Qing. There is something you might need to take a look at. What is it, Uncle Xia? It's that broken Buddha statue I worship every day. Uncle Xia said. At first, I thought it wasn't anything good, but after hearing you mention that some things can awaken, I have a feeling this thing might be able to awaken as well. All right. A golden light flashed, and Chen Qing arrived at the north corner of the community. Uncle Xia's small shed was set up here. However, after searching everywhere, he found nothing. He remembered the broken Buddha statue. It was quite large and very obvious, but it simply wasn't there. After searching multiple times and confirming it was no longer there, he returned home. Without telling Uncle Xia, he went to the surveillance monitor and began to rewind the footage. For 99% of the time, the screen was almost still, with the occasional ghost wandering around sniffing. Finally, Chen Qing saw a person. Enlarging the image, his gaze slightly sharpened. Yu Yangfeng. He was the one who acted against him in the last life. Among the people who attacked him, Chen Qing was the most surprised by this person. Usually keeping a low profile, he always hid behind others and was almost subconsciously overlooked at any time. Moreover, Chen Qing felt that this person should have some defensive treasure on him, just like himself. Continuing to play the video, Yu Yangfeng hurriedly entered Uncle Xia's shed and took away the broken Buddha statue. Chen Qing's surveillance covered the entire community, and he quickly switched cameras to find his residence. However, when he saw where he lived, Chen Qing furrowed his brows even tighter. He lived on the second floor of Building 4, Unit 2. But now, the first and second floors of Building 4 were gone. The clue was cut off, and he had to give up. Chen Qing, Chen Qing, Chen Qing. To Chen Qing's surprise, a girl appeared in the hallway, desperately calling out for him. She had not stepped onto the 6th floor, just one step away from it. She must have remembered Chen Qing's warning. If she stepped into this floor, she shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Chen Qing had some impression of her. It seemed her surname was he. The monkey had once joked with him, saying she was the community's flower. Opening the microphone, he asked, "What's the matter? Chen Qing, can you come out for a moment? Just say it directly. I think some things are better said face to face." Her hesitance to step onto the 6th floor contrasted sharply with the previous bad neighbors. Chen Qing had a good impression of her and approached the door. The girl was very pretty, with big eyes that seemed to hold stars. "Chen Qing, first I want to apologize on behalf of some people in the community. I'm sorry," the girl said as she bowed sincerely in apology. Chen Qing didn't react. Waiting for her to continue, the girl felt a bit awkward, took out a piece of paper, which was covered in red handprints. "Chen Qing, please be our community's defense officer. This is everyone's petition," she said while bowing and handing over the petition. It was a bit unexpected, but within reason. After all, the threat of ghost cars was too great. Why should I? The girl saw that Chen Qing didn't take the petition and said, "I know some people in the community have hurt your feelings, but..." Just as she was speaking, the monkey whistled and appeared. Seeing the girl, he paused slightly. Upon seeing the petition, he understood the situation and stood by with interest to watch the fun. Chen Qing sneered, "Defense officer? That sounds nice, but to put it plainly, isn't that just you wanting free security?" The girl brushed her hair back and looked Chen Qing in the eye. "Just consider us hiring you as the defense officer. However, what we can offer right now is too little. But we make the following promises. First, the entire community will unconditionally obey your arrangements. Second, you have the right to mobilize any resources in the community, including any privately owned resources." Chen Qing shook his head, not interested. The girl wanted to say something else, but the monkey laughed and asked, "Unconditionally obey? So if you ask her to serve you, she will do it?" The girl was slightly taken aback. As if making a decision, yes. Chen Qing was a bit surprised. In another 10 days, a piece of bread could make someone do anything. But right now, most families still had supplies. Ignoring her, he opened the door to let the monkey in. The moment he entered, the monkey immediately had a strange expression. "Hey, the community flower. Warm bed." Not engaging with that, Chen Qing assessed him. "Have you reached the essence level?" "Yeah, I've been working day and night. And yesterday, I finally reached the essence level." He hadn't come to find Chen Qing immediately upon reaching the essence level. Instead, he absorbed several spirit stones first. The monkey's contract ghost technique was an ordinary one, meaning his soul power had to be at least 30 higher than that of his ghost pet, which was why he had waited until now to come. "My soul power has reached 141 now." The monkey summoned his martial spirit, rubbing his hands. "Martial champion, martial champion, martial champion, hurry." Chen Qing took out the imperial edict. "Martial spirit, receive the edict." The martial spirit was overjoyed. Trembling, he knelt down, his whole body shaking with excitement. "I govern the world with culture, quell chaos with military might." The military leaders and generals are the mainstays of the court and the pillars of the nation. Therefore, one can have both civil and military prowess, exerting effort to repay the country. How can one disregard their achievements and not reward them with grace? I hereby confer the title of martial champion upon the martial spirit. Thus decreed. In the next moment, the surface of the edict emitted a misty glow. As soon as the martial spirit received it, changes began to happen all over him. Just like Chen Qing's martial champion, he also condensed a set of fine steel armor. However, while Chen Qing's martial champion weapon was a long spear, this one was a big black stick. The monkey was overjoyed. "Foster father, what is the battle power of the martial champion? Currently, there hasn't been anyone he can't handle in the community." The monkey was even happier. At this moment, he truly resembled a monkey. Can he take on Tenji Luo? Be a little more ambitious. He's not that great. Chen Qing thought for a moment. Now that the monkey was at the essence level, he could contract another ghost pet. His own hanging ghost was still a few souls away from leveling up. He could take the monkey out for a while to try their luck. But definitely not tonight, because that mysterious corpse had likely caused a lot of commotion. Tonight was bound to be chaotic. You familiarize yourself with the martial champion first. With him around, it's rare for evil ghosts to be able to hurt you. "Okay, foster father." The monkey immediately bid farewell to Chen Qing and went outside to find a misfortunate ghost to practice on. With a single thought, Chen Qing arrived at the 3rd level. He wanted to study that corpse. However, as soon as he arrived at the 3rd level, Chen Qing was stunned. The corpse actually sat up, looking around in confusion. Chapter 94. The amnesiac young master. At this moment, Chen Qing couldn't sit still. Living beings cannot be brought into the second and third levels of the Demon Suppression Tower. This corpse was not right. How did this person get in here? May I ask, brother, where is this place? The young man in white clasped his hands, quite polite. His clothes had been almost completely destroyed by the ghost car. And now he was covered in tassels. He was playing a sexy game. This is the Demon Suppression world. Chen Qing casually made up a name and asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" "I come from a wealthy family. If you can take me back, this jade pendant will be yours." He reached for his waist, and suddenly his face changed. "Hey, where's my jade pendant? Where did it go?" Then he noticed his disheveled appearance, immediately covering his chest with both hands, feeling extremely embarrassed. Chen Qing casually threw him a set of clothes. "Brother, and these ghostly beings, huh? Ghost, ghost." He suddenly screamed, instinctively backing away and bumped into the big golden fatty with a thud, then looked at the monsters around him and let out another horrified scream. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the ground. The coroner happened to be sitting next to him and casually pressed a finger under his armpit, causing the man to slowly awaken. Upon seeing the numerous ghosts, his face turned pale with fright. "Don't faint yet. These are all my ghost pets. They won't harm you." Hearing Chen Qing say this, the young man in white calmed down a bit, but his face remained pale. Step by step, he navigated through the ghost pets and squeezed his way to Chen Qing's side, trembling as he spoke. "Teach this immortal. My apologies, my apologies. Brother, where did you come from?" Just as he was about to introduce himself, he suddenly stopped. With a blank expression, he furrowed his brow and said, "Where do I come from?" Chen Qing frowned. He couldn't tell if this guy was genuinely foolish or just pretending to be. The young man grew anxious. Brother, please allow me to rely on you for a few days. Although I don't remember, my family is wealthy, and when they find me here, they will surely reward you handsomely." Chen Qing thought to himself, "What do you think, Huayan? Master, what he said might not be false. Moreover, he has been ravaged by the ghost vehicle for so long and remains unscathed, so he must be extraordinary. Why not keep him here?" Chen Qing immediately nodded. "All right then, you stay here and guard the place. I will go cultivate." Huayan separated from Chen Qing's body, transformed into Chen Qing's appearance, and vanished from sight. "Brother, is there a place to change? I need to change clothes." Chen Qing was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this place had been bare for a while. And with more and more ghost pets appearing, they needed to get them some houses. He had wanting carve out a small space for him to change. When he came out again, he had already transformed into a delicate young man. "May I ask how to address you, brother?" "Chen Qing. And you?" The delicate young man furrowed his brows in thought for a long time before shaking his head. "I can't remember, but I vaguely recall having some scholarly title. It seems I was a scholar." "All right, then I'll call you scholar from now on." The ghost inspector measured and found that the ghostly energy value of the scholar was 0. Chen Qing thought it was strange. Suddenly, an odd sound rapidly approached from afar. Chen Qing was immediately presented with a bizarre scene. The ghost vehicle tilted at a 30-degree angle, almost touching the ground, while the flower-waisted bride stood on top of it. And the two were surfing on land. The flower-waisted bride was laughing so hard that her waist bent. Meanwhile, the ghost vehicle was speeding along, its eyes wide open, staring at the hem of the flower-waisted bride's skirt. It should be noted that the flower-waisted bride was practically stepping on its eyeball, and with those bowl-sized eyes, it could see everything clearly. What a pervert! Chen Qing cursed. The two quickly came to a stop in front of Chen Qing, with the flower-waisted bride bowing gracefully. "This servant has met the master." The ghost vehicle buzzed. "I have met the master. This fellow can talk." Chen Qing was taken aback and immediately asked, "Why were you chasing the scholar earlier?" The ghost vehicle buzzed again. "Scholar?" Chen Qing pointed at the young man beside him. "That's him." "Oh, I was ordered by Lord Zhu to find him, along with a jade ruby, but when I found him, he was already unconscious, and the jade ruby had also disappeared. So I got very angry and hit him. I kept hitting him all the way here." "Lord Zhu?" Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. It was Zhu Shi again. Anything that Zhu Shi cared about would not be simple. "What is the jade ruby?" "The jade ruby. It's the jade ruby." Chen Qing looked at its bowl-sized eyes and the clear foolishness within, giving up on further questioning. "Huayan, what is the jade ruby?" "It is an evil spirit-level ghost pet. Somewhat similar to possession, but extremely rare, perhaps as rare as Jin Buhuan. It is said to have great fortune. I have only heard of it." After Huayan explained, he asked, "Master, is it related to the young master?" He now called him scholar, and as he spoke, he recounted what the ghost vehicle had said. Huayan knew all of Chen Qing's secrets, and they had attended the summit together. He said, "Then perhaps this young master scholar's identity is not ordinary. Could he be the human emperor mentioned by my brother?" "That's impossible, master," Huayan chuckled. "Our small temple cannot bear the fortune of a human emperor. If he were a human emperor, just a glance would probably leave me gravely injured." "All right." Chen Qing looked at the ghost vehicle. "By the way, has the fire of karma always been with you? Can you find it?" The ghost vehicle buzzed. "Yes, I can." Chen Qing's heart leaped with joy. There was still hope for the fire skeleton. But now he had no means to keep this thing, and was still waiting for Zhong Kui. With an idea in mind, he asked Huayan, "Now that there are more and more people, I plan to build some houses for you. Are there any ghost pets skilled in this?" "Wanting. He can do this efficiently." Chen Qing thought about it and agreed. He could reorganize space. He could create it however he wanted. He called the ghost vehicle and the flower-waisted bride in front of him. You two go find a good feng shui site. We need to build houses. The ghost vehicle and the flower-waisted bride cheered and left. Of course, the ghost vehicle, that old pervert, kept staring at the hem of the bride's skirt. Chen Qing didn't want to bother with it. One was willing to hit, and the other was willing to suffer. The ghost pets all gathered around the big golden fatty and the armless golden body, with the golden centipede forming a circle around the 12 heavenly kings. The ghost pets born from the abandoned infant tower were clearly at the bottom, only able to stay far away. With the addition of the golden centipede, the cultivation speed of the ghost pets increased more than fourfold, plus the tenfold time flow difference on the third layer. It was a full 40 times. This was an extremely terrifying concept. While other people's ghost pets cultivated for 9 days, this group had already cultivated for a year. Chen Qing sat cross-legged. After contracting Zhong Kui, Chen Qing's physique and soul power greatly improved, moving directly from entering the essence to touching the threshold of the ghost spring. The significant enhancement of soul power brought many benefits. The speed of expanding the spiritual veins was 5 to 6 times faster than before. Chen Qing quietly cultivated the teachings of the Taba Taoist. From barely being able to activate 8 streams simultaneously, he was now able to control 32 streams. The first layer of the spiritual pool realm required constructing a vortex composed of dozens to hundreds of spiritual veins. Time flew by, and on the third day, Chen Qing's spiritual pool was completed. With thoughts of solidifying the foundation, he did not stop, but kept expanding new spiritual veins. 60, 70, 80. Soon a week had passed. The number of spiritual veins had exceeded 300, densely packed. Another week passed, and the number of spiritual veins reached 727. At this point, the spiritual veins were so dense that no more could be inserted. Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes. He just needed the spiritual object to stabilize in the center. What should he choose? The Demon Suppression Tower? The Zhong Kui map? Chapter 95. I'm invincible. In this life, the Zhong Kui map had little presence in Chen Qing's hands. This was because Chen Qing's strength was sufficient, always on the offensive, rarely in defense. Secondly, it was because Chen Qing had reduced the coverage range of the Zhong Kui map to just cover his own house. In the previous life, that soaring shadow of Zhong Kui was a symbol of invincibility. If anyone could survive wave after wave of blood moons, it would only be the Wu family holding the Zhong Kui map. Even someone as powerful as Zhu, she couldn't necessarily do anything about the Zhong Kui map. Chen Qing pondered, going through all the treasures in his possession, including the flying horse, the relic, the big golden fatty, and so on. But in the end, my thoughts returned to the Demon Suppression Tower and the Zhong Kui painting. In my previous life, these two treasures were on the same level. But in this life, knowing that the Demon Suppression Tower has 7 levels, knowing that it suppresses an unparalleled evil called the Earthly Branch General, and knowing that the summit will not regard the two as being on the same level anymore, the power of the Demon Suppression Tower far exceeds imagination. Moreover, I will no longer use the Demon Suppression Tower in battle. That would be like using a Jade artifact to plow the ground. Not to mention, the Demon Suppression Tower is now in my mind, ready to be summoned at any time, and may serve different purposes in certain situations. After thinking it over, I ultimately decided to choose the Demon Suppression Tower. Returning to the real world, Chen Qing took out the Demon Suppression Tower and carefully brought it to his forehead according to the guidance of the technique. Silently, he operated the multi-treasure spirit pool. Soon, a powerful suction came from the multi-treasure spirit pool, firmly binding the Demon Suppression Tower to his forehead. Then, the Demon Suppression Tower was still being pulled into his head, slowly embedding itself into his forehead. Hiss! Chen Qing gritted his teeth, feeling a bone-crushing pain. The Demon Suppression Tower was being drawn little by little, sinking into his forehead, as if a lump of iron was slowly sinking into magma. Finally, after holding back for so long, Chen Qing let out a miserable scream. Ah! Chen Man hurried over, and upon seeing 2 Chen Qings, he showed no surprise. Watching Chen Qing in excruciating pain, he squatted down with a serious look. Good thing. The painted skin looked at Chen Man in surprise. This guy is quite foolish, but he can see the essence of many things at a glance. Chen Man said there was nothing wrong, but he stayed by Chen Qing's side afterward. Uncle Xia stumbled over. Chen Qing, what's wrong? Chen Man said, Chen Qing is fine. He is about to become powerful. Uncle Xia felt a bit relieved, but hearing the sounds like giving birth, he was anxious and kept stamping his feet. Chen Qing's consciousness was becoming a bit blurry, yet he continued to endure and operate the technique. The half-cigarette-sized tower felt like a mountain was being stuffed into his body. It was too big. After a few more minutes, Chen Qing even briefly fainted. Fortunately, he was awakened by the ever-watchful painted skin. Chen Qing felt hatred. This action, translated, meant, get up, feel pain, experience pain, accept pain, understand pain. The entire process lasted a full 2 hours. The Demon Suppression Tower finally appeared in the center of the spirit pool. Good. Already drenched in cold sweat. Chen Qing finished this sentence and fainted. Just as painted skin was about to help, Chen Man had already picked up Chen Qing, brought him to the bedroom, gently placed him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. Then he sat by the bed, watching Chen Qing seriously, guarding him. Chen Qing's world had many things and many people, but Chen Man's world had always been Chen Qing. He slept for a long time. When Chen Qing woke up, he saw Chen Man by the bed. He was staring at him wide-eyed, seemingly smiling. But why was it so slow? In an instant, Chen Qing realized. He was astonished, opened his mouth wide, and threw off the quilt, only to see it falling back onto the bed at an extremely slow speed. This was unbelievable for Chen Qing. He casually threw out his phone and watched it slowly fall. It was like the scenes of weightlessness in space stations shown on TV before. They weren't slowing down. I was speeding up. After doing all this, Chen Man slowly spoke the first word, Chen Qing. I am invincible. Coupled with the golden light of the earth, it was simply invincible. Thinking of this, a wave of fatigue filled Chen Qing's whole body, and he felt dizzy. Collapsing back onto the bed. In Painted Skin's eyes, Chen Qing had turned into a blur, unable to see what he had done before collapsing back onto the bed. When he woke up again, Chen Qing was much more cautious. He first experimented with his fingers, moving them one by one. But in Painted Skin's eyes, Chen Qing's fingers were already vibrating like a vibrator. They could probably be used as a vibrating pump if inserted into cement. His Demon Suppression Tower was a time tower, and it was probably for this reason that he had gained the ability to control the flow of time. However, he couldn't control it at all right now. Moreover, this thing consumed a lot of spiritual power. Using it for a while could drain him completely. While summarizing, he quickly absorbed a piece of spirit stone, finally shaking off the feeling of weakness. To untie the bell, one must first tie it. The problem should lie within the Demon Suppression Tower in the spirit pool. With inner vision, Chen Qing discovered that the spirit pool was rapidly rotating around the Demon Suppression Tower. Hundreds of spiritual veins connected to the Demon Suppression Tower, with spiritual power continuously inputting and outputting. The spiritual energy flowing out from the Demon Suppression Tower enveloped his entire body. This was the reason he could control time. Having found the reason, it would be much easier from here. After groping for a moment, Chen Qing made the spirit pool stop operating. All the objects around that were moving slowly instantly returned to normal. Chen Man asked, Chen Qing, are you feeling better? Very good. Chen Qing knew he must have stayed up watching over him. Rubbing his head, he asked, are you tired? Come up and sleep. Tired, Chen Man nodded. Took off his shoes and placed them neatly, yawning as he leaned against Chen Qing, and soon the sound of snoring could be heard. I really envy the brotherly bond between the master and the little master, Painted Skin sighed. Chen Qing was not gossipy and did not ask much. Painted Skin changed the topic. Master has gained the ability to control time? Yes, but I still can't control it well. Painted Skin was overjoyed to hear this. Then the master's combat power has probably surpassed all ghost pets, second only to the great deity Zhong Kui. Chen Qing was taken aback. Right. With the golden light of the earth and the acceleration of time flow, once I get skilled at it, won't I be able to kill anyone I see? I'm afraid that during a fight, I would have already stabbed the opponent dozens of times while they're still introducing themselves. Thinking of this, Chen Qing could no longer hold back. With a thought, he arrived at the third level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Martial Champion, come fight. The Martial Champion was unafraid of the challenge, holding his spear horizontally and preparing for battle. With a flash of golden light, Chen Qing appeared in front of him. The Martial Champion was shocked. He pushed out his right elbow while simultaneously thrusting the spear at Chen Qing's abdomen. An attack and defense combination. The skill was exquisite, but it was too slow. Chen Qing had already reached behind the Martial Champion, his finger poking through the gaps in the helmet and armor, landing on his neck. The Martial Champion froze. Chen Qing smugly asked, how about that? The Martial Champion sighed, threw the spear to the ground, and lamented, I am no longer an enemy of thousands. Chen Qing was slightly stunned. Hey wait, you can't take this loss too hard. It's just a spar. How did I shatter your will? The Martial Champion sighed. I am the enemy of 9,999. Chapter 96. The true face of Painted Skin. I am the enemy of 9,999. Chen Qing's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. This guy was arrogant, confident, and quite rigorous. Just as he was feeling delighted, the flower-waist bride arrived on a ghost car. The ghost car was still staring with its bowl-sized eyes at the hem of the flower-waist bride's skirt. This guy had been watching for days. Wouldn't he get tired of it? The flower-waist bride performed a graceful bow, her red veil steady as a mountain. Master, we have already explored and found 8 suitable places for building a camp. Just choose the best one among them. Chen Qing and the flower-waist bride stood on the ghost car's face. Suddenly, it sped off like the wind. Chen Qing had a psychological shadow regarding the ghost car. Looking down, he found that it was indeed still peering under the flower-waist bride's skirt. Along with that, Chen Qing's own groin was being observed as well. Chen Qing stomped down heavily, right on its eyeball. Still looking, the ghost car let out a howl, nearly flipping the two of them over. After a hard struggle to steady itself, it finally withdrew its gaze. Racing at full speed, they quickly arrived at their destination. It turned out to be a waterfall, and this waterfall was falling from the sky. The top stretched long, disappearing into the chaos, making it impossible to see the source. Was it flowing down from a higher level? Chen Qing couldn't help but wonder. He had intended to ride the flying horse, but realized that he could now also be considered as flying. With a thought, he unleashed the golden light of the ground and was already hundreds of meters in the air, though he had no concept of exactly how many meters. It was his first time doing this, and he felt a bit anxious. However, He quickly stabilized and teleported again. He ascended another few hundred meters. Looking down, the waterfall appeared thin and long, resembling a rope. The ghost car and the flower-waist bride were almost out of sight. Above him was already chaos. He couldn't tell if it was mist or something else. It was all a grayish blur. Chen Qing didn't dare to venture deeper. He wasn't Zhong Kui. He didn't have the strength or confidence to freely traverse the chaos. With a few flashes of golden light, Chen Qing returned to the ground. The ghost car and the flower-waist bride were both dumbfounded. The flower-waist bride was a bit excited. Master, can you take me up to have a look? Sure. The flower-waist bride immediately pounced on Chen Qing, wrapping her arms around him. Chen Qing supported her waist, holding her gently, with a flash of golden light. He took her up into the air. Ah! The flower-waist bride exclaimed, her legs wrapping tightly around Chen Qing's waist. She gripped him tightly, gathering her courage. She looked out. Wow! Allah! They were falling, and the flower-waist bride's surprise turned into fear. Chen Qing had no choice but to summon the flying horse. And the two sat on it. Only then did the flower-waist bride dazedly observe the desolate land below. By the way, can you see with your veil on? Of course. The flower-waist bride's laughter was crisp, like a high school girl. As long as someone helps me lift the veil, I can see even more clearly. Forget it. Chen Qing shook his head. If he really lifted it, it would probably lead to a wedding drama. A man as towering as him should remain single. After riding the flying horse for a while longer, the two of them finally landed. Chen Qing was quite satisfied with this place. It was really not easy to find somewhere with mountains and water in the desolate land of the third level. After a few flashes of golden light, Chen Qing returned to the open space. Time to move. He collected all the ghost pets and brought the scholar to the edge of the waterfall. After setting them all down, the ghost pets surveyed the area, but they didn't seem too interested. For them, a house? There was no place better than being next to the golden body. Wherever the golden body was, even if their butts were burned by fire, it was still a top-notch place. Just like before, the golden centipedes formed a circle, and the big golden fat and the armless golden body were also placed within the circle. This was the third level of the Demon Suppression Tower. The core members were all here, possibly with the bonus effect of the first ghost pet's halo. Even the mad ghost was allowed to enter here. Ghosts produced from the abandoned infant tower could only drift far outside. Of course, compared to the wandering souls in the outside world, their speed of improvement could be considered like taking a plane. Chen Qing let the chaotic courtyard start to arrange construction while he immersed himself in cultivation. In the real world, Huaxia was very responsible, staying in front of the monitor, checking the upstairs window every 10 minutes or so. She was indeed very diligent. Having a tragic background and suffering many inhuman torments, she cherished the great opportunity that Chen Qing represented. Already clever and bright, she learned many things quickly. For example, the phone, the kitchen appliances, and the family farm. Chen Qing had a massive amount of food and had never intended to grow a family farm. He just set it up as a precaution. But Huaxia took the tools and started planting according to the instructions. Beside her were two phones, one playing the surveillance footage and the other constantly beeping. She had also applied for WeChat and joined most of the groups in the community. Glancing at the messages in the group, she didn't speak up. 32401 Lu Shui. Impossible. Chen Qing is a murderer. Why should we ally with a murderer? 71502 Hieru. Sister Lu, everyone sympathizes with you, but honestly, going to find Chen Qing that time was wrong. To put it nicely, it was to unify supplies. But we all know it's just robbery, right? He was acting in self-defense. Self-defense? He killed the 13th person, and you call that self-defense? 23602 Gao Jian. In special times, we need to be flexible. We had no choice. Weren't you there the day before yesterday? Two people, just inexplicably killed by something invisible. 11402 Yuan Qingqing. They deserve to die? That Gao Fei is a venomous woman. At home, her man lets her have her way, and she thinks all men in the world are easy to bully. If I were Chen Qing, I would have taken care of her long ago. 71502 Hieru. So, is everyone in agreement? 32401 Lu Shui. Absolutely not. I would rather die than let him go. He killed my husband. 32401 Lu Shui. You are shameless. You acknowledge a thief as your father. You all will have a bad end. 32401 Lu Shui has been kicked out of the group chat by the group owner. 71502 Hieru. Then I will try again today. But everyone, don't hold too many expectations. Soon, Hieru arrived again at Chen Qing's door. She stopped just one step away from the 6th floor. Chen Qing, can you hear me? After a moment, the door slowly opened. Hieru saw a woman. She was taken aback. This was a tall woman with long hair like a waterfall. Like a meticulously crafted painting, her beauty penetrated every detail. Her proud curves exhibited breathtaking charm. Her eyes were like stars, her lips like cherry blossoms, and her skin was exquisitely delicate. Even from the most discerning perspective, everything about this woman epitomized perfection. Especially since she was wearing sleepwear. Huaxia looked calmly at Hieru. What's wrong? Chen Qing. Hieru stammered for a long time before finally expressing her intention. We would like to invite Chen Qing to be the defense officer of the Jiangpan community. Chen Qing is unwilling. Huaxia gently shook her head. After saying that, she chuckled lightly. Miss, you should go back. Hieru involuntarily left in a daze. not even attempting to insist. She had great confidence in her appearance, figure, and knowledge, but this time, just one glance had completely overwhelmed her. Huapai smiled as she watched her leave. For many, many years, she had shown herself with the faces of others. Yet this time, seeing her true appearance. It was a stranger. It was strange. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted Huapai's thoughts. Huapai's gaze sharpened. Sword Qi. She took a few steps to the rooftop and saw the bronze sword gently humming, suspended in the air. It was radiating brilliant light, with the sword Qi coiling without release, but it already bore the momentum of looking down upon the world. Chapter 97. The Awakening of the Bronze Sword Master. Come quickly. The painted skin immediately called out to Chen Qing. Chen Qing rushed over and saw the bronze sword floating in the air. What is this? The sword has produced a sword spirit. Master, this is a great opportunity. Sword spirit? Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. There is a very small chance for a spiritual weapon to produce a spirit when it awakens, and weapons with spirits have many wonderful uses. However, this chance is so small that it seems negligible. The painted skin cheered and suddenly recalled something. It must be related to the scholar. I have said before that the scholar has great fortune. Chen Qing nodded. He believed half of what was said and asked, what should we do now? Collect the sword. This was similar to collecting other treasures. Chen Qing stored the sword and immediately felt a sense of communication. He wanted to test the sword, but after circling around, he found no suitable target. When he was a child, he would hit a few innocent weeds with a straight stick he found. But now, there was actually no target. He couldn't just go to the kitchen and chop some vegetables. When he arrived at the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, he was looking for a target when the painted skin said again, Master, come and take a look. Once again returning home, the painted skin pointed at the surveillance monitor. Chen Qing's gaze gradually sharpened, and murderous intent surged. At the entrance of the community, 2 people were dragging a monkey over. The monkey's face was swollen and almost blocked his eyes. There was a bloody hole where his jaw connected to his neck, still bleeding. His arm was obviously deformed. It must have been broken. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qing donned the painted skin. With a flash of golden light, he appeared at the entrance of the community. The freshly obtained bronze sword stabbed out directly. The person reacted extremely quickly and barely dodged. Despite such a sudden attack, he was able to evade. However, Chen Qing had time to accelerate. Everything in front of him became slow motion. The bronze sword smoothly sliced through his neck, and a head flew into the air. The head barely rose a foot before the sword was already thrust into the throat of the second person. The flow of time returned to normal. Thud! The head fell to the ground. The second person, in disbelief, clutched his neck, large amounts of blood gushing from between his hands. His eyes wide open as he slowly knelt on the ground. What the hell? The monkey said in shock. Chen Qing quickly supported him. His pulse was rapid, and his body trembled, on the verge of shock. Chen Qing, my parents entrusted you with my life. Supporting the monkey, a thought summoned the hanging ghost, pointing to a corpse and the person who was still barely alive. They should still be usable, right? The hanging ghost nodded vigorously. A flash of golden light passed. They had already brought the monkey to the medical room. The monkey looked blankly, weakly exclaiming, what the hell? The coroner appeared and immediately began treating the monkey's wounds. In just a moment, the wounds healed and the fractures returned to normal. If it weren't for the large stains of blood on his body and the paleness and weakness from excessive blood loss, it would be impossible to tell he had been seriously injured. After he absorbed a piece of spirit stone, the monkey finally recovered. The monkey stared blankly at the blood all over himself and his restored body. Foster father, you saved my life. What were those 2 people? From the Ji family. Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. The monkey casually took a sip of glucose. I've been training 2 ghost pets nearby these days. The martial champion is indeed impressive. Even when facing a ghost-level enemy, it's rare for him to take a few hits. I was thinking that if I encountered a suitable one, I would collect it as my 3rd ghost pet. I was training by the river tonight and almost suffered a great loss when I ran into a water monkey. Then guess what I encountered? I won't guess. The monkey rolled his eyes. The ghost extermination team is chasing the ghost command army. Chen Qing was stunned, doubting he had heard wrong. What did you say? Really? Didn't you see the text message? What text message? Chen Qing pulled out his phone and saw several messages. At first, there was an announcement about the ghost tide, along with some simple methods to defend against ghostly creatures. One message from 2 days ago read, a ghost disaster has occurred in Ximing City, and our defensive forces can no longer stop the ghost tide. From now on, we will form an alliance with the Huaxia clan to advance and retreat together. The Huaxia clan is brave and fierce. Please do not conflict with them. Damn. Chen Qing cursed fiercely. No wonder the ghost extermination team acted as the ghostly clan's corpse-carrying guards when he was at the stadium. However, as Chen Qing calmed down, he also realized a very serious problem. The ghost tide was too terrifying. This was only the first, weakest blood moon. What about the 2nd and 3rd blood moons? What could humanity use to resist? After a long while, Chen Qing shook his head. I want to accept it. The monkey continued. Then it seems there is a commander in the Ghost Command Army who refuses to surrender and is leading the Ghost Command Army to deal with the ghost that appeared on the first day. The Candlesnake. Yes, that's the name. Then the Ghost Command Army became decimated. Now it's said that the commander is dead. and half of the Ghost Command Army has perished. I sent a message to the captain, but he hasn't replied. He might be dead too. The monkey shook his head. The world has changed. You still haven't told me how you encountered those two. I was covering for a brother from the Ghost Command Army by the river when a group from the Ghost Extermination team came looking for us. I couldn't fight them. They had a dirty spirit-level filth lord. Just one encounter left the butcher heavily injured. The martial champion could still hold on. But there were too many of them. Those two scoundrels ambushed me. They had a facial recognition phone and scanned my information. One of them said this is the community managed by Ji Luo, and since Ji Luo hasn't been heard from in several days, they brought me along to see. They said they were going to come and catch you. I found an opportunity midway and killed one of them, but they ended up beating me like this. Chen Qing gave him a thumbs up. Nice one. The monkey chuckled, then asked after a moment. Chen Qing, I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer. Where to next? I'll follow your lead. Chen Qing fell silent. He suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. In the face of such overwhelming circumstances, what did he amount to? Just as he was thinking, there was a knock at the door. Chen Qing was slightly taken aback, and a familiar figure appeared on the monitor, Han Yuan. Chen Qing did not open the door. Captain, is there something you need? Han Yuan said solemnly. Chen Qing, can you trust me? Chen Qing trusted Han Yuan's character. He was someone who truly shone in the apocalypse. But too many changes had happened in this life. Chen Qing did not want to take risks. I'm sorry, I don't want to take risks. Han Yuan was slightly taken aback and angrily said, damn it. Just throw out a rope or handcuffs, and I'll cuff myself, okay? Chen Qing smiled slightly. He suddenly remembered that with his current strength, he had no fear of Han Yuan. Come to the 5th floor, I'll open the door for you. Closing the passage from the 5th to the 6th floor. Chen Qing opened the door on the 5th floor for Han Yuan. Han Yuan's expression was heavy as he sat on the sofa for a while. Finally, he slowly said, the strongest human forces, the 8 pillar countries, have lost 3. The commander is about to die and has a mission to give you. Chen Qing was just about to refuse when Han Yuan pushed a piece of paper towards him. Little ghost, night crying child, fat baby, jade boy, red child, drowned ghost. Water monkey, Kappa, water lord, Chen Qing, king of the underworld. Chen Qing's gaze suddenly sharpened. Upon seeing the names Red Child and Chen Qing, his head buzzed, and he almost collapsed. The commander said that as long as you accept the task, you will receive the complete spiritual guide for the little ghost and the drowned ghost.